Chapter on the Liver Grinding System, the Arrival of the First Emperor. A fictional world, the repository of minds. In the height of summer, during fairly hours of June. In a small, 15 square meter room, I on my liquor ledge upon the floor like a large shrimp, motionless and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the omen slowly sat up from the ground. Where am I? This door looked like a mirror room, didn't it, from over working during the night shift? Lin Fan looked around and rubbished, murmuring to himself. As she prepared to stand up, his head felt like he had been hit by giant hammer, causing him immense pain. A flood of memory fragments rushed into his mind, and it took him a high letter to consciousness. So, if crossed a year after dying, he never expected the previous owner of this body to be as liver grinding as I am. Lin Fan chuckled bitterly. In his previous life, he worked ever timid tirelessly to earn money for a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, ultimately suffering a fatal heart attack from working consecutive night shift for a week. And the previous owner of this body is also named Lin Fan. In his past life, he fought and slept till 5 hours every day to attend martial arts college, dedicating galleys to meet practicing martial arts. Unfortunately, his body couldn't take it and he died from a severe exertion. The world has crossed a vertex called Blue Planet, with a technological civilization similar to his previous own. However, it possesses 2 crucial additions: martial arts and myriad races. By years ago, this world was identical to Earth before Lin Fan's crossover. But with the resurgence of spiritual Kai, the entire world has been turned upside down. The area of Blue Planet expanded by 100-fold, with plants and animals growing ginormous and possessing various innate abilities, challenging humanity's dominance in Blue Planet. Even more terrifyingly, the spiritual Kai resurgent Blue Planet attracted the covetous glance of various races in the story. Kilometer-long starry Jusho, giant beasts, ferocious insect armies, and blade tribes armed to the teeth. The myriad races in the story unleashed blood massacring humanity in Blue Planet, and even humanity's most powerful weapon, nuclear bombs, couldn't destroy these formidable enemies. Fortunately, the path of martial arts was discovered. With martial arts, humanity gained the means to resist these powerful races. Countless human martial arts pioneers shed here heads and blood, using their lives to drive the 先锋部队, vanguard force of the myriad races of Blue Planet. Since then, Blue Planet has emerged from a 4-year dark period and shared another. After understanding the basics of this world, Lin Fan felt both excited and disappointed. He was excited about having the opportunity to become a martial arts master, tearing apart Starry Jusho, trampling on the Blade Tribe, and witnessing the wonders of this world. He was disappointed that the previous owner read the martial arts talent, making it extremely difficult to become a martial arts master. Since the resurgence of spiritual Kai, the vast majority of people awaken martial arts talent stage is, with only a handful having no such talent. Martial artists with talent soar ahead of those without a starting line, and their cultivation speed is much faster. Martial arts talents are currently divided into 3 categories as combat, support, and lifestyle. Combat talents are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among martial arts talents, the most sought after, such as controlling lightning, physical enhancement, transformation, beast summoning, etc. These individuals occupy the absolute pinnacle of the martial arts pyramid. At the same realm, martial artists with combat talents gainously overpower the without. The second type, support talents, are equally indispensable. For instance, healing talents, group frenzy, and stamina restoration. As for lifestyle talents, they neither aid in combat nor support. They are more inclined towards life production, such as agricultural mastery, culinary prowess, surgical expertise, etc. On Blue Planet, where martial arts are revered, awakening lifestyle talent might as well not have awakened on it, except for its practicality in employment. In the martial arts community, lifestyle talents occupy the bottom of the contempt chain, and at the very bottom are martial artists without martial arts talents. Martial arts talents are ranked from low to high: Z, B, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Higher level martial arts talents completely overpower lower level ones. Most martial artists with talents possess leveled level talents. Cleveland level talents are only a minority within the martial artist community. And martial artists who awaken level talents can be considered geniuses. As for the highest level, S level, and SS level talents, they are rare, with least an emerging in each province every 9 years. Regarding theorems of martial arts cultivation, they are, from low to high, martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial patriarch, martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial reverend, and martial deity, encompassing 9 major realms. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor realms, from 1st to 9th level. Even the worst martial artist without martial arts talent, at the first level, would be sports superstar in his previous life in terms of physical fitness. Although the previous owner was extremely diligent, his martial arts talent was poor, and his martial arts prowess was low to advance, currently only being gathered level martial artist. Most high school junior Sarford Horfeth level martial artists. According to previous year's cutoff scores, to enter an ordinary martial arts university, one needs to be at least 5th level martial artist. Although the previous owner lacked martial arts talent, he excelled academically and had secured a special enrollment at Scientific Research Institute of Shenzhen University, one of the top 10 martial arts universities. Since his father, whom had married Themist, sacrificed on the battlefield against alien races, the previous owner had always dreamed of succeeding his father and fighting the myriad races. Although his mother and an older sister weren't very supportive of his idea, after multiple unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, they let them decide his future. Buddy, you already have a special enrollment spot at Shenzhen University. Why are you still so stubborn? Isn't it better to become a paid scientific researcher since you have no martial arts talent? After graduation, find a pretty wife, get married and have children, and go honoringly for sure. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. In this life, he never wanted to be so liver grinding dog, and he wanted to live a relaxed, simple, and happy life. Ding, energy storage complete. The liver grinding system is activating. System activating. System activation successful. Now this air word pack being distributed. Now this air word pack distributed successfully, do I all wish to claim it? The prompt in his mind startled Lin Fan, and after the initial shock, a wave of euphoria followed. As Atome Traveler, he naturally understood what a system was, meaning he had a chance to defeat fate. Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm his emotions, choosing not to claim immediate lie but instead saying in his heart. Introduce the function and sage liver grinding system. The system's prompt began to sound. The liver grinding system can enhance the host cultivation speed. The host will always trigger critical hits while cultivating. The minimum critical hit is double, and the maximum stand host end times. 2 critical hits are equivalent to the host cultivating for twice the time. Upon hearing the function of the liver grinding system, Lin Fan's is widened. Triggering critical hits while cultivating meant that cultivating for a near was equivalent to cultivating for 2 hours, or even a very air. He wouldn't have to worry about slow cultivation speed anymore. With this system's ability, by playing Jitsi and growing steadily, becoming a martial arts master capable of tearing apart story, Jusho, was a dream. If he was extremely lucky and triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, he would take off directly. Lin Fan forced himself to calm down and asked. What is the novice air word pack contain? SS level talent, the arrival of the first emperor, with the following talent skills. Emperor step across 8 wildernesses, each step taken increase zone strength several-fold, totaling J steps, and 8 steps arena to destroy a planet. 1,000,000 warriors summon the soldiers of the Qing dynasty capital, conquering Galen Path. Lin Fan's breathing became enraged, and equalized. Does first emperor refer to Yin Zhen, the emperor Qin Shi who conquered the 6 states and built the Great Wall? Yes. The system replied. Only an SS level talent can match the title of this first emperor. Lin Fan suppressed his admiration for the first emperor in his heart. It had been decades since the country of Wind High's world heard of the emergence of an SS level talent. Martial artists with level talents, once they grow up, basically.
Chapter 2, Can Push-Ups Trigger Critical Hits? Claim Your Newbie Gift Pack. With a solemn expression, Lin Fan addressed the system. The prospect of acquiring an SSS-level talent was undeniably exhilarating, yet the prospect of possessing a talent linked to the first emperor filled him with an even greater sense of pride and accomplishment. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that the first emperor descends, becoming the nightmare of all races. The SSS-level talent, the arrival of the first emperor, began to manifest, with the system automatically concealing the awakening phenomenon. Progress, 11030. Boom, accompanied by a low rumble, it felt as though boundless power was awakening within Lin Fan. Before him stood a tall man, clad in a black robe and adorned with a towering crown, exuding a solitary presence. The robe was exquisite, as deep and profound as the night, with the crown piercing the heavens. His countenance was stern and resolute, radiating an air of confidence and dominance that seemed to look down upon the world, imbued with an infinite aura of authority and strength. Within his deep-set eyes lay hidden depths of slaughter and cruelty, only to be revealed before his foes. Behind the imposing figure of the first emperor stood a formidable army of tigers and wolves. Clad in black iron armor, wielding long spears and sharp swords, they tread upon the earth, each step reverberating as if shaking the very mountains. Within this army, every soldier resembled a steel warrior tempered in the fires of battle, their eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. A great wind, a great wind, a great wind. The sound of swords striking shields resonated alongside the soldiers' voices, echoing like rolling thunder across the heavens and the earth. Die in this fervent call. The soldiers' battle spirit blazed like a roaring flame, their gazes unwavering and sharp, filled with a fervent desire for victory. Lin Fan gazed at the first emperor in this fierce army, his heart racing with exhilaration, his eyes brimming with pride. Amidst the thunderous cries of the wind, the spectral figure of the first emperor merged into Lin Fan's being, causing the army to vanish from sight. As the SSS talent, the arrival of the first emperor, fully integrated with Lin Fan, his vitality surged dramatically, every cell in his body began to rejoice, since practicing could trigger critical hits, let me test its effects. Lin Fan stretched his body and, adhering to his usual routine, commenced his warm-up with 100 push-ups. Ding, host detected completion of 100 push-ups, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, breaking through to a level 4 warrior. The sudden alert left Lin Fan momentarily stunned, rooted in place, yet the surge of power within him compelled him to believe, are you kidding me? I've just broken through, I was merely warming up with push-ups. Can this truly be considered training? Lin Fan found it hard to fathom. After a difficult swallow, Lin Fan opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan level 4 warrior vitality, 158 spirit, 140 talent, arrival of the first emperor SSS technique. E-level 5 animals breathing method, imitative, martial arts, C-level falling river sword technique, beginner, E-level copper skin iron bone technique, beginner, E-level swift wind body technique, beginner, something feels amiss with the system. Now, let's try the effects of formal training. Lin Fan contained his excitement and began to practice the 5 animals breathing method. This method, widely promoted across the nation, although only E-level, was the sole technique Lin Fan could access to enhance his strength and bolster his physique. Higher-level D-class training methods were priced at least over 100,000, far beyond what Lin Fan's family could afford. Since his father's death in battle, the family had been surviving on his father's pension and his mother's meager earnings from work, and Lin Fan was unwilling to burden them further. The E-level copper skin iron bone technique and E-level swift wind body technique were lessons taught by his school instructors. The C-level falling river sword technique, however, was the most precious legacy left to him by his father. Lin Fan followed the movements of the 5 animals breathing method in his mind, commencing his training. Tiger lifts, tiger pounces, deer resists, deer sprints, bear moves, bear sways, monkey lifts, monkey plucks, crane stretches, crane flies. 10 movements constitute one set. The might of the tiger, the ease of the deer, the steadiness of the bear, the agility of the monkey, and the swiftness of the crane all manifested as Lin Fan executed each movement. After completing 3 sets, Lin Fan finally paused, sweat cascading from his forehead and nose like beads from a broken string. Ding, host detected completion of 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing method, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, breaking through to a level 6 warrior. Following the system's alert, Lin Fan's vitality surged even further, and his already well-defined muscles became even more pronounced. Holy cow, a 1,000-fold critical hit, instantly elevating 2 levels. I now possess the qualifications to enter an ordinary martial arts university based on my martial prowess. Excitement surged across Lin Fan's face. Onward, Lin Fan resumed his training with the 5 animals breathing method. Ding, host detected completion of 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing method, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, breaking through to the entry-level realm. Ding, host detected completion of 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing method, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, breaking through to a level 7 warrior. Ding, host detected completion of 6 sets of the 5 animals breathing method, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, breaking through to a level 9 warrior. Lin Fan trained with a fervor akin to madness in the 5 animals breathing method, his short sleeves and shorts thoroughly soaked in sweat. Clenching his fists, he threw a punch, the force generating a gust of wind, and in that moment, he felt capable of striking down a cow. Vitality 158213 Spirit 140197 Level 9 Warrior's strength was rare throughout the entire 4th middle school. The 5 animals breathing method had also ascended to the 2nd realm of entry, further accelerating his training speed. Now, I am qualified to enter one of the top 10 prestigious schools. With the martial arts entrance examination approaching in 5 days, I have ample time to enhance my strength. It is said that the top scorer not only receives rewards from their school but also from the city. To improve the lives of my family and myself, I am determined to secure the title of top scorer in this year's Qin Province martial arts entrance examination. A resolute light shone in Lin Fan's eyes. Having traversed into this world, he would live on as Lin Fan, cherishing his mother and sister as his own. Moreover, Lin Fan had always envied and yearned for the companionship of family. After a refreshing shower, Lin Fan collapsed onto his bed, only then did a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having exerted himself so diligently since arriving, it was time to rest. Lin Fan glanced at the alarm on his phone, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3 Abandoning the martial arts college entrance examination is for your own good. The following morning, as the alarm clock chimed, Lin Fan was abruptly awakened from his slumber. As a senior high school student, his biological clock had long since adapted to this hour. Ding, the system notification rang out, announcing, host has refrained from using air conditioning during summer, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Body unaffected by heat or cold. Lin Fan stifled a yawn as the system's melodious prompt echoed through the room. That even possible, the reason for avoiding the air conditioning was to save electricity. Surely, it was a matter of financial constraints at home. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the system, but he pushed open the door to find a middle-aged woman bustling about in the kitchen, none other than Zhang Lan, his mother. Zhang Lan possessed a gentle demeanor, her eyes sparkling with a soft radiance, though a few fine lines of crow's feet had begun to appear at the corners. "Xiao Fan, hurry up and wash up, then come for breakfast," Zhang Lan called out upon seeing Lin Fan. "Okay," Lin Fan replied after glancing at her, promptly heading to wash up. The dining table was set with 2 fried dough sticks, a single egg, and a bowl of soy milk. Lin Fan devoured his breakfast with fervor, while Zhang Lan sat across from him, enjoying her own meal. "Xiao Fan, the time for the martial arts college entrance examination is fast approaching. I want to ask you once more, do you still intend to participate?" Zhang Lan's voice trembled with concern. "I understand your desire to become a martial arts master, but the secret realms of the examination are exceedingly perilous. You are merely a level 3 martial artist now, even weaker than your sister. I fear for your safety in this endeavor. I have already lost your father, I cannot bear to lose you as well." As Zhang Lan spoke, tears began to stream down her face, her eyes glistening with sorrow as she gazed at Lin Fan. Just as he was about to express that his strength had indeed improved, a reproachful voice emerged from his sister Lin Yu's room. "Brother, have you made Mom upset again?" Lin Yu, clad in a pink bear-themed pajamas, stepped out with a disapproving expression directed at Lin Fan. "Don't blame your brother," Zhang Lan quickly interjected. "I would never joke with my life. I have recently made a breakthrough," Lin Fan asserted, his words deliberate and firm. "You've been stuck at level 3 for nearly a year, unable to progress, and now that the examination is approaching, you claim you've advanced? Are you trying to deceive a ghost?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes skeptically. Zhang Lan shared her disbelief. Lin Fan sighed and released a portion of his energy, a powerful aura surging forth, causing Lin Yu, a level 5 martial artist, to turn pale under the pressure. "Did you truly break through? This isn't merely the cultivation of a level 4 martial artist, is it?" Lin Yu's enchanting eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Lin Fan. Lin Fan retracted his energy, smiling enigmatically. "How can you be so arrogant with just a bit of strength? What kind of older brother are you?" Lin Yu huffed, her curiosity about Lin Fan's newfound prowess evident. Her talent for martial arts had always surpassed his, and she had relished showcasing her abilities before him during their childhood. However, as she matured, she had become more reserved, seeking to protect Lin Fan's pride. Her greatest aspiration was to become a martial arts master, ensuring a better life for their family. "It's just the strength of a level 6 martial artist," Lin Fan replied with a smirk, noting the flicker of indignation in Lin Yu's eyes. "Fortunately, the gap isn't insurmountable. With a stroke of luck, a level 6 martial artist might just gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Yu exhaled in relief, her spirits lifting. "Have a little faith in your brother, alright? My goal is to become the top scorer in the Qin Province Martial Arts College entrance examination," Lin Fan said with a light chuckle. "Just you, if you're calling yourself fat, you're also out of breath," Lin Yu scoffed. "Do you dare to bet with me? If you win, I will grant you any request, but if I win, you must wash all my socks for an entire year," Lin Fan teased. "You arrogant fool, I accept your wager, but I won't make it difficult for you. You must not compete with me for the braised pork at home," Lin Yu retorted, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had attained the strength of a level 6 martial artist, Zhang Lan felt a weight lift from her heart, smiling as she watched her children playfully bicker. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan donned his backpack and made his way to 4th High School. Striding confidently into the classroom of Class 1, he attracted attention with his handsome appearance. "Is that Lin Fan? He looks even more dashing than usual today." Gone was his usual brooding demeanor, he had transformed into a more radiant and charming version of himself. Oh, if only he didn't have a girlfriend. Several girls in the class cast fervent glances at Lin Fan. In the past, Lin Fan's lackluster martial arts talent had rendered him quite introverted, preferring to keep to himself, save for his close friend Li Hao, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, coupled with his good looks and a special admission to Shangjing University, he had always been the ideal boyfriend in the eyes of many girls. "Fan Ge, you seem different today," Li Hao, whose face was dotted with acne, approached with curiosity. "Have I grown more handsome?" "You know I wake up every morning admiring my own looks," Lin Fan replied with a light-hearted grin. Seeing Lin Fan's playful demeanor, Li Hao shot him a mock salute. "By the way, how did you fare on the national cultural exam a while back? Are you confident about passing?" "Fan Ge, even with your tutoring in cultural studies, I feel it's still a long shot. I'm likely facing a repeat year." Gaining admission to a martial arts academy requires a minimum score of 250 points on the cultural examination, out of a possible 700. Some questioned the significance of these cultural scores, but the presidents of the top 10 martial arts schools publicly defended their stance, asserting that only those with a foundational understanding of culture and knowledge of martial arts and the myriad races had the qualifications to pursue advanced studies in martial arts. Otherwise, they would be ill-equipped to contribute to the future conflicts between humanity and other races. In other words, martial arts universities had little need for mere brutes. Don't worry, with your strength, gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university this year is entirely feasible. Perhaps next year, you could even aim for one of the top 10 schools, Lin Fan reassured him. Fan Go, will you accompany me if I have to repeat next year? After all, we're pretty evenly matched. Li Hao gazed at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. In contrast to Lin Fan, who excelled in cultural studies but struggled in martial arts, Li Hao had a decent martial arts talent and had already reached level 7. Unfortunately, I cannot join you in repeating. My sights are set on the top 10 schools, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. His words elicited laughter from those around him. Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? With your level 3 martial artist status, you're at the very bottom of the senior class, yet you aspire to enter a top 10 school? Have you let cultural studies muddle your mind? The martial arts entrance examination involves battling fierce beasts. Are you hoping to serve as their dinner? Despite already possessing a special admission to Shangjing University, participating in the martial arts entrance examination seemed like a reckless gamble with his future. The classmates regarded Lin Fan with disdain, some even casting pitying glances in his direction. Fan Go, are you serious? If we encounter a secret realm during the martial arts examination, I'll take you flying. Li Hao, accustomed to the scornful gazes of others, spoke earnestly. He felt confident in making such a claim, given his commendable martial arts talent. All right, I'll be counting on you to look after me. Lin Fan felt a warm surge of gratitude, smiling gently. In this school, Li Hao was truly his only friend. Lin Fan, please don't make me worry. A sweet, melodic voice chimed from behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl clad in a sky-blue floral dress approaching, gazing at him with tenderness. The girl was none other than his girlfriend, Shen Balian, whose beauty radiated warmth and charm, making her the epitome of a school beauty. From his memories, Lin Fan recalled that shortly after the start of their senior year, he had collided with Shen Balian around a corner, and they had since developed a mutual affection. To be precise, Lin Fan was drawn to Shen Balian, who often bestowed small tokens of affection upon him, such as holding hands or sharing kisses. The relationship appeared sweet and idyllic to outsiders, yet Shen Balian frequently urged him to abandon the martial arts entrance examination, attempting to steer him towards a more conventional career as a distinguished researcher. Lin Fan was no longer as naive as he once was, having encountered numerous duplicitous individuals. He understood Shen Balian's ulterior motives. The remuneration of a researcher far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist, and having such a lucrative catch would mitigate her risks of failing to secure a wealthy partner in college. You needn't worry about me. I have my own plans, Lin Fan replied coolly. Please don't be upset, I only want what's best for you. I just don't want you to get hurt. Shen Balian's voice held an edge of indignation, but she quickly softened, pulling Lin Fan's arm affectionately. Meanwhile, several infatuated admirers in the class glared at Lin Fan with a mix of fury and envy, wishing they could take his place. Chapter 4. With a single hand, I can crush Lin Fan. Stay away from me, your very presence disgusts me. Lin Fan forcefully shook off the insincere grasp of Shen Balian beside him. His predecessor had been submissive to Shen Balian, but that was a matter of the past. He, however, was a rational individual, and given his qualifications, there was no shortage of suitable companions. Entangling himself with such a person was unnecessary. Lin Fan, how dare you treat me this way? I am doing this for your own good. Shen Balian's delicate face contorted in disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, instead rising alongside Li Hao to head towards the training ground. As the martial arts college entrance examination approached, most third-year students spent their days training there, and he certainly wouldn't slack off. Lin Fan, stop right there, you must apologize to me, or I will break up with you. Shen Balian shouted sharply at Lin Fan's retreating figure. I agree to the breakup. But make no mistake, it is I who is ending things with you. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Shen Balian's expression darkened instantly. In just one night, Lin Fan had transformed into someone entirely beyond her control. Indeed, she held no genuine feelings for Lin Fan. He was merely a fish in her pond, yet now this fish dared to leap from the pond into the vast ocean. Lin Fan, you are the first to dare dismiss me. I shall make you pay for this. Shen Balian seethed inwardly, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall violently, as if her clothes would burst from the strain. Should I help you teach Lin Fan a lesson? What does he think he is, speaking to you like that, a mere third-level martial artist? I'll make him understand the cost of disrespecting you. Exactly, I could crush him with a single hand. Several sycophants from the class gathered around, eager to ingratiate themselves. Lin Fan has gone too far. I have never been spoken to so disrespectfully before. Shen Balian gazed at the sycophants with a hint of delight, though beneath it lay a trace of disdain. Leave this matter to us. Today we will each challenge Lin Fan to a duel in the martial arts arena and thoroughly teach him a lesson for you. A blonde-haired boy declared. Thank you so much, you are all so kind to me, Shen Balian smiled, her gratitude evident. Upon seeing her smile, the sycophants became animated with excitement. Let us discuss how to humiliate Lin Fan in the arena, just wait and see after morning practice, the sycophants said confidently. At the training ground, the sun shone brightly, the sky clear and cloudless. After a brief warm-up, Lin Fan and Li Hao began their 10-kilometer run. They circled the track, running laps. Ding, detection host has completed a 10-kilometer run, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Gale body technique has reached breakthrough mastery. Upon completing the run, the melodious system notification rang in Lin Fan's ears, lifting his spirits to match the clear sky. Is this the power of the burst system? His movement technique had directly advanced from minor achievement to mastery. A smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. If the purpose of martial arts is to enhance a warrior's foundation, then the essence of martial techniques lies in enriching their offensive and defensive capabilities. The training stages of each martial technique, from basic to advanced, are categorized as entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, mastery, and transcendence. Each leap and stage requires considerable time, yet Lin Fan had transcended 2 stages of the Gale body technique in less than half an hour, a feat difficult for ordinary individuals to comprehend. After leaving the track, Lin Fan and Li Hao found a corner of the training ground and began their practice. Today, they would first perform 10 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, followed by an hour of the falling river sword technique. Although the system alleviated the need for relentless effort compared to his predecessor, he still could not afford to be complacent. Lin Fan meticulously executed the movements of the 5 animals breathing technique. Previously, he had consciously mimicked the forms of the 5 animals. Now, each move flowed with greater naturalness. When he performed the tiger lift and tiger pounce, he resembled a fierce tiger, exuding an aura of strength. The bear strength and bear sway enveloped him in a sense of weightiness. And executing the crane stretch and crane's flight, he seemed to transform into a white crane soaring high in the heavens. Ding! Detection host has completed 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering 35-fold critical hit. Ding! Detection host has completed 4 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering 7-fold critical hit. Ding! Detection host has completed 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering 200-fold critical hit. 5 animals breathing technique has broken through to the spirit manifestation stage. Soaked in sweat, Lin Fan rejoiced at the breakthrough of the 5 animals breathing technique. As a nationally promoted breathing method, it consists of 3 levels: mimicry, entry, and spirit manifestation. The mimicry stage involves imitating the movements of 5 animals, achievable by most. The entry stage incorporates the essence of the 5 animals into each movement, with fewer than 30 warriors nationwide having broken through to this level last year. The highest level, spirit manifestation, manifests ethereal images of the 5 animals behind the practitioner during execution, significantly enhancing training speed. Only 5 warriors reached this level last year, highlighting its formidable difficulty. After a sip of water, Lin Fan borrowed an alloy longsword from the weapon room. He extended the sword at an angle and began to wield it. In an instant, the blade's light danced like a swirling dragon, stirring up gusts of wind across the training area. Students nearby, witnessing such a fierce swordplay, instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the fray. Many girls gazed with admiration at the tall, formidable figure. Falling river. Lin Fan took a deep breath and thrust the sword forward. The air rippled like water, vapor instantly enveloping the area, revealing a long river cascading from the sky, roaring as it surged forward. However, the phenomenon quickly vanished, as he still could not fully unleash this technique. Gasping for breath, Lin Fan realized that even though he had just begun learning the falling river sword technique, executing its most powerful move was still quite taxing. Continue. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and resumed practicing the falling river sword technique. Ding! Detection host has practiced the falling river sword technique for 1 hour, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Falling river sword technique has broken through to minor achievement. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with joy, and his fatigue dissipated in an instant. I wonder if I can execute the falling river now. Lin Fan adjusted his stance and thrust the sword forward. A long river cascaded from above, thundering downwards. Bang! The river struck the viewing platform 10 meters away, creating a massive hole in the thick material, shattering it into pieces. Impressive power, but alas, I will have to pay for that. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing the commotion, students gathered around, their faces a mix of shock and awe at the spectacle before them. The viewing platforms surrounding the training ground were constructed from highly durable materials, and few students had ever managed to shatter them. Wait, did I just see that right? That's Lin Fan. Could it be that he was the one who shattered the platform? One boy from Lin Fan's class exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? I thought the academic prodigy excelled only in academics while being lackluster in martial prowess? Could it be he has been hiding his true strength all along? I was just nearby. I witnessed him thrust the sword, and the platform exploded 10 meters away. Lin Fan raised the alloy longsword and walked towards the exit of the training ground, wishing to avoid being the center of attention. After all, the school could verify through surveillance that he had damaged the platform, and compensation was inevitable. As Lin Fan stepped outside the training ground, he was surrounded by Shinbali and 7 sycophants, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. Lin Fan, how dare you insult my goddess today? I shall challenge you to a duel on her behalf. If you are a man, step into the martial arts arena for a match, said a boy with a pockmarked face, holding his head high like a proud rooster. I, too, will challenge you to a duel, the others clamored, casting envious glances at the pockmarked boy for being the first to step forward against Lin Fan in front of the goddess. Are you all out of your minds? Just because you want to challenge me, does that mean I must accept? Don't block my way. Lin Fan pushed aside the boy in front of him with a single hand. Lin Fan, your sister Lin Yu is also at the 4th high school, right? If you refuse our challenge, something unfortunate might befall her once she leaves the school gates, a tall, gaunt boy said ominously. You are courting death. Lin Fan emanated an intimidating aura. These individuals were much stronger than Lin Yu, and they could very well pose a threat to her outside the school. The 7 were momentarily intimidated by the aura radiating from Lin Fan, but they quickly regained their composure, realizing that his reputation as a third-level martial artist was widely known. Since you all insist on challenging me, I accept. Lin Fan enunciated each word clearly, regarding them as if they were mere flies. Wonderful. I've already booked the martial arts arena for 2 o'clock this afternoon. There, you will learn the cost of insulting my goddess, a burly boy boasted. After delivering their threats, the others departed from the training ground. Chapter 5 of the One-Sided Public Opinion. Lin Fan's inevitable defeat. Upon learning that Lin Fan had accepted the martial arts challenge, Shinbalian sought to ensure that a larger audience witnessed Lin Fan's humiliation. She instructed her sycophants to widely disseminate this news throughout the school. In an instant, under the illustrious name of the academic prodigy Lin Fan, the entire faculty and student body were abuzz with this announcement. Within the principal's office, the anxious homeroom teacher of Class 3, Xiao Wenlong, stood uneasily, while the rotund principal Li Jianmin bore a grim expression. Xiao Wenlong, are you merely collecting a paycheck as a homeroom teacher? Lin Fan is a special admission student at Jing University. His successful advancement is crucial to our school's reputation. If Lin Fan sustains even the slightest injury, forget about your promotion next month. Principal Li Jianmin's demeanor radiated fury. He was acutely aware that if this year, the school secured more than 5 spots in the top 10 prestigious universities, he had a substantial chance of being promoted to a higher position. His concern was not for Lin Fan's well-being on the martial arts stage but rather for his own future. Xiao Wenlong quickly acquiesced, internally cursing those who had dared to challenge Lin Fan to a duel. In the cafeteria, Lin Fan savored his meal of 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish. Across from him, Li Hao had lost all appetite, mechanically pushing food into his mouth. Fangu, what are you thinking? Your strength as a third-tier martial artist is no match for any of them. You should forego the challenge this afternoon. Your health is far more important than your pride. Li Hao could not restrain himself from voicing his concerns. Rest assured, I am confident. I have recently experienced a breakthrough in my abilities, Lin Fan replied, his words somewhat garbled as he chewed. Once I am on the martial arts stage, it would not be dishonorable to concede early. Li Hao dismissed Lin Fan's claim of a breakthrough, recognizing that a third-tier martial artist merely elevates to a 4th tier, while the challengers were predominantly 5th and 6th-tier martial artists. Students in the cafeteria congregated in small groups, uniformly expressing their belief that Lin Fan would undoubtedly face defeat, as his poor martial arts prowess was known throughout the school. The martial arts stage at 2 o'clock that afternoon was bathed in scorching sunlight. The usually sparse audience area was now filled to capacity, with some seats accommodating 2 individuals. As the impending martial arts examination loomed for the third-year students, many felt an immense burden of pressure. This martial arts challenge provided an opportunity for spectators to witness the academic genius Lin Fan's downfall, a momentary relief from their own stress. Numerous first- and second-year students even skipped classes to observe this starkly mismatched duel. I cannot fathom why the academic genius would accept such a challenge. His third-tier martial artist strength cannot even best a first-year like myself. If I were in his position, I would never entertain such a challenge. It is sheer folly. A person like him should stick to the scientific route, lest he become a mere pawn on the battlefield against alien races. I bet within a minute, the academic genius will be reduced to a pitiful state. I hope he doesn't get beaten too badly. It would pain me to see that handsome face of his marred. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Excitement painted the faces of the students, who engaged in animated discussions with their peers. My brother will undoubtedly triumph, just wait and see. A melodious and sweet voice rang out from the stands. Lin Fan's sister, Lin Yu. Typically obedient and rule-abiding, Lin Yu had skipped class out of concern for her brother. Impossible, your brother is a talentless waste with no martial arts aptitude, he cannot possibly win, scoffed a burly girl, Wu Xiuxiu, who weighed over 200 pounds and was a classmate of Lin Yu. You fat cow, just watch. My brother will win. Lin Yu retorted without hesitation, though deep down, even she harbored doubts, especially considering that Lin Fan's opponents included 6th-tier martial artists. Who are you calling a fat cow? Wu Xiuxiu's face reddened with fury, and she charged at Lin Yu, intent on confrontation. However, this only stirred the protective instincts of a group of boys nearby. All eyes turned towards Wu Xiuxiu, some even physically blocking her path. In an instant, the boys transformed into Lin Yu's guardians, rallying around the lithe and lovely girl against the hefty figure of Wu Xiuxiu. I firmly believe the academic genius will emerge victorious, not for any other reason, but simply because he is your brother, said one boy, while another echoed, I too believe in the academic genius. The collective support from the boys around Lin Yu brightened her expression. More remarkably, the head of the third-year guidance department, Wang Wenpeng, had also come to the arena, sitting quietly beside the stage with an air of disinterest. His presence was mandated by the principal, who had issued strict orders to ensure Lin Fan's safety. Shen Balian and her sycophants stood alongside the martial arts stage, reveling in the lively atmosphere. The opportunity to showcase their prowess in front of so many peers was rare, and the prospect of humiliating Lin Fan thrilled them further. Once Lin Fan takes the stage, witness how I will use the 36 styles of mountain splitting to leave him battered and bruised, boasted a boy with a pockmarked face. I can hardly wait to see you shine. Shen Balian giggled in delight. The other 6 boasted of their formidable martial arts skills, claiming they would make Lin Fan weep for mercy. The academic genius is here. A gasp rippled through the crowd. As all eyes turned, Lin Fan and Li Hao parted the throng, steadily making their way to the martial arts stage. Shen Balian regarded Lin Fan with a frosty gaze, expecting at least a glance in her direction. However, Lin Fan maintained his focus, ascending the martial arts stage unarmed. Let us commence without delay, do not squander my time. Lin Fan coldly addressed the pockmarked boy below. If you wish to be beaten, I shall oblige. The boy's expression darkened as he swiftly ascended the stage. The academic genius is far too arrogant. He is surely going to be turned into a punchline. You underestimate others' resolve. Were I provoked in such a manner, I would leave him half dead, another student remarked. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch as the two contenders prepared for battle. Just as the referee was about to declare the match underway, a voice rang out from the crowd. Zhou Qiang, we are classmates, heed your teacher's words and refrain from excessive force. Xiao Wenlong, their homeroom teacher, shouted desperately. Seeing Zhou Qiang remain unfazed, Xiao Wenlong was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, yet he felt utterly powerless. Previously, he had spoken with those who challenged Lin Fan, but to no avail. These soon-to-graduate students disregarded him, their homeroom teacher. Moreover, in martial arts challenges, unless one party concedes, third-party interference is strictly prohibited. Given Lin Fan's fiercely competitive nature, it was unlikely he would willingly concede. Chapter 6 The whole school is abuzz. Lin Fan, I must admit, I have a certain admiration for you. Even when facing imminent danger, you maintain an air of composure. Zhou Qiang, bearing a faint smirk, directed his gaze towards Lin Fan. As a 6th-level martial artist, he had never regarded Lin Fan as a worthy opponent. Enough of your nonsense, I shall make you aware of the consequences of threatening me. A cruel smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips. The martial arts challenge officially commences. After confirming that both participants were prepared, the referee bellowed into the microphone. Upon the referee's declaration, Zhou Qiang's expression shifted dramatically as Lin Fan inexplicably vanished from his sight. A mere second later, Zhou Chang's pupils constricted in horror as he beheld a fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards his face with alarming speed. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhou Qiang was sent sprawling by the force of the blow, colliding violently with a stone pillar outside the ring. The impact left a human-shaped crack in the pillar, and Zhou Qiang, his eyes glazing over, succumbed to unconsciousness, several bones shattered. It seemed his aspirations for the martial arts examination were now dashed. Meanwhile, a tall figure radiated a fierce aura on the stage. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Goodness, the academic prodigy has triumphed. I didn't even see how he struck. Is the academic prodigy truly this formidable? It turned out the academic prodigy possessed such strength that a 6th-level martial artist fell in a single move. Seeing Lin Fan's swift victory, Lin Yu's tense expression softened with relief. No wonder he's my brother, he's quite impressive. The collective gasps of admiration from the spectators filled her with pride. Wu Xiuxiu, who had previously mocked Lin Fan as a waste, was now drenched in sweat, exclaiming in disbelief. Fatty, did you see that? This is my brother's true strength. Lin Yu shouted at Wu Xiuxiu, her spirit soaring. Director Wang Wenping's brow glistened with beads of perspiration, struggling to grasp the reality before him. I actually witnessed an afterimage. This must be the mastery level of the Gale body technique. Few teachers at this school can achieve such feats. Who was it that labeled Lin Fan as a martial arts failure? Are their eyes affixed to their backsides? Observing the referee frozen in astonishment, Lin Fan calmly asserted, "It's time to announce the results." In this martial arts challenge, Lin Fan emerges victorious. After the referee declared the outcome, the arena erupted into thunderous applause, with many young women boldly proclaiming their affection for Lin Fan. This is impossible. Lin Fan is merely a waste. Shen Balian stood rooted in disbelief, mumbling incoherently. He must have resorted to some underhanded trick, otherwise, Zhou Qian could not have possibly lost. The tall, lanky youth uttered, though his words seemed more a self-soothing mantra than a conviction. Yes, indeed. As long as we remain vigilant, Lin Fan cannot possibly be our match. Shen Balian's sycophants rallied themselves with false encouragement. All 6 of you, come with me together, I still have training to attend to this afternoon. Lin Fan declared from the stage, his voice resonating with confidence. You said it. The sycophants of Shen Balian, elated by Lin Fan's challenge, rushed onto the stage, eager to engage, fearful that he might retract his words. How arrogant! 1 against 6, does he believe himself an 8th-level martial artist? His opponents include 4 5th-level martial artists and 2 6th-level martial artists. How charming, I really like him, even if he loses, I admire the academic prodigy. The audience buzzed with chatter, and even Lin Yu found herself unable to suppress her discontent with Lin Fan's seemingly reckless bravado. With the strength of a 6th-level martial artist, coupled with the mastery-level Gale body technique, these 6 students were hardly his equals. Director Wang Wenping stood motionless, fixated on the formidable figure on the stage, berating Lin Fan's previous instructors in his mind. These individuals are leading students astray, entirely oblivious to Lin Fan's martial arts potential. The second round of the martial arts challenge commences now. Upon the referee's command, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the stage, unequivocally showcasing Lin Fan's prowess as a 9th-level martial artist. The cold smirks on the faces of the 6 sycophants faltered as a hint of fear began to take root in their hearts under Lin Fan's overwhelming aura. Lin Fan surged forward, leaving 3 afterimages in his wake. A fierce gale rushed towards the sycophants, and his fists, akin to raindrops, rained down upon them, sending all 6 flying in an instant. Too swift, the 6 could barely muster a defense or counterattack before being knocked unconscious and ejected from the stage, several ribs fractured. The audience could only perceive 3 fleeting shadows before the 6 were launched like cannonballs, leaving them momentarily stunned, mouths agape. What just transpired? How did the academic prodigy's opponents get sent flying in an instant? The academic prodigy's strength is unparalleled. Even as a 7th-level martial artist, I felt suppressed under his aura. He must possess the strength of at least an 8th-level martial artist. Who was the first to spread the rumor that the academic prodigy was a martial arts failure? Step forward, and I promise not to end your life. The academic prodigy is invincible. Lin Fan is incredible. The crowd collectively stood, cheering for Lin Fan. Lin Yu beamed with pride, basking in the awe-filled gazes of those around her, all directed toward her brother, Lin Fan. Lin Fan won? How could he possibly win? He is a martial arts failure. Shen Balian collapsed to the ground, hysterically exclaiming. The surrounding crowd regarded her with disdain, some even casting pitying glances in her direction. An 18-year-old 9th-level martial artist, with mastery-level Gale body technique. This is undoubtedly the hallmark of a top martial arts institution. Xiao Wenlong and others had squandered a remarkable talent, capable of entering the top 10 martial arts schools through the examination. The special admission for liberal arts was of no consequence. I must inform the principal about this matter, ensuring that these individuals who mislead students receive their due punishment. It is truly a pity for Lin Fan. Director Wang Wenpeng, in a moment of distraction, nearly pulled off his own wig in frustration. "I declare Lin Fan the victor!" the referee shouted at the top of his lungs. The atmosphere surged with excitement as Lin Fan's figure glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Lin Fan descended from the stage, and several bold young women rushed down from the stands, eager to approach him. "Academic prodigy, I heard you broke up with your girlfriend." "What about me?" "Academic prodigy, I've never been in a relationship, do you think I fit your type?" The girls, each unique in their allure, either boldly or subtly expressed their affections for Lin Fan. At that moment, even Lin Fan, with his mastery-level Gale body technique, found himself unable to escape the throng of admirers, some wrapping their arms around him, rendering him unable to break free, forcing him into a state of painful yet joyous acceptance. "Lin Fan, you scoundrel who prioritizes romance over friendship, you can't handle this situation. Let me take over." Watching Lin Fan ensconced in a sea of affection, Li Hao's eyes burned with envy. Ahem, ahem. Director Wang Wenpeng approached. Upon seeing the formidable director, the girls reluctantly released Lin Fan, though his face remained adorned with vivid lipstick marks. "Lin Fan, the school has wronged you, neglecting such a promising talent. You could have become even stronger before the martial arts examination." Wang Wenpeng remarked, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Lin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. This was indeed not the school's fault, yet he was uncertain how to articulate it. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade the principal. The school will cover your weapons and armor for the martial arts examination." Wang Wenpeng, mindful of Lin Fan's family circumstances, sought to alleviate some burdens before the examination. "Thank you, Director." Lin Fan replied politely. "Had we discovered your martial arts talent sooner, you might have already attained the status of a martial master." Wang Wenpeng gazed at Lin Fan with profound regret. Having fought on the otherworldly battlefield in his youth, he returned to teaching after sustaining irreparable injuries. His greatest joy in life was witnessing his students grow stronger and become the backbone of their nation. After bidding farewell to Wang Wenpeng, Lin Fan and Li Hao returned to the training grounds to commence their afternoon regimen. Chapter 7 of the Fish Scale Sword. On a sun-drenched afternoon in June, the training grounds buzzed with energy. Families of considerable means often reserved training spaces for their children at martial arts academies, which offered superior facilities and specialized coaching. Undeterred by the scorching sun, Lin Fan was resolute in his determination to enhance his abilities before the martial arts entrance examination. "I must break through to the martial master realm before the exam. Otherwise, I won't even qualify to compete for the top spot," he thought. A look of determination etched across his face as he diligently practiced the 5 animals breathing technique, the falling river sword technique, and the Gale body technique. As Lin Fan executed the 5 animals breathing technique, the ethereal forms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and crane shifted behind him, mirroring his every movement. Brother Fan has already mastered the 5 animals breathing technique to the level of spiritual manifestation, and he still works so hard. "I must also train earnestly," Li Hao reflected. Despite his poor academic performance this year, he vowed to strive next year to gain admission to the same university as Lin Fan. The spectral figures of the 5 spirits behind Lin Fan deeply motivated Li Hao, prompting him to intensify his training. Ding! Host has completed 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering a 50-fold critical hit. Ding! Host has completed 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering a 139-fold critical hit. Ding! Host has completed 3 sets of the 5 animals breathing technique, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. Ding! Host has practiced the falling river sword technique for 1 hour, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. After leaving the martial arts arena, Director Wang Wenpeng hurried to the principal's office. Upon entering, he found Principal Li Jianmin savoring a cup of tea. "Lin Fan isn't injured, is he?" Li Jianmin inquired anxiously. The special admission slot for Beijing University was crucial for his promotion, and he held it in the highest regard. "No, but I've discovered something extraordinary," Wang replied. "Lin Fan is actually a 9th-level martial artist, and his Gale body technique has reached a level of mastery." Upon hearing this, Li Jianmin, mid-sip, sputtered tea everywhere, choking violently. "What did you just say?" "Lin Fan is a 9th-level martial artist," he reiterated in disbelief. "Indeed, I was right beside the martial arts arena, and the blood pressure he exuded was unmistakably that of a 9th-level martial artist," Wang Wenpeng said, his expression grim. The tea that had sprayed onto his expensive wig was a bitter loss. A 9th-level martial artist, only the top 30 students in the senior class possess such prowess. Coupled with his mastery of the Gale body technique, as long as he doesn't encounter an exceedingly formidable beast during the exam, he stands a significant chance of being admitted to one of the top 10 martial schools. Li Jianmin's face lit up with joy. Principal, you are aware of Lin Fan's family circumstances. I would like to request funding for him to purchase weaponry, armor, and supplies before the examination. What do you think? Wang Wenpeng suggested, seeing the principal in good spirits. How much do you need? 60,000. Li Jianmin grimaced slightly but ultimately nodded in agreement. Compared to my promotion, spending 60,000 is a small price to pay. After receiving the principal's consent, a sense of relief washed over Wang Wenpeng. At 6 o'clock that evening, Lin Fan returned home after a 10-minute walk. Upon entering, he was astonished to find Lin Yu already seated on the sofa, while Zhang Lan was bustling about in the kitchen as usual. As a second-year student, Lin Yu typically had evening self-study sessions and generally dined at school. Today, for reasons unknown, she had returned home early. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. You're the one who is unwell. As your sister, can't you wish me well for once? Lin Yu's mood shifted dramatically from bright to gloomy at Lin Fan's words. Scratching his head, Lin Fan was at a loss for how he had upset her again. By the way, you lied to me about only being a 6th-level martial artist. I witnessed today's martial arts challenge. You sent several 6th-level martial artists flying simultaneously. You must be at least a 7th-level martial artist. How could you deceive your own sister like that? Lin Yu pouted in complaint. I was just worried you wouldn't believe me. Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. That's not acceptable. You've wounded my tender heart, and you must compensate me. Today's braised pork is mine alone. You can't have a single bite. Lin Yu declared mischievously. Fine, it's all yours, Lin Fan said, a smile creeping onto his face. Having a sister felt quite nice in this life. Moments later, Zhang Lan brought out a fragrant dish of braised pork along with a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Xiao Fan, come help your mother serve the soup. Zhang Lan's voice called from the kitchen. Why is today's meal so lavish? Lin Fan pondered curiously. A meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup were typically reserved for festive occasions in their household. Entering the kitchen, Lin Fan brought out the beef soup. Eat it while it's hot. Zhang Lan urged, dishing out rice for both Lin Fan and Lin Yu. Obediently, Lin Fan took some shredded potatoes, refraining from touching the braised pork, which brought a satisfied smile to Lin Yu's face. Watching her brother eat vegetables while she indulged in meat made the meal taste even better than usual. Xiao Fan, you should eat some meat too. Your training consumes a lot of energy, and you won't recover properly without it. Don't listen to your sister, there is plenty of braised pork left in the pot. Zhang Lan shot a warning glance at Lin Yu. Mom, why is today so extravagant? Pork prices haven't dropped recently, have they? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. This is to celebrate your victory in the martial arts challenge. I received a call from your sister while at work today, and she informed me about your success. I mentioned it to my boss, who kindly allowed me to leave early to buy ingredients and prepare dinner. I'm so happy for you. Zhang Lan replied with a smile. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Yu, who was engrossed in her meal, and suddenly understood. Since Lin Yu attended the same school, the news of his victory in the martial arts challenge couldn't be kept a secret from her, nor had he intended to hide it from his family. Winning a martial arts challenge is no big deal. Once I secure the top spot in the provincial entrance examination, the various rewards will be enough to improve our living conditions, allowing my family to live a less arduous life. Soon, Mom, you need to work every day, and Xiao Yu can train at the academy every weekend. Lin Fan declared with a smile, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Enough boasting. The top scorer, just getting into one of the top 10 universities would be a stroke of luck for you, but since you're considering letting me train at the academy, I'll allow you to have some of the braised pork. Lin Yu retorted, her eyes softening as she gazed at her brother, yet unable to resist bantering with him. Mom believes in you, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just getting into a martial arts university would be enough. Zhang Lan encouraged, adding several pieces of braised pork to Lin Fan's bowl. Lin Fan nodded and quietly resumed his meal. After a whirlwind of eating at the table, he reclined contentedly on the sofa. Lin Yu, understanding, began to tidy up the dishes. Are you still going to evening self-study today? You'll be in senior year soon. You can't afford to slack off. Lin Fan asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at Lin Yu. I took a leave of absence for tonight's self-study. I usually go to ask teachers about any recent training issues, but I haven't encountered many problems lately, and I've been able to resolve them myself, Lin Yu replied while wiping the table. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Yu's martial arts performance had always been commendable, so missing 2 evening study sessions wouldn't have a significant impact. Switching on the television, Lin Fan lay back on the sofa and began to watch the day's news. Martial King Foam Tao has slain a Zerg Queen on the alien battlefield after 13 days of combat. After a decade, Korea has produced another S-grade talent in martial arts, whose awakening type is combat. They have been specially recruited by Dongming University to Inc City, G Province. Nearly 1,000 Rock Demon clan members emerged from a spatial rift yesterday, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of citizens. The military has since suppressed the threat. As he absorbed these news headlines, a weight settled heavily in Lin Fan's heart. Humanity remained at a disadvantage in the ongoing battle against myriad races. The current peace was but a fleeting moment, and large-scale invasions could erupt at any time. Lost in thought, Lin Yu placed a long, rectangular box in front of him. Xiao Fan, this is a first-tier energy weapon, the fish scale sword, that Mom bought for you a couple of days ago. I know you want to participate in the martial arts entrance examination, and I couldn't dissuade you. Having a first-tier energy weapon means you won't have to worry about your weapon being damaged on the examination grounds, which puts my mind at ease. Open it and take a look. Zhang Lan smiled. Lin Fan cast a complex glance at Zhang Lan, while Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, clearly already aware of the sword's existence. Martial artists train to continually enhance the energy within them, and energy weapons can withstand a martial artist's energy, significantly reducing the loss caused by energy flow within the weapon. Besides consolidating a martial artist's energy and delivering powerful attacks, energy weapons also possess exceptional sharpness. A powerful energy weapon could obliterate an island in mere seconds. Energy weapons are classified from 1st tier to 9th tier based on their rarity and power. Although the fish scale sword is merely a first-tier energy weapon, its price exceeds 20,000. For a family where only Zhang Lan earns money, that sum is indeed considerable. Lin Fan reminded himself that he must secure the top score in the entrance examination. It was the only way to change his family's living conditions and alleviate their burdens. Opening the box, he found a 1-meter-long short sword resting inside. As he grasped the fish scale sword and unsheathed it, Lin Fan finally beheld its true form. The blade shimmered in shades of blue, its edge gleaming coldly, while the hilt was adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns. Injecting energy into the sword, it instantly radiated a ghostly blue glow. With this sword in hand, the power of the Falling River sword technique would be enhanced by at least 20%. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming martial arts entrance examination. Chapter 8, The Second-Level Martial Artist. The martial arts examination approaches. In preparation for the impending martial arts examination, Lin Fan devoted a considerable amount of time each day to rigorous training. On the eve of the martial arts college entrance exam, at the training ground of No. 4 High School, the system's alert sounded. Ding, detected that the host has completed 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Ding, detected that the host has completed 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 49-fold critical hit. Ding, detected that the host has completed 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, breaking through to the second-level martial artist. As the system's prompt reverberated, a glimmer of joy illuminated Lin Fan's face. A powerful force erupted from his limbs and entire body, and the surging vitality overwhelmed the surrounding students, causing them to collapse one by one. He had finally ascended to the rank of a second-level martial artist. The E-grade 5-animal breathing technique was still too low in rank. Despite triggering so many critical hits, he had only just reached the second-level martial artist status. Upon entering university, he must urgently seek a more advanced technique, otherwise, his training speed would be agonizingly slow. Lin Fan took a deep breath, reining in the explosive vitality within him. As the oppressive aura emanating from him dissipated, the surrounding students gradually regained their composure and slowly rose from the ground. They swallowed hard in unison, gazing at Lin Fan with a blend of awe and reverence. The academic prodigy had grown stronger once again. Merely his presence had rendered them immobile. He likely possessed the strength of an 8th-level martial artist, handsome, academically gifted, and immensely powerful. How could anyone not be enamored with him? Truly, he was the epitome of a scholarly deity. Even his mere aura was enough to bring them to their knees. The prowess of the entire academic elite of No. 4 High School could probably rank among the top 50. Lin Fan paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Ever since he showcased his strength in the martial arts challenge, he had become the focal point wherever he went. After practicing the Falling River sword technique and the Gale body technique a few more times, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He opened the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level: Second-level martial artist. Vitality of 536. Mentality of 429. Talent: Emperor Qin's Descent. SSS technique: E-grade 5 animal breathing technique. Spirit manifestation. Martial arts: C-grade Falling River sword technique. Major accomplishment: E-grade Copper Skin Iron Bone technique. Beginner: E-grade Gale body technique. Perfection: restricted by his technique. He likely would not achieve much more progress. It was best to return home and rest, allowing his mindset to recalibrate. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Fan slowly departed from the training ground. Time flew by, and soon the day of the martial arts college entrance examination had arrived. In City C, where Lin Fan resided, there were a total of 15 high schools, with nearly 30,000 students in the senior year. To transport these examinees to the testing site, the city deployed numerous buses. These buses were neatly parked at the entrances of each school, organized by different classes. Students arriving simply needed to board the appropriate bus to be taken to the examination venue. Meng Meng, for this martial arts examination, your father does not expect you to achieve exceptional scores. Just focus on keeping yourself safe. Dad, I understand. Don't feel too pressured. With your abilities, you'll be just fine. Many students were accompanied by their parents, while others were on their own. Xiao Fan, just do your best during the exam. The most important thing is to stay safe, Zhang Lan advised, holding Lin Fan's hand. Brother, be sure to stay safe. I'll be waiting for your good results. Lin Yu, usually quite mischievous, spoke softly before Lin Fan. Rest assured. Lin Fan smiled at them, waving as he boarded the bus for Class 1 of the senior year. Is that Lin Fan? I didn't expect him to look even more handsome in battle gear. His aura had taken on a strikingly cool demeanor. Today, he was exceptionally dashing. Oh my, so handsome. Upon seeing Lin Fan board, Li Hao waved at him, and Lin Fan took a seat beside him. After a brief wait, everyone in the class had arrived. Their homeroom teacher, Xiao Wenlong, announced, Class 1 is all present, let us depart. The bus carrying the students set off towards the secret realm that housed the examination site. The atmosphere on the bus was markedly subdued compared to their usual lively banter. After more than 2 hours, the students arrived at the examination site. The bus pulled into an open area, and the students disembarked one after another. Surrounding the open space, soldiers stood vigilant every 3 meters, armed and poised. Their gazes were hawk-like, instilling a sense of trepidation. The ironclad aura they emanated left no doubt that anyone daring to breach the ranks would meet an untimely demise. At the end of the soldiers' formation stood shimmering entrances to the secret realms. Each entrance corresponded to different starting positions, ensuring fairness in the examination and preventing any candidates from leveraging familial influence to form alliances and slay the beasts within for high scores. Adjacent to the entrances was a podium. At the center sat the chief examiner of this testing site, Zhao Tongwei, the director of the City C Education Bureau. Flanking him were Deputy Director Chen Yifan and several high-ranking officials from the bureau, while the 15 high school principals occupied seats behind the podium. Once all examinees gathered, Zhao Tongwei's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. I am Zhao Tongwei, the chief examiner for this martial arts college entrance examination in City C. I will now reiterate some important points. This martial arts examination will commence at 10 in the morning and conclude at 7 in the evening, lasting for 9 hours. The examination site is the secret realm before you, which is divided into peripheral, central, and core areas. There are multiple entrances to the secret realm. Those entering from different entrances will access different peripheral areas, but all will ultimately lead to the core area. The strength of the beasts varies across different regions, with corresponding points awarded for their defeat. The peripheral area primarily contains first-tier low-level beasts, with a few mid-level ones. The central area predominantly features mid-level first-tier beasts, and there may also be encounters with upper-level first-tier beasts. The core area is fraught with upper-level first-tier beasts, and even second-tier low and mid-level beasts. All participants must act within their capabilities. Should you encounter danger, immediately press the alarm button on your smartwatch, and the spirit of the secret realm will transport you out. Zhao Tongwei declared solemnly. The strength of the beasts ranges from 1st to 9th tier, with each tier classified into low, mid, and upper levels. Yet, a first-tier low-level beast is sufficient to challenge a third-level martial artist, while a mid-level first-tier beast can confront a 6th-level martial artist, and an upper-level first-tier beast corresponds to a 9th-level martial artist. A second-tier mid-level beast signifies the prowess of a 6th-level martial artist. The core area is indeed fraught with peril. Lin Fan reminded himself that his current strength should suffice against second-tier low-level beasts, but for mid-level ones, he would have to rely on the falling river sword technique to deliver a lethal blow. He continually cautioned himself to exercise caution within the secret realm, ensuring he did not stumble at a critical moment. Now, we will begin distributing the necessary resources. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Tongwei signaled hundreds of soldiers to bring out boxes. Under the soldiers' direction, each participant received 2 energy bars, a smartwatch, and a tactical backpack. The energy bars would sustain them during the examination, while the smartwatch would record the points gained from defeating beasts and contain a map of the secret realm. The elegantly designed smartwatch featured a prominent red button. Pressing it would summon the spirit of the secret realm to transport the candidate out. Within the secret realm, the spirit held absolute authority. As a special energy lifeform, whoever mastered the spirit could control all aspects of the realm. Having made the necessary preparations, Lin Fan began to adjust his state, with half an hour remaining until the examination commenced. Chapter 9 Lin Fan, quite ordinary at the rear of Class 1 in the third year, Shen Balian, clad in a green battle outfit, cast a venomous glare at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you have always concealed your true strength in front of me, merely to witness my embarrassment. If it weren't for you casting me aside, I would never have ended up with that ugly Chen Shuidai in this martial arts college entrance examination. I shall ensure your demise. The resentment emanating from Shen Balian caused the surrounding classmates to furrow their brows in discomfort. While many candidates were adjusting their mental states, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Chen Yifan, observed Lin Fan, who stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd, with an inscrutable expression. An 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. This young man is no simpleton. Unfortunately, the outer secret realm assigned to you has not been open for 20 years. The ferocious beasts within are beyond the capability of a mere second-tier martial artist like you to contend with. After all, my precious son requested my assistance. Little Shuai has been without a mother since childhood. As long as he is happy, what does it matter if he eliminates you during the college entrance exam? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Shen Yifan's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously. Time flowed like sand, trickling away, until the moment of the examination arrived. The sharp sound of the announcement echoed, and the third-year students, either anxious or exhilarated, entered the secret realm's entrance. From a distance, the shimmering portal resembled a gaping abyss, ready to engulf the third-year students. Whether anyone could soar from this abyss remained uncertain. Not far from the formation of No. 4 High School, three figures radiating a formidable aura surged ahead into the secret realm. Lu Yiming from your No. 1 High School possesses the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist at such a young age. It seems likely that the top scorer of this year's C-City College entrance exam will be from your school, the principal of No. 2 High School remarked with a smile. Principal Zhang, you flatter me. Su Huanhuan from our No. 2 High School also boasts the prowess of a third-tier martial artist. While Lu Yiming's Overlord Spear has decent offensive capabilities, I fear it may not withstand Su Huanhuan's deathly gaze in her Medusa form, the principal of No. 1 High School replied, his smile radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum, though a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. Do you two old geezers genuinely believe the top scorer of C-City will be yours? Han Jingxue from our No. 7 High School is not inferior to Lu Yiming or Su Huanhuan, the principal of No. 7 High School scoffed. Although Han Jingxue also possesses A-grade talent, she is merely a second-tier martial artist. Do you truly believe she can contend with Lu Yiming or Su Huanhuan, the principal of No. 1 High School derided? Indeed, it is foolish to harbor unrealistic fantasies, the principal of No. 2 High School chimed in. Let us wait and see. Principal No. 7 huffed, falling silent thereafter. The other school principals observed the debate among the three with amused expressions, refraining from participating. After all, their schools ranked among the best in C-City, and they had the privilege to boast here. Director Zhao, which school do you believe will produce the top scorer in this year's C-City College entrance exam? Deputy Director Chen Yifan inquired of Zhao Tongwei. It is still too early to say. The martial arts college entrance examination not only tests the candidate's strength but also relies heavily on individual luck, spirit, and wisdom, all of which significantly impact their final scores, Zhao Tongwei responded nonchalantly. As a Grandmaster-level expert, Zhao Tongwei possessed extensive combat experience. He understood that within the secret realm, if one's strength was not exceptional, achieving high scores would necessitate a profound self-awareness of one's capabilities. One must be bold yet strategic in their approach. This year's overall strength in C-City had improved significantly compared to previous years, yet it still fell short when compared to a city. It seemed that this year's top scorer from Qin province would once again emerge from a city. Zhao Tongwei's gaze swept over the auras of the third-year students, and he sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura following this energy. He spotted a candidate dressed in black battle gear, wielding a blue long sword, whose appearance was strikingly handsome. The candidate's eyes gleamed with brightness and sharpness, and the moment he entered the secret realm's entrance, he resembled a sword unsheathed. Strange, he is only a second-tier martial artist, yet the vitality he exudes is remarkably potent. This young man is rather intriguing. I hope he brings me some surprises. Zhao Tongwei retracted his gaze from Lin Fan, lifting his cup of tea. As the candidates began entering the examination, the spirit of the secret realm commenced real-time projections of various areas within. Soon, images appeared in the sky above the open field. The homeroom teachers from various high schools and other staff members from the Education Bureau engaged in discussions as they took their seats in the audience. Meanwhile, the ongoing battles within the secret realm began to be broadcast live. Students from various prestigious schools and members of the public eagerly anticipated this annual event. In the outer secret realm, Area 978, Lin Fan rushed through the entrance, traversing a long passage until he arrived in a forest. Towering trees, over 30 meters high, surrounded him, while the underbrush reached taller than Lin Fan himself. Currently, my corresponding light point is at the edge of the map. let us set forth towards the crimson light point in the core area. Lin Fan glanced at the map displayed on his smartwatch, cautiously proceeding in the indicated direction. Having taken only a few steps, a green figure sprang towards Lin Fan's ankle like a coiled spring. Whoosh! A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as a sword arc swept through the air, cleaving the green figure in two. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a first-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the green leaf snake. Points, 7. Upon the sensor in his smartwatch scanning Lin Fan's achievement, his score immediately surged from 0 to 7. Onward! Lin Fan lifted his fish-scale sword and cautiously navigated through the grass that towered over him. After more than 10 minutes, his battle attire was splattered with the blood of the green leaf snake, and fortunately, he emerged from the forest. Could it be? How is it that upon exiting the forest, I find myself confronted by a swamp? Moreover, are the ferocious beasts here not typical of the outer secret realm? Lin Fan frowned, gazing at the hundreds of second-tier lower-level swamp crocodiles, each exceeding 10 meters in length, lurking in the mire. Upon detecting the scent emanating from Lin Fan, the swamp crocodiles at the periphery opened their massive jaws and charged towards him. Isn't the college entrance exam merely about accumulating points? The points for second-tier beasts are undoubtedly higher than those for first-tier ones. These second-tier swamp crocodiles are just perfect. They save me the trouble of seeking out second-tier ferocious beasts. With the swiftness of a gale, Lin Fan charged towards the nearest swamp crocodile. A fleeting shadow passed, and to the crocodile's perception, Lin Fan had vanished from his original position. When they met again, Lin Fan's fish-scale sword had already pierced through the crocodile's skull. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a second-tier lower-level swamp crocodile. Points, 32. Withdrawing his fish-scale sword, Lin Fan pivoted and rushed towards another swamp crocodile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Employing his perfected gale body technique, these swamp crocodiles could hardly approach Lin Fan, becoming mere points under his blade. Although the crocodiles possessed formidable jaw strength, their speed was lacking, serving as ideal practice for Lin Fan's gale body technique and riverfall sword technique. After half an hour of dispatching them, he pressed onward into the central area. Lin Fan's sword flashed like lightning, and one attacking swamp crocodile fell from his rear. Another crocodile swung its tail forcefully, jaws agape, aiming for Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan maintained his composure, deftly dodging the lethal strike. Standing atop one of the slain swamp crocodiles, he exerted force with his toes, launching himself into the air, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the very crocodile that had attempted to ambush him in two. Like a waterbird, Lin Fan danced upon the corpses of the swamp crocodiles, each leap accompanied by a lethal glimmer from his sword. Upon reaching the swamp's center, 10 or more swamp crocodiles surged toward Lin Fan from all directions. Riverfall. Lin Fan thrust his sword forward, and the moisture in the air instantly coalesced, forming a cascade that roared forth. In the blink of an eye, 6 swamp crocodiles before him were torn asunder, their remains raining down like a crimson deluge. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan burst forth from the encirclement of the swamp crocodiles, akin to a nimble leopard, dispatching the isolated beasts. As the college entrance examination commenced, everyone sought out the candidates they cared about most in the live projections. The top 50 candidates would have their battles projected in a separate area for all to observe. Leading the rankings was Lu Yiming with his Overlord Spear, boasting a score of 2867. In second place was Han Jingxue, the Fire Sprite, with a score of 2549. Su Huanhuan, the Beautiful Serpent, ranked third with 2521 points. To the disappointment of Principal Li Jianmin from No. 4 High School, only 3 candidates from his school made it into the top 50, all positioned beyond the 40th place. I have already provided Lin Fan with 60,000 yuan in funding, hoping for him to achieve a commendable score. Yet, he remains at the periphery of the secret realm while others have surged into the central area. Struggling to eliminate a first-tier lower-level swamp crocodile is such a waste of my 60,000 yuan. Wang Wenpeng truly misjudged this one. Lin Fan is rather mediocre. Principal Li Jianmin see that as he gazed at the projection of Lin Fan's area. Similarly, the Education Bureau Director, Zhao Tongwei, was fixated on Lin Fan. Is this truly the outer secret realm? Why does this young man seem to be battling swamp crocodiles of a strength that is not characteristic of a first-tier lower-level beast? The 2 white stripes on its tail indicate that it is at least a second-tier lower-level crocodile. Having held his ground against the onslaught of second-tier swamp crocodiles for nearly half an hour, and having slain numerous beasts, this young man's combat prowess is indeed remarkable. With his perfected gale body technique and commendable swordsmanship, he is a promising candidate. Such discrepancies are uncommon in the college entrance examination. It appears someone intends to harm this young man. Zhao Tongwei's expression turned serious as he beckoned his secretary. Wang, investigate the information regarding this outer area and the circumstances surrounding it. This region does not conform to the standards of the college entrance examination. Upon receiving the order, Secretary Wang hurried off to conduct the investigation. With so many projections available, why was it that only Director Zhao noticed this? However, even if he were to uncover the truth, it is unlikely he would trouble me, an old colleague, over a mere ordinary candidate, unless this Lin Fan is a prodigy. But could that truly be the case? As Secretary Wang departed, a hint of barely perceptible tension crossed Deputy Director Chen Yifun's face. Chapter 10 of Frenzied Slaughter, Soaring Point Sting. It has been detected that the host has practiced the Swift Wind Body technique for half an hour, triggering a 200-fold critical hit. Ding! It has been detected that the host has practiced the Riverfall Sword technique for half an hour, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, achieving perfection. Lin Fan, drenched in blood, traversed the marsh, with the corpses of marsh crocodiles strewn behind him. The notification in his mind resonated as he wielded the fish scale sword, his understanding of the Riverfall Sword technique deepening, making the blade feel increasingly responsive. After taking a few sips from a water bottle he retrieved from his combat backpack, Lin Fan checked his smartwatch. Rank 1 Yang Yiming, 4,621 points. Rank 2 Su Huanhuan, 4,432 points. Rank 3 Han Jingxue, 4,429 points. Rank 130 Lin Fan, 3,601 points. While his score was not particularly high, it was certainly not dismal. It would suffice for admission into a martial arts university. With both swordplay and body technique having reached perfection, it was time to start raking in points. A glint of determination flared in Lin Fan's eyes as he glanced toward the core area and surged forth at full speed. Emerging from the marsh, after more than 10 minutes of relentless advancement, Lin Fan finally arrived at the grassland that marked the center of the region. There, over 500 meters away, a pack of over 300 first-tier superior wind wolves was fiercely attacking a group of first-tier mid-tier iron-horned antelopes, while at the back of the pack stood a 3-meter-tall, lustrous-furred second-tier mid-tier wind wolf king. The wind wolves operated in groups, some harassing the iron-horned antelopes, while others directed them. Once the antelopes were driven into the encirclement, the wolves lunged for the necks of the slightly larger iron-horned antelopes. The wolf pack proved to be more formidable than the marsh crocodiles. It was not worth exhausting his energy by charging through this area. Lin Fan deliberately chose a direction farther from the wolves and activated the swift wind body technique to dash forward. However, the wind wolves possessed an acute sense of smell. Upon detecting Lin Fan's intrusion into their territory, the wind wolf king raised its head and let out a howl, causing over 100 wolves to abandon their hunt for the antelopes and charge toward Lin Fan. Damn it, do they really think I'm afraid of them? Given the wolves' relentless pursuit of prey, if I keep running, they would likely chase me indefinitely, wasting my stamina. It's better to slay this wolf king and instill fear in these beasts. I refuse to believe they are unafraid of death. Lin Fan pivoted, lunging toward the wolf pack like a cannonball. Howl, howl. The 2-meter-high wind wolves, upon seeing Lin Fan not retreating but instead charging toward them, were filled with rage. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they roared and opened their massive jaws to bite at Lin Fan. The sight of over 100 wind wolves charging would leave most candidates helpless. However, Lin Fan remained utterly composed. Come at me. With his right hand raised, he brandished the fish scale sword, channeling his internal energy into the blade, causing it to radiate brilliance. Riverfall, Lin Fan thrust the sword forward, and the moisture in the air instantly coalesced, forming a 15-meter-long river that cascaded from the sky, roaring as it surged ahead. The river thundered forward, matching the furious charge of the wind wolves. With an unstoppable momentum, the torrent tore through the charging wolves, ripping a gaping hole in their ranks. Those wind wolves struck by the river were instantly reduced to mush, merging into the roaring current as it swept toward the remaining pack. Within mere moments, over 70 fearless wind wolves lay slain, their remains littering the ground. Kill. Stepping upon the remains of the wind wolves, Lin Fan transformed into a harbinger of death, commencing a frenzied slaughter amidst the pack. With a swift flash of his blade, the head of a wind wolf fell to the ground, its forward momentum abruptly halted. Witnessing their kin being slaughtered, the other wind wolves did not retreat. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Over 20 wind wolves surrounded Lin Fan, charging at him with murderous intent. After plunging his sword into the throat of one wind wolf, the creature, in its dying throes, clamped its jaws around Lin Fan's arm. Had he not been wearing battle gear, his arm would have surely been severed. With a forceful tug, Lin Fan pried the wolf's jaws open, intending to withdraw his right arm. Seizing the opportunity, the other wolves lunged at him. Seeing 5 or 6 wolf heads coming at him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. With a powerful thrust, the fish scale sword emerged from the neck of the slain wind wolf. Lin Fan raised the sword, now adorned with the wolf's corpse, pivoting on his left foot as he swung the right, creating a wide arc under the force of his violent might and the weight of the wind wolf's body. The surrounding wolves were sent flying backward for over 10 meters. Die. As the remaining wind wolves continued their charge, Lin Fan became a titan, wielding the wolf's carcass to deliver relentless strikes. Gradually, the surrounding wind wolves, now missing limbs, lay howling on the ground, while the carcass hanging from Lin Fan's fish scale sword had been reduced to a mere wolf head. After tearing the head from the sword, Lin Fan charged toward the distant Wind Wolf King. Seeing that a third of its pack had perished at Lin Fan's hands, the Wind Wolf King let out a howl before fleeing in the opposite direction. At the king's command, the remaining Wind Wolves surged toward Lin Fan. As a second-tier mid-tier beast, the Wind Wolf King possessed significant intelligence. If it were to attack with 100 wolves simultaneously, it would surely be torn apart by such an assault. This human is a tough adversary. Want to flee? It's too late now. Like a fierce tiger, Lin Fan dashed toward the wolf pack with the perfected swift wind body technique fully unleashed. He weaved through the wolves with agility. Stepping atop the bodies of the fallen wind wolves, Lin Fan moved as if unimpeded. Each time a wolf lunged at him, he inexplicably evaded its grasp. As a wolf's claw swiped at his vital parts, Lin Fan stepped on the claw and propelled himself toward the Wind Wolf King. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Fan burst through the wolf pack, closing in on the king. Although the Wind Wolf King was swift, Lin Fan's perfected swift wind body technique allowed him to harness the air's currents for acceleration, steadily decreasing the distance between them. 100 meters, 70 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters riverfall. Lin Fan thrust his sword again, and the moisture in the air coalesced, forming a 15-meter-long river that cascaded from above, roaring as it surged forward. The Wind Wolf King, sensing the thundering water behind it, erupted into an even swifter sprint. The river, akin to a sword descending from the heavens, sliced through the air, closing in on the Wind Wolf King's rear. Boom! The river collided forcefully with the Wind Wolf King's body, instantly reducing the tank-sized beast to a pulpy mass. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a second-tier mid-tier beast, the Wind Wolf King, earning 76 points. Glancing at the notification on his smartwatch, Lin Fan suddenly realized the second-tier lower marsh crocodile was worth over 30 points. The second-tier mid-tier Wind Wolf King merely yielded double that. To achieve a high score and become the top candidate, the number of beasts slain must be substantial. The remaining wind wolves cannot be spared. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Fan turned and charged toward the retreating wind wolves. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a first-tier superior beast, the Wind Wolf, earning 20 points. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a first-tier superior beast, the Wind Wolf, earning 20 points. Candidate Lin Fan has slain a first-tier superior beast, the Wind Wolf, earning 20 points. Half an hour later, the grassland was strewn with the corpses of wind wolves, the strong scent of blood attracting blood vultures from the sky. After leaving the grassland, Lin Fan consumed an energy bar, drank some water, and rested for 5 minutes. Once his body had recovered slightly, Lin Fan continued his sprint toward the core area. Wherever he passed, whether it be second-tier mid-tier beasts or first-tier lower beasts, Lin Fan left no survivors in his wake. The concept of quantity leading to qualitative change holds true in the martial arts examination. Do not tell me to only hunt high-tier beasts. Their numbers are limited and hard to find. It is far better to unleash a massacre. Thus, Lin Fan seldom took breaks, either battling beasts or traversing the paths in search of them. As the number of beasts he killed grew, so too did his martial arts examination score soar. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, his godlike presence was causing quite a stir outside. Chapter 11 Moths to the Flame. Within the enigmatic realm, the candidates are wholly engrossed in their battles, employing every conceivable method to enhance their scores. Outside this mystical domain, the leaders of the Education Bureau and the principals of various schools are intently observing the projection of the martial arts examination. Their serious attention is warranted, as the results of this martial arts examination are pivotal to their futures and financial prospects. The examination spans a lengthy 9 hours, with the examination venue providing lunch for all participants. And now, 2 hours have elapsed since the commencement of the martial arts examination, and the clock strikes noon. Outside the examination hall, the principals and teachers from various universities are animatedly discussing the results of the martial arts examination. Yang Yiming from No. 1 High School is making remarkable strides. He has already amassed over 5,000 points. If he maintains this momentum, this year's top scorer in City C will undoubtedly be his. Furthermore, No. 1 High School occupies nearly half of the top 10 slots this year, evoking envy among the onlookers. It is No. 1 High School, after all. They have consistently produced the top scorer in City C for years on end. They monopolize the majority of educational resources, making it rather astonishing for them to perform poorly. Meanwhile, Su Huanhuan from No. 2 High School has surged to second place. I've witnessed her battle projection. Her petrifying gaze is simply unfathomable. Han Jingxue from No. 7 High School, seemingly demure, proves to be quite formidable in combat. Her fiery assaults are terrifyingly potent, obliterating second-tier lower-level demonic beasts in mere moments. In stark contrast to the jubilant demeanor of teachers from other schools, the faculty from No. 4 High School appears despondent. This year's results for No. 4 High School are disheartening. They have managed only 3 slots within the top 50. It seems our bonuses will be further diminished this year. History has shown this pattern. We must simply become accustomed to it. The top students have all gravitated towards No. 1 High School, making it exceedingly difficult for other institutions to compete. It is truly a source of frustration. Our students work diligently, yet why do their scores in the martial arts examination fall short? If effort alone sufficed, everyone would be a martial arts powerhouse. Ultimately, the path of martial arts hinges upon innate talent. The teachers of number 4 high school, one by one, appear listless, engaging in aimless chatter. Old Xiao, what's the situation with Lin Fan from your class? I've heard he displayed the prowess of a 9th-level warrior in the martial arts arena. Hardly a martial arts failure, inquired Yukun, the homeroom teacher of class 7. Lin Fan indeed possesses the strength of a 9th-level warrior, but it is an undeniable fact that he lacks martial arts talent. In an examination brimming with geniuses, how much impact do you think a 9th-level warrior can truly make? Shook his head Xiao Wenlong, Lin Fan's homeroom teacher. There have been instances of top-tier warriors emerging from those lacking martial arts talent. Have you forgotten about that esteemed individual? A hint of reverence crossed Yukun's face. Old you seem somewhat deluded today. How could Lin Fan possibly be compared to that esteemed individual? That person sacrificed their life to secure over a decade of peace for humankind. One is merely a 9th-level warrior, while the other is a 7th-level martial emperor of formidable renown. Though that esteemed person lacked martial arts talent, their ability to learn martial arts was unparalleled in human history. How could Lin Fan possibly possess such potential? The surrounding teachers chimed in. I may indeed be somewhat deluded lately. I genuinely wish to see a student excelling in both the arts and martial skills emerge from our number 4 high school, sighed Yukun, exhaling deeply. In such circumstances, one can only hope for a miracle. With a significant amount of time remaining until the examination concludes, let us head to the military canteen for lunch. Xiao Wenlong beckoned to the group. As they rose from their seats, the teachers from number 4 high school made their way to the canteen. After serving their meals, they could not resist glancing at the scores of their 3 remaining students in the top 50. As the last 3 remaining hopefuls for number 4 high school, everyone regarded them as the institution's glimmer of hope. Zhou Feng's rank has risen again. He now stands at 39th place. If he can maintain this position, entering the top 10 prestigious schools will be within reach. However, Chang Tiandong and Li Xiaodai have both dropped in rank. Now, we have only one remaining student in the top 50. As the teachers of number 4 high school surveyed the dismal standings, their appetites swiftly waned. Everyone, number 4 high school is not down to one student. There is another who has also made it into the top 50. Lin Fan from old Zhao's class, exclaimed Wei Mingcheng, the homeroom teacher of class 9, with excitement. Upon hearing the news about Lin Fan, Xiao Wenlong was momentarily stunned, choking on his food and erupting into a fit of coughs. What? Lin Fan, isn't he only a 9th-level warrior? The teachers immediately buzzed with excitement, hastily checking the real-time rankings of the martial arts examination. 48th place, Lin Fan, with a score of 50-21. It truly is Lin Fan. How has he managed this? A 9th-level warrior cannot possibly breach the top 50, Xiao Wenlong muttered in disbelief. What are we still eating for? I must return to observe the projection. Now that Lin Fan has entered the top 50, we can witness his battle in real time. Indeed, there is no point in eating. Let us go back and continue watching. The teachers set down their chopsticks, and a burly male teacher reluctantly shoveled in a large mouthful of food before slowly departing the canteen. On the podium, the projections for each of the top 50 candidates shifted continuously, though changes were rare. Suddenly, the projection for candidate number 48 revealed a young man wielding a blue longsword, facing a particularly troublesome pack of wind wolves, with numerous wind wolf corpses scattered behind him. It appears yet another dark horse has emerged, though it seems he is rather overestimating his capabilities. Confronting a pack of wind wolves is no easy feat, even for a 4th-level martial artist. This young man is likely to be eliminated shortly. The principal of number 7 high school glanced at Lin Fan's situation and shook his head. Let us not even talk about Lin Fan. Even Lu Yiming would struggle against over 200 wind wolves. I wager he'll press the withdrawal button within a minute. The principal of number 1 high school asserted confidently. Other principals nodded in agreement with their sentiments. Upon witnessing Lin Fan breach the top 50, Li Jianmin, the principal of number 4 high school, could not help but lean forward, eager to catch a clearer glimpse of Lin Fan's figure. My investment of 60,000 yuan is not in vain. Lin Fan, my faith in you is proven justified. Although I am uncertain how you managed to enter the top 50, you must maintain this position. Ideally, strive to push into the top 40. That way, number 4 high school will achieve a median standing among the 15 high schools, ensuring we receive a larger allocation of resources this year. Li Jianmin murmured, his face flushed with excitement. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's image appear in 48th place, Zhao Tongwei, the director of the Education Bureau, could not suppress a smile deep within his eyes. So this little fellow is named Lin Fan. To break through the mire-infested territory filled with second-tier lower-level swamp crocodiles with merely second-level martial artist strength is indeed impressive. However, wind wolves are far more troublesome than swamp crocodiles. Can you endure against them? A flicker of doubt arose in Zhao Tongwei's heart. How could he possibly have emerged unscathed from the swamp crocodiles? Chen Yifan, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, was struck with astonishment upon seeing Lin Fan's name in 48th place, unable to believe his eyes. As those on the podium grew weary of observing the battles of the other candidates in the top 50, their attention shifted to Lin Fan's fight. They watched in disbelief as the stern-faced Lin Fan, upon spotting the wolf pack, did not flee but instead charged toward them. Has he lost his mind? In such a dire situation, he not only refrains from retreating but also dares to launch an assault on the wolf pack. This is nothing short of a death wish. The principal of No. 7 High School scoffed. What a pity for a promising talent. Even I would not have dared to attack over 200 windwolves during my martial arts examination. The principal of No. 1 High School lamented. Witnessing Lin Fan engage in such a self-destructive attack brought the greatest satisfaction to Chen Yifan. As long as Lin Fan perished, even if Zhao Tongwei discovered his clandestine manipulation of the examination, he would not face any repercussions. Chapter 12 of the martial arts are formidable, yet regrettably lacking an innate talent for martial cultivation. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the various principals and leaders of the Education Bureau, over 200 windwolves surged forth like a torrential flood at the command of the Wind Wolf King, while Lin Fan appeared as a fragile leaf caught in the deluge, seemingly on the verge of capsizing. However, akin to a solitary leaf, Lin Fan effortlessly weaved through the gaps in the wolf pack as he collided with them. Even when besieged by multiple windwolves, he adeptly advanced by leveraging their attacks. In no time, Lin Fan remarkably broke through the encirclement of the Wind Wolves, a singular figure wielding his sword like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the Wind Wolf King. Upon sighting Lin Fan, the second-tier mid-level Wind Wolf King turned tail and fled. With no pack to impede him, Lin Fan's speed surged, swiftly catching up to the Wind Wolf King. With a thrust of his sword, a cascade akin to a celestial river descended, reducing the Wind Wolf King to mere pulp. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers were left dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The perfected Gale body technique elucidated why he dared to launch an assault on the wolf pack, which could scarcely lay a finger on him. Back when I took the college entrance examination, I had only cultivated the Gale body technique to a minor completion. What a monstrous talent, the principal of the 7th school murmured. The strike that felled the Wind Wolf King was undoubtedly a major completion-level C-class sword technique, as such power could not be achieved otherwise. Mastering C-class martial arts is notoriously challenging. How did he manage to cultivate it to a major completion level? The principal of the first school swallowed hard, his expression one of terror. What sent shivers down everyone's spine was Lin Fan's ferocity, akin to that of a rampant tiger, as he unleashed a one-sided slaughter among the windwolves. The once formidable pack, known for their ferocity, saw many of their number fleeing with tails tucked in upon facing Lin Fan. Even Zhao Tongwei, the director of the Education Bureau, felt a slight chill upon witnessing that figure, a veritable god of slaughter, wreaking havoc among the wolves. Li Zhanmin, the principal of the 4th school, flushed with excitement. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's ranking rapidly ascended from 48th to 34th, then to 31st, finally halting at 26th. Which school does this Lin Fan belong to? Zhao Tongwei could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Initially only mildly intrigued by Lin Fan, the young man's performance now left him thoroughly astonished, forcing him to regard this 18-year-old with newfound respect. With such a formidable martial arts talent, this young man's future achievements may well surpass his own. Lin Fan is from our 4th school, Li Zhanmin proudly declared, casting a casual glance at the other principals. It appears your 4th school indeed has commendable students. This Lin Fan is quite impressive. He merely encountered unfortunate circumstances at the outset, landing in an area with a generally higher caliber of ferocious beasts, but now he has finally begun to unleash his potential. Zhao Tongwei nodded slightly. Lin Fan is our 4th school's ace. I had high hopes for him from the start, and now he is finally showcasing his true strength. Zhao's endorsement caused Li Zhanmin's face to radiate with joy. Congratulations, Principal Li. At this rate, Lin Fan may very well have a chance to break into the top 20. Remarked the principal of the 1st school. Breaking into the top 20 seems unrealistic. Lin Fan is merely a second-tier warrior and has already fallen significantly behind the others. Most of the top 50 have essentially entered the core area. The principal of the 7th school could not help but douse their enthusiasm with cold water. With Lin Fan's speed, he will soon enter the core area. Reaching the top 20 will be but a minor feat. Li Zhanmin's expression darkened immediately, responding with a cold huff. The principal of the 7th school scoffed, dismissing Li Zhanmin's assertion. Are you familiar with Lin Fan's specific circumstances? Zhao Tongwei inquired of Li Jianmin. Lin Fan is a student in our senior class, known for his exceptional academic performance, consistently scoring nearly full marks in every examination, and has already secured a special admission quota to the University of Beijing's Institute of Scientific Research. He also trains diligently, embodying the ideal of a student excelling in both academics and martial arts. Observing the director's growing interest in Lin Fan, Li Jianmin perked up, clearing his throat to elaborate. It is rare to find a martial artist who excels academically. In my day, I barely scraped by with just over 30 points. Lin Fan certainly surpasses my former self in this regard. Zhao Tongwei smiled, his thoughts drifting back to that summer over 30 years ago. With such outstanding martial arts talent, he must possess exceptional innate abilities in martial cultivation as well. What are his martial cultivation talents? Zhao Tongwei asked curiously. Lin Fan possesses no innate talent for martial cultivation whatsoever. Li Jianmin's face fell, hesitating as he spoke. How unfortunate. If he had even a C-class martial talent, the top 10 would likely be secure. A flicker of regret crossed Zhao Tongwei's eyes as he could not help but sigh upon hearing that Lin Fan had no martial talent. The principal of the first school breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling deeply. Thank goodness Lin Fan is a martial artist devoid of any martial talent, otherwise, the educational resources rightfully belonging to the first school might have had to be shared with the fourth school. The leaders of the Education Bureau and the school principals echoed this sentiment with sighs, and many began to privately express their relief. With a swift thrust, Lin Fan pierced the skull of a second-tier lower-level rock giant bear, propelling himself backward. As he withdrew his fish-scale sword, blood gushed forth. Truly, this is the core area. The number of second-tier ferocious beasts has increased significantly. With time still remaining before the examination concludes, he must seek out groups of ferocious beasts to expedite the accumulation of points, or else the pace of improvement will remain too sluggish. As Lin Fan pondered, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the heart of the core area as depicted on the map. For reasons unknown, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a gentle rain began to fall. The numerous candidates were left bewildered, starting to hunt ferocious beasts in the downpour. Compared to the humans struggling in the rain, the ferocious beasts had long since adapted to such weather, resulting in a surge in casualties among the candidates. The weather within the secret realm is controlled by the spirit of the realm. Typically, rain is not permitted during the examination. Why has it suddenly started to rain? Zhao Tongwei's brow furrowed in concern. What is happening? Quickly inquire with the technical department, have them communicate with the spirit of the secret realm, and restore the weather within the realm as soon as possible. Deputy Director Chen Yifan instructed his secretary nearby. Upon receiving the command, Chen Yifan's secretary hurried off toward the military's technical department station not far away. I hope this rain does not cause too many casualties, otherwise, I will have a hard time explaining. Zhao Tongwei silently prayed. Within the room of the technical department, exclamations of surprise filled the air. We cannot establish contact with the spirit of the secret realm. Something seems to have gone awry. One communication officer exclaimed anxiously. We have also lost contact with the squad guarding the Blade Clan's cub. Another communication officer's face turned pale. Upon hearing these two pieces of news, the usually composed Captain Sun Chengli immediately issued orders. Assemble everyone from the first platoon at once. Deputy Captain Zhao Lei will lead the team into the spatial rift to check on the situation with the Blade Clan's cub. All members of the Sharp Blade Squad must set out immediately, utilizing spatial crystal stones to assess the condition of the spirit of the secret realm, and contact me promptly with any developments. Upon receiving the directive, the soldiers swiftly commenced their actions. I hope it is not too late. May the worst-case scenario be averted. Captain Sun Chengli murmured to himself. His greatest concern was that the Blade Clan's cub, in its desperation to escape the confines of its prison, would take action against the spirit of the secret realm. The spirit of the secret realm is merely an energy entity with little offensive power and would be utterly incapable of thwarting the formidable Blade Clan. Chapter 13: The Retreat of the Three Great Geniuses and the Terrifying Horde of Ironback Jackals. What in the world is happening with this weather? Rain in his secret realm. Lin Fan sprinted forward, unable to contain his complaints as the slippery ground made his footing precarious. He was on the brink of reaching the core area, hoping that the ferocious beasts here would not disappoint him. Braving the rain, Lin Fan moved through the downpour with the grace of a cheetah. At the heart of the core area, on a rugged hillside, Lu Yiming lay concealed behind a mound, his sharp eyes fixed intently on the pack of savage beasts before him. Lu Yiming stood tall, exuding an aura of commanding authority. However, the rain had drenched him. Clinging to his deep blue battle attire. Before him, over 500 ironback jackals lounged unabashedly across the mountainous terrain, while dozens of cubs frolicked and chased one another. As second-tier lower-ranked beasts, the ironback jackals measured 2 meters in length and stood about 1.6 meters tall. Compared to other beasts of the same rank, they were relatively diminutive, possessing average combat prowess. Yet, within the entire secret realm, not a single beast dared confront a pack of more than 10 ironback jackals alone. Their attacks were unscrupulous. Eyes, bellies, throats, and even their rear ends could become targets. Once a battle commenced, their singular objective was to annihilate their prey. Moreover, with such a vast number in their ranks, there was bound to be an Ironback Jackal King among them. Even Lu Yiming, a fourth-tier martial artist, dared not engage these beasts lightly. As Lu Yiming awaited the opportune moment to strike, two unexpected guests appeared behind a nearby mound. Clad in crimson battle attire was Su Huanhuan, and the silver-clad Han Jingxue stood beside her. Su Huanhuan possessed a sweet visage, though her attire strained against her voluptuous form. The rain-soaked strands of her hair accentuated her enchanting features. Han Jingxue, equally beautiful, though slightly less curvaceous, showcased a pair of elegant legs that added to her allure. As a martial artist endowed with the ability to control flames, she remained the driest among the trio. Upon their meeting, the air crackled with tension as they exchanged glances filled with determination. Lu Yiming gestured for them to converge towards him. Though not entirely pleased, both Su Huanhuan and Han Jingxue understood that only by uniting their strengths could they hope to confront the Ironback Jackals before them. "Shall we join forces?" Lu Yiming proposed with a smile. As long as we support one another, the threat posed by the Ironback Jackals will diminish significantly. Agreed, but how shall we calculate our points? Su Huanhuan inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. "Our primary aim is to bolster our defenses and avoid sustaining injuries from the Ironback Jackals. The number of kills will reflect each of our individual abilities," Lu Yiming replied matter-of-factly. With Su Huanhuan in accord and Han Jingxue nodding, Lu Yiming proposed a strategy. "Let us form a triangular formation. I will take the lead as the spearhead. Su Huanhuan, you position yourself to my left rear, and Han Jingxue, you will be on my right rear. Should any direction face increased pressure, we must promptly provide support. Our goal remains solely to hunt the Ironback Jackals for points, thus we should avoid any confrontation with the Ironback Jackal King." "Understood." "Surely, no one wishes to engage the Ironback Jackal King," Su Huanhuan replied with a playful giggle. To command such a multitude, the king must possess at least mid-tier second-level strength. After a brief discussion on emergency communication details, the trio surged forward like arrows released from a bow, charging into the ranks of the Ironback Jackals. The horde of Ironback Jackals, accustomed to ruling the core area of the secret realm, would not tolerate the provocation from Lu Yiming and his companions, roaring as they launched their assault. From a distance, the wave of Ironback Jackals surged towards them, making the solitary figures of the trio appear desolate. Lu Yiming wielded his Golden King spear like an apparition, each thrust claiming the life of an Ironback Jackal. As 5 of them lunged at him simultaneously, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yiming's eyes. He swiftly withdrew his spear and struck down upon the heads of the beasts with formidable force. After a few mournful howls, the skulls of the Ironback Jackals shattered under his might. Behind him, Su Huanhuan unleashed her own devastating attacks. Her eyes shimmered with a violet glow as beams of grey light shot forth, turning any Ironback Jackal struck by them into solid stone. With her bone whip, she shattered the stone figures into a cascade of debris. Though Han Jingxue appeared demure, she unleashed her fury with a ferocity that belied her tranquil demeanor. Massive fire serpents erupted from her palms, ensnaring the Ironback Jackals around her and reducing them to smoldering piles of flesh. When an Ironback Jackal approached, her small fists, enveloped in flames, struck with lethal force against its head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, a gruesome spectacle indeed. Unfazed, Han Jingxue swiftly turned her attention to the next target. Through their combined efforts, they dispatched over 60 Ironback Jackals in a mere 5 minutes, their collaboration eliciting gasps of excitement from the spectators outside the secret realm. It seemed the top scorer of the college entrance examination in City C might very well emerge from among them. Indeed, the high-tier beasts in the core of the secret realm are limited. "It appears the top scorer will likely be one of these 3, the principal of First High School remarked, his words brimming with uncontainable joy. If they continue in this vein, the subsequent candidates may find the Ironback Jackals completely eradicated. The principal of 7th High School chuckled triumphantly. Other principals wore expressions ranging from smiles to grimaces as they watched the unfolding spectacle, while only Li Zhanmin, the principal of 4th High School, appeared begrudgingly discontent. "Lin Fan, you must strive to uphold our honor. The allocation of educational resources for 4th High this year depends on you." As the audience critiqued Lu Yiming and his companion's performance, a peculiar scene unfolded on the projection, accompanied by a fierce, short howl of rage. All the Ironback Jackals inexplicably swelled in size, their eyes turning a menacing crimson, exuding an aura of ferocity. By heavens, they've activated their berserk skill. This Ironback Jackal King is formidable. Lu Yiming and his companions are in grave danger. The principal of First High School exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. As the trio faced the enhanced threat of the berserk Ironback Jackals, the pressure mounted considerably. Lu Yiming, who could typically dispatch an Ironback Jackal with a single thrust, now found them swifter and more powerful by a third. He was compelled to wait for the right moment to strike at their vital points. Su Huanhuan's death gaze lost some of its efficacy, struggling to keep pace with the now accelerated Ironback Jackals. Only Han Jingxue seemed minimally affected, her efficiency in slaughtering the beast speaking as she utilized her fire serpents. After nearly 100 of their kin had been slain, the ironback jackals resorted to self-destructive tactics. Lu Yiming pierced the heart of one, yet as it lay dying, its red eyes fixed upon him with feral rage, it lunged to bite at his waist. Lu Yiming had no time to react, but fortunately, Su Huanhuan's timely death gaze petrified the ironback jackal, saving him from injury. With his heart racing, Lu Yiming's eyes blazed with fury as the golden spear in his hand radiated with an even more brilliant light. King S strike, he declared, aiming at the densest cluster of ironback jackals. A 9-meter-long golden spear beam shot forth, cleaving through over 50 ironback jackals in a straight line. Let us retreat for now, these beasts are attacking with reckless abandon, Lu Yiming gasped, shouting to his companions. Su Huanhuan and Han Jingxue shared his sentiments, and together they began to pivot, retreating while continuing to fight off the relentless ironback jackals. However, their retreat only intensified the ferocity of the ironback jackals' assault, plunging the trio into a perilous situation. Just as Lu Yiming cleaved one ironback jackal in two with his spear, a small, grotesque ironback jackal appeared beside him like a wraith. Lu Yiming hastily retreated, yet the creature managed to bite a significant chunk out of his thigh. The ironback jackal that had bitten him regarded Lu Yiming with a mocking glint in its eyes, gnawing on the flesh it had torn from his leg. The gory wound, mingling with the falling rain, felt as though salt were being rubbed into it, heightening Lu Yiming's wariness of this unsightly beast. Suppressing the agony, Lu Yiming realized that this ambushing ironback jackal possessed mid-tier second-level strength, and the surrounding ironback jackals regarded it with evident fear. This creature must be the ironback jackal king. We must withdraw immediately, Han Jingxue urged. Having discerned the same, both Lu Yiming and Su Huanhuan nodded in agreement. Han Jingxue and Su Huanhuan shielded the pale-faced Lu Yiming as they fought and retreated simultaneously. After feasting, the ironback jackal king emitted a low howl, and a third of the remaining ironback jackals flanked them from another direction, vanishing from view. The burden of protecting the injured Lu Yiming weighed heavily on Han Jingxue and Su Huanhuan, their bodies drenched in sweat and rain, exuding an Lu Yiming's complexion grew pallid as he struggled against the ongoing onslaught of the ironback jackals. Having lost considerable blood, he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. As Han Jingxue and Su Huanhuan valiantly endeavored to escape the ironback jackals' pursuit, a vast horde of them appeared before the trio. As the dominators of this territory, the ironback jackals had an intimate understanding of the terrain. Under the king's command, they effortlessly encircled the three. It seemed their martial examination was about to conclude in failure. Observing the dire state of the trio, the principal of First High School could not help but sigh. Encountering the ironback jackal king with its berserk skill, their defeat is to be expected. It is just unfortunate that they will not achieve a better score. The principal of Second High School echoed the sentiment with a heavy heart. Chapter 14 The Ironback Jackal Pack. I have them all covered. As the ironback jackals suddenly appeared before them, a heavy sense of dread washed over Lu Yiming and his companions, who were besieged by the relentless pack. Their chances of breaking free seemed almost non-existent, and it appeared that this martial arts examination would come to an abrupt end. A bitter smile crept upon Lu Yiming's face. He was left with little fighting spirit, and remaining in the secret realm posed an even greater risk. I am truly sorry, but I can no longer fight alongside you two. I intend to withdraw from the secret realm, he confessed, his expression heavy with guilt. With your current achievements, you have already secured a place among the top 10 prestigious schools. Your safety is paramount, Su Huanhuan urged, deftly wielding her whip to fend off an advancing ironback jackal, momentarily pushing it back. She turned to the visibly weakened Lu Yiming with a comforting gaze. Go ahead, we can hold out a little longer before we must also withdraw from this martial arts examination, Han Jingxue added, her voice resolute. Lu Yiming cast a deep glance at the two girls, the kindness they had shown him etched firmly in his memory. Yet, as he pressed the withdrawal button on his smartwatch, there was no shimmering light of teleportation beneath his feet. He pressed the button once more, but still, he remained rooted in place, the glow of escape eluding him. Defiant against fate, Lu Yiming repeatedly pressed the withdrawal button, but to no avail. Something's gone wrong. My smartwatch has malfunctioned, I cannot exit the secret realm. Panic began to etch itself upon Lu Yiming's features. The ability to withdraw it had been their greatest assurance, and now, for reasons unknown, that safety had been stripped from him. Su Huanhuan and Han Jingxue exchanged worried glances, an ominous feeling rising within them. They hastily pressed the withdrawal buttons on their own smartwatches, only to find themselves equally trapped within the secret realm. As they surveyed the encroaching ironback jackals and the sinister figure of the ironback jackal king, despair enveloped the trio like a thick fog. We must fight with all our might. Do not worry about me, I will use the Overlord Spear to carve a path for you. You two must escape as swiftly as possible. Lu Yiming exerted himself, launching an attack against the oncoming ironback jackals with his last ounce of strength. With every bit of energy he could muster, he unleashed a spear thrust that manifested into a brilliant golden beam extending 13 meters, annihilating every ironback jackal in its path as if they had never existed. A narrow corridor had been torn through the pack before them. Su Xiaoxiao and Han Jingxue shared a determined glance. Neither of them wished to abandon Lu Yiming. With Han Jingxue leading the charge, Su Xiaoxiao supported Lu Yiming as they fought their way forward. Perhaps due to their youth, or perhaps because they had grown up hearing tales of humanity's valiant struggles against countless foes, Su Xiaoxiao and Han Jingxue chose the route with the least chance of survival. With Lu Yiming rendered incapable of further combat, the two girls felt like fragile boats adrift in a tempestuous sea, teetering precariously amidst the throng of ironback jackals. As time wore on, their bodies bore the marks of battle, and Su Xiaoxiao, with her weaker defenses, sustained a grievous bite to her arm, blood gushing forth. Despite his exhaustion, Lu Yiming struggled to lift the overlord spear, striking at the ironback jackals that surrounded him, yet, the once formidable force of his attacks now failed to repel even a single jackal, deepening his resentment towards his own frailty and impotence. At that moment, the ironback jackal pack parted to reveal a 5-meter-wide path, and the diminutive ironback jackal king let out a piercing howl, as if mocking the trio's helplessness. With a confident stride, the ironback jackal king approached them, exuding an air of certainty. Lu Yiming, Han Jingxue, and Su Xiaoxiao, utterly exhausted, could only glare at the creature with fury. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with a grey light, yet the ironback jackal king effortlessly evaded her attacks. Han Jingxue's fire serpent arced through the air, lunging at the ironback jackal king, only to be dispelled by a swift paw, sending sparks flying. In an instant, the ironback jackal king transformed into a blur, lunging for Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Drawing upon her last reserves of strength, Su Xiaoxiao unleashed her bone whip, but it merely grazed the ironback jackal king's side, the distance between its fangs and her flesh dwindling rapidly. No! Han Jingxue cried out in despair, witnessing the impending doom that loomed over Su Xiaoxiao. Lu Yiming's nails dug into his palms, blood seeping from the wounds as he grappled with feelings of anguish and rage. The ironback jackal king's maw emanated a putrid stench, mingled with a suffocating aura of death. In that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mental defenses crumbled, and she slowly closed her eyes. How utterly unfair, having dedicated her life to martial arts, never having experienced the sweetness of love. What a pity! Su Xiaoxiao lamented within her heart. As death approached, her most fervent desires surfaced in her thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the air. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively opened her eyes to behold a blue longsword hurtling towards her at an astonishing speed, its target unmistakably the ironback jackal king before her. The ironback jackal king, sensing the impending threat, hesitated momentarily before leaping back to evade the blade. If it had chosen to devour Su Xiaoxiao whole, the sword would have pierced its very being. Following the trajectory of the blue longsword, Su Xiaoxiao beheld a figure clad in black armor gracefully maneuvering through the ironback jackal pack. The second-tier martial artist, strikingly handsome and exuding a fierce aura, moved among the jackals like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze, with no creature daring to approach him. In no time, this dashing figure arrived at the heart of the battlefield, drawing the blue longsword and pointing it menacingly at the ironback jackal king. It seems I have taken on the entire ironback jackal pack. Do you have any objections? Lin Fan remarked with a calm smile. A mere second-tier martial artist, though your agility is commendable, you face nearly 300 ironback jackals. If you seek to court death, I shan't object. Lu Yiming scoffed. Han Jingxue regarded Lin Fan with an expression that suggested she found him absurd, yet Su Xiaoxiao, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of reassurance wash over her as she gazed at Lin Fan's towering figure, as if nothing could threaten her as long as he stood before her. Be cautious. These ironback jackals are in a frenzied state, considerably stronger than their ordinary counterparts, Su Xiaoxiao warned. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Such a multitude of second-tier low-level beasts represent a wealth of points. While I could take them down one by one, the efficiency would be far too low. Moreover, it would be disheartening to watch these two lovely ladies fall to such beasts. I shall employ the power of the first emperor to resolve this. With a thought, an imposing shadow clad in black robes, wearing a towering crown, materialized behind Lin Fan. This phantom radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance and authority. The moment the first emperor's specter appeared, the ironback jackals trembled in fear, emitting mournful cries. The already weakened Lu Yiming and his companions collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Lin Fan. What sort of innate ability is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming compulsion to submit before him, merely from his presence? The trio was filled with astonishment. Arise, my valiant Qin soldiers! Lin Fan commanded inwardly. A spectral army clad in black armor and wielding long spears and swords emerged behind the first emperor's figure. Limited by Lin Fan's current strength, this formidable legion consisted of merely 100 soldiers, each possessing the same second-tier martial artist prowess as him. Yet, as long as Lin Fan remained unscathed, each soldier would resurrect upon death. With each step, the 100 Qin soldiers seemed to shake the very earth. Forward, forward, forward. The sound of their swords clashing against shields echoed like rolling thunder through the heavens. Eliminate them all. The first Emperor's spectre merged with Lin Fan, who raised his scalesword and pointed it toward the iron-backed jackals. At once, the 100 Qin soldiers quickly formed a protective circle around Lin Fan. The outermost soldiers raised their shields, while the inner soldiers divided into two groups. One group knelt, aiming their crossbows at the nearby iron-backed jackals, while the other group stood ready to replace them. This was the standard tactic employed by the Qin soldiers, first a volley of arrows, then a melee engagement with the enemy. Faced with this battle-hardened force, the iron-backed jackal pack, despite their numerical superiority of 3-1, began to shrink back in fear from the murderous aura emanating from the Qin soldiers. The iron-backed jackal king's eyes flashed with fury, and with a furious roar, the pack charged toward the Qin soldiers. The commanding Qin soldier raised his sword, and the sound of slicing wind filled the air as a hail of crossbow bolts rained down upon the iron-backed jackals, who fell like wheat before the scythe. After 2 rounds of volleys, the iron-backed jackals were reduced by nearly half, their corpses littering the ground. Forward, forward. After the volleys, the Qin soldiers sheathed their crossbows, swords in one hand and shields in the other, charging toward the iron-backed jackal pack. The sounds of swords piercing through iron-backed jackals echoed, and the shield-bearing soldiers easily defended against the creature's attacks. Within a minute, not a single iron-backed jackal remained standing. The ground was strewn with their lifeless bodies. For the first time, the iron-backed jackal king found itself confronted by such a formidable collective. Witnessing the rout of its kin, it turned to flee. However, a volley from the Qin soldiers sent it crashing to the ground, lifeless and beyond saving. Is this truly the end? There were nearly 300 iron-backed jackals. Lu Yiming could hardly believe his eyes, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. This was far too powerful. It was clear now that he had underestimated Lin Fan's capabilities. Han Jingshua's mouth fell open in disbelief, her mind in disarray as if bombarded by explosive revelations. I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was this formidable. Su Huanhuan gazed at Lin Fan's back, a hint of admiration blooming within her heart, barely perceptible even to herself. Chapter 15 of the First Integral, an unfitting existence. Gazing at the serene countenance of Lin Fan in the distance, the shock within Lu Yiming and his companions lingered, refusing to dissipate. They had always been the cream of the crop among their peers since childhood, yet, in the face of the iron-backed jackals, they felt utterly powerless and fragile. This man, of similar age, wielded an inexplicable talent. For the first time in their lives, they experienced such a profound sense of disparity, leaving them with an undeniable feeling of disillusionment. However, they were fortunate that this man's intervention had saved their lives. At the podium outside the secret realm, everyone sat in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The tea before Zhao Tongwei had grown cold, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the projection screen displaying Lin Fan. Principal Li, are you just one individual eradicating an entire pack of iron-backed jackals, and you call that a lack of martial prowess? Zhao Tongwei exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation as he directed a frosty glare at Li Jianmin, the principal of 4th High School. How can this be? Wasn't Lin Fan supposed to be devoid of martial talent? Are his oblivious teachers deliberately suppressing him, and I was none the wiser? Li Jianmin's expression mirrored his incredulity, his heart raging with turmoil. Director Zhao, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. Had I known Lin Fan possessed such formidable martial talent, I would have rejoiced, he hastily clarified. Principal Li, do you grasp the implications of a talent like this being deemed as lacking in martial ability? It signifies a disgrace to the education sector of City C, a blemish on the honor of the Hua nation. The human race is already in dire need of promising martial artists, yet your institution has buried such a gem. I am beginning to doubt your leadership capabilities and whether you deserve to continue as the principal of 4th High. The teaching staff at 4th High requires a thorough overhaul. Zhao Tongwei pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Jianmin could not possibly be lying to him. It was likely that Lin Fan had faced deliberate targeting and suppression within the school. He then spoke earnestly to Li Jianmin. Director Zhao, I shall investigate Lin Fan's circumstances thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory account. Li Jianmin declared, drenched in cold sweat as he hurried to affirm his stance. Principal Li, the talent Lin Fan displayed in vanquishing the entire iron-backed jackal pack is at least of S rank. This extraordinarily gifted martial artist has been neglected for 3 whole years. Had Lin Fan attended our 1st High, he would undoubtedly be at least a 6th-level martial master by now. This year, the top scorer in the Gaokao for Qin province could very well have been from City C. The principal of 1st High, upon witnessing Lin Fan's godlike performance, realized that Lu Yiming was utterly unqualified to be compared to him. In an attempt to curry favor with Zhao Tongwei, he began to lash out at Li Jianmin. Lin Fan is now the top scorer in the secret realm. To think such a candidate receives scant attention at 4th High is truly heart-wrenching. After years, we finally have an S-ranked talent emerging from City C. This should be a source of pride for us, yet even 4th High shows no regard for an S-ranked martial artist. Has the value of an S-ranked martial artist diminished so drastically, they can be directly recruited into the top 10 prestigious schools? This year, the Gaokao has posed perilous challenges within the secret realm. Had it not been for Lin Fan's exceptional strength, he might have perished there. I wonder what 4th High has been doing. How could they have failed to recognize Lin Fan's talent over 3 years? If an S-rank martial artist were to fall within the Gaokao secret realm, who would bear that responsibility? Principal Li, can you shoulder that burden? The leaders of the Education Bureau and various school principals began to bombard Li Jianmin with accusations, leaving him feeling profoundly aggrieved. He truly had no knowledge of Lin Fan's situation. At the podium, Chen Yifun's complexion turned pallid. After witnessing Lin Fan's astonishing combat prowess and terrifying talent, his world felt as though it had crumbled. Manipulating the Gaokao was a grave offense, and to target an S-rank martial artist was even more egregious. Within the secret realm, upon seeing the score rankings, the candidates erupted in astonishment. First place: Lin Fan, 12, 306.2 ND place; Han Jingxue, 8, 066.3 RD place; Yang Yiming, 7, 587 points 4 TH place; Su Huanhuan, 7, 521 points. Lin Fan, he was only in the 20s before. How could he possibly have risen to first place after I just slain a few ferocious beasts, leading by over 4,000 points? Is he even human? City C has never seen such a vast score disparity in years. Who exactly is Lin Fan? Why have I never heard of him before? The high school candidates stared at the 5-digit scores, their minds reeling as if struck by a bomb. Could it truly be our Lin Fan from 4th High? Is it possible there's another with the same name? The candidates from 4th High found it hard to believe, but upon checking the leaderboard, their apprehensions were laid to rest. Lin Fan's affiliation with 4th High was clearly marked. The academic prodigy is simply extraordinary. This is a case of silence before a thunderous revelation. I discerned his potential for entering one of the top 10 prestigious schools after his recent victory in the martial arts challenge, but to see him rise to the first place in scores is astonishing. Not only is this academic genius exceptional in academics, but his martial prowess is equally remarkable. Had I known, I would have endeavored to cultivate a closer relationship with him. With such a terrifying score, it's likely that this year's top scorer in City C's Gaokao will be Lin Fan. For years, the top scorer has always been from 1st High, but this year it finally belongs to 4th High. The academic prodigy is simply unparalleled. Most of 4th High students rejoiced upon hearing the news, feeling a swell of pride for having. If someone were only marginally better than them, they might feel envious, yet the chasm between them and Lin Fan felt insurmountable, leaving them in awe. Wow, Brother Fan has truly done it. He entered the martial arts Gaokao with the intent of becoming the top scorer. I wonder if he can secure the top spot in this year's Gaokao for Qin Province? Lin Fan's close friend, Li Hao, gleamed with excitement. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Lin Fan must have cheated. I am well aware of his capabilities. How could he possibly achieve the top score? After the exam, I will definitely report him. Chen Shuai, the inept one, seethed, recalling their earlier agreement to ensure Lin Fan was dealt with in the secret realm. Upon seeing the score rankings on her smartwatch, Shen Beilian became agitated and frantic, unable to comprehend how the once subservient Lin Fan could possess such strength and potential. She had anticipated Lin Fan's demise during the Gaokao, only to find him soaring to heights that filled her with despair and dread. As a candidate, she understood the implications of that score, representing an unimaginably bright future. I am the central core of the secret realm. Upon witnessing the eradication of all the ironback jackals, Lin Fan dispelled the apparition of the first emperor. The 100 Qin soldiers transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the ether. Truly, the ferocity of the core area S beasts had elevated him to the top of the score rankings. This score practically guaranteed him the title of top scorer for City C. With 2 hours remaining until the exam concluded, he resolved to continue hunting beasts to amass more points. After consulting the map, Lin Fan turned to depart. What is your name? I sincerely thank you for saving us. A sweet voice called out from behind him. Lin Fan glanced back to see Su Huanhuan, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Fan, there is no need to dwell on such matters, he replied, quickly transforming into a fleeting shadow, leaving only his silhouette behind for Su Huanhuan and her companions. Lin Fan, who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you in City C? The question stirred within Su Huanhuan, who had been rescued from despair, igniting her curiosity about Lin Fan in the core region of the secret realm. Amidst a thicket sparse with beasts, a tiny hand suddenly emerged from the air, followed by a young girl clad in a flowing green dress, gracefully materializing. She appeared doll-like, around 7 or 8 years old, radiating a pure glow yet wearing an unmistakable expression of fear. In an instant, the girl vanished from her spot, reappearing 600 meters away in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to exit the thicket, a ferocious aura surged from behind her. A blood-red figure shot forth like a cannonball, drawing ever closer to the young girl. Upon closer inspection, the blood-red figure was a 1.5 meter tall humanoid creature, adorned with peculiar markings. 3 eyes lined each side of its head, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth appeared menacing. Clutched in its hands were 2 blood-red blades, and a 5-centimeter-long spike protruded from its elbow. This blood-red figure was a young Blade Tribe creature imprisoned within the secret realm, pursuing the spirit of the realm in a bid to escape. To free itself, it had only one recourse: to slay the spirit of the realm, thus causing the secret realm to collapse. With an intense hatred and murderous intent radiating from its 6 eyes, the young Blade Tribe creature approached the spirit of the realm with a piercing shriek, slicing through the air. Chapter 16. The Emperor treads the vast expanse, crushing all beneath his foot. Within the spatial rift designated for imprisoning the Blade Clan, Deputy Commander Zhao Lei's countenance bore the pallor of iron. Scattered across the ground lay 10 soldiers, clad in battle attire and fully armed, their lifeless forms arranged in disarray, devoid of breath. At the center, the starry stone pillar meant for confining the Blade Clan's young was drenched in the blood of the fallen warriors. The base of the pillar, marred by shattered handcuffs and leg shackles, was adorned with over a dozen severed chains. It was evident that the young of the Blade Clan had managed to escape. Fury swelled within Zhao Lei as he beheld the grim fate of his comrades. He vowed to personally slay this Blade Clan whelp. Suppressing his rage, Zhao Lei reported the dire situation to Commander Sun Chang, only to receive disheartening news. The spirit of the secret realm had vanished from its usual dwelling. Zhao Lei, immediately mobilize your troops to search for the Blade Clan whelp in the secret realm. I have dispatched the 4th and 5th companies to assist you. We must protect the spirit of the secret realm while ensuring the safety of the examinees within. Capture the whelp if possible, if not, eliminate it on sight. We must minimize casualties among the examinees. Commander Sun Chang's voice reverberated through the phone. I will ensure the completion of this mission, Zhao Lei replied solemnly. After ending the call, he departed the confines of the Blade Clan's prison, initiating a large-scale search throughout the secret realm. Lin Fan transformed into a diligent worker, tirelessly seeking out the ferocious beasts within the secret realm. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the number of beasts began to dwindle, and his score steadily increased. In a dense forest, a second-tier lower-grade purple venom spider leapt from a towering tree, its enormous mandibles poised to bite Lin Fan. Just as the spider was about to strike, Lin Fan deftly slid forward a few centimeters, thrusting his sword into the spider's mandible, piercing its brain. He then swiftly retreated as dark green blood sprayed through the air, the spider's anguished cries echoing as it succumbed to death. Before he could revel in his victory, Lin Fan sensed a powerful, malevolent presence rapidly approaching and swiftly prepared for battle. After 3 breaths, a delicately featured little girl appeared before him, her presence overshadowed by a menacing crimson figure behind her. Upon glimpsing the blood-red silhouette, the girl instantly teleported behind Lin Fan, clutching the hem of his battle attire and gazing at him with pleading eyes. Assessing the situation, Lin Fan noted that although the crimson figure possessed only mid-tier second-level strength, its vitality was strikingly formidable. If the vitality of an ordinary mid-tier second-level beast could be likened to stars, then the vitality of this blood-red figure was akin to the moon. 6 blood-red eyes glared with fierce malevolence, and the creature was none other than the Blade Clan, ranked 68th among the universe's top races. Adult Blade Clan members typically wielded 6th-tier strength, comparable to the martial kings of humankind, yet their prowess far surpassed that of their human counterparts, particularly in close combat. This Blade Clan youngling, merely a mid-tier second-level entity, was likely still quite young, yet its combat capabilities could rival those of an average lower-tier third-level beast. Uncertain of how the little girl had arrived in this secret realm, Lin Fan, empathetic towards her plight, resolved not to let her perish before his eyes. Let me witness the combat prowess of the Blade Clan. His eyes gleamed with determination as his martial talent surged, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle intent. Just as Lin Fan prepared to engage the Blade Clan whelp, 2 figures clad in military uniforms emerged not far behind him. Protect yourself and leave this place quickly, we will handle this Blade Clan whelp. The 2 soldiers darted to Lin Fan's side, one with a square face urgently advising him as he passed. The deployment of 2 9th-tier martial artists into the secret realm was unprecedented in past examinations. Upon seeing the 2 soldiers, Lin Fan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. An unforeseen event had transpired during the examination, and the Blade Clan whelp was the source of this calamity. The 2 soldiers, anxious for Lin Fan's safety, were taken aback when he remained rooted in place, poised for battle. Little one, do not act recklessly, you are no match for this battle, this is the Blade Clan. We can only hope to contain it. The square-faced soldier bellowed. With a fierce swing, the soldier raised his blade, aimed at the whelp's neck, the blade crackling with arcs of electricity. The Blade Clan whelp mirrored the action, raising its blood-red weapon to strike forward. The clash of their powers resonated, the square-faced soldier's blade shattering into two, sending him hurtling away, blood gushing from his mouth as he flew through the air. The other soldier, a towering figure, was momentarily enveloped in a greenish glow, transforming into a 3-meter-tall minotaur-like giant. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the giant swung its fists with the force of a tank, barreling towards the Blade Clan whelp. The whelp's eyes flickered with disdain as it unleashed a 2-meter-long blood-red blade aura against the giant, sending it hurtling away at a speed even greater than its advance, crashing through 3 trees before finally coming to a halt, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Flee! The square-faced soldier gasped weakly, recognizing that as a soldier, his mission was to protect the innocent. He could perish here, but he could not allow a promising examinee to meet the same fate. Lin Fan regarded the two exhausted soldiers with a newfound respect. They understood they were outmatched by the Blade Clan whelp, yet chose to confront it for the sake of protecting him. It was precisely such selfless individuals that allowed humanity to endure against the relentless onslaught of myriad races. Rest assured, this Blade Clan whelp is under my protection, Lin Fan declared with a reassuring smile, charging towards the creature. Seeing this seemingly feeble individual daring to confront it, the Blade Clan whelp's eyes glinted with cold malice as it executed a perfectly arced strike towards Lin Fan's neck. Unflinching, Lin Fan raised his sword to intercept the whelp. The whelp's other blade, however, wickedly aimed for Lin Fan's abdomen. Lin Fan, summoning more strength, retaliated with a fierce strike against the whelp. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Fan swiftly retreated, though a shallow wound marred his abdomen. Seeking death, Lin Fan's gaze hardened, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth. This was his first injury sustained within the secret realm. The Emperor treads the vast expanse. Lin Fan emanated an aura of unparalleled nobility and dominance, his eyes devoid of emotion as they fixated upon the Blade Clan whelp, as if it were but an insect. With a powerful leap, Lin Fan soared above the whelp, descending to deliver a crushing blow. A colossal foot, 10 meters in size, descended from the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force that rippled through the air, displacing it beneath the weight of his power. The Blade Clan whelp, overwhelmed by an acute sense of peril, activated its intrinsic markings, channeling every ounce of strength to unleash its mightiest strike. A 6-meter-long cross-shaped blade aura cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the imminent foot. Boom! The immense foot collided with the cross-shaped aura, producing a thunderous roar. Crack! The blade aura shattered like glass beneath the weight of the colossal foot, which continued its descent, generating a fierce wind pressure that sent the whelp into a state of terror as it attempted to flee. Die! Lin Fan's expression twisted into a snarl as he brought his foot down with crushing force, burying the Blade Clan whelp deep into the earth. With a resounding crash, a deep pit approximately 3 meters in depth formed upon the ground, the whelp reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, lifeless and utterly defeated. The square-faced soldier and the towering warrior inhaled sharply, both frozen in disbelief as they gazed at the figure descending from the sky. Is the quality of examinees this high nowadays? 1 foot and the Blade Clan whelp is dead. No wonder he wouldn't flee. It turns out the fool was me. The square-faced soldier's incredulity was palpable. Goodness, is this still a high school student? Damn, I've been a soldier for 6 years and can't compare to a mere high schooler. The normally taciturn giant warrior couldn't help but exclaim, utterly astonished by Lin Fan's prowess. The spirit of the secret realm regarded Lin Fan with newfound curiosity, a glimmer of unusual light in its eyes. It had never encountered a more formidable examinee in all its years of overseeing the examinations. After the demise of the Blade Clan whelp, the spirit of the secret realm ceased to tremble in fear. Under its influence, the weather within the realm instantly cleared, and the exit button on the smartwatch returned to normalcy. Chapter 17: A Drop of Vital Blood, an Unbreakable Record. How do you both feel now? I have some simple medicines in my bag. I wonder if they might be of any use. Lin Fan strode towards the two soldiers, his concern evident. Help me retrieve the medicines from my bag, the warrior with a square face said to Lin Fan, who was in such pain that even the slightest movement felt agonizing. After Lin Fan handed the medications to the two soldiers, their vitality stabilized significantly. However, they continued to regard him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monstrous being, which made Lin Fan feel somewhat uneasy. Who would have thought that a mere Blade Edge tribe cub would grant me 519 points? With just over half an hour remaining until the exam, my score has reached 14,986. Historically, the top scorer in Qin Province's college entrance exams barely exceeded 10,000. So I am assured of my status as the top candidate. I should remain here to protect these two soldiers until the exams conclude. Otherwise, their frail bodies would be utterly defenseless against the ferocious beasts. Lin Fan settled down to rest, engaging in casual conversation with the two soldiers. Moments later, a troop of over 20 soldiers arrived. Luo Chang, Wu Datong, how did you two sustain injuries? The leading deputy battalion commander, Zhao Lei, exclaimed in astonishment. We encountered the Blade Edge tribe cub and were injured by it, the two replied weakly. Which direction did that Blade Edge tribe cub flee? Deputy Commander Zhao Lei questioned hastily, a murderous intent emanating from his eyes. The palpable aura of danger sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. Compared to these battle-hardened soldiers, his own murderous aura felt rather juvenile. "It's already dead, in that pit," Luo Chang said with a bitter smile, offering Zhao Lei an answer that was hard to believe. Zhao Lei approached the deep pit with skepticism and witnessed an unforgettable sight. The Blade Edge tribe cub lay at the bottom of the pit, reduced to a bloody pulp, discarded like refuse. Zhao Lei swallowed hard and inquired, "Who killed it? Did the military district dispatch a master-level warrior?" "It was this candidate who did it. To be precise, he crushed it underfoot." Luo Chang and Wu Datong both shook their heads in unison. Zhao Lei gazed at Lin Fan, who appeared harmless, with a mix of terror and disbelief, unable to calm his racing heart. This was a Blade Edge tribe member, a top-tier cosmic race that had slain numerous humans on the battlefield against foreign species. Although this cub lacked awakened abilities, it was still a formidable opponent, that a high school student so effortlessly dispatched it underfoot. Who would dare to believe such a tale? "Thank you for your assistance. I am Zhao Lei," he said, stepping forward to shake Lin Fan's hand with a complex expression. In that moment, he could no longer view Lin Fan as an ordinary student, instead perceiving him as a peer of equal caliber. The spirit of the secret realm hopped over to the corpse of the Blade Edge tribe cub, extracting it from the pit. With a grasp of her hand, the body of the cub shriveled instantly, revealing a drop of blood that shimmered with a black-golden hue. The spirit approached Lin Fan and, before he could react, deposited the precious blood into his mouth. As the drop of blood entered Lin Fan's body, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, his skin flushed. He quickly sat down, striding to absorb the potent energy contained within this blood. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed one drop of mid-tier second-level Blade Edge tribe blood, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, breaking through to 5th-level martial artist. The Copper Skin Iron Bone technique has reached perfection. Vitality 536, 703, Spirit 429, 618. A powerful force coursed through Lin Fan's limbs, his vitality transforming from a gentle stream into a mighty river, with the surrounding insect sounds becoming more distinct. The soldiers around Lin Fan wore expressions of astonishment, hardly able to believe the strength emanating from a 5th-level martial artist. Under the pressure of his presence, even the 8th and 9th-level martial artists among them found it hard to breathe. The spirit of the secret realm bounced in excitement, watching Lin Fan's transformation with glee. Though unable to speak, the spirit was a sentient entity, and this drop of Blade Edge tribe blood was a token of gratitude. Who would have thought that such a drop of blood could yield such immense enhancement? Not only did it elevate him directly from a 2nd-level martial artist to a 5th-level martial artist, but even my Copper Skin Iron Bone technique, which I had scarcely practiced, reached a perfected state. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing within them, but he moved his body, causing a series of crackling sounds. As he reveled in his newfound power, a smile crept across Lin Fan's face, while a hint of wry amusement appeared on Zhao Lei's. They had originally intended to retrieve the corpse of the Blade Edge tribe cub, but unexpectedly, the spirit had taken it upon itself to bestow the blood upon Lin Fan, and Zhao Lei could only hope to report this incident to Battalion Commander Sunshine after exiting the secret realm, praying that the commander would not make matters difficult for Lin Fan. Time swiftly passed, and by 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan affectionately patted the spirit of the secret realm on the head, departing the realm amid its reluctant farewell. All candidates were teleported outside, yet only 3/4 of them remained alive. The others had perished at the hands of the ferocious beasts. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, Zhao Tongwei, seated upright, rose and slowly approached him. The leaders from the Education Bureau and various principals followed closely behind, each wearing a warm smile. "Fan, you are incredible. 14,986 points, surpassing the second place by over 5,000 points. Now, the top 10 prestigious schools are yours to choose from." Li Hao exclaimed upon seeing Lin Fan, extending his congratulations. "Scholar, you truly are lucky. You've astonished us with your college entrance exam results. We must celebrate tonight." This score exceeded last year's top scorer by over 4,000 points, undoubtedly securing Lin Fan's position as the top candidate in Qin Province. Congratulations to the scholar for soon ascending as the top scorer in Qin Province. A chorus of classmates surrounded Lin Fan, welcoming him enthusiastically. The surrounding candidates gazed at Lin Fan with curiosity, some female students even casting him glances that hinted at infatuation, akin to that of a hunter eyeing prized prey. Soon, Zhao Tongwei, accompanied by the leaders. Initially, he had merely found Lin Fan intriguing, but he now recognized him as a dark horse of boundless potential. Given Lin Fan's score, his status as the top scorer in Qin Province was a certainty, marking a significant achievement for Zhao Tongwei. "Thank you," Lin Fan replied politely. "Keep up the good work, Lin Fan. A martial artist capable of slaying Blade Edge tribe members is precisely the talent that humanity lacks. I believe that soon, Sea City will witness the emergence of a martial emperor." Zhao Tongwei encouraged. His words ignited a fervor among the leaders from the Education Bureau and the principals, leaving them speechless. A martial emperor is a rarity globally, the backbone of humanity, and for Zhao Tongwei to believe Lin Fan possesses such potential was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Fan smiled politely after Zhao Tongwei and the leaders showered Lin Fan with praise and encouragement. They all departed. The warmth of his classmates' welcome intensified, with many girls openly expressing their admiration for Lin Fan, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Even more tortured was Li Hao, who watched as Lin Fan was surrounded by various goddess-level classmates, while he had remained single for 18 years, feeling a profound sense of despair. How splendid life would be if he had not broken up with her, how delightful his future could have been. In a corner of the crowd, Shen Bailian looked at Lin Fan with a crestfallen expression, regretting her past choices. In the direction of Second High School, Su Huanhuan gazed through the throng at the tall figure of Lin Fan, remembering how he had saved her in the secret realm. A blush blossomed on her delicate face, her bashful demeanor causing the boys around her to gulp in unison. After Zhao Tongwei boarded his dedicated vehicle, he began tapping his fingers on the seat, contemplating how to deal with Chen Yifan. The situation regarding Chen Yifan's manipulation of the college entrance exam to harm Lin Fan must be resolved promptly. He could not allow Lin Fan to feel disillusioned with C City's educational system. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei informed Battalion Commander Sun Chang about Lin Fan's consumption of the Blade Edge tribe cub's blood. Sun Chang appeared troubled. While Lin Fan was not to blame for the situation, the blood of the Blade Edge tribe cub was indeed extremely valuable. Reluctantly, Sun Chang reported the matter to his superiors. Upon receiving the news, the higher-ups responded with a single remark: several prominent figures have begun to pay attention to Lin Fan. A mere drop of Blade Edge tribe blood is of little consequence. After hanging up the phone, Sun Chang's mind remained tumultuous. His superior was a warrior of king-level strength. One could only imagine the caliber of the prominent figures being referenced. Chapter 18: The top scholar of the Q Province College Entrance Examination and the generous rewards in this modern era, bolstered by technological advancements. The results of the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination were published merely 2 days after the test on the examination website. Numerous candidates, accompanied by their families, anxiously sought to discover their scores. Dai and the Lin household. Lin Fan calmly sat before the computer, logging into the site with a composed demeanor, while Zhang Lan and Lin Yu feigned tranquility as they stood behind him. Upon Lin Fan clicking the inquiry button, several lines of information appeared on the screen. Candidate Lin Fan score 14986, Q Province ranking 1. As the results were unveiled, a faint smile graced Lin Fan's face, and an exhilarating thrill surged within him. He had finally achieved his goal. The astonishing score of 14,986 far surpassed previous records for top scholars in Q Province, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Upon witnessing the score, Lin Yu let out a piercing scream. "Brother, you've become the top scholar of Q Province. You can choose from the top 10 prestigious universities. I never even dared to dream that our family would produce a top scholar." Grasping Lin Fan's arm, she shook him vigorously, her face flushed with excitement, radiating a liveliness that suggested she felt as if she herself had achieved this remarkable feat. "Xiao Fan, I am so proud of you!" Zhang Lan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy as she processed the ranking. She had witnessed Lin Fan's relentless dedication and hard work, and now, seeing him succeed in the martial arts college entrance examination filled her with pride. "Don't be sad, mother, from now on." Zhang Lan nodded, her expression brightening. "I'll head out to buy some groceries shortly. I'll prepare a feast of your favorite dishes to celebrate." Lin Fan nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. "Xiao Yu, I'm entrusting all my socks to you this year. Make sure you wash them thoroughly, for I shall conduct a strict inspection," he added, flashing a sunny smile at Lin Yu. "Brother, how can you bear to make me wash your socks?" Other brothers dote on their sisters, providing them with all kinds of treats. "You know how foul your socks are. Can you really let your adorable sister wash them and then be unable to eat?" Lin Yu protested, her grin vanishing as she blinked her big eyes and clung to Lin Fan's arm in a playful manner. "Alright, I won't make you wash them," Lin Fan conceded with a resigned glance at Lin Yu, fully aware that she would always find a way to evade chores, as she had since childhood. After obtaining the desired outcome, Lin Yu released Lin Fan's arm and returned to her usual self. "Mother, let me accompany you to the market today. It's been ages since I last visited," Lin Fan suggested cheerfully. "Sounds good." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the house. Lin Yu stepped forward to open the door, revealing Principal Li Zhanmin of the 4th High School and Director Zhao Tongwei of the Education Bureau, along with several other dignitaries, all wearing beaming smiles. "You must be Lin Fan's family. We are here to congratulate this year's top scholar of Q Province," Zhao Tongwei said warmly, gazing at Lin Yu. "Please, come in." Lin Yu exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of these influential figures she had only seen on television and in the news, ushering them into the living room. Once the Education Bureau officials entered, the modest living room became crowded, with many people standing shoulder to shoulder. Lin Fan, congratulations on becoming this year's top scholar of Q Province. Zhao Tongwei beamed. Thank you. Lin Fan replied politely, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. Lin Fan, as a candidate from C City, the entire city takes pride in your achievement. We understand that your mother has raised you and your sister single-handedly, which must have been incredibly challenging. In recognition of your dedication to martial arts, we have decided to award you 2 million and a 3-bedroom apartment in Mingyu Garden. The house is fully furnished and ready for you to move in at any time. We hope you will continue to strive for greatness and become a powerful martial artist, contributing significantly to humanity in C City. After this commendation, Zhao Tongwei instructed his secretary to present a small box containing a card and the key to the new apartment, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. Zhang Lan and Lin Yu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable astonishment. They had never encountered such a substantial sum of money in their lives. Mingyu Garden, located in the most affluent area of C City, boasted an array of martial arts academies and shopping facilities, accessible only to the wealthy elite. A 3-bedroom apartment there would command a price exceeding 5 million. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Fan accepted the generous gifts with grace. Lin Fan, the school failed to recognize your martial arts talent, and I, as the principal, take full responsibility for not providing you with adequate support, Principal Li Jianmin said earnestly. This card contains 50,000 as compensation for the school's shortcomings in nurturing you over the past 3 years. You must accept it. 50,000 was a considerable sum for Lin Fan, and he graciously accepted it with a smile. After receiving the card, Principal Li Jianmin visibly relaxed. Lin Fan, there was a consensus at the school that you lacked martial arts talent. Can you explain how this occurred? If it was the school's oversight, I will ensure justice is served, Zhao Tongwei said sternly, while beads of sweat formed on Principal Li Jianmin's forehead. This is unrelated to the school. My martial arts talent did not manifest until shortly before the examination, when I was 16, Lin Fan replied, feigning surprise as he crafted an excuse. Zhao Tongwei nodded, acknowledging that while such late awakenings were rare, there were indeed exceptions, and those who did awaken typically possessed formidable martial arts abilities. Principal Li Jianmin sighed in relief upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation. The officials from the Education Bureau spent half an hour at Lin Fan's home before beginning to depart. Lin Fan, could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with you privately, Zhao Tongwei said with a smile at the door. Lin Fan hesitated briefly before following Zhao Tongwei outside. The others gradually made their way down the stairs, leaving only Lin Fan and Zhao Tongwei at the entrance. Lin Fan, did you notice anything unusual when you first entered the secret realm? Zhao Tongwei inquired. The beasts outside the secret realm exhibited second-tier strength, which is rather strange, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. According to my investigation, the entrance to the secret realm you entered has been closed for 20 years. The mastermind behind this is Deputy Director Chen Yifan of the Education Bureau. He orchestrated this due to his son Chen Shui seeking his assistance. Chen Shui's current girlfriend is your ex-girlfriend, Shen Balian, Zhao Tongwei stated gravely. I see, Lin Fan said, his expression darkening. I have reported this matter to the higher authorities, who are taking it very seriously. Chen Yifan has been dismissed and imprisoned for manipulating the college entrance examination, while Shen Balian and Chen Shui have been incarcerated for attempted murder. I also bear responsibility for what transpired, and this 100,000 is a form of compensation from the C City Education Bureau, Zhao Tongwei said, producing a card from his pocket and handing it to Lin Fan. Now that the perpetrators have been punished, I shall not dwell on this matter any longer, Lin Fan said as he accepted the card with a smile. As the top scholar, as long as he remained steadfast, his future was undoubtedly bright. Sacrificing a deputy director of the Education Bureau to earn the goodwill of a future martial arts powerhouse was a wise investment for Zhao Tongwei. After offering Lin Fan a few words of encouragement, Zhao Tongwei departed from the Lin residence. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Prestigious Schools, SSS Class Talent. Following the announcement of the college entrance examination results, news that Lin Fan from City C had become the top scorer in the Qin province dominated the front pages of major media outlets. Numerous short video platforms showcased Lin Fan's remarkable performance during the live-streamed examination. Traditionally, the highest scorers hailed from City A, yet this year, it was City C, historically mediocre in martial arts examination results, that seized the title, leaving students and citizens from City A feeling deeply aggrieved. These discontented individuals turned to short video platforms, where they discovered a video of Lin Fan in action, amassing an astonishing 20 million views. In the footage, a grotesque and fearsome iron-backed jackal lunged at a sweet-faced girl, only to be repelled by a blue longsword slicing through the air. A handsome young man darted through the throng of ironback jackals like a gust of wind. Upon his appearance, he unleashed his martial arts talent, conjuring a commanding and powerful phantom behind him that sent nearly 300 ironback jackals quaking in fear. Soon after, 100 bloodthirsty black-armored warriors were summoned, launching a one-sided slaughter against the ironback jackals. Amidst the fervent cries of the black-armored warriors, even the mightiest of the ironback jackals fell effortlessly to their blades. After watching the video, students and citizens from City A found themselves unable to shake their astonishment, finally comprehending why Lin Fan from City C had claimed the top scorer title this year. A lone warrior, wielding such formidable martial arts talent, if he couldn't secure the title, who could? Once a staunch critic of Lin Fan, I now regard him as my idol. He is the pride of our Qin province. To think he single-handedly vanquished 300 frenzied second-tier ironback jackals. City C is indeed fortunate to have birthed such a prodigy. 10 years ago, when I encountered a pack of ironback jackals during my college entrance examination, I lacked the courage to confront them and retreated from the examination realm. Lin Fan obliterated the pack by himself. This is the disparity, isn't it? I truly am worthless. Those who viewed the video couldn't help but begin liking, commenting, and sharing, causing its popularity to soar. Following the release of the examination results, admissions officers from prestigious universities commenced their urgent work. The information regarding Qin province's top scorer, Lin Fan, appeared on their desks. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 18. Martial arts talent: none. Total examination score: 14986. Inch Xiao Zhao, did you collect this information using your feet? 14986 points is already the highest score in this year's national martial arts examination. How could Lin Fan possibly lack martial arts talent? Upon seeing Lin Fan's information, Lu Luchuan, the admissions director from Shangjing University, erupted in fury. This data was provided by Lin Fan's school. It should be accurate. Zhao Qi, responsible for data collection, looked aggrieved as he mumbled a few words under his breath. Lu Luchuan shot Zhao Qi a fierce glare. Old Lu, don't be angry, just look at these battle videos of Lin Fan during the martial arts examination. A short, stout middle-aged man beside Lu Luchuan chuckled as he handed over his phone. Upon witnessing Lin Fan demonstrating his martial arts talent, single-handedly slaying 300 ironback jackals and crushing a Blade Clan member underfoot, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Luchuan's forehead, and his face turned crimson with excitement. Lin Fan's martial arts talent is at least S-class. I must personally visit Qin province. I must ensure Lin Fan becomes a student at our Shangjing University. Xiao Zhao, lend me the vice principal's prized steed, Thunder Falcon. Just tell him I'm recruiting a top-tier genius for Shangjing University. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow other schools to get ahead. Lu Luchuan suppressed his excitement and instructed Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, filled with trepidation, approached Vice Principal Chen Xiangyang's office. Vice Principal Chen Xiangyang regarded his Thunder Falcon as a son, and numerous school leaders had sought to borrow the speedy creature, only to be rebuffed. Upon explaining the situation, Zhao Qi received the Thunder Falcon, albeit reluctantly, with Chen Xiangyang repeatedly reminding him to not only bring Lin Fan back but also to take good care of his beloved steed. Riding the 5-meter-tall Thunder Falcon with an 8-meter wingspan, Zhao Qi picked up Lu Luchuan and soared through the sky like a blue lightning bolt towards City C in Qin province. Simultaneously, prestigious institutions such as Magic City University and Jiangbei University dispatched their admissions officers to Lin Fan's location in City C. The next morning, Lin Fan received a call from Principal Li Jianmin. Lin Fan, hurry to school. Admissions officers from the top 10 universities have already arrived. Li Jianmin's voice crackled with excitement over the phone. He had never witnessed such a gathering of admissions officers from the top universities. Each one was a formidable Grandmaster-level expert. They arrived so quickly. Lin Fan expressed his surprise. Stop overthinking it, I've sent a dedicated car to your building, just come downstairs. The sofas were filled with individuals, each emanating an aura of high-level martial artists, with Principal Li Jianmin being the least imposing among them. As he entered the reception room, over 20 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Having come straight from home, Lin Fan was dressed in simple casual attire, which contrasted starkly with the elegant suits worn by the others in the room, yet, Lin Fan's tall stature, calm demeanor, and dignified expression set him apart amidst the assembly of Grandmaster-level experts. Indeed. The admissions officers silently nodded in agreement. These individuals were all Grandmaster-level experts, some even martial generals who had turned to education due to injuries. For a fifth-tier martial artist to remain composed under their collective presence was quite remarkable. Lin Fan, let me introduce you. This is Lu Luchuan, the admissions director of Shangjing University, and this is Zhou Miaotong from Magic City University. Under Principal Li Jianmin's introduction, Lin Fan quickly learned the identities of these individuals. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Lin Fan respectfully addressed them. Lin Fan, we have all viewed your combat videos. Your practical abilities are exceptional, and your martial arts talent is remarkable. According to Principal Lee, you awakened your martial arts talent shortly before the examination, so we would like to assess your martial arts talent first. Lu Luchuan, positioned centrally, smiled as he produced a compact and exquisite talent detection instrument seemingly out of thin air. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. How do I use this? He inquired. Having never encountered such a device before, the school's equipment was of a more basic variety. Simply place your palm on it and display your martial arts talent to initiate the assessment. Lu Luchuan instructed. Lin Fan complied, and a formidable phantom emerged behind him, causing the surrounding air to ripple. As he exhibited his martial arts talent, the admissions officers felt an unexpected weight in their hearts. It was as if they were not facing a fifth-tier martial artist, but rather a martial arts powerhouse surpassing them. As Lin Fan demonstrated his martial arts talent, the detection device emitted a red glow, swiftly transitioning through orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, before ultimately radiating a blinding golden light under the astonished gazes of the teachers. SSS class talent. It is indeed SSS class talent. It has been over 30 years since an SSS class talent has appeared in Huagua. Lu Luchuan's eyes widened, and the others stood frozen, jaws agape. All the admissions officers gazed at Lin Fan with eyes gleaming with envy, their breaths quickening. Lin Fan, as long as you enroll at Magic City University, you will have unrestricted access to all martial arts techniques and practices for your 4 years at university. We will grant you a 3 million yuan scholarship upon enrollment, provide you with a standalone apartment on campus, and equip you with 4th-tier elemental gear. We will arrange a professional mentoring team to assist you with your training challenges. Zhou Miaotong from Magic City University was the first to speak, presenting a series of enticing offers. 3 million yuan in scholarship is not trivial. Magic City University has produced martial venerates in the past. The school possesses numerous high-level techniques and practices, each costing at least 5 million yuan, making it quite a financial burden for ordinary students to train. Li Zhanmin's heart raced. Magic City University truly deserves its reputation as the wealthiest among the top 10 institutions. What Magic City University can offer, Jiangbei University can match. Once you enroll, all our secret realms will be accessible to you as your strength reaches a certain level. Our most renowned Dragon Blood Pool, which enhances physical capabilities, will also be available to you for long-term access. Moreover, we can provide you with a formidable Dragon-type beast companion, ensuring you have a reliable ally in your future endeavors, Zheng Dishing from Jiangbei University boldly proclaimed. Other teachers gasped at Zheng Dishing's enticing offers. Jiangbei University boasts the most secret realms among the top 10 schools, each housing numerous treasures that can significantly enhance strength. Furthermore, Jiangbei University is renowned for its Dragon-type beast companions. Given Lin Fan's potential, the dragon companion offered to him would undoubtedly be a top-tier specimen, capable of rivaling even a martial emperor upon full maturation. Chapter 20 of the 10 prestigious schools, each with its unique characteristics. Lin Fan, do you aspire to become a formidable martial arts master? Do you wish to rend the Star Spirit clan asunder and tread upon the colossal beasts of the cosmos? As the sole institution among the top 10 universities to have produced a martial emperor, Shangjing University boasts the most formidable faculty and the most illustrious alumni network. I can assure you, once you step onto the battlefield of alien races, a significant portion of the elite warriors will be your fellow alumni. The university will facilitate connections between you and these esteemed individuals, greatly enhancing your chances of survival in the alien battleground. The cultivation techniques and martial arts secrets, as well as dragon-type beast companions, are all available at Shangjing University. Upon your enrollment, you will be provided with a standalone apartment and a sum of 5 million. Should you desire a top-tier dragon beast, our esteemed faculty will ensure you acquire a dragon pet that meets your satisfaction. Lu Luchuan from Shangjing University, witnessing Zhou Miaotong and Zheng Dishing speak before him without regard, promptly set aside the airs of a martial general and Although the admission officers from the other 9 prestigious schools were eager to contest, Lu Luchuan's assertions held merit. Shangjing University consistently ranks as the premier institution among the top 10, having nurtured numerous elite warriors. For the first time, a satisfied smile graced Lin Fan's face. Based on his understanding of the top 10 universities, Shangjing University exuded sincerity. The representatives from other esteemed institutions were equally determined, each extolling the benefits of joining their respective schools. Liaoqing University of Science and Technology, recognized as the pinnacle of research institutions in Huagua, holds patents for colossal starships, humanoid mechas, and laser weaponry. They promised that if Lin Fan enrolled, he would receive a customized humanoid mecha with exceptional offensive capabilities, thereby significantly enhancing his overall combat strength and chances of survival on the alien battlefield. Qingfeng University offered to present Lin Fan with a set of their prized star armor, should he choose to enroll. This armor, crafted from the cores of celestial bodies, imbues each attack with stellar energy, doubling its power. Its foremost attribute is its remarkable endurance, capable of absorbing the energy of stars from the cosmos, providing the wearer with abundant stamina and mental fortitude. There was once a 7th-level martial master clad in star armor who managed to exhaust a nearly ascended 9th-level cosmic beast to death. Sanglong University's pseudo-insectoid creatures, developed through the study of insectoid corpses, have garnered immense popularity among martial artists on Blue Star. Although the majority lack the formidable attack power and reproductive capabilities of true insectoids, they remain impressively robust, with particularly exceptional pseudo-insectoids rivaling genuine insectoids. Sanglong University promised to gift Lin Fan a top-tier pseudo-insectoid upon his enrollment at Jingtai University, renowned for its expertise in the forging of energy weapons, produces armaments that are in high demand. The energy weapons from Jingtai University significantly surpass ordinary energy weapons in their enhancement of a martial artist's offensive capabilities. In comparison, the energy weapons available on the market are akin to Youth Editions versus Supreme Editions. Jingtai's offerings utterly dominate. The admissions office at Jingtai University resolved to provide Lin Fan with a set of 5th-level energy equipment upon his enrollment. Furthermore, should this 5th-level equipment fail to meet his requirements, he would be permitted to exchange it for more advanced gear at any point during his 4 years at the university. All students at the 3 military academies are subjected to a disciplined regime, boasting formidable combat prowess. Each of these academies possesses a unique plant life that aids students in battle, typically manifesting as tattoos on the host's skin but revealing a ferocious combat form during conflicts. Only martial artists hailing from these military academies can utilize these plant entities. Others, even if they were to seize them, would be unable to employ them. As one of the 3 military academies, Xiangkong University is renowned for its blood-sucking vines among martial artists. With a tenacious vitality and powerful penetrating ability, once they invade an enemy's body, the foes are drained of their lifeblood. Blood serves as the nourishment for the growth of the blood-sucking vine. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger it becomes, rendering its combat capabilities increasingly terrifying. Xiangkong University pledged to present Lin Fan with a precious blood-sucking vine king upon his enrollment to assist him in combat. Star University, another of the 3 military academies, is willing to bestow upon Lin Fan one of their rare ghost flower kings to aid him in battle. This botanical entity, as Star University's trump card, possesses an extraordinarily potent neurotoxin. Merely inhaling its pollen or making contact with it results in paralysis, rendering the victim immobile. Although the ghost flower can only advance by absorbing various ores rich in pure energy, such resources are not scarce on the resource-abundant Blue Star. Once, a martial master from Star University captured 3 9th-level insectoid queens using a 9th-tier ghost flower through a surprise attack. As one of the 3 military academies, Tieta University's devouring grass is equally formidable, rivaling the blood-sucking vine and ghost flower. The devouring grass possesses exceptional absorption and digestion capabilities. Anything caught in its maw, even diamonds, is reduced to rubble. Moreover, once swallowed, the consumed material is swiftly digested and absorbed, becoming nourishment for the devouring grass's growth. This plant life is also the easiest to cultivate among those of the 3 military academies. Any energy-rich substance it consumes is broken down into nutrients for its advancement. Tieta University vowed to provide Lin Fan with a devouring grass emperor upon his enrollment, serving as a powerful ally. As for the financial incentives and standalone apartments prepared for Lin Fan's enrollment, none of the 10 prestigious schools fall short. It is no joke. For the sake of talent, what is a trivial sum of money? If the institution nurtures a martial emperor, the returns on this investment could be 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, along with a variety of hidden benefits. Furthermore, they do not believe Lin Fan's potential will be limited to merely becoming a martial emperor. I am currently in dire need of potent cultivation techniques and martial arts to elevate my prowess. Moda University boasts the most advanced techniques in martial arts among the top 10 schools, allowing me to freely select and combine the most suitable ones for my development. Dragon companions, pseudo-insectoids, and the plant life from the 3 military academies will all assist me in battle. However, my Qin Emperor's arrival can summon the warriors of the Qin dynasty to fight alongside me. In group battles, I am not lacking in allies. While the powerful star armor, humanoid mechas, and energy weapons are external aids, their potential to significantly enhance my strength is undeniable. Selecting any one of them would be a commendable choice. Shangjing University possesses an exceptionally powerful faculty, and the number of elite warriors it has cultivated is unparalleled among the top 10 institutions. Under Shangjing University's training system, my strength can be rapidly augmented. The sense of camaraderie among alumni will also provide me with invaluable support once I enter the alien battlefield in the future. The conditions presented by all 10 prestigious schools have left Lin Fan thoroughly captivated, plunging him into a state of indecision. Not only Lin Fan, but even Principal Li Jianmin is presently engulfed in confusion. These resources cannot be obtained merely through wealth. Without remarkable social standing and strength, one does not even qualify to engage with dragon companions, star armor, pseudo-insectoids, or blood-sucking vines. Chapter 21. The final choice at Shangjing University upon witnessing Lin Fan lost in contemplation, the esteemed professors, who typically basked in privilege, patiently awaited his response. I am profoundly grateful for your generous consideration, esteemed educators. I find your terms exceedingly agreeable. Allow me to articulate my own requests first. I require a formidable cultivation technique, with the stipulation that it be provided prior to my enrollment, as I do not wish to squander the 2 months before the semester on idleness. Second, once admitted, I shall not adhere to a rigid class schedule. I will only enroll in courses that pique my interest. Third, I wish for the entirety of the school's secret realms to be accessible to me upon my admission, as I intend to enhance my prowess by confronting the formidable beasts and unique lifeforms within. Lastly, I desire to bring along a fellow student whose scores in both the liberal arts and martial arts have not met the school's criteria, allowing us to enter the university together. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan articulated his demands. The expressions of several professors darkened at his requests, while the other conditions posed no significant challenge. The third point regarding unrestricted access to all secret realms proved contentious. It is worth noting that most universities possess only 3 or 4 secret realms, with Jiangbei University boasting the most. Given the immense benefits of these realms for practical combat training and the plethora of cultivation resources contained within, ordinary students must expend substantial credits to enter. There was concern that granting Lin Fan early access could lead to a depletion of these precious resources, adversely affecting the training opportunities for other students. With an SSS-grade talent and exceptional combat capabilities, this young man is worth the risk for Shangjing University. If we must sacrifice 1 or 2 secret realms, I wager that he will emerge as a top-tier martial emperor in the future. Even if he exhausts the resources, his ascension to martial sovereign status will yield benefits that far exceed our investment, one professor mused. As other educators hesitated and conferred with the school's leadership, Lu Luchuan, the director of admissions at Shangjing University, gritted his teeth and approached Lin Fan with resolute determination. In the midst of the professor's astonishment, he inscribed his name and affixed his fingerprint, formalizing his contract with Shangjing University. No sooner had Lin Fan completed the contract than the admissions staff from Jiangbei University received authorization from their superiors to acquiesce to all of Lin Fan's conditions, provided he enrolls. The leaders of Moda University, Xingqian University, and Sanglong University, after deliberation, also began to accept Lin Fan's stipulations, believing him to be a worthy candidate. Lin Fan, have you considered our offer? Jiangbei University is prepared to meet your requests. We can provide you with what Shangjing University has, insisted Zheng Dishing from Jiangbei University. Undeterred, other professors, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to. Observing their shamelessness, Lu Luchuan felt a surge of irritation, disregarding his internal injuries as the aura of a martial general erupted from him. Instantly, the reception room fell silent. Previously a level 7 martial general, Lu Luchuan, despite his injuries, towered over the other admissions officers, who were mere grand masters by comparison. Except for Lin Fan, who received his special consideration, the others appeared pale. You underestimate Shangjing University. Lin Fan has already signed a contract with us. There will be no poaching. If you wish to avoid our students challenging you at your doorstep daily, I advise you to cease your pressure on Lin Fan. I have matters to discuss with him, Lu Luchuan stated coldly. The mention of potential challenges sent a tremor through the other professors. Lu Luchuan was known for his adherence to his words. The students of Shangjing University were notorious for their enthusiasm in issuing martial challenges to other institutions, and their combat prowess was formidable. Allowing them to confront Lin Fan's new school daily would severely tarnish its reputation. Even securing Lin Fan would not compensate for the loss of prestige resulting from relentless challenges from the top martial university. Under Lu Luchuan's unmistakable disdainful gaze, the other martial university professors departed the reception room, dejected. Meanwhile, Principal Li Jianmin felt his head swimming as the professors of various prestigious schools proposed a series of enticing offers, while Lin Fan remained composed. He secretly envied Lin Fan's situation, yearning to experience the sensation of being surrounded and coveted. Lin Fan, the techniques and martial arts you seek will require some time. I will contact you by noon tomorrow at the latest for you to make your selections. As for the information regarding the student you wish to accompany you to Shangjing University, please provide it, and I will have the admissions staff address it immediately, Lu Luchuan stated after the other professors had departed, easing the tension in the room. After Lin Fan supplied the details of Li Hao, Lu Luchuan delegated the matter to his subordinate, Zhao Qi. Li Hao was Lin Fan's sole friend at the 4th high school, who had never ridiculed or bullied him during his formative years, even assisting him in overcoming numerous challenges. Such a friend would not be neglected. Lin Fan was determined to help. Shangjing University exhibited great sincerity towards Lin Fan, offering 4 million upon enrollment in addition to a 3-story standalone apartment. After discussing his requirements for techniques and martial arts with Lu Luchuan, Lin Fan exited the reception room. Upon returning home, Lin Fan shared the good news with his mother, Zhang Lan, who was overjoyed. Since receiving the bonuses from the city and school, Lin Fan had urged Zhang Lan to cease her part-time work and enjoy her time at home, cooking, watching television, and participating in square dancing, effectively stepping into early retirement. With the elimination of her part-time job, Zhang Lan's health and spirit improved daily. Previously, the family struggled financially, and although Lin Yu displayed considerable martial talent, she had never attended a martial arts academy. Now, as a top scorer in the college entrance examination, Lin Fan's success brought substantial funds. He enrolled Lin Yu in the best martial arts academy in the city for one-on-one lessons, selecting a master instructor for her at a monthly cost of 50,000, which he paid up front for an entire year. After resting on the living room sofa for a while, Lin Fan retreated to his room to begin his cultivation. Although the 5-animal breathing technique was of a low level and yielded minimal enhancement, it was better than not practicing at all. Everything I have achieved is through my own strength. I can afford to be lazy at times, but I cannot neglect my training, he reminded himself of this. Marked Lin Fan's first foray into cultivation since the end of the college entrance examination. Ding! Detection of host performing 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Ding! Detection of host performing 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 366-fold. Ding! Detection of host performing 3 sets of the 5-animal breathing technique, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. After countless repetitions, Lin Fan was soaked in sweat, beads rolling down his forehead and splattering onto the ground. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. Wiping his brow, he picked up the device to find a video call from Li Hao. "Brother Fan, do you know, I've made our family proud. I've been accepted into Shangjing University. Despite not even meeting their admission scores, my father plans to throw me a graduation banquet, inviting all our relatives and his friends. You wouldn't believe how thrilled he is today." Li Hao's ecstatic voice resonated through the phone, his flushed face visible on the screen. "Congratulations!" Lin Fan responded with a smile. "Gaining admission to such a prestigious institution guarantees that, at the very least, you will graduate as a Grand Master, making you a figure of renown in this modest city. See?" Lin Fan understood Li Hao's excitement perfectly. Most of their classmates merely aspired to enroll in martial universities, let alone dream of attending a top-tier institution. "Brother Fan, it must be you who helped me gain entrance to Shangjing University, right?" Li Hao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired after an enthusiastic monologue. With his limited potential and lack of connections, he struggled to fathom why he, an ordinary student, would be accepted. "Going to Shangjing alone would be rather dull. Having you join me will certainly make it more enjoyable," Lin Fan chuckled. "Brother Fan, even though we are brothers, I must express my gratitude for your monumental assistance. Without you, I would likely be condemned to struggle at the bottom of the martial arts hierarchy for the rest of my life," Li Hao said seriously. "Don't be so formal. Haven't you always wanted to find a beautiful girlfriend? Once you enter Shangjing University, you might finally break your single status. Unfortunately, I've always been surrounded by girls, so I can't relate to the plight of being perpetually single." Lin Fan feigned anguish. "Get lost. With so many beautiful girls at Shangjing University, I refuse to believe that, with my talents and charm, I cannot find one who appreciates me. My philosophy on love is simple. Hard work pays off. There is no girl I cannot win over. I simply haven't bothered to invest the time," Li Hao declared with an air of bravado. After chatting with Li Hao for a while, Lin Fan ended the call. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Hao could not resist sharing the news of his acceptance into Shangjing University in the class group chat, intentionally letting it slip to everyone. His classmates were soon shedding envious tears, with even some girls who had previously overlooked Li Hao now eagerly engaging him in conversation. The news spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the 4th high school. Everyone surmised that Lin Fan had played a pivotal role in securing Li Hao's admission, yet none dared to report or question it, only feeling admiration and jealousy toward him. There had been instances in the past where top scorers brought their girlfriends to prestigious institutions, and attempts to report unfair admissions had been swiftly dismissed by the school, illustrating the privileges afforded to talented martial artists in society. Chapter 22:2 months of training, Level 4 Master. The day after signing the contract with Shangjing University, Lin Fan received a call from President Li Jianmin while he was having lunch. "Lin Fan, the cultivation methods you requested have arrived. Do you have time? Come to the school. Director Lu and I are waiting for you in the VIP reception room." "Alright, I'll come over after I finish my meal." Zhang Lan was always worried that Lin Fan would arrive late and disappoint President Li Jianmin, completely unaware that Lin Fan's current energy surpassed that of the esteemed figure in her eyes, Li Jianmin. After a leisurely stroll along the street, Lin Fan arrived at the VIP reception room at the school. Pushing open the door, he greeted Lu Luchuan and Li Jianmin briefly. Lin Fan, according to your request, I have found 3 cultivation methods that can cultivate elemental original force. Please take your time to review them and choose the one that suits you best. Lu Luchuan said with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. His pride stemmed from enrolling Lin Fan, an SSS-level gifted martial artist, into Shangjing University, earning him high praise from both vice presidents, who appointed him as the director of the employment center. With Lin Fan, this prized asset, his career reached new heights. Lin Fan nodded, picking up the 3 books on the table from left to right, perusing the introductions of the cultivation methods. The Omni-Phenomenon method, an S-level technique, cultivates original force with formidable regenerative capabilities. Upon reaching a certain level, it enables rapid growth of surrounding flora, allowing for control over plants to assist in combat, as well as absorbing the life force of nearby vegetation to restore original force. The Flame Dragon Breathing method, another S-level technique, cultivates original force with powerful burning and explosive effects. At a certain level, one can condense original force within the body to form a fire dragon, which can either coil around the body as a protective flame dragon armor or be unleashed to deliver devastating strikes to foes. The Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, also an S-level technique, cultivates original force with potent tearing effects. Upon reaching a certain level, it can transform original force into a tornado for offensive purposes. While the Omni-Phenomenon method cultivates regenerative original force, its offensive capabilities seem somewhat lacking. I am more inclined towards a technique with greater aggression. The Flame Dragon Breathing method favors burning and explosive effects, while the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations leans towards cutting and tearing. Compared to the Flame Dragon Breathing method, I prefer the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, which possesses powerful cutting and tearing effects with every move. After contemplating the contents of the 3 techniques, Lin Fan ultimately chose the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, which he had been drawn to from the very first glance. I'll take this Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, Lin Fan stated calmly. Excellent. I wish you a swift mastery of the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations. Although this technique is not the original text, it is still quite precious. Please take good care of it. Once you have fully memorized its contents, you can return it to the martial arts building with your student ID, Lu Luchuan said, placing the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations in a box and handing it to Lin Fan with caution. Rest assured, I will take good care of it, Lin Fan promised. 2 months from now, when you report to school, give me a call, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Lu Luchuan smiled. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Is this the disparity between individuals? He is merely a student. Li Jianmin, observing Lu Luchuan's affable demeanor towards Lin Fan, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret when recalling Lu Luchuan's authoritative attitude in his presence. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Luchuan, Lin Fan left the reception room. Walking through the campus, he relished his final moments of high school life. Occasionally, students returning from the training grounds would spot him and request photos, and several bold female students even asked for his contact information. With the impeccable speed of the Gale body technique, Lin Fan hastily exited the campus, casting a nostalgic glance at the 4th high school before departing. Once outside, Lin Fan hailed a taxi and made his way to the finest martial arts school in City C, Kenglin Martial Arts School. This establishment, founded by a formidable martial emperor, boasts numerous branches across the nation. Despite its steep fees, the training facilities, faculty, and service quality are exceptional. Lin Fan rented a training room of over 50 square meters and commenced his cultivation. The walls and floors of the training room were constructed from high-strength memory alloy, which, when subjected to attacks, would only sustain dents but quickly restore themselves. Even the strongest grandmasters would find it arduous to penetrate this memory alloy, making it a prevalent choice in martial arts schools nationwide. Lin Fan opened the box containing the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations and began to meticulously study it. After several readings, the operational trajectory of the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations was firmly engraved in his mind. As Lin Fan began to channel the original force according to the technique's trajectory, an overwhelming surge of original force flooded into his body, far surpassing the speed he achieved with the 5-animal breathing method. Ding! Detected that the host has completed 1 cycle of the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, triggering a 300-fold critical hit. Ding! Detected that the host has completed 1 cycle of the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Ding! Detected that the host has completed 1 cycle of the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, breaking through to the first transformation, Cyclone Realm. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet, and thrusting his palm forward, unleashing a powerful whirlwind that made the weapon rack in front sway. Is this the Cyclone Realm? While the increase in attack power is modest, the second transformation, the Storm Realm, enables the use of powerful storm currents for attacks, not to mention the third transformation, the Tornado Realm. During this period before the start of school, I will devote myself entirely to mastering the Wind Slaughter 4 transformations, striving to elevate this technique to a higher realm and break through to a greater level of cultivation. A satisfied smile graced Lin Fan's face as he resumed his training. When he returned home after training until the late afternoon, Lin Fan's days became an unchanging cycle, practicing cultivation methods and martial arts by day, and dining out for drinks with Li Hao by night, leading a somewhat monotonous yet fulfilling life. 2 months later, Lin Fan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Today, he was set to travel with Li Hao via high-speed rail to report to Shangjing University. After bidding farewell to his family, Lin Fan and Li Hao boarded the train. After a wait of more than 10 minutes, the high-speed train began to move. Gazing out at the passing scenery, Lin Fan idly checked his system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level 4 Master Vitality. 1496 Spirit, 1207 Talent Emperor's Descent SSS Technique E Level 5 Animal Breathing Method, Spirit Manifestation, S Level Wind Slaughter 4 Transformations, 3rd Transformation Tornado, Martial Arts C Level Riverfall Sword Technique, Master, E Level Copper Skin Iron Bone Technique, Perfect, E Level Gale Body Technique, Master. After 2 months of training, the S-Level Wind Slaughter 4 transformations had been cultivated by Lin Fan to the 3rd transformation, the Tornado Realm, allowing him to summon tornadoes of original force to obliterate his opponents. The terrifying cultivation speed brought about by the Tornado Realm had enabled Lin Fan to ascend from a level 5 martial artist to a level 4 master in just 2 months, a full realm of advancement. It is worth noting that Li Hao, despite his diligent training over the same period, had only managed to progress from a level 7 martial artist to a level 9 martial artist. If he were to learn about Lin Fan's rapid advancement, he would surely be disheartened. The Riverfall Sword Technique and Gale Body Technique had also progressed from perfection to mastery. Due to the Gale Body Technique, Lin Fan rarely found himself touched by enemies during actual combat, yet to enhance his overall strength, he advanced the Copper Skin Iron Bone Technique and infrequently utilized defensive martial art, from great success to perfection. Now, Lin Fan's strength as a level 4 master would undoubtedly place him among the top tier of first-year students. It would be prudent to engage in practical combat within the secret realms of Shangjing University to further bolster his capabilities. Once his strength is sufficiently formidable, he could also team up with others to hunt ferocious beasts for profit. If he could advance to the Grandmaster realm swiftly, he would be able to enter the foreign race battlefield and witness other races in the universe. One day, the Starry Beast, the Insectoid Queen, and the Star Spirit race shall all become the souls beneath my blade. Lin Fan's heart brimmed with ambition, and as he left home, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. Chapter 23 Arrival at School. Chance encounter with Su Huanuan. Lin Fan and Li Hao engaged in casual conversation as they journeyed for over 3 hours, finally arriving at Shangjing City. Just as the high-speed train was about to reach its destination, Lin Fan called Lu Luchuan, the director of the admissions office at Shangjing University. Lu Luchuan promptly set aside his work and drove over to pick up Lin Fan. After disembarking from the train, Lin Fan and Li Hao waited for a few minutes at the designated spot until Lu Luchuan arrived in his business vehicle. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lu Luchuan gestured for them to get in, as it was inconvenient to park in this bustling area. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Fan introduced Li Hao and Lu Luchuan to one another, and then he began to engage Lu Luchuan in light-hearted conversation, while Li Hao felt somewhat apprehensive due to Lu Luchuan's authoritative position. 2 months have passed, and your progress is astonishing, Lu Luchuan remarked, sensing Lin Fan's vitality radiating like a small sun, drawing in a sharp breath of admiration. It may be that my cultivation practice is particularly suited to me, Lin Fan humbly replied. To have advanced from a 5th-level martial master to a 4th-level grandmaster in just 2 months is the fastest improvement I have ever witnessed. Lu Luchuan's words left Li Hao in a state of disbelief, as if his mind had been bombarded. Is he even human? In these 2 months, I've only progressed from a 7th-level warrior to a 9th-level warrior, and here Lin Fan has already reached grandmaster. There's no comparison, he is truly a prodigy. Li Hao reassured himself, attempting to find solace in his own achievements compared to those of his peers from the 4th high school. After over 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at the southern gate of Shangjing University. Towering pillars, each over 20 meters high, stood majestically on either side of the entrance, with the 4 gilded characters spelling out Shangjing University intricately carved on a silver plaque at the top. Flanking the gate were 2 imposing stone lions, each standing over 5 meters tall, exuding an air of lifelike grandeur. The entrance was divided into pedestrian and vehicular lanes. Lu Luchuan guided them into the vehicular lane, and upon the sensors recognizing his vehicle, the blue laser gate before them vanished. As it was the time for enrollment, the sides of the road were bustling with students carrying luggage and parents sending their children off. The sunlight illuminated their faces, each person appearing resplendent. Perhaps it was not the sun that dazzled, but rather these students, as most had triumphed through rigorous challenges to gain admission to Shangjing University. Without exception, joy radiated from all their faces. Li Hao, gazing at the youthful girls outside the car window, found himself entranced. After Lu Luchuan assisted Lin Fan and Li Hao with their enrollment procedures, he escorted Lin Fan to a 3-story independent apartment specially assigned to him by the university. As Lin Fan stood at the entrance, the camera recognized his identity and opened the door. Inside the apartment, he discovered not only 13 rooms but also a well-equipped training area and a karaoke room, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Li Hao was assigned to a dormitory shared by 4, yet with ample space in Lin Fan's apartment, he decided to stay there as well. After seeing Lin Fan settled, Lu Luchuan departed. Once they organized their luggage, Li Hao eagerly took Lin Fan for a leisurely stroll around the campus, whimsically calling it a quest for love. Shangjing University was divided into 4 adjacent campuses, and Lin Fan currently found himself in the East Campus. True to its reputation, the university boasted a significant number of individuals surpassing his own abilities, each appearing mature and composed, likely upperclassmen. The atmosphere was thick with the presence of formidable warriors, prompting Lin Fan to silently marvel at their prowess. After nearly 2 hours of wandering, Li Hao had yet to encounter any hint of romance. In contrast, the handsome Lin Fan garnered attention from numerous girls, several of whom boldly requested his contact information and even invited him to dinner that evening. After Lin Fan graciously declined their invitations, the girls departed with glances filled with disappointment. Perhaps I should not have accompanied you, as walking alongside you only serves to highlight my own shortcomings, Li Hao lamented, feeling increasingly disheartened, his initial enthusiasm waning. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. Opening the university's campus app he had downloaded, Lin Fan navigated towards the cafeteria. According to the provided map, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and he intended to finish his meal in time for the 2 o'clock enrollment ceremony. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Lin Fan ordered a meal of 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, relishing the food. He was no longer in the financial strain he had experienced before the college entrance examination. The city's rewards, combined with the 400,000 yuan the university had transferred to him upon enrollment, allowed for a comfortable lifestyle. Furthermore, the meals at Shangjing University were remarkably affordable, with his selection costing only 12 yuan. Before arriving at school, Lin Fan had set aside 500,000 yuan for himself, entrusting the remainder of over 1 million yuan to his mother, Zhang Lan, for the family's daily expenses. During the lead-up to the school year, the entire family had relocated to the apartment in City C allocated to Lin Fan, ensuring everyone had their own spacious room, freeing Lin Yu from sharing a cramped space with Zhang Lan. Lin Fan! A melodious voice called from behind him as he focused intently on his meal. Turning around, he saw the sweet-faced Su Huanhuan approaching with her tray of food. Today, Su Huanhuan sported a high ponytail and wore a simple white t-shirt adorned with a bear pattern, paired with a blue mini skirt. Her unpretentious attire accentuated her youthful innocence, and her charming appearance, coupled with her perfect figure, caused many boys around to pause their meals, gazing at her in admiration. Naturally, she took a seat beside Lin Fan, prompting envious glares from the surrounding. Am I not allowed to? Su Huanhuan feigned annoyance. No, I was merely surprised to run into you here, Lin Fan quickly clarified. Shangjing University has always been my aspiration, Su Huanhuan replied with a light laugh, though she alone knew the lengths she had gone to persuade her family. Her martial arts entrance examination results could have secured her a spot at any of the top 10 universities, but with an uncle serving as an associate dean at Qingfeng University, her family hoped she would attend there for better support. However, after Lin Fan rescued her in the secret realm, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Upon learning that Lin Fan had applied to Shangjing University, she worked hard to convince her family to let her apply as well. Did you know? This year, the top 4 scorers from C City all applied to Shangjing University, Su Huanhuan said, taking a leisurely bite of her vegetable salad. Li Yiming and Han Jingxue are also here. It is quite extraordinary this year. Lin Fan replied, somewhat surprised. Li Yiming has been striving to surpass you ever since he lost in the entrance exam. It's likely that your performance motivated him to come to Shangjing University. As for Han Jingxue, I can't say for certain, but perhaps the allure of Shangjing University itself is irresistible, Su Huanhuan remarked, her large, captivating eyes sparkling. I always regarded you as my goal during high school. I heard your names while at 4th high school, Lin Fan said, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. Although these memories belonged to his predecessor, they felt vividly personal. You are the biggest dark horse from Qin province this year. You've kept a low profile until now, haven't you been waiting to make a grand entrance during the entrance exams? Su Huanhuan inquired, intrigued. Something like that. I only awakened my martial arts talent shortly before the exams, and it was after that my training speed significantly improved, Lin Fan explained, using this as a cover for all the admissions officers' inquiries. That's truly impressive. We've labored for 3 years, only to find ourselves surpassed by you so swiftly, Su Huanhuan said, her admiration evident. Indeed, it seems that accompanying you, Brother Fan, on outings only results in me being a backdrop or a third wheel. I am quite unfortunate, Li Hao thought to himself, observing Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan engrossed in their conversation. After finishing their meals, the trio made their way to the outdoor training ground for the enrollment ceremony, where many freshmen had already gathered. They found a seat and awaited the commencement of the ceremony. Chapter 24 of the Might of the Venomous Serpent, the Great Competition of the Newborns. Chapter 24 of the Might of the Venomous Serpent, the Freshman Competition at the Outdoor Training Ground Number 3, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon on a clear day, unmarred by clouds. At the center of the podium sat 2 vice principals, the somewhat portly Qian Shangyang and the impressively robust Jia Peng. Despite their impressive martial prowess, they appeared utterly unfazed by their age, both being over 50. The podium was filled with the deans of the 4 academies, while the seats behind them were occupied by mentors from various faculties. The freshmen below were abuzz with excitement, engaged in animated conversations with those around them. Observing the vibrant yet somewhat chaotic assembly of first-year students, the leaders and mentors on stage could not help but nod in approval. This year's incoming class was undeniably the strongest since the establishment of the university, boasting a remarkable count of 3,562 students. Mentor El Dodo from the Combat Academy stroked his sparse beard, stating, "This year, we have secured all the top scorers from 11 provinces in the college entrance examinations. Naturally, other outstanding students have chosen us upon witnessing the strength of Beijing University." Mentor Nia Yuqing from the Combat Academy expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Have you noticed the 2 exceptional talents among the freshmen?" Mentor Zhao Yilong, sensing the surging vitality radiating from the newcomers, could not suppress his astonishment. The other mentors, upon hearing this, began to attune to the atmosphere as well. Soon, an audible gasp filled the air, their faces alight with surprise. "I have a premonition that if this year's freshmen can grow smoothly, our Beijing University will make history," El Dodo declared with. The other mentors nodded in agreement, affirming their consensus. "Students, please settle down. I am Vice Principal Jia Peng, and we shall now officially commence the opening ceremony." Jia Peng, a muscular figure, spoke into the microphone. His voice resonated throughout the training ground, and a wave of quietude swept over the crowd, though a few rebellious spirits continued to chatter. These individuals, having basked in the adulation and respect of those around them since stepping into the realm of martial arts, held an inflated sense of self-importance and showed little regard for Jia Peng. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Jia Peng's mouth. With a disdainful snort, the seams of his suit burst apart. Standing at a height of nearly 6.5 feet, Jia Peng ascended into the sky, his form rapidly swelling into a colossal, over 300-meter-long purple venomous serpent. The serpent bore a grotesquely flat and diminutive head, a single horn jutting straight toward the heavens, its body ensconced in a haze of purple mist. Its ferocious eyes surveyed the unruly crowd below, emanating an overwhelming aura that quelled the noise into silence. "Every year, this old fellow steals the spotlight. When will it be my turn to instill a sense of dread in the freshmen?" Vice Principal Qian Shangyang could not help but mutter under his breath, eliciting exasperated eye rolls from the deans of the 4 academies. If Qian were to showcase his talents, a mere turtle appearing in the sky would hardly intimidate the rebellious students. It might even invite ridicule. The imposing presence of the venomous serpent, however, was indeed fitting for the occasion. Once the desired effect of intimidation was achieved, Jia Peng retracted his S-rank talent, reverting to his human form and descending gracefully from the sky. Although his shirt lay in tatters, revealing granite-like musculature, the presence of fellow martial artists meant that few were perturbed by his bare arms. Below, the male students gazed at Jia Peng's physique with envious admiration. Jia Peng briefly welcomed the freshmen before adopting a serious demeanor to recount the illustrious history and achievements of Beijing University, igniting a fervor among the students below. After half an hour of impassioned speech, Chen Xiangdong, who had prepared a lengthy address, took his turn. In contrast to Jia Peng's engaging rhetoric, Chen Xiangdong's discourse proved rather tedious, lulling many students into a stupor. Lin Fan glanced at his neighbor, Su Huanhuan, whose eyelids were already struggling to remain aloft. Li Hao sat upright but had succumbed to slumber. Lin Fan had grown accustomed to Li Hao's propensity to doze off while seated throughout their 3 years of high school. After an exhaustive 50 minutes, Chen Xiangdong concluded his speech, albeit reluctantly. Following him, Wang Tianwei, the dean of the Combat Academy, delivered a much briefer address. "Students, I am Wang Tianwei, the dean of the Combat Academy. Allow me to introduce the rules for this year's annual freshman competition. All students from non-combat academies may choose to leave the venue and watch the upcoming competition from the audience, or they may opt to participate. All students from the Combat Academy are required to partake. The competition will consist of 2 rounds. The first round will feature a free-for-all format, where all participants may engage in combat, but strikes must be controlled to avoid serious injury. To prevent excessive harm, standardized weapons provided by the school will be utilized, and all participants must wear wristbands that monitor their physical condition. Those who are knocked off the stage will be considered eliminated, as will those who lose their fighting capacity. The wristbands will teleport the incapacitated individuals from the arena. This first round will conclude once 100 participants are determined. Those remaining on stage may choose to form teams or fight solo. The second round will consist of one-on-one duels until the top 10 are identified. The top 10 will be awarded individual apartments, with higher rankings yielding more academic credits. The significance of these credits will become evident as you progress, as they pertain to your training resources. You now have 10 minutes to prepare and select your weapons. Upon concluding, Wang Tianwei signaled for the ground beneath the students to rise gradually to a height of 1.5 meters, accompanied by 8 descending steps around the perimeter. Weapon racks emerged at the edges of the arena, displaying an array of weapons, including swords, spears, axes, and whips. Although all were standardized armaments, Lin Fan picked up a standard long sword and practiced a few flourishes, noting its satisfactory balance and weight. Most students from the Auxiliary Academy, Life Academy, and Scientific Research Academy opted to head to the audience seats to watch the competition, with only a handful beginning to select their weapons. After 10 minutes, approximately half of the original 3,562 freshmen remained. All eyes were keenly focused on their surroundings, and naturally, Su Huanhuan and Li Hao gravitated towards Lin Fan. Not far off, Lin Fan spotted Lu Yiming and Han Jingxue. Since they were all from Qin province, Su Huanhuan insisted on including them in Lin Fan's group. Of their team now comprised 5 members, forming a small unit on the arena, while some teams exceeded 20 or 30 members. Chapter 25. The chaos commences. The champions overwhelming might. The inaugural round of the new students' competition officially begins. Observing the eager anticipation radiating from the students below, Wang Tianwei proclaimed loudly. In an instant, prodigies from across the nation engaged in their first clash. A dazzling array of formidable attacks filled the arena, with individuals occasionally being knocked off the stage. However, despite their shared brilliance, the disparities among these geniuses remained starkly pronounced. A tall man, exuding an aura of coldness that warned others to keep their distance, waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of frigid. Dozens of new students were instantly encased in ice, swiftly rendered incapable of resistance under the extreme cold. A series of silvery lights flickered as the nearly unconscious students were teleported off the stage. As the top scorer of Liaoning province, Yang Lingtian's power utterly dominated the other newcomers, living up to his reputation as an S-rank Ice Dragon gifted individual. A given time, he is likely to emerge as a leader among the new students at our prestigious Beijing University, praised the Combat Academy mentor, Nie Yuqing. His strength is commendable, but I have heard that his personality is rather solitary. Such traits can prove perilous on the battlefield against foreign races. I hope these 4 years at university will bring about some change in him, remarked another mentor, Rong Tingkong, while observing Yang Lingtian's rampage on the stage. Many mentors nodded in agreement, lamenting how numerous prodigies had met untimely ends due to their isolation. In the southeastern corner of the arena, a plump boy found himself targeted by a team of 10, yet he displayed no fear, a cold smile gracing his face. "Don't blame me. It is you who have chosen to strike first," he uttered cryptically. In the next moment, his rotund form transformed into a series of afterimages, weaving through the 10-man squad, his hands brushing against each member. Those touched by his palms soon found themselves sprouting fist-sized barnacles, only to be enveloped entirely by a dense network of these growths. Each new student ensnared by the barnacles wore expressions of terror, desperately attempting to tear them off, but the adhesive secreted by the barnacles had already fused their skin to the grotesque encasements. Despite their Herculean efforts, they remained utterly trapped. Alarmingly, the barnacles reproduced at an astonishing rate, encasing all afflicted individuals in layers upon layers. The barnacles began siphoning their strength, even covering their mouths and noses, leading some to either collapse from exhaustion or faint from brief asphyxiation. Sensing the loss of resistance in his victims, the plump boy showed mercy, allowing the barnacles to die and fall away of those around him. Witnessing this terrifying ability, instinctively retreated, creating a vacuum around him. This unassuming boy was none other than Fan Dehai, the top scorer of Guangdong province, an S-rank barnacle proliferation talent holder. "Sister, your attacks are feeble, hitting my chest feels no different than a massage," a brash blonde shouted. His taunt ignited the fury of a twin-tailed girl, who clasped her hands together, unleashing a powerful white energy arrow. Bang! The arrow struck the blonde squarely in the chest, and amidst a violent explosion, to the twin-tailed girl's astonishment, the blonde emerged from the smoke with a smug grin, entirely unscathed, transformed into a shimmering silver-gray iron figure. "Though you hit me, little sister, I forgive you. I simply cannot bear to harm such an adorable girl, he declared, his body darting forth like a cheetah, delivering a punch that knocked out a contender attempting to ambush the twin-tailed girl. Like a divine being descending from the heavens, all enemies struck by his fists fell unconscious, yet no one could breach his defenses. The twin-tailed girl, watching the blonde rampage through the crowd, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She had never anticipated that this insufferably arrogant fellow possessed such formidable strength. Should any newcomer from Sichuan province encounter this blonde, they would surely steer clear, for he was none other than Lu Xiaofei, the top scorer of Sichuan province, an S-rank star iron body talent holder, his defenses surpassing diamond by an unknown margin. In the central part of the stage, among the 5 members, aside from Li Hao, who possessed only C-rank physical enhancement and was somewhat weaker, the others showcased commendable combat prowess. Lu Yiming acted as the vanguard of the group, his overlord spear growing increasingly formidable in battle, while any adversaries he could not attend to were petrified by Su Huanhuan's death gaze. Han Jingshui conjured a fire python, launching a frenzied assault upon the surrounding foes. As for Li Hao, a 9th-level martial artist amidst primarily 3rd-level martial students, he dared not engage. Lin Fan, meanwhile, found few opportunities to strike, as Lu Yiming and the others effectively dealt with the enemies. After Lu Yiming felled an opponent with a thrust of his spear, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the shadows of the fallen foe, a brawny man, 2 meters tall, whose powerful punch hurtled toward Lu Yiming's chest. Lu Yiming hastily raised his spear in defense, only to be taken aback as the force behind the punch was akin to a speeding freight truck, shattering his overlord's spear. As the fist neared Lu Yiming's chest, a flicker of reluctance crossed his face. Should this blow land, he would likely be eliminated, a bitter pill for someone with such a strong sense of pride to swallow. Before the crowd could react, Lin Fan activated his master-level Gale technique, positioning himself to Lu Yiming's left. With the distance between Lu Yiming and his opponent far too close, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to shove Lu Yiming aside and unleashed a powerful thrust of his sword. A whirlwind measuring approximately 17 meters in height and over 2 meters in radius erupted from Lin Fan's blade, violently lifting the 200-kilogram brute into the air. Under the whirlwind's terrifying shredding force, the man was riddled with wounds, emerging as a bloody mess. To Lin Fan's surprise, the brute's figure vanished within the tempest. The whirlwind indiscriminately targeted everyone in its path, sweeping a large number of individuals into its vortex, ultimately leading to their elimination. Lin Fan surveyed the arena and noticed the brute re-emerging from the shadow of a nearby new student. The man cast a deep gaze at Lin Fan before choosing to retreat. This formidable figure was no ordinary newcomer. He was Rin Yue, the top scorer of Jin Province, an S-rank shadow assassin talent holder, capable of traversing through shadows at will. Thanks for that. Lu Yiming, usually bashful and concerned about appearances, rasped toward Lin Fan. He had finally grasped the vast disparity between himself and Lin Fan and recognized how ordinary he was in the context of Beijing University. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, and the group continued to seek out new targets. The top scorer of Jin Province, Lin Fan. I recall bestowing upon him the Wind Kills 4 transformations technique 2 months ago. I never imagined he would already reach the 3rd transformation, the Tornado Realm. This little fellow's talent is somewhat terrifying. I was also a genius in practicing Wind Kills 4 transformations, yet it took me a full 3 years to master the 3rd transformation, gasped the burly Zhao Peng, internally exclaiming at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 26, The Premature Conclusion of the First Round. On the arena, a boy of average appearance and moderate height strolled slowly before him. A pack of wolves formed from flowing water launched an assault on the surrounding freshmen, ferociously tearing into them. Each wolf stood over 3 meters tall. The freshmen unleashed their utmost strength to shatter one colossal water wolf after another, only to be quickly surrounded by an even greater number of giants. Ultimately, the freshmen were all grievously wounded and left defenseless, vacating the arena. This individual was none other than Wu Ming, the top scholar from Zhejiang Province, an S-rank talent endowed with the water spirit ability, capable of conjuring vast quantities of water and transforming it into any form, boasting a remarkably diverse array of attack methods. In this arena, there were also numerous formidable female contenders. A petite girl, standing at merely 1.55 meters, soared through the air, her golden butterfly wings scattering pollen. Any freshman inhaling the pollen inexplicably succumbed to slumber, and soon, a peculiar chorus of snores resonated across the arena. Yet, the newly slumbering students began to thrash about like shrimp, blood spraying from their mouths as they grew increasingly feeble. A flash of silver light swept by, and those who had lost their combat effectiveness were promptly dispatched from the arena. Everyone began to avoid the swirling pollen in the air, including Lin Fan, who summoned a whirlwind to disperse it. Such an enigmatic method of attack, I could hardly fathom how she executed it, making her a truly formidable opponent. When facing her, one must either close in swiftly to deliver a powerful blow or engage in a war of attrition until her energy is depleted, rendering her incapable of flight. Lin Fan pondered strategies to counter the butterfly-winged girl. This girl was Lu Jingru, the top scholar from Qing province, a bearer of the S-rank talent, colorful winged dream butterfly. Anyone inhaling the pollen from her wings would be ensnared in a dream where she could manipulate them at will. However, it proved ineffective against opponents of significantly superior strength. In stark contrast to Lu Jingru's enigmatic style, Wang Yutong, the top scholar from Hunan province, exhibited an entirely different combat approach. Wang Yutong, possessing striking beauty and a voluptuous figure, stood at 1.75 meters under her command, a towering war ancient tree, 15 meters high and so massive that 4 adults could barely encircle it, launched relentless attacks on the surrounding freshmen. Although the war ancient tree could only move slowly via its roots, its robust main branches, 7 in total, struck down numerous freshmen with each swing. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum formed around Wang Yutong, and her war ancient tree was also endowed with S-rank talent. Not far from Wang Yutong, a girl with a refined appearance had a circular mirror floating above her head, adorned with exquisite carvings. Whenever someone launched an attack against her, the girl would anxiously maneuver the mirror to intercept the incoming assault. The mirror directly blocked the attack aimed at her, reflecting it back with increased power and speed. The reflected attack struck like lightning, incapacitating the original aggressors before they had time to react. Some teams, realizing that a single individual could not defeat this girl, rushed in unison, yet more mirrors appeared around her, reflecting all their attacks in turn, toppling each adversary. She merely stood there, never initiating an attack herself. This was Yao Baikan, the top scholar from Sichuan province, a possessor of the S-rank reflective realm talent, the only provincial top scholar to repel all opponents without ever striking first. Her reflective realm could bounce back all opponents' attacks, amplifying their force by tenfold. Though seemingly modest, this enhancement could prove pivotal in combat. To Yang Lingtian's left, a strikingly beautiful older sister perpetually wore a smile, her vicinity enveloped in a shroud of mist. She was Du Yanran. Upon entering the mist, it seemed to come alive, infiltrating the nostrils and mouths of the freshmen, causing them to faint from oxygen deprivation, one by one being teleported out of the arena. As the top scholar from Guangxi province and an S-rank death mist talent wielder, Du Yanran reveled in combat, relentlessly pursuing her competitors, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in her wake. On the side of the arena near the judges' platform, a resplendent girl was surrounded by a team of over 50 individuals. Despite being in a perilous situation, she exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a holy light began to emanate from her. Following a dazzling flash of white light, she was clad in golden armor, 2 pairs of white wings sprouting from her back as she soared above the 50-strong team. Armed with a golden long sword, she raised it overhead and slashed down, unleashing a colossal sword of over 10 meters that descended with the force of a mountain. The 50 individuals unleashed their martial arts in retaliation, a myriad of attacks raining down upon the golden giant sword. However, in a mere moment, the sword obliterated their flashy offensives, cleaving directly towards the adversaries below. The enemies, engulfed in despair, were grievously injured by the mighty sword, some even expelling internal organs. In an instant, the entire 50-member team was annihilated, all teleported out of the arena. This girl was Zhong Jiejia, the top scholar from Shandong province, an S-rank 4-winged angel talent bearer, renowned for her formidable power and agility. As the 11 provincial top scholars, including Lin Fan, began to reveal their prowess, the area around them transformed into a vacuum, and the number of combatants on the arena dwindled rapidly. Observing the overwhelming strength of the 11 top scholars, the majority of the others banded together, forming a team of nearly 100. Wang Yutong, noticing this assembly, felt a surge of excitement and commanded her 15-meter-high war ancient tree to charge towards them. The 7 sturdy main branches swung simultaneously at the enemies, conjuring a tempest, each branch possessing the might to fell a second-tier beast. The temporary leader of this group, a 7th-level martial artist named Han Junjie, smirked coldly and waved his hand. All members unleashed their talents and martial arts in unison, a torrent of ranged attacks descending upon the war ancient tree. Everyone understood that the only way to combat the war ancient tree was through ranged strikes. Engaging in close combat would be akin to courting death. The massive war ancient tree splintered inch by inch from the main branches, ultimately exploding into fragments under the furious assault of the crowd. Wang Yutong coughed up blood, her vitality waning. Casting a deep glance at the crowd, she retreated to the opposite side of the arena. They were all prodigies from across the nation, yet on the arena, they were ruthlessly crushed by the 11 provincial top scholars. Each individual felt a pent-up frustration within, now finally released. Han Gu, we have severely injured a provincial top scholar. Who shall we target next? We must make them aware that we will not be subjected to their tyranny. A buzzcut boy in the team eagerly inquired. We'll take out Lin Fan first, as his team has the most members. After him, we will dismantle the remaining 10 one by one. We need to demonstrate the strength of our unity. Han Junjie reveled in the trust placed in him by so many, clearing his throat before proclaiming loudly. With a wave of his arm, the nearly 100-strong team surged toward Lin Fan and his group in the center of the arena. Lin Fan, I hear you are this year's highest-scoring top scholar. I wonder how much of that score is inflated. Han Junjie boasted arrogantly before Lin Fan. You wish to attack me, I commend your courage, but alas, it is exceedingly foolish. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, emanating an astounding aura. Han Junjie, momentarily intimidated by Lin Fan's presence, instinctively took 2 steps back. However, recalling the numbers on his side, he reassured himself, believing that even Wang Yutong, the top scholar from Hunan province, had been easily defeated by them. Thus, Lin Fan should be no exception. Brothers, attack! Han Junjie commanded in a fit of rage, immediately unleashing a powerful strike that sent a 6-meter-long blade of light hurtling towards Lin Fan. Upon hearing Han Junjie's order, the others unleashed their strongest attacks from 10 meters away. Laser beams, fireballs, thunder snakes, and boulders. An array of ranged assaults cascaded towards Lin Fan, who appeared as a mere ant before an elephant from the judge's platform. Lin Fan felt his energy surge as he gripped his long sword, executing a simple yet decisive horizontal slash. The energy from the sword erupted forth, forming a whirlwind over 30 meters tall with a radius of 4 meters. The whirlwind spun wildly, drawing up broken weapons from the ground, shredding them into metallic shavings in an instant. The force of the whirlwind was so potent that even those behind Lin Fan, including Su Huanhuan, were compelled to retreat. With an air of destruction, the whirlwind surged forward, roaring through the arena, enveloping the incoming attacks as it twisted and turned. Before long, all assaults were obliterated, fireballs and thunder snakes transformed into mere sparks, and boulders reduced to rubble. No! This is impossible, we are all first-year students, how can you be so powerful? Han Junjie screamed in a fit of hysteria, as he and his ragtag group were swept into the whirlwind, quickly becoming bloodied remnants, teleported out of the arena. At that moment, the arena fell silent, the 10 provincial top scholars casting wary glances at Lin Fan, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves of astonishment. Lin Fan truly was a monster. With him fighting alongside me during my college years, I shall never be bored. Wang Yutong's face bore a sickly smile, her gaze towards Lin Fan brimming with fervor. Did Lin Fan grow up on fertilizer? How could his strength surpass mine by such a wide margin? Lu Xiaofei lamented internally, believing that with his prowess, he would dominate among first-year students, captivating all the girls, only to be upstaged by the infuriating Lin Fan. Yang Lingtian scrutinized Lin Fan several times, convinced that the earlier horizontal slash was not Lin Fan's full power. The leaders and instructors on the judges' platform were equally dumbfounded, engaging in fervent discussions. If I am not mistaken, Lin Fan just controlled his strength to the 9th level. If Lin Fan could become his student, he might cultivate an unprecedented prodigy. You are not mistaken, Lin Fan indeed controlled his strength to the 9th level martial artist, and he has merely just reached the threshold of this level, Jia Pang replied calmly, though his eye twitched involuntarily. Teachers, only 27 individuals remain. Shall we conclude the first round? Lin Fan addressed the judges' platform with a faint smile. The first round can indeed conclude. I hereby declare the formal end of the first round of the freshman competition. The dean of the Combat Academy gazed at Lin Fan with an expression akin to marveling at a monster before making the announcement. Chapter 27. In defeating Du Yanran, shocking Lu Xiaofei at the commencement of the first round of the grand competition, the freshmen in the audience undoubtedly felt a sense of despondency. Though they were all students from non-combat academies, they were martial artists in their own right. Yet, they lacked the courage to confront the formidable individuals from the Combat Academy. However, as the battles unfolded, they began to feel a wave of relief. The ostensibly powerful newcomers struggled to withstand even a few moves from the 11 top scorers of the entrance examination, ultimately facing elimination in disgrace. Those who voluntarily withdrew at least retained a semblance of dignity. As long as they refrained from engaging, no one could deem them inadequate. Thus, the majority of students who abstained from participating in the competition consoled themselves with this thought. The ferocious tornado, the chilling ice dragon, and the seemingly omnipotent ancient war tree were beyond their capabilities. They were mere mortals, and the stage belonged to true geniuses. Therefore, their role was to be spectators, reveling in the battles of others. Numerous upperclassmen also gathered in the audience, and as they watched the ongoing competition, a sense of gravity deepened within them, for the caliber of this year's freshmen was astonishingly high. The cheers, boos, and shouts of encouragement echoed throughout the stands as everyone rallied for their favored newcomers while cursing those unsportsmanlike individuals who resorted to ambush tactics. The most popular male contestants were undoubtedly Lin Fan and Yang Lingtian. Lin Fan wore an ever-present, composed smile, his movements a whirlwind of chaos. Regardless of the number of opponents, they fell in a single blow, his strength unfathomable, eliciting shrieks from numerous female spectators. Yang Ling Tian's aloof demeanor similarly captured the hearts of many girls. This combination of handsomeness, strength, and coolness perfectly catered to their admiration for powerful men, leading them to fantasize about the cold, handsome figure being utterly devoted to them. Conversely, the individual who garnered the most ire was the seemingly simple-minded, robust Rin Yue, standing at 2 meters tall. His muscular physique resembled that of a statue, which one would assume would attract some admirers. However, his talent leaned towards that of an assassin, often striking from the shadows to deliver devastating blows to his opponents. This combat style incited considerable outrage, particularly after Rin Yue expressionlessly knocked a flawlessly proportioned female contestant off the stage, prompting a crescendo of curses directed at him from the audience. Yet, when Rin Yue cast a cold glance in their direction, most fell silent, too intimidated to act defiantly. The most beloved female contestant turned out to be Yao Baikan, a girl who never initiated attacks but solely relied on counterattacks through her reflection realm. Her delicate and anxious demeanor on stage stirred protective instincts in many boys, who longed to rush forward and transform into valiant guardians for this neighborly girl. After the conclusion of the first round, the dean of the Combat Academy, Wang Tianwei, granted the freshmen participating in the second round a 30-minute respite. A mentor from the Auxiliary Academy, possessing the strength of an 8th-level martial king, named Gulan, utilized his unique talent of the 7-leaf ghost lantern to restore the participants' strength. Green flames, dense and ghostly, enveloped everyone, yet they felt no burning or pain. In just a few breaths, their vitality and spirit were restored to their peak. Even the most grievously injured Wang Yutong found her wounds vanished. Fan Ge, it was thanks to your protection that I wasn't eliminated in the first round. I plan to concede in the second round, Li Hao said with a hint of embarrassment. Conceding is fine. Lin Fan supported Li Hao's decision. However, Lu Yiming, Su Huanhuan, and Han Jingxue were filled with fighting spirit, eagerly anticipating clashes with these talented individuals from across the nation. The 30 minutes passed swiftly amidst Lin Fan and his friends' idle chatter. A colossal projection materialized in the sky directly above the podium, displaying the matchups for the second round. Everyone began searching for their designated arenas and opponents. Due to Lin Fan's decisive elimination of nearly 100 competitors, only 27 newcomers remained for the second round, resulting in ample space on the stage. Except for one individual who received a bye, everyone could engage in combat on the stage. Lin Fan's opponent this time was Du Yanran, with the venue set for arena number 9. Du Yanran's mist was notoriously difficult to contend with. Once ensnared within it, one risked suffocation. Thus, it was imperative to launch long-range attacks whenever possible. Upon recognizing her opponent, Lin Fan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet a hint of seriousness crept into his heart. Conversely, Du Yanran felt quite challenged upon seeing Lin Fan as her adversary. The image of Lin Fan dispatching nearly 100 opponents in a single move lingered vividly in her mind, a feat she knew was beyond her capabilities. The rules for the second round were remarkably straightforward. Victory was declared when an opponent conceded or was rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Now, enter the arena. The battle will commence in 2 minutes. Wang Tianwei's voice echoed throughout the training ground. If the enemy is too strong, it's better to concede, Lin Fan advised Su Huanhuan and the others. After all, they were all from Sea City, and he could not bear to witness them being harmed by their opponents. Except for Lu Yiming, Su Huanhuan and Han Jingxue were pitted against top scorers from other provinces. They all nodded, but Lin Fan knew their pride would likely prevent them from heeding his counsel. Lin Fan approached arena number 9, where Du Yanran had already arrived, accompanied by a referee. Upon seeing Lin Fan ascend to the stage, Du Yanran smiled and nodded at him, to which Lin Fan returned a courteous smile. An 8th-level martial master, no wonder she could claim the title of top scorer from Guizhou province. Her strength should not be underestimated. I shall suppress my power to the level of an 8th-level martial master and engage her earnestly, otherwise, I would gain no combat experience, Lin Fan contemplated. I cannot fathom his strength. His vitality is like an unfathomable abyss. It seems this will be yet another grueling battle. However, I shall be the one to emerge victorious. Du Yanran thought, her eyes gleaming with determination as she tuned her energy to its optimal state. As Wang Tianwei announced the commencement of the battle, Du Yanran propelled herself forward with her long, elegant legs, akin to a cannonball, while the mist rapidly enveloped the entire arena. Once I closed the distance, the vortex surged forth, spinning wildly like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Du Yanran, resembling an enormous drill that carved a deep trench into the ground. Du Yanran, charging straight towards Lin Fan, was struck with terror as she swiftly condensed the mist into a skeletal emperor wearing a crown, positioning it before herself. The 10-meter-tall skeletal figure raised a massive misty axe to cleave through the approaching tornado, yet, in a moment of despair, Du Yanran watched as the misty axe was pierced through, and the skeletal emperor was torn asunder. In that instant, Du Yanran felt a rush of suffocating pressure and sharp pain. As she focused her gaze, she found the tornado mere moments away from her. It was as if she had been struck by an enraged bull. Searing pain coursed through her body, leaving her with numerous lacerations. Adding to her humiliation, her clothing was shredded by the tornado, exposing a significant portion of her figure, much to the delight of the audience. I concede. Du Yanran blared fiercely at Lin Fan, gritting her teeth. Lin Fan regarded her with courteous eyes for a moment before retracting the mental energy sustaining the tornado, which promptly dissipated into the ether. Du Yanran shielded her chest with her arm and angrily descended from the stage. Lin Fan emerges victorious, the referee proclaimed loudly, announcing Lin Fan's triumph. The audience erupted in a tidal wave of cheers and discussions. Lin Fan is incredible, Lin Fan is invincible, is Lin Fan too strong? Du Yanran is also a top scorer, yet she was defeated in a single move. It seems he is on track to claim first place. Watching Lin Fan battle against a girl is quite the spectacle. I adore this gentlemanly contest. After stepping down from the stage, Lin Fan approached Su Huanhuan's arena, where he found her being toyed with by Lu Xiaofei, her delicate face flushed with anger. Lu Xiaofei's agility and martial skills had reached a terrifying level, making it impossible for Su Huanhuan's death stare to find its mark. Su Huanhuan lashed out with her whip, yet could not penetrate the defenses of Lu Xiaofei's star iron. Lu Xiaofei toyed with her like a cat with a mouse, seizing her whip and pulling her close. In frustration, Su Huanhuan discarded the whip and retreated, her eyes shimmering with purple light as she activated her death stare, only for Lu Xiaofei to evade effortlessly. Lu Xiaofei, like a specter, appeared behind Su Huanhuan, poised to deliver a kick to her rear, intending to send her tumbling off the stage. However, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming, feral aura bearing down upon him. Goosebumps erupted across Lu Xiaofei's body as his heart began to race. Upon focusing, he saw Lin Fan's cold eyes fixed intently on him from below the stage, causing his foot to freeze mid-air. Though Lu Xiaofei held a lofty opinion of himself, he remained most wary of Lin Fan among the freshmen, for Lin Fan had consistently defeated opponents in a single strike, his vitality radiating like a scorching sun. This air of mystery sent shivers down Lu Xiaofei's spine. Concede. Lin Fan instructed Su Huanhuan. Seeing Lin Fan below, Su Huanhuan shot Lu Xiaofei a glare before choosing to concede. Although Lin Fan had only encountered Su Huanhuan once in the secret realm, since arriving at Beijing University, she had engaged him in lively conversation, making their interactions feel both natural and comfortable. Watching Su Huanhuan being teased, Lin Fan felt an unbidden surge of indignation rise within him. This is your final warning. Any further interference in the match will result in disqualification, the young referee admonished Lin Fan, his voice laced with authority. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile, acknowledging his breach of protocol. This Lu Xiaofei is utterly detestable. If only there weren't such a vast disparity in our strengths, I would certainly ensure he understands the reason behind the flower's bloom. Fuming, Su Huanhuan descended from the stage, shaking her small fists in frustration. Perhaps I will encounter him, and if I do, I will surely avenge you. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Once you meet him, do give him a proper thrashing. Su Huanhuan regarded Lin Fan earnestly, her spirits lifting at his words. After the referee's warning, the secretary of Vice President Qian whispered a few words to all the referees. Unless Lin Fan directly intervened against a contestant on stage, they were to disregard any infractions on his part. Upon receiving this news, the young referee felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, vowing never to issue another warning to Lin Fan in the future. Chapter 28. A relentless advance. After Su Huanhuan's defeat to Lu Xiaofei, Lin Fan accompanied him to the side of Lu Yiming's arena. Lu Yiming, now a 5th-level martial artist, faced an opponent who was a 6th-level martial artist with exceptional swordsmanship. In the end, Lu Yiming struggled to secure victory using his signature move, the Overlord Strike. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan in the audience, a hint of a smile graced Lu Yiming's face. Han Jingshua's adversary was Zhong Jieja, a bearer of the Four-Winged Angel talent, and she was unsurprisingly bested by her opponent. In the subsequent round of 14-7, Lu Yiming encountered Yang Lingtian, who was brutally frozen into an ice block and eliminated. Lin Fan's opponent was Wu Ming, a martial artist capable of manipulating water at will. As the referee declared the match to commence, Wu Ming swiftly distanced himself from Lin Fan, conjuring massive wolves made of water to encircle him. Aware that he could hardly withstand Lin Fan's onslaught, Wu Ming resolved from the outset to engage in a war of attrition. Yet, he overestimated his prowess as a 9th-level martial artist. Facing an adversary possessing similar group combat skills stirred a sense of eagerness within me. Lin Fan smirked, and an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped him as the ethereal figure of the first emperor materialized behind him. The towering 10-meter apparition evoked a sense of submission in Wu Ming, instilling a feeling that resisting Lin Fan was akin to defying his very instincts. A flicker of terror crossed Wu Ming's face as he realized he was on the verge of surrendering simply due to Lin Fan's imposing presence. Such martial talent was truly terrifying. Shaking off his apprehension, Wu Ming commanded the water wolves to advance upon Lin Fan. As the figure of the first emperor entered Lin Fan's being, he summoned behind him an army of Qin warriors clad in black armor and wielding spears and swords. Constrained by the size of the arena, Lin Fan was able to summon only 50 warriors, yet each possessed the strength of a 9th-level martial artist. This formidable battalion charged forth, each step reverberating like thunder across the ground. A tempest, a tempest, a tempest, the sound of swords striking shields echoed, and the soldiers' voices resonated like rolling thunder throughout the training ground. Though merely 50 strong, the ironclad aura of this army sent shivers down the spines of all present in the audience. However, the subsequent display of this battalion's prowess left everyone in awe. The 3-meter-tall water wolves were mercilessly slaughtered before the soldiers, who averaged a height of 1 meter 80. As a wolf lunged with its gaping maw towards a soldier, the warrior countered with a swift sword strike, cleaving the beast in two, leaving only a puddle of lifeless water. Each soldier not only possessed immense offensive power but also excelled in teamwork, forming circular formations that sliced through the pack like a razor-sharp blade, relentlessly advancing toward Wu Ming's position. Wu Ming's complexion turned ashen. This was the first time his pack had faltered. The roar of the water dragon, a colossal water dragon, emerged behind Wu Ming, its presence rivaling that of a first-level grandmaster. The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its claws poised to strike at the soldiers. Recognizing the formidable aura of the water dragon, one soldier raised his sword, and the other 49 soldiers transformed into specks of light, merging into the central warrior's form. In an instant, this soldier's aura surged to that of a first-level grandmaster. With a swift motion, the soldier advanced towards the water dragon and, with one decisive strike, dispersed it into a downpour of droplets. A few fleeting black shadows darted past, and the soldier stood before Wu Ming, effortlessly piercing his water shield, the tip of his sword resting against Wu Ming's throat. "Lin Fan, I concede. I am not your match," Wu Ming exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and nose, casting a complex glance towards Lin Fan in the distance, fully resigned. Lin Fan versus Wu Ming, I declare Lin Fan the victor. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the referee, who appeared momentarily dazed, before finally coming to his senses. Following the referee's announcement, the audience initially fell silent, only to erupt into fervent cheers moments later. Ever since Lin Fan showcased his martial talent, the battle on this arena had captivated the attention of 90% of those present, including the leaders and teachers seated at the podium. Good heavens! One man, one army. Lin Fan need not fear being besieged. With such an army, he is invincible in group battles. Unable to defeat him in single combat, and now even in group battles, Lin Fan is destined for greatness. Are all freshmen this formidable? As a sophomore, I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. Am I truly a waste of space? Lin Fan is no ordinary person, he is a monster. The audience buzzed with excitement, with 9 out of 10 engaged in discussions about Lin Fan's prowess, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. They were all regarded as geniuses by outsiders, yet upon encountering Lin Fan, they realized the insurmountable chasm that lay between mortals and the divine. This is a treasure unearthed. Even if he depletes a few secret realms, what does it matter? Had I not acted decisively, Lin Fan might have ended up in another school by now, Vice Principal Chen Shangdong exclaimed, feeling wise for having persuaded the crowd with his eloquence. Just a few secret realms. Lin Fan is worth it. Vice Principal Jia Ping murmured, though his trembling fingers betrayed his excitement. The moods of the deans and mentors from the 4 academies were as clear as a cloudless sky. They believed that with the robust faculty and abundant resources at Beijing University, Lin Fan could potentially become the second martial emperor nurtured by the institution. All of this was due to Lin Fan's displayed potential, which was no less impressive than that of the former martial emperor during the freshman competition, and perhaps even surpassed it. In the subsequent round of 7-4, Lin Fan faced Lu Xiaofei. Lu Xiaofei's star iron body indeed possessed formidable defenses, akin to an impenetrable tortoise shell, rendering Lin Fan's ordinary attacks ineffective. Sensing Lin Fan's inability to breach his defenses, Lu Xiaofei momentarily reveled in his superiority. However, Lin Fan unleashed a tornado, lifting him into the air. The whirlwind spun like a top, sending Lu Xiaofei whirling for over 10 minutes. Currently, Lu Xiaofei's star iron body could only reinforce the surface of his skin, leaving his brain unprotected. The prolonged spinning disrupted his internal equilibrium, and Lu Xiaofei became the first to regurgitate during the freshman competition. Lin Fan, please, let me down. Lu Xiaofei's voice echoed through the cyclone. I didn't quite catch that, could you speak a little louder? Lin Fan replied, a sunny smile spreading across his face as he called out cheerfully. Lin Fan, I was wrong. I promise never to provoke you again, I beg you, let me down. Lu Xiaofei pleaded desperately. Watching Lu Xiaofei's pitiful state, Su Huanhuan burst into a peal of melodious laughter, feeling immensely satisfied. Not content with just that, she snapped several photos of Lu Xiaofei midair, retching, and posted them across various school forums. Su Huanhuan gave Lin Fan a thumbs up from the stands, and upon seeing her satisfaction, Lin Fan finally released Lu Xiaofei from the whirlwind. Standing on the ground, Lu Xiaofei nearly shed tears for the first time in his life, gazing at Lin Fan with newfound clarity. Lin Fan, thank you for showing mercy, he managed to force a smile. From now on, keep your distance from Su Huanhuan, and behave yourself. Otherwise, Lin Fan warned, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He firmly believed that human nature is inherently flawed. If Lu Xiaofei did not learn his lesson, he might commit even more egregious acts that would further incite Lin Fan's ire. Lin Fan, I swear I won't dare again. I will certainly keep my distance from Su Huanhuan. Lu Xiaofei mentally chastised himself, regretting his earlier impulses that had led him to seek the sensation of Su Huanhuan's touch. Seeing Lu Xiaofei relent, Lin Fan In the following round of 4-2, Lin Fan faced Zhong Jieje. With her two pairs of white wings, Zhong Jieje attempted to launch an aerial assault on Lin Fan. However, she overlooked the fact that Lin Fan could manipulate the wind. Enveloped by a fierce gale, Lin Fan appeared as though clad in a tempestuous battle attire, utilizing the wind to pursue Zhong Jieje through the air. Although his speed did not match hers, Lin Fan's range and power exceeded her own. With a single move, the river falls, he unleashed a torrent that shattered Zhong Jieje's golden sword, sending her crashing to the ground, drenched in water, her battle attire clinging to her form, accentuating her curves and captivating Lin Fan's gaze. I have lost, but one day, I shall make you pay. Zhong Jieje shot Lin Fan a resentful glare before soaring off the stage, heading straight for her dormitory. Today's young women truly lack resilience. Lin Fan shook his head in disbelief. Truly, Lin Fan, I relish this gentlemanly style of combat. The violence of a mere brawl is far less engaging. Lin Fan is magnificent, he shows no mercy to beautiful women, truly a paragon for our generation. Lin Fan is phenomenal, Lin Fan is the champion. Chapter 29. The duel between two monsters. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the battle between Yang Ling Tian and Yao Baichen finally reached its conclusion. Yao Baichen's realm of reflection ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of Yang Ling Tian's 9 ice dragons, shattering into countless fragments, leading to her surrender as she descended from the arena. Upon concluding the fight, Yang Ling Tian cast a fierce gaze towards Lin Fan below the stage, his vitality surging once more as he no longer concealed his strength. The palpable energy emanating from him was unmistakably that of a second-level grandmaster. Lin Fan, do you dare to ascend the stage and face me in combat? Lin Fan, undeterred, met his challenge with a fierce glint in his eyes, a surge of energy even more formidable than Yang Ling Tian's erupting like a tempest, pressing down upon him like an abyss. Like a gust of wind, Lin Fan took erratic steps, reaching the arena within mere seconds. The two energies clashed like ferocious tigers, inciting a fervor among the audience, who began to speculate on the outcome of their duel. I place my bets on my brother Ling Tian. He is cold, handsome, and powerful. Such a man is simply perfect. While Yang Ling Tian is indeed formidable, he does not fight with the same ease as Lin Fan. I am certain Lin Fan will emerge victorious. I support Lin Fan as well. 99% of the spectators believed Lin Fan would triumph. A second-level grandmaster against a fourth-level grandmaster. Are freshmen this formidable? I only became a grandmaster in my second semester of freshman year, a third-year male student exclaimed upon sensing the overwhelming presence of the two combatants. Bro, although we are all talented, Jing University is not lacking in geniuses. What it truly lacks are real monsters. Both of them on the stage are indeed monsters, his roommate consoled. The freshman gasped in disbelief upon learning that both had achieved grandmaster status, especially considering that most of them were still below 5th-level martial masters. As the clash of energies unfolded, it came as no surprise when Lin Fan emerged victorious. After a glance at the officials seated at the podium, the referee, seeing no opposition, announced the commencement of their match. Blades of ice, rain down. Yang Ling Tian raised his palm, and Lin Fan found himself encircled by a torrent of ice blades, each glimmering with a cold light, measuring a full 20 centimeters in length. With his palm facing downwards, the ice blades descended upon Lin Fan like a torrential downpour. Lin Fan maintained a serene expression, becoming the eye of the storm. He summoned a tornado over 30 meters tall with a radius exceeding 4 meters, which began to spiral violently. In an instant, clouds of dust swirled as the ice blades were shredded like glass by the tempest. Yang Ling Tian's battle spirit soared. Since awakening his martial talent, he had never encountered a worthy opponent until today, finally finding someone to engage with his full strength. 9 dragons annihilate the world. Yang Ling Tian roared, unleashing 9 ice dragons over 20 meters long that charged ferociously at Lin Fan, freezing the ground beneath them and transforming half the arena into a realm of ice and snow. Some dragons bared their massive jaws, lunging at Lin Fan, while others wielded claws akin to formidable weapons, and some lashed their tails in his direction. Come forth! Emperor treads the 8 wildernesses. Lin Fan, ignited by Yang Ling Tian's fervor, melded with the phantom of the first emperor, his aura intensifying. With his first footfall, Lin Fan leaped high, bringing his colossal foot down upon the foremost 2 ice dragons. A shockwave, the size of 30 meters, descended from above, unleashing a tremendous force that rippled through the air, displacing it. Crack! The 2 foremost ice dragons began to split apart from their heads, swiftly followed by their bodies and tails, creating a deep pit approximately 6 to 7 meters in depth upon the arena floor. Beneath Lin Fan's feet, the 2 massive dragons were crushed like mere minnows. With his second footfall, the power of Emperor treads the 8 wildernesses intensified further. As Yang Ling Tian's expression morphed into one of terror, a far larger golden foot descended, obliterating the remaining 7 ice dragons as if they were ants attempting to topple an elephant. In a state of disbelief, Yang Ling Tian summoned his last vestige of energy, forming a razor-sharp ice spear aimed at the golden foot. Crack! The ice spear shattered into 2 fragments upon impact. Realizing that Yang Ling Tian was on the verge of being crushed beneath Lin Fan's foot, Lin Fan hastily redirected the golden foot to the side, but its immense size made it difficult for him to fully control. Is this the taste of defeat? Yang Ling Tian gazed in despair at the approaching golden foot, his heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, a plump figure appeared before him. It was Vice President Qian Xiangdong. With his left hand clasped behind his back, he hoisted the colossal golden foot with his right hand, which was several times larger than his own body. Lin Fan, move aside. I will handle your attack. Qian Xiangdong urged Lin Fan to clear the space above. With that, he ascended skyward, cradling the massive golden foot. Once he reached an altitude of over 500 meters above Jing University, Qian Xiangdong hurled the golden foot upward, transforming his hand from a palm into a fist. With a mighty punch, he shattered the enormous golden foot in 2, which then dissipated into a cloud of uncontrollable energy in the air. Golden fireworks erupted in the sky, a spectacle visible throughout Jing University. Finally, I have the chance to showcase my strength before the freshmen. This is splendid. No wonder that old fellow Jia Pang always relishes showing off during the freshmen's arrival. After basking in the limelight, Chen Xiangdong descended from the sky, beaming with satisfaction. These freshmen are too formidable. I fear that by the end of the semester, even I, a 7th-level grandmaster, may not stand a chance against him. Yang Ling Tian nearly met his demise under Lin Fan's foot, and Lin Fan's invincibility was evident. How tragic. Yang Ling Tian, you have lost. I no longer admire you. My new idol is Lin Fan, so handsome and powerful. He perfectly matches my criteria for a boyfriend. I shall pursue Lin Fan now, and you all better not compete with me. Do you think you stand a chance? Your leg hair is thicker than a boy's. Do you even qualify to chase after my idol? My idol is mine. Indeed, there is a distinction among the top scorers. Yang Ling Tian is a monster, but Lin Fan is a monster among monsters. Qian Xiangdong initially believed his performance would leave the students in awe, relishing their admiration, yet he found that few were paying attention to him. Instead, the crowd was fervently discussing Lin Fan's overwhelming dominance. With a resigned expression, Qian Xiangdong returned to his seat. Lin Fan vs. Yang Ling Tian. Lin Fan emerges victorious, the referee shouted hysterically. Witnessing Lin Fan's formidable display, the referee could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Following the announcement of the results, the training ground erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Lin God is the champion, Lin God is invincible, I love my idol. As the deafening cheers echoed around him, Lin Fan felt a swell of exhilaration. He had achieved first place in the freshman competition. Meanwhile, Yang Ling Tian sat despondently on the ground, utterly speechless. Your strength is impressive, I look forward to our next encounter. Lin Fan approached Yang Ling Tian, extending his hand with a smile. This time, I have lost. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, but this is merely our first battle. Next time, I shall prevail. A glimmer ignited in Yang Ling Tian's previously vacant eyes as he grasped Lin Fan's hand and stood up, speaking earnestly. Very well. I shall show no mercy in our next battle. Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. Not only does he possess great strength, but he also fosters camaraderie among his peers. Such exemplary students are rare indeed. Today's youth often exhibit restlessness, making a student like Lin Fan truly exceptional. Seeing Lin Fan awaken Yang Ling Tian's fighting spirit, the mentors on the podium expressed their admiration, and the gazes of the 2 vice presidents towards Lin Fan grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 30:500 Credits, Mentors in a Frenzy. After Lin Fan triumphed over Yang Ling Tian, the new student competition reached its final stage. Fellow students, after a fierce contest, the top 10 contenders have finally been determined. This year's champion is Lin Fan. The vice president, Chen Shangdong, announced the results with a beaming smile. Upon the announcement of Lin Fan as the champion, the training ground erupted with excitement. Not merely due to the announcement, but because this year's Lin Fan was extraordinarily formidable, boasting the prowess of a 4th-level grandmaster as a mere freshman, exhibiting a terrifying dominion and potential. Such a monstrous freshman is a rarity even at Jing University. The runner-up was Yang Ling Tian, followed by Yao Baiqin in 3rd place. The 4th through 10th positions were claimed by Zhong Jiajia, Fan Dehai, Wang Yutong, Lu Xiaofei, Lu Jingru, Wu Ming, and Ren Yue, respectively. Chen Shangdong continued, regarding this ranking, aside from Lin Fan and Yao Baiqin who wore satisfied expressions, all the provincial top scorers appeared sullen. Among the freshmen, aside from Lin Fan and Yang Ling Tian, who stood far ahead in strength, the others displayed relatively minor differences in capability. Under such circumstances, as long as no one surpassed Yao Baiqin significantly in power, they would be worn down by her, and thus she secured 3rd place thanks to her reflective mirror. Du Yanran, who was eliminated early by Lin Fan, glared at him with gritted teeth. Had it not been for Lin Fan, her strength would have easily placed her in the top 10 rather than the humiliating 15th position. Now, I shall announce the rewards for the top 10. The champion receives 500 credits, the runner-up 200 credits, and the 3rd place 150 credits. The 4th to 10th positions receive 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, and 40 credits, respectively. All credits will be uniformly distributed to your student card accounts after the competition concludes. Chen Shangdong cheerfully declared that the freshmen, unaware of the significance of these credits, considered 40 credits to be rather modest, while the senior students looked on with envy, unable to suppress their astonishment. The 10th place alone garners 40 credits. I had to toil for an entire semester to accumulate 30 credits. This year's rewards are quite extravagant. The champion receives a staggering 500 credits. Wasn't he last year's champion only awarded 300 credits? After announcing the competition results and rewards, the new student competition transitioned to its final segment. As freshmen, aside from attending foundational courses, you also have the opportunity to select your own dedicated mentors for guidance. Naturally, mentors also possess the right to choose their students. The mentors from various colleges may now begin selecting the freshmen they find satisfactory, and the freshmen may also seek out mentors they wish to apprentice under. Chen Shangdong said with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. No sooner had Chen Shangdong finished speaking than the mentors from the 4 major colleges flocked to the open space before the podium. Even the deans of the colleges entertained thoughts of recruiting students this year. Gradually, the space before the podium began to rise 3 meters, and several steps descended around it. All freshmen had prepared adequately before the start of the semester, fully aware of Jing University's exclusive mentor system. If the school's curriculum is likened to a communal pot, then having a dedicated mentor is akin to receiving a personal kitchen. Dedicated mentors can assist students in resolving various challenges in their cultivation and provide suitable developmental directions. However, most students lack dedicated mentors, as their capabilities do not meet the mentor's requirements. It is known that the mentors at Jing University are at least at the Marshal King level. The freshmen, some anxious and others excited, ascended the steps in search of mentors to their liking. The mentors' information had been dispatched to the students' emails before the semester began, thus each freshman approached their desired mentor with eager anticipation. Yet, fewer than 1 in 10 succeeded in securing a mentor. Most left disheartened after earnestly requesting mentorship, their hopes dashed as they sought the next willing mentor. However, once the provincial top scorers and those who performed admirably in the competition took the stage, the situation changed dramatically. Each of these prodigies, without exception, secured mentorship, with some mentors even quarreling over a single student. The provincial top scorers, as the C'Armée de la C'Armée among freshmen, radiated brilliance upon taking the stage, igniting competition among numerous mentors. Yang Ling Tian, your talents are quite impressive. I specialize in guiding students to discover their suitable martial paths. As my student, I will help you realize your potential. Zhong Jiajia, I greatly admire your combat style. I am well versed in various techniques and martial arts. Should you choose to be my student, I can impart my extensive experience in multiple S-rank martial arts to you. Lin Fan ascended the steps leisurely, beginning his search for a suitable mentor. As he made his way to the stage, the mentors from the Combat Academy, akin to cats catching a whiff of fish, abandoned the freshmen before them and swarmed around Lin Fan. The mentors, who had previously shown enthusiasm towards Yang Ling Tian and the other provincial top scorers, transformed entirely, neglecting them, which rendered their expressions rather grim. They were experiencing, for the first time, such blatant preferential treatment. Du Yanran and Zhong Jiajia, both of whom had been defeated by Lin Fan in battle, glared at him furiously. He had nearly exposed them during the fight, a memory they had not forgotten, and now they found themselves sidelined. Lin Fan, I am Zhao Yilong, a mentor from the Combat Academy, with 14 years of teaching experience. I specialize in martial arts and boxing techniques. If you have high expectations for your martial training, you will not be disappointed following my guidance. Lin Fan, your martial talent is exceptional. Every individual's martial aptitude is a treasure, merely awaiting excavation with time. I can assist you in fully unearthing and realizing your martial potential. As my student, I will share everything with you. Lin Fan, if you desire any elemental weaponry, I can have them forge it for you. All the mentors now cast aside their reservations, fervently surrounding Lin Fan and passionately extolling their virtues, employing every conceivable strategy to persuade him to become their student. As mentors, each dreams of having a student endowed with monstrous talent, and Lin Fan is undoubtedly the most extraordinary of the freshmen. Furthermore, as Lin Fan ascends in stature, leveraging his mentor's connections, their own standing within the institution and society would undoubtedly rise, yielding unimaginable benefits. Lin Fan had no particular demands of his mentor, he merely sought someone capable of addressing his queries regarding techniques and martial training, a criterion all mentors could fulfill. Moreover, the secret realms within the school were open to him, and he lacked for resources to enhance his cultivation speed. Surrounded by 43 mentors, Lin Fan found himself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Chapter 31 of the Vice Principal's Duel and the Mysterious Mentor. As Lin Fan found himself in a predicament, the two vice principals approached him slowly. Upon seeing Qian Shangdong and Zhao Peng advancing, the gathered mentors hastily parted ways, internally sighing at the thought that such a promising talent as Lin Fan would inevitably be claimed by the two vice principals. Lin Fan, your performance in the competition was nothing short of spectacular. It reminded me of my youth, Qian Shangdong remarked warmly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. When I look at you, I see a reflection of my younger self, equally handsome and formidable. I wonder if you would consider becoming my student? Trust me, I can guide you to become one of the top warriors in Huaguo. With a friendly gaze directed at Lin Fan, Qian Shangdong's corpulent frame nudged Zhao Peng aside. Lin Fan scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the resources that Qian Shangdong, as vice principal, could provide undoubtedly surpassed those of an ordinary mentor, making him a tempting choice. Zhao Peng looked disdainfully at Qian Shangdong's attempts to embellish his own past. As fellow alumni from the same cohort, he was well aware that Qian Shangdong, in his youth, was hardly the paragon of handsomeness he now claimed to be. While Qian Shangdong had considerable strength during his university days, it paled in comparison to Lin Fan's prowess, rendering him merely a top scorer among new students. Lin Fan, you have mastered the third transformation of the wind, killing 4 transformations in just 2 months. Your talent in martial arts is the strongest I have ever witnessed. I, too, possess a modicum of talent in martial arts. If you wish to enhance your skills further and maintain formidable combat power under any circumstances, I can assist you. I am willing to take you as my closed-door disciple and impart my training experiences without reservation. Will you accept my mentorship? Zhao Peng stated earnestly, his gaze sincere. Compared to Qian Shangdong, Zhao Peng aligned more closely with Lin Fan's preconceived notions of a martial arts master. Furthermore, the resources offered by both vice principals would likely be comparable, making Zhao Peng's extensive martial arts experience a more advantageous choice for Lin Fan's future growth. As Lin Fan pondered which vice principal to select as his exclusive mentor, a spark ignited between the two vice principals. Old Jia, I haven't taken on a student in nearly 10 years. You've managed to recruit 2 in recent years. Can't you let an old friend have this one? Qian Shangdong huffed, his face flushed with indignation. What you do with your students is of no concern to me. Handing such a talented student as Lin Fan over to you would be a waste of his potential. His combat style resembles my own, focused on direct and aggressive assaults, while you, with your defensive tactics, cannot possibly teach him anything worthwhile, Zhao Peng retorted, mercilessly mocking. What defensive tactics? Have you any qualms about my Xian Gui true form? Over the years, you have never breached my defenses, yet you dare to question my combat style? Qian Shangdong blared fiercely. If it weren't for our shared university years, my venom would have you begging for mercy while dragging your shell along on those little legs of yours. Zhao Peng scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. If he were to get serious, his combat prowess would completely overshadow Qian Shangdong's. The entire Shoujing University was aware that only Qian Shangdong consistently doubted Zhao Peng's capabilities. Zhao Peng, do you dare to challenge me in the skies? The victor shall earn the right to mentor Lin Fan, Qian Shangdong taunted. Those are your words, do not go back on them. Zhao Peng's expression shifted to one of excitement. I will not retract my statement. Qian Shangdong nodded firmly, and with that, he soared into the sky. Zhao Peng's eyes gleamed with determination as he followed suit. In an instant, two colossal beings appeared in the sky. A purple poison dragon measuring over 300 meters long and a blue Shen Gui stretching 200 meters engaged in a fierce battle. The sound of dragon roars and thunderous clashes echoed, dispersing the clouds above with the shockwaves from their combat. Watching the two vice principals clash in the sky, Lin Fan could only smile wryly at the spectacle. The other mentors had long grown accustomed to this. It was merely an entertaining rivalry between the two, much like ordinary people enjoying drinks and songs, albeit with a more definitive outcome this time. The new students stood in stunned silence, realizing that while they were largely overlooked by mentors, the two vice principals were fighting tooth and nail for Lin Fan's attention. Was this the stark contrast that existed between individuals? On their first day at Shoujing University, their pride had been shattered like glass. Previously, mentors who had briefly abandoned Yan Lingtian to vie for Lin Fan's favor now returned to his side, attempting to persuade him once again to join their ranks. Although Yan Lingtian and his peers were discontented, having a mentor was better than none, and they forced smiles. However, not long after, Yan Lingtian garnered the attention of Wang Tianwei, the head of the combat academy, and became his student, inciting envy from Zhong Jejia and Jiang Dahai. Ultimately, Zhong Jejia and her peers managed to find mentors to their satisfaction, and even Lu Yiming, Su Huanhuan, and Han Jingxua secured mentors due to their commendable performances. Only Li Hao appeared dejected, yet he soon came to terms with his situation. Just being at Shoujing University was a significant achievement in itself. Seeking more would only add pressure. His focus should be on enhancing his skills to reach the university's average standard. After more than half an hour, the titanic duel in the sky finally concluded, with the purple poison dragon emerging victorious over the blue Shen Gui. The two vice principals transformed back into their human forms, with Qian Shangdong's upper body marred by deep claw marks, a ghastly sight. It seems Lin Fan is destined to become my student after all. Zhao Peng, with a slight smirk, looked triumphantly at Qian Shangdong. Qian Shangdong snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent. Just as Zhao Peng reveled in his triumph, his secretary hurried over, whispering something in his ear, causing Zhao Peng's expression to darken. In a similar vein, Qian Shangdong's secretary approached him, whispering words that brought a sly smile to his face as he glanced at Zhao Peng. With heavy steps, Zhao Peng approached Lin Fan, rasping, "Lin Fan, it is regrettable that I cannot serve as your mentor. You have another instructor. You will find out once you accompany my secretary, Xiao Wang." Filled with confusion, Lin Fan could only nod. Could it be that his mentor was the principal? The principal was notoriously aloof regarding school matters. Had he also taken an interest in such a promising talent as Lin Fan? Apart from the principal, no one else could compel the vice principals to relinquish Lin Fan. The mentors gasped in astonishment. Lin Fan's mentor must possess such stature that even the two vice principals had to concede. They began to speculate among themselves. "Lin Fan, follow me." Lin Fan nodded, and Xiao Wang drove him away from the freshman competition site. They traversed the expansive campus roads until they arrived at a 5-story villa in the mentor's residential area. Upon reaching the villa, Xiao Wang cautiously pressed the doorbell, and moments later, the door swung open. "Lin Fan, you may enter alone, your mentor is inside. I must take my leave, as that esteemed individual prefers not to be disturbed by unrelated parties," Xiao Wang whispered. "Understood," Lin Fan replied as he pushed the door open. Walking down the long corridor, he encountered a mature and handsome middle-aged man, who greeted him with a warm smile. This man had short, graying hair and exuded a commanding presence. His facial features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's very soul. Lin Fan attempted to sense the man's aura with his mental energy, but as soon as his consciousness made contact, it was abruptly severed, causing beads of sweat to form on Lin Fan's forehead. "Lin Fan, I am your new mentor, Yan Changkong. For the next 4 years at the university, I will guide you in your martial arts training," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "I appreciate your guidance in advance," Lin Fan replied respectfully. "I imagine you are quite curious about why you have become my student. Do you have any questions?" Yan Changkong said kindly, gesturing for Lin Fan to take a seat on the sofa. "There is no record of you among the university's mentors. Who exactly are you?" Lin Fan asked, his curiosity piqued as he recalled the information about the Combat Academy's instructors, finding no mention of Yan Changkong. "I am not an instructor at Shoujing University. I am here solely for you," Yan Changkong replied. "For me?" Lin Fan echoed, bewildered. "Indeed, your SSS-level talent has drawn the attention of many, myself included. The body you see before you is merely a projection. My true identity is the leader of the Dragon Group in Huagua. The Dragon Group serves as a powerful covert protector, and we require fresh blood like yours." Lin Fan's heart raced at this. He had never previously encountered any news regarding the Dragon Group. Yan Changkong, anticipating Lin Fan's reaction, continued, "Shoujing University boasts commendable faculty and educational resources, But for someone with your SSS level talent, a gentle university environment is wholly insufficient for your growth. You will undertake a series of tasks as a preparatory member of the Dragon Group, honing your abilities through practical experience. This projection of mine will assist you with any martial arts training queries you may encounter. Forgive our selfishness. While you could have enjoyed a comfortable university life, humanity needs gifted warriors like you to mature swiftly. The casualties on the alien battlefield have become increasingly dire in recent years. An easy university life was not what he desired. He eagerly anticipated the adventures that lay ahead. Chapter 32 The mountain-shattering fist breakthrough to mastery. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Yan Changkong displayed a satisfied smile. As your mentor, I present you with this vial of 7th-tier high-grade Golden Earth Dragon King's essence blood as a token of our first meeting. Although the Golden Earth Dragon King is merely a 7th-tier ferocious beast, its essence blood can significantly enhance your muscle density and vitality, fortifying your physique. Given your current lack of strength, it is advisable to dilute it with water before applying it all over your body. With a flick of his wrist, a vial of crimson liquid appeared in Yan Changkong's hand, which he extended towards Lin Fan. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan exclaimed gratefully, his heart brimming with anticipation for the effects this essence blood would have on his body. You typically wield a sword, correct? I suggest that while you diligently practice your swordsmanship, you should also learn one or two forms of boxing or palm techniques. This way, should your sword become damaged, you will possess the means to defend yourself. Yan Changkong then presented Lin Fan with a scroll containing the S-rank boxing technique, the mountain-shattering fist. Take this and cultivate it. Lin Fan's expression brightened as he accepted the scroll. He had initially planned to choose several martial arts at the Wushu building in Beijing University to diversify his combat methods, yet here his mentor had hand-picked one for him. He resolved to focus on this boxing technique for now, intending to explore other martial arts once he encountered difficulties in breaking through its initial barriers. The mountain-shattering fist, crafted by a martial emperor, was a pinnacle boxing technique that had once allowed its user to confront an 8th-tier earth-shattering rhinoceros head-on. Renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities among 8th-tier ferocious beasts, the rhinoceros had ultimately succumbed to the internal devastation inflicted by this martial emperor's fists. The strength of this technique lay in its ability to generate multiple hidden energies that wreak havoc within the enemy's body. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the surface of the fist would resonate with a high-frequency vibration, capable of pulverizing anything it came into contact with. Lin Fan, what do you think of this boxing technique? Enthralled by the scroll, Lin Fan, I feel that once I grasp the basics, this technique could at least double my close combat prowess. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. Yan Changkong nodded, pleased. He had meticulously selected this technique from among numerous options, recognizing its remarkable power and potential. Master, may I borrow your training room? I wish to practice this boxing technique and will seek your guidance should any questions arise, Lin Fan requested earnestly. Of course. Yan Changkong's gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with increasing approval. Many gifted martial artists existed, yet only a fraction could realize their potential. It was those who discovered joy in the arduous process of training and persevered who would ultimately ascend to the ranks of martial emperors and martial sages. Filled with expectation, Lin Fan entered a training room spanning over 200 square meters. After observing and internalizing the fundamental movements of the boxing technique, he exhaled deeply and commenced his practice of the mountain-shattering fist. In no time, the training room was alive with the sound of slicing winds. Lin Fan's fists intertwined, unleashing a flurry of punches that formed a natural barrier of fist winds around him. If Lin Fan before unleashing his punches resembled a massive, stable mountain, calm and unyielding against any foe, then in the midst of his strikes, he transformed into a colossal boulder descending from the heavens, wild and perilous, capable of crushing all adversaries in his path. Ding! Detection. A host has practiced the mountain-shattering fist for 10 minutes, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, achieving initial mastery. After merely 10 minutes of training, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his body aching. Compared to E-rank martial arts, the physical toll of practicing this S-rank technique was immense. I can endure half an hour of practicing the Gale body technique without this much fatigue. Lin Fan marveled inwardly. Let me gauge the power of the entry-level mountain-shattering fist, Lin Fan decided, moving to one side of the training room to locate a humanoid robot for simulated combat. This would be his first experience with such a construct, yet he found the accompanying manual to be straightforward. The robot was crafted from a hard alloy, exhibiting exceptional resistance to impacts. Within the training room, robots ranged from martial masters to martial generals, all adjustable to various power levels. Lin Fan selected a Black Master robot, setting its strength to 6th-tier master. After programming the robot to launch an attack after 30 seconds, Lin Fan distanced himself. The brief interval passed swiftly, and the black robot shot towards him like a swift arrow. Unfazed, Lin Fan's fists glowed with a gray luminescence as he transformed into a blur, charging straight at the black robot. The robot launched a powerful punch aimed at Lin Fan's face, but he dove low, evading the strike and countering with a lightning-fast blow to the robot's chest, sending a surge of hidden energy into its core. Bang! Lin Fan's forceful punch propelled the black robot backward, followed by a muffled sound emanating from within its chest. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan pursued, raising both fists high, radiating an unstoppable aura. The black robot alternated between punches and kicks, utilizing its joints as weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Lin Fan. Warning, damage level at 50. Please cease combat. Just as Lin Fan was immersed in the fray, the black robot emitted a cold warning, freezing in place. Approaching the robot, Lin Fan observed numerous cracks marring its surface. Through the fissures, he could see that the interior alloy had been ravaged by his hidden energy, leaving a hollow void within. Is this the power of hidden energy? To obliterate from within, penetrating the surface. If this were to strike a human, their internal organs would surely be devastated. I must refrain from using this in school sparring. Currently, his mastery of the technique was still at an entry level, allowing only one surge of hidden energy per punch. Once I achieve a higher level, I will be capable of wielding multiple surges simultaneously, rendering my foes utterly helpless. A satisfied smile crept across Lin Fan's face. After powering down the black robot, Lin Fan took several sips of water and rested for a few minutes. Onward! He readied himself for another round of practice. Ding! Detection: a host has practiced the mountain-shattering fist for half an hour, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Ding! Detection: a host has practiced the mountain-shattering fist for half an hour, triggering a 70-fold critical hit, achieving minor mastery. Ding! Detection: a host has practiced the mountain-shattering fist for half an hour, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, achieving major mastery. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had already dedicated 5 hours to training, elevating his mountain-shattering fist to major mastery, where each punch could deliver 10 surges of hidden energy. He sought out a new master robot for real combat, adjusting its strength to 9th-tier master. However, even a single punch from Lin Fan rendered the master robot nearly incapacitated, sustaining 89 damage, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Humming a cheerful tune, Lin Fan exited the training room, intending to inform Yen Qiangkong of his departure. Upon reaching the main hall, he found no sign of his mentor. After searching several rooms, Lin Fan finally detected Yen Qiangkong's presence in the study. "Come in," came Yen Qiangkong's voice as Lin Fan knocked on the door. "Master, my training for today has concluded, and I am preparing to return." Lin Fan spoke softly. "Have you grasped the basics of the boxing technique? Encountered any issues?" Yen Qiangkong inquired, his eyes still fixed on his book. "I have achieved major mastery of the boxing technique and have not faced any problems thus far," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Major mastery already? The difficulty of mastering this technique is quite substantial. I hope you are not overly ambitious. Please speak candidly," Yen Qiangkong replied, setting his book aside, skepticism evident in his gaze. "I genuinely have reached major mastery, capable of wielding 10 surges of hidden energy." "You may verify it if you wish," Lin Fan insisted. "Had I not experienced a stroke of luck today, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, I might not have attained major mastery. After all, for an ordinary person, achieving entry-level mastery in 5 hours is commendable, let alone reaching major mastery. Thus, I can understand your skepticism," Lin Fan reflected. "Let us visit the training room." Yen Qiangkong, seeing Lin Fan's earnestness, relented and accompanied him back to the training room. "Strike me with your full strength. Do not worry about my safety, this body is merely an energy construct," Yen Qiangkong instructed. "Forgive me, master." Lin Fan steadied himself, his right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing an unstoppable force aimed at Yen Qiangkong's chest. As he felt the tumultuous energy within him, Yen Qiangkong's expression shifted from calm to astonishment. "Quite impressive, to have mastered this boxing technique to such a degree in just a few hours is the fastest I have ever witnessed," Yen Qiangkong praised, his face beaming with satisfaction. The fastest practitioner of this technique had previously taken a month to reach major mastery, while Lin Fan had accomplished it in a mere 5 hours. With such extraordinary martial talent and an SSS-level martial aptitude, it was only a matter of time before another top-tier powerhouse. The heart of the seasoned 9th-tier martial sage, Yen Qiangkong, stirred with long-forgotten ripples of excitement. "Master, I shall take my leave for now. I will return tomorrow." "Very well." After bidding farewell to Yen Qiangkong, Lin Fan departed the premises. Chapter 33, The Campus Murder Case. In the past week, apart from occasionally attending some intriguing courses on martial arts and agility, Lin Fan spent the majority of his time in the training room belonging to Yin Changkong. Although the school had assigned him an apartment equipped with a training room, it paled in comparison to the spacious and well-equipped facility at Yin Changkong's location. Consequently, Lin Fan found himself spending more time at Yin Changkong's training room than in his own. To facilitate Lin Fan's rest, Yin Changkong arranged a room for him to recuperate. As a manifestation of energy, Yin Changkong did not require sustenance. To ensure Lin Fan could replenish his energy after evening training sessions, Yin Changkong enlisted Vice Principal Qin Xiangdong to procure a chef from a 5-star hotel, dedicated solely to preparing meals for Lin Fan. It was quite astonishing that the renowned and formidable Ming Zun, heralded as humanity's strongest martial master, would go so far as to arrange for a skilled chef and source high-grade beast meat for Lin Fan. Surely, no one in all of Huagua could boast of such treatment. Upon realizing the significance Yin Changkong placed on Lin Fan, Qin Xiangdong felt a deep sense of reflection. Though he had not become Lin Fan's mentor, Lin Fan was undeniably a student of Beijing University, and it was highly likely that the institution would soon witness the emergence of another martial emperor, all thanks to him. During this time, Lin Fan either delved into his martial arts training or utilized the essence of the Golden Earth Dragon King to enhance his physique. The effects of the 7th-tier Golden Earth Dragon King's essence were truly remarkable, catching Lin Fan by surprise. Upon the first application of the essence, his skin felt as if it had been scalded by boiling water, accompanied by a fiery pain. After enduring this sensation for 15 minutes, a wave of comfort washed over him as impurities were expelled from his body through his pores, leaving a layer of grime on his skin. After a refreshing shower, Lin Fan gazed into the mirror and noticed that his muscles had become more defined and robust. When he threw a punch, he could distinctly feel the increased power in his muscles. Although the enhancement of his vitality was not dramatically evident, that single drop of essence did indeed elevate his vitality by 5 points. After exhausting an entire vial of the essence, Lin Fan's vitality surged by 300 points, climbing from 1496 to 1796. If he refrained from restraining his vitality, it would radiate like a small sun amidst a crowd. On a weekend evening, beneath a luminous moon, in a small grove on campus, a pair of first-year lovebirds sat on a stone bench, engaged in soft conversation. Suddenly, an extraordinarily fresh floral fragrance wafted into the young man's nostrils. "Darling, you smell absolutely delightful," he exclaimed, turning his head slightly, a look of fondness on his face. "But I didn't wear any perfume today," the young woman replied, lifting her head from his shoulder, a puzzled expression adorning her features. "Perhaps it's just my imagination," he chuckled, shaking his head as he drew her closer into his embrace. The couple paid no heed to the increasingly potent floral scent, instead continuing to cuddle and share amusing anecdotes from their recent encounters. Moments later, they quietly nestled into each other's warmth, unwittingly succumbing to slumber. A shadow emerged from the depths of the grove behind them, brandishing a dagger that swiftly plunged into the arteries of their necks with chilling precision. Before long, the couple lay lifeless, and the shadow vanished like a wraith into the night. The following morning, a male student from the research institute ventured into the grove to recite notes, only to be horrified by the sight of the deceased couple on the stone bench. Struggling with soaked pant legs, he trembled as he called the police. Upon their arrival, officers conducted a thorough investigation of the scene. The dagger in the young man's hand bore only his finger. Thus, the murder was classified as a crime of passion, a tragic tale of a young man killing his girlfriend before taking his own life. The incident quickly circulated throughout the school, leaving many mourning for the young woman. The grove where the couple met their demise was henceforth deemed a forbidden zone. That despicable man, how could he drag someone down with him in death? Ladies, be sure to choose your partners wisely. Is dating really this perilous? I am too scared to even consider it. That boy is utterly heartless, he is not even human. Such a beautiful girl, what a tragic waste. Lin Fan came across numerous posts regarding the murder case on various school forums, with some individuals even presenting fabricated evidence of the girl's supposed infidelity. After glancing through the posts, he promptly reported them. The evidence was entirely concocted, with no correlation between cause and effect, merely an attempt to attract attention to their threads. As the incident gained traction, it ascended to the top rank on the school forum. However, as time passed, the fervor surrounding the case began to wane. On Thursday morning, along the path by Mingxin Lake, students ambled towards their lecture halls in small groups. Suddenly, a girl let out a piercing scream, startling those nearby. "What madness is this early in the morning? Morning classes are already troublesome enough," a drowsy young man scolded. Do you see two bodies in the lake? The girl trembled, pointing at the crowd, initially skeptical, turned their gaze in her direction. There, two corpses floated at the water's edge, a terrifying sight. In an instant, all weariness vanished, and several girls screamed in horror. Panic ensued as everyone fled, some trailing wet pant legs behind them. A young man, suppressing his rising panic, dialed the police. The authorities swiftly arrived at the scene. After meticulous examination and autopsy, they found no signs of foul play. This incident could only be temporarily classified as a tragic accident. Two lovers had inadvertently fallen into the lake during an evening stroll, succumbing to drowning due to inadequate swimming skills. Students were left unconvinced by this explanation. The families of the deceased vehemently rejected this theory, asserting that both individuals had been competent swimmers. Some even linked this case to the previous week's murder, demanding a renewed investigation from the authorities. Such sentiments echoed loudly across the school forums and spread through social media, capturing the public's attention. The officers assigned to this case found themselves overwhelmed. Not only were they pressured by the school and society to conduct a thorough investigation, but even the head of the municipal police department took a keen interest in the matter. 16 seasoned detectives with years of experience were dispatched to re-examine the scene and analyze previously collected evidence. As these seasoned detectives meticulously sifted through the details, they uncovered two commonalities between the two murder cases. The first was the peculiar fragrance of gardenia that lingered at both crime scenes, despite the absence of any gardenia flowers in the vicinity. The second was that both victims were promising martial arts students in their first year. A glimmer of hope for solving the mystery ignited in the hearts of the veteran detectives, yet the lack of trace evidence beyond the deceased left the case enshrouded in enigma. Since the occurrence of these two murders, couples on campus had grown wary of venturing out for evening dates, and an oppressive atmosphere descended upon the school. Chapter 34. Pretending to be a couple, luring the fish into the net. On a Saturday morning, Lin Fan arrived at Yin Chang Kong's training room, as was his custom, to commence his morning exercises. Ding! The system detected that the host had practiced the wind-killing 4 transformations for 2 hours, triggering a 3,000-fold critical hit. Ding! The system detected that the host had practiced the rock-shattering mountain punch for half an hour, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Fan felt a slight ache in his body, yet he derived immense pleasure from it. Unlike his previous self, who toiled without any tangible results, the sensation of consistently surpassing his limits during each training session was utterly intoxicating. Stepping out of the training room, Lin Fan made his way to the therapy room. The therapy room was filled with various instruments for assessing physical health, the most conspicuous of which was a bathtub. The tub brimmed with ice water that shimmered with a faint green hue, containing the essence of 6th-tier plant life. After shedding his clothing, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and submerged himself into the icy water. Initially, he was met with a bone-chilling cold, but gradually, the soreness in his body began to dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of comfort. Squinting his eyes, Lin Fan idly perused the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level of 5th level. Master Vitality 2170. Spirit 1690. Talent, The Arrival of the First Emperor. SSS Technique E level 5. Animals. Breathing Method, Spiritual Manifestation. S level. Wind Killing 4 Transformations, 3rd Transformation, Tornado. Martial Arts. S level. Rock Shattering Mountain Punch, Perfected. C level. Falling River Sword Technique, Perfect. E level. Copper Skin Iron Bone Technique, Perfected. E level. Swift Wind Body Technique, Perfect. In recent times, he had fully mastered the Rock Shattering Mountain Punch, allowing each strike to unleash 36 hidden energies, elevating his close combat prowess to a formidable height. Even more astonishing for Lin Fan was the accelerated rate of his strength's advancement since utilizing the Golden Earth Dragon's blood. Within just a week, he had progressed from a 4th-level master to a 5th-level master. Since advancing to the master level, however, Lin Fan's rate of progression had slowed. He had previously inquired about this with Yin Chang Kong, who advised him not to be anxious. The accumulation of original force required at the master level was exponentially greater than that at the warrior level, making a slower progression entirely normal. In terms of offense, he possessed the Falling River Sword Technique and the Rock Shattering Mountain Punch, while the Tornado, derived from the Wind Killing 4 transformations, could also serve as a means of attack. His defense, however, was somewhat lacking. The perfected Copper Skin Iron Bone Technique still offered insufficient protection, necessitating the search for another defensive martial art. As for his agility, the perfected Swift Wind Body Technique enabled him to utilize the air currents for acceleration. While he was not deficient in agility, he still sought a more advanced technique. He resolved to find time in the coming days to visit the martial arts building to seek out a defensive martial art and an advanced agility technique. After 10 minutes, Lin Fan rose from the ice-filled tub, involuntarily shivering from the cold. After a quick wipe, he donned his clothing and exited the therapy room, feeling both relaxed and invigorated. Since Lin Fan began frequenting Yin Chang Kong's establishment, the staff had multiplied. Concierge, chefs, cleaners, and therapists were all at his service. Lin Fan's only obligation was to train, with the therapists managing the pain-relieving concoctions he required after each session, and dedicated chefs preparing his meals. With a spring in his step, Lin Fan approached Yin Chang Kong's study, intending to seek guidance regarding his training. After knocking and entering, he found Yin Chang Kong engrossed in reviewing martial arts texts. "Master, my rock-shattering mountain punch has yet to reach the master level, preventing me from striking hidden energies through the air. Could you offer me some advice?" Lin Fan inquired. Yin Chang Kong's eyelids twitched. The speed at which Lin Fan was mastering martial arts was nothing short of astonishing, having achieved perfection in such a short period. The 36 hidden energies at the perfected level were feats accomplished by only 10% of practitioners, typically requiring years of dedication, yet Lin Fan had managed it in less than 2 weeks. The reason the master-level rock-shattering mountain punch could strike hidden energies through the air was due to the practitioner's ability to perceive the flow of original force in the atmosphere. The movement of original force in the air follows certain rules and is influenced by the magnetic field of Blue Star. Gradually try to sense the flow of original force in the air, and identify the shortest line of original force flow between yourself and your target. Strike along this line, and your hidden energy will reach the target. Yin Chang Kong explained, suppressing his astonishment. Lin Fan's mind cleared. He finally understood why his hidden energies dissipated when striking through the air. It was due to the dispersion caused by the original force lines, which rendered his energies ineffective. "Thank you, Master," Lin Fan said respectfully. Opening the scroll, Lin Fan discovered details regarding 2 recent murder cases that had occurred within the school. It was evident that these incidents were far from ordinary. A hidden hand was at play. Lin Fan's heart raced with trepidation as he read on. "You must have heard about these 2 cases. According to the investigations by Dragon Group members, the crime scenes not only carried the scent of gardenias but also bore a magnetic aura distinct from that of humans. I suspect that among this year's new students, there may be a spy from another race infiltrating the school, targeting promising first-year martial artists to eliminate the next generation of human power at its nascent stage. Similar incidents have transpired in the top 10 academies over the years. Based on my judgment, the perpetrator's strength is unlikely to be formidable. With your current abilities, you should be more than capable of dealing with the culprit. Capture them alive if possible, if not, eliminate them directly." Yin Chang Kong continued, observing Lin Fan as he perused the scroll. "I will complete the task." Lin Fan vowed that he was genuinely eager to see what the appearance and strength of such a treacherous spy would be. Yin Chang Kong nodded with a smile. "Considering that the murderer has exclusively targeted couples, I suspect they may have suffered emotional trauma. If you have a girlfriend, then go on a faux date with her in a secluded location. If not, find a female companion to impersonate a couple and devise a way to lure out the culprit." Yin Chang Kong suggested. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Initially perplexed about how to draw out the assailant, he now had a clear plan. After Yin Chang Kong outlined some common methods employed by alien spies, Lin Fan took his leave. "I don't have a girlfriend, so I must find someone to pretend to be my partner. But who?" As he walked through the campus, Lin Fan pondered. Suddenly, he had an ideal candidate in mind. Su Huan Huan. Su Huan Huan was lively and cheerful, and they got along well. She was indeed the female classmate he was most familiar with at school. However, Lin Fan was uncertain if Su Huan Huan would be willing to participate. Finding a bench by the roadside, Lin Fan sat down and opened a messaging app to send a message to Su Huan Huan. "To Lin Fan, are you there? I need your help." Su Huan Huan, "Humph, you, busy person, never chat with me, and now you need me?" To Lin Fan, "I'll treat you to a meal if you help." Su Huan Huan, "What do you need me to do?" To Lin Fan, "You must have heard about the 2 recent murders. I want you to pretend to be my girlfriend to lure out the assailant. It might be a bit dangerous. If you're not comfortable, it's perfectly fine." Su Huan Huan, "Why me? If I pretend to be your girlfriend, I won't be able to find a boyfriend. If others find out my boyfriend is you, they might be too scared to pursue me. I might end up single throughout my university years." To Lin Fan, "You're the person I know best among the first-year girls. If it's inconvenient for you, I can think of another plan." Su Huan Huan, "Just kidding, it's just pretending to be a couple, I agree." Lin Fan was overjoyed and sent a delighted emoji. After arranging to meet Su Huan Huan at a CAF at 3 o'clock that afternoon for a more detailed discussion, he inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. Lin Fan activated his swift wind body technique and raced back to his apartment, rummaging through his wardrobe for an outfit. Though they were merely pretending to be a couple, he wanted to present his most dashing self. In the girls' dormitory, Su Huan Huan was constantly changing outfits, asking her roommates for their opinions on which ensemble was more likely to captivate a boy and showcase her charm. Chapter 35 of The Rumor of Lin Fan and Su Huan Huan. At 3:10 in the afternoon, the CAF was filled with couples seated in pairs, engaged in laughter and conversation. Lin Fan sat alone in a corner, gazing listlessly out the window. Today, he donned a remarkably simple outfit, a plain white t-shirt paired with khaki casual shorts, his understated attire. However, some girls, oblivious to the resentful glares of their less fortunate boyfriends, unabashedly admired Lin Fan, only to be met with scornful looks from the boys. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Fan's profile, the boys instantly faltered. After all, he was renowned as the strongest freshman at Beijing University, a veritable prodigy. As Lin Fan waited, a vibrant and youthful figure entered the CAF. Su Huanhuan, with her high ponytail and clad in a light blue sleeveless dress, fluttered her large eyes in search of Lin Fan. Her sweet and charming face immediately drew the attention of many young men, while her long, delicate neck resembled that of a swan, evoking an urge to admire rather than objectify. Her long and proportionate legs appeared like exquisite works of art. Lin Fan raised his arm and waved to Su Huanhuan upon spotting him. Her face broke into a delightful smile, and she approached him with a lightness in her step. Momentarily entranced by her fairy tale-like presence, Lin Fan found himself momentarily speechless, causing Su Huanhuan to blush deeply. Once seated across from Lin Fan, Su Huanhuan waved her hand in front of him, bringing him back to his senses. "You look even more stunning today," Lin Fan exclaimed awkwardly, admiring her radiant smile. "Of course. This beauty is born with it, everything I wear looks good," Su Huanhuan replied, playfully boasting. Her slight tardiness stemmed from her indecision while selecting the dress she felt best showcased her allure. After calling over a waiter, they each ordered a cup of coffee and resumed their light-hearted conversation, appearing to others as a couple deeply in love. "How has your martial arts training been lately?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile. "It's going all right. I'm still just a level 4 martial artist, unlike you, a monstrous genius who has already achieved master status," Su Huanhuan replied with a hint of disappointment. "If you need a sparring partner, feel free to reach out to me," Lin Fan said sincerely, looking into her eyes. "Sure. But you must go easy on me, suppress your strength to be weaker than mine, and who knows, I might just be the first to defeat the strongest freshman." Su Huanhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she imagined the scenario of conquering Lin Fan, her heart filled with joy. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. It seemed every freshman aimed to best him, and Su Huanhuan was no exception. "There are so many talents in this school. Ever since I arrived at Beijing University, I've felt exceedingly ordinary. Whether it's the speed of my training or comprehension of martial arts, I can't compare to Zhong Jieji and Du Yanran. They've reportedly nearly reached master status." For the first time, the typically competitive Su Huanhuan confided her troubles to someone else. "As long as I progress beyond yesterday, that's all that matters in martial arts. In fact, before my talent awakened, I was even less capable than you. Though my daily improvements were minimal, I was content with any progress." Lin Fan reassured her. Hearing his comforting words brought warmth to Su Huanhuan's heart. "I rarely see you in class. What have you been up to?" she asked curiously. "I've been training in the teacher's training room. Occasionally, I attend class when I feel like it," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "I didn't realize you were so diligent. I thought geniuses didn't need to train much," Su Huanhuan remarked, her big eyes fixed on him. "There's no such thing as a true genius, it's all about hard work." Lin Fan laughed lightly, completely forgetting that he was the one who relied on a system to level up. After finishing their coffee, they left the CAF and strolled along the cooler paths of the campus. As they chatted about amusing recent events, Lin Fan broached a simple plan to lure out the culprit. "Over the next few evenings, from 9 to 11, we'll visit secluded spots where couples frequently rendezvous, pretending to date until we draw out the perpetrator. It might require some effort, as I'm unsure how long it will take to attract the culprit." Su Huanhuan eagerly agreed at the prospect of spending 2 hours alone with Lin Fan each day, all under the guise of him treating her to dinner. "For that grand meal, I suppose I can endure a bit of hardship," she teased. "You can order anything you wish. I consider myself a bit of a small tycoon now." As Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan wandered the campus, they shared stories from their high school days and cherished childhood memories, enjoying each other's company immensely. Before they knew it, it was already past 6 in the evening, a time when students began to head to the dining hall in small groups. Lin Fan, feeling hungry, strolled toward the dining hall alongside Su Huanhuan. Coincidentally, just ahead, surrounded by a throng of admirers, was Lu Xiaofei. "Brother Fei, aside from Lin Fan and Yang Lingtian, it seems you're the only one to have broken through to master status. At this rate, it won't be long before Lin Fan and Yang Lingtian can't hold a candle to you," one of Lu Xiaofei's stout companions remarked eagerly. "If it weren't for Lin Fan, I might have been untouchable with my stellar physique. I could have easily claimed the runner-up position in the freshman competition," another skinny, animated follower chimed in, showering Lu Xiaofei with flattery. "I was careless, Lin Fan unexpectedly blew me away with a whirlwind technique. Otherwise, who knows who would have come out on top. Lu Xiaofei boasted, tossing his blonde hair with an air of arrogance. Is that so? I would love to have a rematch, a voice that sent shivers down Lu Xiaofei's spine echoed from behind him. He turned to see Lin Fan approaching, accompanied by Su Huanhuan. Lin Gu, you brought your lady to dinner, whatever you want to eat, it's on me, let us go to the third floor of the dining hall and order a feast. Lu Xiaofei's face instantly lit up with a broad smile as he strode towards Lin Fan, oozing affability. Witnessing Lu Xiaofei's sycophantic demeanor left his followers dumbfounded, frozen in place, yet, they quickly regained their composure, calling out to Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan with newfound respect. Su Huanhuan blushed at being referred to as Lu Xiaofei's sister-in-law, but she didn't object. She secretly relished the title. Never mind, you all go ahead and eat, let us do it together next time. Lin Fan said playfully, merely teasing Lu Xiaofei for his ostentation. Alright, let us do it next time. Lu Xiaofei, showing his understanding, led his band of followers away. Lin Fan ordered a serving of fried sauce noodles, while Su Huanhuan opted for a fruit salad, and they found a spot to enjoy their meal. After dining, Lin Fan escorted Su Huanhuan back to her dormitory, and they arranged to meet at 9 o'clock that evening beneath her building. Upon returning to her dorm, Su Huanhuan was quickly surrounded by her roommates, all curious about who she had been out with. Blushing, she was reluctant to divulge too much. However, the most popular post on the school forum soon sparked the roommates' excited shrieks. Someone had captured Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan on a date at the CAF. Huanhuan, you really are something, you hardly interact with boys, and yet you managed to snag my idol, one roommate exclaimed. I'm heartbroken. My idol is dating, and his girlfriend is my close roommate, you've betrayed me, her friends clamored, causing Su Huanhuan's cheeks to flush crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words. In fact, she felt no inclination to clarify, choosing instead to let her roommates bask in their misunderstandings. At 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Fan arrived beneath Su Huanhuan's dormitory. Moments later, Su Huanhuan descended the stairs, clad in a white short-sleeved top and a denim mini-skirt, her steps light and buoyant as she flashed Lin Fan a sweet smile. Lin Fan returned the smile, and together they left the dormitory amidst the envious whispers and glances of onlooking girls. Indeed, it was true, Su Huanhuan and Lin Fan were together, how infuriating. Why would such an exceptional man like Lin Fan choose Su Huanhuan over me? At the most helpless age, I encountered the man I admire most, only to find he is taken. Who will accompany me tonight for a drink to drown my sorrows? Chapter 36. The appearance of the killer. Every evening between 9 and 11 o'clock, Lin Fan would rendezvous with Su Huanhuan in secluded locations, pretending to be on a date. As their familiarity grew, Lin Fan gradually learned about Su Huanhuan's family background. Her father held the rank of Major General in the military, while her mother was a devoted housewife. Although her father was frequently absent from home, Su Huanhuan's mother imposed stringent expectations on her martial arts training. She was required to retire for the night before 10 o'clock, and even on weekends, early rises for practice were mandatory. Regardless of her preferences, her mother insisted that she partake in various martial arts classes. Furthermore, Su Huanhuan seldom communicated with her father. Under the constraints of her family, she had emerged as a formidable talent in Xi City, Qin Province. Upon entering university, Su Huanhuan liberated herself from the stifling atmosphere of her home, gradually embracing her true nature and finding a measure of freedom. As she recounted her childhood experiences of being scolded by her mother for attending martial arts training, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking Lin Fan's sympathy. 2 fleeting weeks passed, during which Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan seemed to have forgotten their pursuit of the killer. Each night at 9 o'clock, Lin Fan would await her at the foot of her dormitory. Occasionally, he would also serve as her sparring partner, assisting her in honing her practical combat skills. During this period, the campus had been devoid of any incidents, and the killer appeared to have settled down. As the clock struck 10, Lin Fan and Su Huanhuan found themselves in a small pavilion, engaging in casual conversation as per their routine. Suddenly, Lin Fan detected a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air. Moments later, a wave of dizziness began to envelop him. At last, the moment had arrived. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes as he swiftly consumed a rejuvenating pill provided by Yin Changkong, restoring his clarity of mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su Huanhuan, who also ingested a similar pill. Both of them feigned sleep, silently awaiting the killer's approach. The fragrance of gardenias intensified, and 5 minutes later, a figure clad in a tight black suit slowly approached them. The strongest freshman of the first year had indeed fallen under my gardenia mist. Such an accomplishment would surely earn me greater power from the authorities. What a pity for that visage. If only I possessed such a beautiful face, he would never abandon me, would he? The shadow advanced menacingly towards Su Huanhuan, wielding a dagger. Feeling the chilling aura and murderous intent drawing closer, Su Huanhuan's heart raced. Lin Fan grasped her hand reassuringly, allowing her to gradually regain her composure. Lin Fan is by my side, he will protect me, everything will be alright. The shadow lunged forward, aiming the dagger at Su Huanhuan's slender neck with lightning speed. However, Lin Fan was quicker, his tightly shut eyes flew open, a flicker of cold light flashing within them as he reached out and firmly seized the shadow's wrist. With a sickening crack, Lin Fan crushed the bones in the shadow's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter uselessly to the ground. To avoid harming Su Huanhuan, Lin Fan swiftly yanked the shadow towards himself, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent the figure sprawling over 10 meters away. The shadow emitted a couple of muffled groans of pain, but no screams as Lin Fan had anticipated. At long last, I have caught you, you will be captured alive. Watching the shadow slowly rise, Lin Fan sprang forth like a cheetah, closing in on his target. The strongest freshman of the first year was indeed formidable. It appeared he would have to exert his full strength today. A fierce glare flickered in the shadow's eyes beneath the black mask as a flurry of white gardenias materialized out of thin air, floating in the atmosphere. With a sweep of his hand, the shadow unleashed a torrent of gardenias upon Lin Fan. A mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot, Lin Fan scoffed, as energy surged from his palms, creating a colossal tornado that roared forward, stirring up dust and debris. The whirlwind, driven by an unstoppable force, tore through the sea of gardenias, scattering petals in a whirlwind of destruction. Lin Fan, you think I am unaware of your attack methods? I chose to spare others and specifically target you. I have watched countless videos of your performances in the martial arts entrance examination and the freshman competition. Are you feeling more drowsy now? My pollen possesses hypnotic properties, it has already spread throughout this area along with your tornado. The shadow observed Lin Fan dismantling her floral assault. She smirked with a sense of superiority. Is this all you have? If so, our battle concludes here. Despite having consumed the rejuvenating pill, Lin Fan felt no fatigue, retorting with a cold smile. Even a fourth-tier fierce beast would succumb to such a volume of pollen. Why have you not fallen? Could it be that you lay in wait for me in advance? A flicker of disbelief crossed the shadow's eyes. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no prize. Lin Fan activated his wind-like agility, propelled by the swift currents of air, and swiftly closed the distance to the shadow. With a rapid motion, the shadow drew a dagger from behind, slashing toward Lin Fan's throat with the speed of lightning. Lin Fan exerted pressure on his feet, shifting his body slightly to the left while his right fist lunged forward like a serpent, striking the shadow's abdomen. Bang! Lin Fan's fist landed heavily against the shadow's midsection, unleashing 36 streams of hidden energy that began to ravage her insides. The shadow was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing against a stone pillar. Struggling to rise, she spat a mouthful of blood, glaring at Lin Fan with seething hatred. Had her body not been enhanced by the masters of the I-Demon clan, she would likely have perished by now. My martial arts talent is ill-suited for combat, only for assassination. To escape now, I must employ the eye bestowed upon me by the masters of the I-Demon clan. A flicker of green light shone in the shadow's left eye as most of her energy surged into it. Gradually, her left eye morphed into a vertical pupil of dark green, reminiscent of a beast's eye. Lin Fan. She bellowed, unleashing a beam of dark green light from her left eye. The beam expanded as it shot forth, transforming into a colossal pillar of dark green light. The lethal aura emanating from the pillar sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine, compelling him to take the situation seriously. This attack bore formidable power, he would need to respond with all his might. Lin Fan raised his fists high, thrusting them forward as if confronting two raging dragons against the dark green pillar. In that moment, his figure appeared diminutive beneath the immense beam, yet he exuded a weighty presence akin to a mountain. Lin Fan, you must prevail, it is all my fault for being too weak to assist you. Su Huanhuan, not far behind, watched Lin Fan with a worried expression, fervently praying for his victory. As a powerful race in the cosmos, the I-Demon clan possessed no heads or torsos, only a singular eye. This eye could unleash devastating beams of light, capable of obliterating hundreds of planets with a single glance. After their demise, their eyes could be activated through energy, delivering cataclysmic attacks. The eye obtained by the shadow, though merely a dark green eye of the lowest bloodline within the I-Demon clan, still wielded astonishing power. With Lin Fan's immense physical strength coupled with the multiple streams of hidden energy, the air resonated with explosive sounds as he unleashed his might. Boom! His fists, like dragons, shattered the dark green pillar from end to end. What? This is impossible. I am a third-tier master, having channeled most of my energy into the eye. I cannot be your match. Lin Fan is not someone I can contend with. He is no mere human, he is a true monster. The shadow's mind spiraled into despair. She no longer possessed the strength to continue battling Lin Fan. After casting a lingering glance at him, the shadow transformed into several afterimages, fleeing rapidly from the scene. Attempting to escape will not be so easy. I will either capture you or eliminate you today. Lin Fan scoffed, racing after the shadow like a bolt of lightning. Su Huanhuan, witnessing Lin Fan's safety, felt her worries dissipate, and she unleashed her agility, pursuing Lin Fan's silhouette like a butterfly in flight. Chapter 37 Should I venture into the girls' dormitory or not? Chapter 37 To intrude or not to intrude the girls' dormitory. In a desperate bid to evade Lin Fan, the shadow darted through secluded alleys, attempting to use the terrain to thwart Lin Fan's pursuit. There was no way he could shake me off, Lin Fan scoffed, quickening his pace. Determined to catch this individual, he focused intently, firmly locking onto the unique aura of primordial energy emanating from his target. Ever since Yen Changkong had elucidated the existence of primordial energy pathways in the air, Lin Fan's understanding of this force had grown exponentially. Once primordial energy enters the body, it becomes unique. As long as he meticulously tracked the movement of the energy's trace in the air, he would inevitably catch up. Moreover, his speed far surpassed that of the shadow. The figure was fleeing as if it were a lamb cornered, while Lin Fan followed closely behind like a relentless wolf, determined to hunt down his prey. Is Lin Fan a dog or something? He just won't let go. That relentless determination to capture me is infuriating. I don't have much strength left to break through the security at the school gate, so I must find a place to hide and leave the school in a couple of days. I could simply return to the girls' dormitory. I doubt Lin Fan would dare to enter. A glimmer of determination flashed in the shadow's eyes as he steeled himself to head towards the freshman girls' dormitory. After more than 4 minutes, Lin Fan traced the shadow's primordial energy to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Gazing at the sign prohibiting boys from entering, a wry smile crept across Lin Fan's face. At this hour, many girls were already resting in their beds, so there were few comings and goings. It seemed this individual was confident I wouldn't dare enter the dormitory, which emboldened him to step inside. To apprehend this person, I must enter the girls' dormitory. However, doing so would surely alarm the other girls, and I might end up being labeled as the campus wolf, tarnishing my martial artist reputation. The most pressing issue is that if I delay any longer, I will lose the ability to track her energy signature. Asa man, I must be bold. It's merely a girls' dormitory. What is there to fear? Besides, I am doing this to seek justice for my classmate who was tragically harmed. I cannot afford to waste any more time. After hesitating for over a minute, Lin Fan steeled himself, summoning courage. With all his might, he propelled himself like a gust of wind into the corridor. The dormitory supervisor barely registered his presence as he swiftly ascended to the 6th floor, following the energy signature to the door of room 609, where it abruptly vanished. With no other option but to barge in, Lin Fan stood at the door, anxiety coursing through him, his expression shifting as he mentally prepared himself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and slippers echoed in the corridor. A girl, having just finished watching a drama and heading to the laundry room for her clothes, walked toward Lin Fan, their eyes locking for an instant. A pervert. Lin Fan's face flushed with embarrassment, while the girl hurriedly dashed back to her dorm room, but her scream had awakened all the girls on the floor. Upon hearing the word pervert, the girls emerged from their rooms, and the door in front of Lin Fan swung open swiftly. A girl, dressed in pink lingerie and possessing a striking figure, sauntered out lazily. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she too screamed. However, unlike the previous girl, this one had a stronger composure and launched a kick aimed at Lin Fan's lower body. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Fan's forehead as he swayed to evade her attack, yet, the situation worsened as he found himself surrounded by the awakened girls, with summer upon them. The girls were clad in light attire, their figures accentuated, nearly overwhelming Lin Fan with an influx of heat. The girls, a mixture of anger, surprise, and shyness, gazed at Lin Fan, whose expression was a blend of awkwardness and tension. Lin Fan, I can't believe you're this kind of person. To dare intrude into our girls' dormitory in the dead of night. If you hadn't been caught, who knows what might have happened. We absolutely must report you to the school security. A girl exclaimed indignantly. Our strongest freshman is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. It seems that handsome boys are never trustworthy. Who would have thought he was such a pervert? I can't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't been caught. It's terrifying to even think about, another girl chimed in. What a pity. If only he had entered our dormitory. The girls buzzed with chatter, while some were outraged, others gazed at Lin Fan with infatuation, their faces flushed as they lost themselves in thought. Lin Fan, no matter how strong you are, this is a girls' dormitory. We are all weapons here. I refuse to believe you would dare lay a hand on me. Tomorrow morning, I'll leave the school, and you will forever bear the title of a pervert. Meanwhile, within room 609, a girl watched with glee, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Everyone, please believe in my character. I am not what you think. Lin Fan hastily explained. Don't bother explaining, I've known for a long time that you're no good. No wonder you were so ruthless during the freshman competition, nearly causing me to embarrass myself. Now I finally understand why. Du Yanran, with her alluring figure clad in fiery red lingerie, approached the crowd with a disdainful smirk, her smooth skin and graceful curves momentarily distracting Lin Fan. Ladies, I told you Lin Fan is no good. We must ensure he faces consequences for his actions today. Let the school punish him so that everyone at Jing University knows his true nature. Indeed, we cannot be lenient with a pervert. Just because he is the strongest freshman does not mean he should be excused. If we let him off this time, other boys will follow his example, and we'll never have a peaceful night's sleep again, a stout girl shouted, her eyes greedily assessing Lin Fan as she pushed her way closer. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to look at Lin Fan, given the vast difference between them, but today, she finally had the chance to unabashedly admire her idol. Lin Fan, dressed in a sleeveless white shirt and casual black shorts, radiated a sunny and handsome aura, his muscular physique drawing the attention of many girls, exuding an overwhelming sense of boyfriend potential. Everyone, listen to me. I entered the girls' dormitory to catch the culprit responsible for the recent murders of two couples. Lin Fan exclaimed, his smile strained. Surrounded by girls, he found himself with little room to maneuver, many pressing closer, taking advantage of the chaos. Who are you fooling? That's the police's job, not yours. Trying to use this incident to cover up your disgusting behavior, not a chance. Du Yanran retorted scornfully. Exactly, Lin Fan is a pervert. It's no surprise he dared to intrude into the girls' dormitory. Zhong Jia, having heard the commotion from the 5th floor, pushed through the crowd and regarded Lin Fan with disdain. With so many people around, he couldn't retaliate, and things were indeed becoming troublesome. He had to find a way to reason with them. Lin Fan, feeling overwhelmed by the throng of girls, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. The entire 6th floor corridor was nearly filled with onlookers, as girls from various floors flocked to see the audacious intruder. Upon discovering that the alleged pervert was none other than the esteemed Lin Fan, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Soon, the atmosphere shifted as excitement surged, even drawing the attention of the dorm supervisor who struggled to force her way through the crowd. My idol is so bold, I like him even more now. We absolutely cannot tolerate a pervert. Even if he is Lin Fan, he must face the consequences. Lin Fan's reputation took a severe hit as the girls rallied together, their voices swelling in a chorus of condemnation. Chapter 38, Persuading the Masses. Chapter 38, Persuading the Crowd. Please believe me, the murderer lurks in this dormitory behind me. I have seriously injured her. Lin Fan implored the gathering crowd. If you doubt my words, feel free to check on the occupants of the dormitory behind me for any signs of severe injury. I have crushed one of her wrist bones, the evidence is glaringly apparent. This is merely your fabrication. You, a disgrace, are likely trying to escape while we are distracted. Du Yanran retorted with a cold sneer. I too find Lin Fan's claims hard to believe. Zhong Jia concurred. After the two influential first-year students expressed their sentiments, many other girls echoed their support. Perhaps we should investigate, as Lin Fan suggests. I believe he is not the kind of person to do such a thing. A rather timid voice emerged from the back, as Yao Baikan spoke with uncertainty. Lin Fan has already breached the girls' dormitory, and you still defend him? You traitor among women. Du Yanran snapped at Yao Baikan in fury. It appears you simply cannot accept defeat. Wang Yutong, who wielded the ancient war tree in the freshman competition, pushed her way through the crowd, arms crossed and a sly grin upon her face. What did you say? I am merely advocating for all the girls. Du Yanran's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she spoke angrily. You, who have never been defeated, were easily vanquished by Lin Fan and nearly exposed. Thus, you have been seeking an opportunity to exact revenge on him, have you not? I never imagined someone like you could achieve the top score in the college entrance examination. With such a fragile mentality, how will you ever survive on the battlefield against other races? Wang Yutong ruthlessly revealed Du Yanran's vulnerabilities, causing her face to darken and even Zhong Jia to lower her gaze. My defeat to Lin Fan was due to my lack of strength. How could I possibly cling to such a trivial matter? Du Yanran stubbornly insisted. Seeing the support from the two, Lin Fan cast grateful glance. It won't take much time to check, and I have faith in him. The petite Lu Jingru added softly. To doubt our sister based solely on Lin Fan's words is unacceptable. Du Yanran remained obstinate. I believe we should give Lin Fan a chance. I admit that my earlier skepticism stemmed partly from my own defeat at his hands, and now, I feel he deserves an opportunity to prove himself. Zhong Jia stated candidly, much to Du Yanran's disbelief. Let us grant Lin Fan the chance to vindicate himself. He does not appear to be the sort of lecherous individual. After all, lechers are typically unattractive. I trust Lin Fan's words. The overwhelming majority of the girls present chose to believe Lin Fan, urging him to prove himself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd as Su Huanhuan parted the throng and approached Lin Fan. I can vouch for Lin Fan, we were together earlier, and the murderer was right before my eyes. Su Huanhuan gasped, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. In her haste to catch up to Lin Fan, she had exerted herself, struggling to maintain the distance between them. Fortunately, Lin Fan had not forgotten their agreed-upon signal, leaving simple markers along the way, allowing her to follow.
What is happening?
Zhong Jiajia furrowed her brow in inquiry. While we were on a date, someone attacked us, but thankfully, we were vigilant. In the end, Lin Fan severely injured the assailant, and we pursued her to the girls' dormitory, though my speed lagged significantly behind his, Su Huanhuan recounted, her cheeks flushed as she revealed the details of their encounter. Seizing the moment, she publicly acknowledged her relationship with Lin Fan, subtly dissuading other girls from harboring romantic notions about him. Lin Fan regarded Su Huanhuan with a glimmer of excitement. Their recent charade as a couple had fostered an increasingly intimate bond, and he found himself genuinely developing feelings for the lively and adorable Su Huanhuan. Her candid admission signaled her desire to deepen their relationship, which Lin Fan welcomed wholeheartedly.
Is that so? It seems we have unjustly accused Lin Fan.
Many voices chimed in agreement. I knew he could not possibly be that kind of person. With such good looks, how could he engage in such sordid acts? Perhaps Su Huanhuan is simply biased in his favor, being his girlfriend. Please, I implore you to trust me. I seek justice for the classmates who have suffered at the hands of the murderer.
Grant me the opportunity to prove myself, and also extend the chance to those who have been wronged. I, Lin Fan, am certainly not the person you presume me to be.
Lin Fan reiterated earnestly. Aside from the silent Du Yanran, nearly all the girls chose to believe Lin Fan this time. How infuriating! I cannot believe they would side with him. I must find a hostage to aid my escape. A girl from dormitory 609, her eyes glinting with malice, swiftly leaped off her bed, gripping a dagger with her uninjured hand and pressing it against the neck of a yawning roommate. Chu Sini, I haven't wronged you, so why take such drastic measures against me? Li Lan gasped in horror, feeling the cold steel against her skin, her disbelief evident as she stared at her former companion, who had once shared laughter with her. Though their relationship had always been somewhat distant, Li Lan never expected such aggression. I merely wish to leave, I do not seek your life. Chu Sini replied with a chilling indifference. Li Lan, however, could not bring herself to trust her captor. Over time, she had come to understand just how extreme and cold-hearted Chu Sini truly was. Chu Sini was a person who only cared for herself, shunning any inconvenience from others while refusing to burden anyone else. It was this very nature that plunged Li Lan into profound despair. Suddenly, the dormitory door crashed open, revealing Lin Fan, his expression devoid of warmth, followed by a throng of astonished girls. To her astonishment, Chu Sini, the socially aloof individual, was indeed the murderer. It seemed Lin Fan had entered the girls' dormitory purely to pursue the criminal. It was all Du Yanran and Zhong Jiajia's fault for obstructing him. Otherwise, Li Lan would not now be facing such peril. Exactly, the consequences rest squarely on their shoulders. Many girls began to point fingers at Du Yanran and Zhong Jiajia, conveniently forgetting that they had been the ones to hinder Lin Fan's pursuit. Du Yanran and Zhong Jiajia's faces paled as they internally reproached themselves. Had it not been for their pre-existing grievances against Lin Fan, Li Lan would not find herself in such danger. Lin Fan, do not take another step forward, or I will kill her. Chu Sini pressed the dagger more firmly against Li Lan's neck, blood beginning to trickle from the wound. Lin Fan halted, his gaze icy as he regarded the woman before him, who wore a smug expression, seemingly unbothered by her own injury. Seeing Lin Fan comply, Chu Sini's eyes sparkled with triumph, as though the pain in her injured wrist had vanished. As long as she held a hostage, she believed she could escape from Beijing University. After leaving, she could lie low in the base provided by the Demon clan for a while, and once the dust settled, she would adopt a new identity to continue her hunt for talented humans. Chapter 39. The mist disorients the enemy. The killer self-detonates the demon. Lin Fan gazed at the indifferent Chu Sini, an involuntary tension gripping him. In her eyes, he perceived a chilling disregard for life. Rescuing Li Lan today seemed a daunting task. His martial prowess leaned towards brute force, rather than speed. If he attempted to approach her with agility, her heightened state of alertness would likely result in the swift demise of the hostage. The only course of action left was to engage her in a slow, calculated manner, seeking to create an opportunity to bridge the 6-meter gap between them. If he could close that distance, his Gale body technique would be sufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Fan mentally rehearsed various methods to rescue the hostage, yet each scenario ended in failure, leaving him with no choice but to negotiate with Chu Sini. What would it take for you to release her? State your terms, he murmured. Allow me to exit the school, and I shall free her. Prepare a fuel-filled vehicle, and have the gatekeeper at the school notify me when the gates are opened. If I detect anyone within 500 meters following me, I will immediately kill her. Chu Sini responded, a cruel smile gracing her lips as she spoke coldly.
Understood. I'll have someone prepare it. During this time, you must not harm the hostage. Lin Fan agreed. Of course. Chu Xinyi nodded to Lin Fan, called Vice Principal Chen Shangdong to explain the situation, and he promptly began making arrangements. 5 minutes later, Chen Shangdong informed Lin Fan that everything was ready. The vehicle you requested is downstairs, please do not harm the hostage. Lin Fan cautioned. Rest assured, I, Chu Xinyi, am a person of my word, she replied icily. Everyone must maintain a distance of 10 meters from me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my control over the dagger in my hand. With the hostage in tow, Chu Xinyi moved towards the dormitory entrance, issuing cold threats. This girl is far too vigilant, leaving me with no opportunities. If only I had trained in a superior martial art. Lin Fan lamented internally. For now, he had no choice but to comply with her demands. Chu Xinyi and the freed hostage, Huan Huan, reached the entrance, while Lin Fan and the others retreated. Upon reaching the corridor, the crowd clamored towards the staircase, clearing a path for Chu Xinyi. At that moment, the air shifted from clarity to a dense fog enveloping the area. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Du Yanran's eyes as the mist slithered like serpents into Chu Xinyi's mouth, nose, and ears, causing her to spray blood from her nostrils and ears. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Fan's eyes. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Channeling all his energy into the Gale body technique, he surged towards Chu Xinyi. Although she struggled to dissipate the fog within her body, Lin Fan's speed was unmatched, and in an instant, he stood before her. With a swift motion, he grasped her wrist, akin to an eagle's talon, squeezing with such force that the sickening sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, shattering her wrist. He yanked the hostage towards him, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sent Chu Xinyi crashing against the wall, blood splattering from her head. Grateful, Li Lan shot Lin Fan a thankful glance before hastily retreating into the crowd. Du Yanran, with her head held high like a proud rooster, regarded Lin Fan with satisfaction. Reveling in her earlier intervention, Lin Fan had no time to acknowledge her. He approached the crumpled form of Chu Xinyi, now lying against the wall. From this moment forth, you shall no longer harm students at Jing University. Lin Fan declared, his expression devoid of emotion. Chu Xinyi, pale and marred by wounds, was barely clinging to life, her internal organs having been ravaged by Lin Fan's earlier attack. You geniuses cannot fathom the agony endured by someone like me, with minimal martial talent. Do you truly believe this pain could compel me to forfeit my struggle? Though I allied with the Demon Eye clan for power, I shall fight to my last breath like a warrior. This building houses thousands of students. I shall take you, this monster, down with me, and my death will not be in vain. Chu Xinyi coughed and laughed maniacally. In that instant, her left eye transformed into a vertical pupil of deep green, radiating a fierce light. The energy within her body began to rapidly deplete, her gaze losing vitality, while the energy fluctuations from her green pupil intensified, sending a wave of unease through Lin Fan's heart. The green pupil erupted from Chu Xinyi's left eye, surging towards the group of girls behind Lin Fan with ferocious energy. This is bad. If that energy detonates, the resulting explosion could obliterate the entire building. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he spotted a window nearby, inspiration striking him. If he could breach the wall surrounding the window and launch the Demon Eye into the sky, all within the building would be saved. However, should the Demon Eye explode unexpectedly, he questioned whether his sole defensive technique, the Copper Skin Iron Bones technique, could withstand the blast. With a plan forming, Lin Fan sprang into action. Storm's Tooth. The unique energy of the wind killing 4 transformations erupted from his body, sending a spear-like shockwave crashing against the window, effortlessly creating a 3-meter-wide opening. Positioned within the eye of the tornado, Lin Fan harnessed the whirlwind to lift the volatile Demon Eye out of the window. The girls, previously paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming energy, now stared in astonishment as Lin Fan chose to carry the Demon Eye away, fully aware of its potential for destruction. He is risking himself to protect us. Who would have thought he'd be so courageous? Please, dear God, keep him safe. The voices of admiration and concern resonated among the girls, as they gazed at Lin Fan soaring into the sky. If only we hadn't involved Li Lan, he wouldn't have to take such risks. Su Huan fretted, her face etched with worry. As Lin Fan ascended to 700 meters, the dazzling green light illuminated the heavens. Just as he prepared to distance himself and shatter the Demon Eye, ominous cracking sounds echoed from its surface. Boom! The energy within the green pupil erupted explosively, a small mushroom cloud blossoming in the sky, unleashing a torrent of heat waves and shockwaves that surged relentlessly towards Lin Fan. This is bad.
I need to get far away, the explosion is even more powerful than I anticipated. Employing the copper skin iron bones technique, his skin shimmered with a copper hue, and the density of his bones intensified. He propelled himself forward at full speed. Despite his rapid flight, the shockwaves and heat soon caught up with him, colliding with his back like a rampaging bull, tearing a gruesome wound across him, blood cascading like rain from the sky. The force of the blast sent Lin Fan hurtling nearly 100 meters away, leaving him staggering as he plummeted downwards. Chapter 40 Admission due to severe injuries. Chapter 40 Severe injury and hospitalization. In the aftermath of a thunderous explosion, Lin Fan struggled to direct the tornado to lower altitudes. Unfortunately, due to the injury on his back, he succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting from the sky and stirring up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, below him lay a grassy expanse, sparing him from severe injuries upon impact. Inside the girls' dormitory, upon witnessing Lin Fan's falling figure, Su Huanhuan felt a sudden tightening in her chest and hurriedly descended the stairs, rushing towards the direction of his descent. Many other girls hastily donned simple attire, following suit in pursuit. The deafening explosion had roused everyone on campus from their slumber, with students grumbling as they emerged from their dreams. 500 meters, 300 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. Su Huanhuan propelled herself forward at full speed, resembling a butterfly darting toward Lin Fan. From a distance, she spotted him, bloodied and lying face down, his back marred by a horrifying wound. Lin Fan, you mustn't be harmed. A heavy weight settled in her heart, and tears brimmed in her eyes as she dashed forward, lifting the unconscious Lin Fan. In his current state, Lin Fan's complexion was ashen, appearing exceedingly frail, yet his breathing remained relatively steady. Witnessing his weakened condition plunged Su Huanhuan into a state of panic. This was her first encounter with such a scenario. Leaving her mind blank, clutching Lin Fan's large hand and gazing at his pale lips, she forced herself to regain composure swiftly. She draped one of his arms over her shoulder, assisting him toward the campus hospital. Although Lin Fan's blood stained her light yellow floral dress crimson, Su Huanhuan's gaze held no trace of disdain. Standing at merely 1.65 meters, she supported Lin Fan, who towered over her at more than 1.80 meters. Bearing the entirety of his weight, her figure appeared delicate beneath the streetlight, yet her eyes radiated determination, starkly contrasting with the timid girl who had once been frightened by the Ironback Wolf King. The sound of slippers pattering against the ground grew increasingly closer. Su Huanhuan, momentarily dazed, turned to see a large group of girls, hurriedly approaching in their haste, clad only in slippers. Upon seeing Lin Fan's grievous state, their expressions turned grave, and tears glistened in the eyes of several. Lin Fan was injured while protecting us. I had wrongly accused him before. Allow me to make amends now. Du Yanran, with a complex expression, summoned billowing mist around her, which swiftly coalesced into an ancient war chariot. At the front of the chariot stood 4 magnificent steeds, each bearing a soldier. The chariot measured approximately 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, ample enough to accommodate Lin Fan. Let us place Lin Fan atop it. You'll tend to him, and we shall expedite his transport to the campus hospital using my mist chariot, Du Yanran instructed Su Huanhuan. Nodding in agreement, Su Huanhuan carefully lifted Lin Fan onto the chariot, positioning his head on her lap. Du Yanran raised her hand, and the mist chariot glided smoothly toward the campus hospital at an impressive speed. I'll head to the hospital to notify them to prepare for an emergency. Zhong Jejia sprouted 2 pairs of white wings from her back and soared into the sky toward the hospital. As students of Beijing University, the girls possessed remarkable agility. Though in slippers, they exerted themselves to keep pace with Lin Fan on the mist chariot. The earlier explosion had prompted students to spill out from the dormitories, congregating in groups, occupying the usually deserted pathways at night. Clear the way quickly, we have an injured person. The pressed girls, already racing against time, urged the boys to make space, their voices ringing with urgency. Upon witnessing the mist chariot speeding down the road, followed by a horde of girls, the boys hastily parted the way, some wearing expressions of disbelief. The formidable Wang Yutong took the lead, commanding the ancient war tree to clear the oblivious onlookers from the path, significantly accelerating the chariot's pace. What madness is this at such an hour? One onlooker remarked. I heard they're taking an injured person to the hospital, who is so fortunate to have so many beautiful girls clearing a path for them. Must be a girl. No, I just saw Lin Fan lying in the chariot, but he looks incredibly weak now. It's Lin Fan again. How infuriating. Why is he so popular with the ladies? If only I could receive such attention, I'd gladly endure injuries, even death. The boys, left in a daze as the girls in the mist chariot whizzed past, began to converse animatedly. Lin Fan is truly my idol. Not only is he powerful, but he also attracts admiration from so many women. I must cling tightly to his coattails and learn how to captivate the ladies. Lu Xiaofei in the crowd exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he muttered to himself. Could the earlier explosion be linked to Lin Fan? If he, with all his strength, could be injured, it was unimaginable what magnitude of attack he had withstood. Wu Ming, observing Lin Fan's severe injuries from behind the crowd, pondered thoughtfully. In a mere 7 minutes, the girls transported Lin Fan to the campus hospital. Upon arrival, numerous nurses and doctors were already prepared, swiftly transferring Lin Fan onto a stretcher and into the emergency room. The sight of his gruesome wound caused even the most seasoned doctors to furrow their brows. Ensure Lin Fan receives the best medications and equipment available, including that vial of 7th-tier plant life essence.
We cannot afford to let anything happen to him,
commanded Wang Defa, the hospital director. With resolute urgency, the doctors felt a surge of relief. With the 7th-tier plant life essence at their disposal, they were confident in treating Lin Fan's injuries. Wang Defa's heart raced with anxiety. Lin Fan could not afford to be harmed. Under his watch just moments ago, both vice principals had called him, urging him to spare no effort in saving Lin Fan, insisting that at the very least, he must stabilize Lin Fan's condition. The university had dispatched personnel to summon a team of experts from the 1st Military Hospital of Beijing, expected to arrive in half an hour. Su Huanhuan and the other girls anxiously awaited outside the emergency room, their expressions heavy with concern.
Lin Fan is so handsome, strong, and responsible. I envy you, Wang Yutong remarked, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. If Lin Fan didn't have a girlfriend, I would surely pursue him.
Su Huanhuan felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment. Though she and Lin Fan had not yet officially defined their relationship, she relished being perceived as his girlfriend. Indeed, Huanhuan, you are indeed fortunate. The man every girl in school desires is yours. Your charm is undeniable. The girls' curiosity ignited as they bombarded Su Huanhuan with questions about her relationship with Lin Fan. Su Huanhuan felt overwhelmed, managing to respond to some of their inquiries, and the atmosphere among the girls lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Zhong Jieje and Du Yanran wore expressions of guilt, having previously challenged Lin Fan out of resentment, only to find themselves protected by him. In the end, they finally understood that in terms of strength and courage, they could not compare to Lin Fan, who was truly the strongest freshman, while they could only strive to keep up. Chapter 41 The midnight intrusion into the girls' dormitory, causing a stir throughout the campus. Chapter 41 A nighttime infiltration into the girls' dormitory stirs the entire school. 40 minutes later, the doctor emerged, announcing that Lin Fan had successfully staunched the bleeding and stabilized his condition, requiring only a period of rest for recovery. The girls erupted in joyous exclamations, cheering for Lin Fan. With the weight of worry lifted from her heart upon hearing that Lin Fan was out of danger, Su Huanhuan finally felt at ease. Following the doctor's advice to avoid disturbing Lin Fan, the girls vacated the hospital, leaving only Su Huanhuan, who insisted on staying to care for him. In the office of the hospital director, upon receiving the news of Lin Fan's recovery, the 2 vice principals, who had been smoking with solemn expressions, suddenly broke into smiles. The experts have been tirelessly monitoring Lin Fan's condition throughout this period. Qian Xiangdong remarked with a smile to the experts from the 1st Military Hospital seated on the nearby sofa.
It is our honor to treat a genius from Beijing University.
The experts from the 1st Military Hospital displayed expressions of trepidation, hastily expressing their gratitude. They were acutely aware that the 2 men before them were absolute powerhouses in the capital, both being formidable martial emperors whose mere stomp could shake the entire city. It was evident that their gathering was solely for the sake of an injured student, underscoring the importance of Lin Fan.
Lord Mingzuan, your student is now out of danger.
The infiltration of an alien spy among the new students at Beijing University is a failure on my part, and I am willing to take responsibility. Qian Xiangdong stepped out of the office, found a secluded room, and made a phone call, his demeanor respectful.
This has served as a trial for Lin Fan.
I shall not hold it against you. A cold voice resonated, sending chills down Qian Xiangdong's spine, causing him to sweat profusely. As a top-tier martial sovereign, Mingzuan possessed the strength to slay martial emperors, and his words. It seemed that the members of the Magic Eye clan would face dire consequences this time. Lin Fan lay motionless in bed, his complexion transitioning from pale to a healthy hue, while Su Huanhuan remained at his side, caring for him. Despite her somewhat haggard appearance, she resolutely resisted sleep, determined to witness Lin Fan awaken. The 2 vice principals publicly commended Lin Fan's bravery through the school's official platform for his daring act of infiltrating the girls' dormitory to capture the alien spy, leading to widespread recognition of his heroic deeds.
In no time, various forums within the school overflowed with posts about Lin Fan.
Truly my idol, he chose to face danger alone to save the girls upstairs. How wonderful it would be if I could reside in that building and experience the feeling of being protected by my idol.
Not only is he handsome and strong, but he also possesses such a sense of responsibility. How blissful it would be to be his girlfriend. Some even claim that my idol's intrusion into the girls' dormitory was unethical. Utter nonsense. We would welcome him into our dormitory with open arms. Those despicable lowly men should not dare to compare themselves to my idol. Look at Lin Fan, and then at my boyfriend, and I instantly feel disheartened about my own relationship.
The female students were unable to contain their praises for Lin Fan, whose popularity among them reached staggering heights. Now, if anyone dared to speak ill of Lin Fan in public, a throng of girls would rally together to beat him into a pulp, showcasing the solidarity of Lin Fan's fanbase. Many daring girls flocked to the hospital to visit Lin Fan, wearing down the threshold of his room. Lin Fan is simply too enviable. When I was injured, aside from my roommate, no one came to see me, yet Lin Fan has a constant stream of girls visiting him daily. What miserable days am I enduring? I'm human too, I desire the care of girls. Lin Fan has so many girls visiting him, and there's even one beautiful girl dedicated to taking care of him. Being in the hospital is simply stifling. I'll be discharged as soon as I finish this 4-drip. Count me in, I'll leave with you. The students in the nearby wards had never seen such a gathering of beautiful girls visiting one person, and they buried their heads in their blankets, shedding bitter tears of envy. The boys in the school were the most impacted by Lin Fan's heroic exploits. Previously, one boy had used his invisibility ability to sneak into the girls' dormitory, only to be beaten to a pulp by the girls and subsequently expelled from the school. Yet, after Lin Fan's intrusion into the girls' dormitory, the girls only admired him more. Lin Fan is truly a role model for us all, as the first boy in the history of Beijing University to safely enter the girls' dormitory. If I could achieve that, I would boast about it for a lifetime. Lin Fan is the epitome of masculinity. Most people won't dare enter the girls' dormitory. There is simply no comparison. We cannot match his martial prowess, nor can we rival his appeal to the opposite sex. The pressure of being in the same school as Lin Fan is immense. My girlfriend has recently become infatuated with Lin Fan, visiting him at the hospital frequently. I am his boyfriend, even I do not receive such treatment. If only I had even a tenth of Lin Fan's appeal to the opposite sex, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. The first-year boys enthusiastically discussed Lin Fan, now completely in awe of him. Previously, Lin Fan had shattered their pride during the freshman competition, forcing them to confront their own abilities. Now, having accomplished something few boys could achieve, the first-year students held Lin Fan in even higher regard. Your strength surpasses mine. That matters little, but if you dominate me in both charm and strength, I must concede my respect. Many senior students could not help but give a thumbs up when speaking of Lin Fan. While Lin Fan might not currently match their strength, his potential and determination promised a terrifying future, instilling a sense of urgency in them to keep up with their junior. After 2 days and nights of unconsciousness, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The glaring lights pierced his vision, causing him to squint. A glance revealed Su Huanuan, exhausted and resting beside his hospital bed. Upon seeing Su Huanuan's haggard face and dull complexion, Lin Fan understood everything, and his gaze toward her softened. He attempted to sit up slowly, but the movement tore at his injured back, causing him to wince in pain. Lin Fan, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Su Huanhuan exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her voice filled with emotion, though slightly hoarse from lack of rest. Yet, to Lin Fan, it sounded like the sweetest melody. I'm fine now. Thank you for your care. Lin Fan smiled as he gently grasped Su Huanhuan's small hand, speaking softly. Feeling the warmth of Lin Fan's grasp, Su Huanhuan's ears flushed crimson, yet she made no attempt to withdraw, gazing shyly at him instead. Having been strictly raised by her mother, she had never experienced a romantic relationship and had always kept her distance from boys. However, after Lin Fan rescued her from peril, his presence had permeated her world, refusing to fade. During their pretend date to lure out the assailant, the closeness had only intensified their bond, and she thoroughly relished the sense of comfort and joy that being with Lin Fan brought her. How do you feel now? Do you need something to eat? Su Huanhuan suddenly recalled that Lin Fan had not eaten for 2 days and nights. Aside from some pain at the injury site, Lin Fan felt no other anomalies. You can decide what to eat, he replied, acknowledging his hunger with a smile. Su Huanhuan gently withdrew her hand from Lin Fan's and skipped out to fetch him some food. Watching her nimble figure depart, Lin Fan felt a warmth blossoming in his heart. Becoming a formidable martial artist was his dream, but finding a partner with whom to share his life was also a goal. Fortunately, he had already found a kind and gentle girl. Lying in bed, gazing at the ceiling, Lin Fan began to reflect on his injury and contemplate his next steps. The opponent's strength pales in comparison to mine, yet that peculiar eye of hers unleashed formidable power upon self-detonation. Ultimately, my trump cards are still insufficient. The root cause of my injury lies in my lackluster defensive martial arts, the copper skin iron bone technique, which provided minimal protection. Once I recover, I must find a defensive martial art of at least Class A to bolster my overall strength. I also need to upgrade my movement technique to a higher level. In terms of martial prowess, although the speed of my training in the Wind Kill 4 variants is decent, it remains inadequate. It seems I must find time to venture into the school's secret realm to utilize the resources and environment there to elevate my martial level and combat capabilities. My current trump card is my martial talent, the First Emperor's Descent, but it is primarily geared toward offensive power. If given the chance, I must acquire additional trump cards, ensuring I never find myself in such a dire situation again. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Fan's eyes as he wore a serious expression. Before long, Su Huanhuan entered with a beaming smile. Carrying a food container, Lin Fan opened it to find his favorite millet porridge and a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Though he intended to serve himself, Su Huanhuan stopped him, and he had no choice but to open his mouth and allow her to feed him. Perhaps due to his 2-day fast, the simple porridge tasted even more satisfying than usual. After eating his fill and chatting with Su Huanhuan for a while, Lin Fan urged her to return and rest. Hospital patients endure great hardships, but those who accompany and care for them bear their own burdens, a sentiment he understood well. Although Su Huanhuan was reluctant, she eventually agreed to return and rest for a while, promising to come back with food around 6 in the evening. As he watched Su Huanhuan's departing figure, an emptiness settled in Lin Fan's heart, and he began to eagerly anticipate her arrival later that afternoon. Chapter 42, Selection of Cultivation Techniques, The Ferocious Bear Lulei. Chapter 42, Selecting Martial Arts Techniques, Violent Bear Lulei. Lin Fan's injuries took a full week to heal completely. In the eyes of the doctors, Lin Fan's self-healing abilities were astonishing. The horrific wound on his back had remarkably healed in less than a week, and his muscle fibers had grown even more robust. Lin Fan understood that this miraculous recovery was attributable to the essence blood of the Golden Earth Dragon King that had previously been absorbed by his body. The prior essence blood had not been fully assimilated, and after his recent injury, his body had grown exceedingly weak, with each cell yearning for a surge of energy, which the essence blood aptly replenished. As he walked the familiar path to school, Lin Fan's slightly gloomy mood from his hospitalization lifted considerably. After being discharged, he first enjoyed a meal with Su Huanhuan, indulging in the dishes he had longed for, before escorting her back to her dormitory. At noon, Lin Fan arrived at the base of the martial arts building, standing 4 stories tall. The building resembled a great bird poised to take flight. In the center hung 8 grand characters framed in gold: "Practice martial arts for the rise of humanity." The words "martial arts building" were notably less conspicuous, reflecting the high expectations that the upper echelons of Shangjing University held for the students. Using his student card, Lin Fan entered the interior of the martial arts building. The first floor primarily housed E to C grade martial arts, all available for free borrowing by students, making it the busiest area. Above the first floor, borrowing required academic credits. The second floor was filled with B and A grade martial arts, while the third floor contained S and SS grade techniques, and the fourth floor housed SSS grade martial arts. Lin Fan ascended the 4 steps with purpose, striding directly to the third floor. The number of individuals on this floor was sparse, yet each person emanated a vitality surpassing his own, their faces bearing a certain maturity, mostly comprising second and third year students. Lin Fan searched for the locations of agility and defensive martial arts on a computer on the third floor, and then made his way to the shelves, browsing through the selections. Thunderbolt movement, S-grade martial art. When executed, the speed is as swift as lightning. Upon reaching perfection, it can conjure 9 illusory lightning afterimages to confuse adversaries. Phantom Dragon Step, SS-grade martial art. A technique involving footwork that encircles enemies for close combat, moving as gracefully as a dragon gliding through the sea. Soaring Serpent Technique, S-grade martial art inspired by the movements of serpentine beasts observed by a martial grandmaster. This agile technique stimulates cellular division through primal energy, enhancing the control over joints and muscles throughout the body. During combat, the practitioner can evade attacks by manipulating their joints and muscles, with denser muscles providing greater explosive power and speed. Though the cultivation difficulty is high, even beginners can enhance their speed by tenfold. Upon reaching perfection, a pair of serpent wings will manifest from the back, granting formidable flight and acceleration capabilities. There were numerous S-grade martial arts here, even some SS-grade techniques, leaving Lin Fan momentarily dazzled. Suddenly, the Soaring Serpent technique caught his attention. Despite its high cultivation difficulty, mastering it at the highest level could elevate one's speed to 10 times the base speed, significantly surpassing the limits of other techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan chose to borrow this martial art, which was valued at 1,389 credits. Although he only possessed 500 credits from the freshman competition rewards, the martial arts were open to him as part of the privileges afforded to him at Shangjing University. Turning his attention, Lin Fan approached the shelves containing defensive martial arts. Indestructible Body, S-grade martial art. Upon reaching mastery, the body can withstand direct hits from large-caliber artillery. Thunderstorm Tower, S-grade martial art. It conjures a small tower of thunder, within which all attacks are obliterated by lightning. Extreme Heat Armor, S-grade martial art. This technique absorbs heat to form a layer of transparent armor that continuously emits scalding steam. Any attack that contacts the body is repelled by a powerful shockwave, while contact with the steam gradually weakens the assault. The more heat absorbed, the faster the martial art progresses, and the higher the steam temperature becomes. However, its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high, requiring the practitioner to endure extreme heat and hazardous environments for prolonged periods. As Lin Fan navigated through the array of defensive martial arts, he was captivated by the description of the extreme heat armor, prompting him to delve deeper. Upon entry, the steam temperature reaches 200 degrees, and at the perfected level, it can escalate to an astonishing 100,000 degrees. The sheer power of this searing steam is beyond imagination. The more he examined this martial art, the more astonished he became. The requirement for a high-temperature environment was easily met by the school's lava secret realm, and I need not engage in prolonged cultivation. A mere moment of intensity would suffice. Lost in thought, Lin Fan seized this martial art and approached the automated borrowing machine on the third floor. S-grade martial art soaring serpent technique, 1389 credits. S-grade martial art extreme heat armor, 2199 credits, total of 3588 credits. Borrower Lin Fan, would you like to proceed with the payment? The automated machine's cold voice resonated. Confirm payment. Lin Fan replied softly. Detected borrower has SSS privileges, credits waived. Please return within 1 month. Wishing you fruitful learning and success in martial arts, the machine notified. A smile graced Lin Fan's face. Indeed, having SSS privileges was The students around him, engrossed in their own studies, displayed peculiar smiles, with some whispering amongst themselves. 2 hours later, Lin Fan closed the books with a satisfied smile. The difficulty of these two martial arts was worlds apart from the C-grade techniques he had previously. The pathways of primal energy were over 50 times more intricate, not to mention the practical application. Lin Fan was filled with mixed emotions as he prepared to leave with the two martial arts in hand. Just as he stood up, he noticed a towering figure striding towards him with an imposing demeanor. The surrounding onlookers regarded Lin Fan with a hint of schadenfreude. This freshman had truly become audacious, daring to occupy the exclusive space of the violent bear Lu Lei. Surely, he was in for a reckoning. Senior Lu Lei had slain numerous 5th-tier alien foes on the battlefield, formidable opponents even for a 7th-level grandmaster like himself. It was difficult to fathom just how fearsome his current strength must be. Lin Fan was likely to face severe repercussions. After all, even the school found it challenging to contend with Lu Lei. The murmurs intensified around him, and while Lin Fan heard them, his composure remained unshaken. There had never been any exclusive seating in the martial arts building, and even if his opponent was Lu Lei, he dared to confront him even if he was not a match at present. Given time, Lu Lei would ultimately fall to him. Lu Lei, with his cropped hair and towering height of nearly 2 meters, bore a strikingly noticeable scar that ran from his left eye down to his chin. He advanced relentlessly towards Lin Fan, his gaze icy, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. Lin Fan did not flinch. Instead, he took a step forward, meeting Lu Lei's imposing presence with an equally dominating aura. One was a fully developed monster, while the other was a burgeoning one. The clash of their energies captivated the onlookers. In the air, a phantom of a violent bear and a fierce human-shaped specter engaged in battle. Sword energies clashed, and the bear roared. The entire martial arts building reverberated with the intensity of their confrontation, leaving many spectators astonished, especially at the bear's return. The human-shaped specter pierced the throat of the bear phantom with a sword, while the bear phantom retaliated by shattering the human specter with a palm strike. Witnessing this evenly matched spectacle, the crowd gasped, swallowing hard. No way, is this real? Lin Fan can actually match Lu Lei in terms of energy. Lin Fan was indeed the strongest freshman. This overwhelming aura made one envision an invincible sovereign. Lu Lei, despite showing restraint, had unleashed the energy of a grandmaster, yet Lin Fan's formidable display was nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Lu Lei approached Lin Fan, a hint of a smile breaking through his cold demeanor. Junior, you are indeed the strongest of your year. You managed to withstand my pressure. I find myself inferior at the grandmaster level, he remarked. I am Lu Lei, a third-year student. If you ever need anything at this school, feel free to seek me out. Lu Lei extended his right hand, speaking with warmth. Lu Lei's heart, however, was anything but tranquil. Since returning from the alien battlefield, he had been inundated with tales of Lin Fan, the freshman champion who had swept the competition with ease, piquing his interest. Earlier, he had intentionally restrained his energy to grandmaster level to avoid intimidating Lin Fan while preserving his own seniority, but even then, he had found himself evenly matched in their energy exchange, or more accurately, he had been bested by Lin Fan. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Lin Fan replied, humbly grasping Lu Lei's hand. He felt the overwhelming vitality emanating from Lu Lei, fully aware that the senior had not exerted his full strength, which only deepened his admiration. Is there anything you need today, Junior? If not, would you care to join me for a drink? I can invite a few friends along for you to get acquainted. Lu Lei inquired with a smile. At this, the crowd erupted in excitement, gazing at Lin Fan with envy. Lu Lei was extending an invitation to join his circle, which comprised some of the most formidable third-year students. "Since Senior has invited me, I cannot refuse," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Absolutely. This will be my first drink since returning from the alien battlefield. I intend to make it a memorable one." The two then chatted amicably as they exited the martial arts building, making their way to a renowned tavern just off campus. Chapter 43:10,000 times critical strike, the ultimate breakthrough of the extreme heat prison garment. At a private room in the Baodeli restaurant, located 500 meters from the east gate of Beijing University, Lin Fan and Lu Lei were engaged in light conversation over tea. Before long, three of Lu Lei's friends entered the room together. Among them, the young woman in a form-fitting blue dress exuded an enchanting charm, her voluptuous figure captivating all who beheld her. To her left stood a young man with flowing locks, perpetually adorned with a radiant smile, though his overly delicate features suggested that he might easily attract trouble if dressed in women's attire. On the right stood another young man, measuring a modest height of 1.65 m, his visage marred by a birthmark the size of a pigeon's egg, rendering his otherwise fair countenance somewhat unappealing. Upon encountering Lin Fan, Lu Lei's friends exhibited a momentary surprise, which quickly faded into normalcy. Lu Lei and Lin Fan rose together, with Lu Lei grinning as he introduced Lin Fan to his companions. "This is Lin Fan, the most formidable freshman of our year. Surely, none of you are unfamiliar with him. Do not be deceived by the fact that he is merely a first-year student. Even with my master-level vitality, I am no match for him. His prowess is indeed extraordinary, and it won't be long before he catches up with us." Lu Lei emphasized Lin Fan's strength and potential, knowing that these three were ambitious individuals who would only truly acknowledge Lin Fan upon witnessing his capabilities. Subsequently, Lu Lei introduced Lin Fan to his three friends of the alluring young woman named Yan Wei, the long-haired young man named Jiang Zhanming, and the birthmarked young man named Shangguan Jun. "Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable, having managed to defeat that monstrous Lu Lei. You have avenged your sister," Yan Wei exclaimed with delight. "Upon returning to school, I had already heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed well deserved," Jiang Zhanming added with a smile. Shangguan Jun also greeted Lin Fan with a smile, though he soon fell silent again. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. You flatter me. I merely engaged in a friendly spar with Senior Lu Lei, who was gracious enough to hold back," Lin Fan responded with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a glimmer of appreciation shone in Lu Lei's eyes. He feared nothing more than a person who would let flattery inflate their ego. Such individuals he would only teach a single lesson. In Lu Lei's view, Lin Fan's temperament was commendable, indicating potential for further camaraderie. After the introductions, everyone took their seats, and Yan Wei and her companions expressed keen interest in the newcomer. After all, this year's provincial examination boasted 11 champions, marking it as the most talented cohort since the establishment of Beijing University, with Lin Fan recognized as the strongest among them. During their idle chatter, Lin Fan learned that Lu Lei had triumphed in the new student competition, with Shangguan Jun, Jiang Zhanming, and Yan Wei following in second to fourth place, respectively. The four had forged a close bond since their breakthrough as martial generals and had subsequently ventured together to the alien battlefield. As several rounds of drinks were consumed, the atmosphere became lively. Even the typically reserved Shangguan Jun began regaling tales of his exploits in the alien battlefield, where he had vanquished foes with his nine-headed thunder serpent. After 4 hours of revelry, the gathering finally dispersed, and they returned to campus, with Lin Fan having seamlessly integrated into their small circle. Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Fan did not rise from his slumber until noon the following day. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he gradually regained his senses. "I can no longer afford to be complacent. Occasional relaxation is permissible, but I cannot remain in a state of leisure indefinitely. I have already committed both martial arts to memory. Today marks the start of my training. I shall commence with the extreme heat prison garment. This technique requires the absorption of heat, and training within the school's lava secret realm should yield far superior results. Today, let me explore the lava secret realm. I hope it will provide me with some surprises." Lin Fan contemplated his training plan for the day. After freshening up and enjoying a meal, Lin Fan set out alone, sword in hand, towards the entrance of the school's lava secret realm. Following verification of his identity, the guardian of the realm presented Lin Fan with a token, allowing him to pass through the shimmering barrier of the entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, Lin Fan was greeted by a dimly lit crimson world. The lava secret realm lacked celestial bodies. This realm was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the molten rivers of lava flowing from erupting volcanoes and the dormant calderas scattered across the landscape. Beneath the dark red magma, the world shimmered with a unique glow. Although the lava secret realm spanned only 200,000 square kilometers, it was ample space for students to cultivate and enhance their abilities. Within this realm existed a peculiar life form known as the lava giant, birthed from the magma, possessing immense strength and the ability to control lava. It was rumored that a lava giant comparable to a martial sovereign had once emerged from this secret realm, but it had been slain by the formidable cultivators of Beijing University. The lava secret realm had since been relocated to the tumultuous spatial currents surrounding Beijing University, establishing itself as one of the three major secret realms designated for student training. Upon entering the secret realm, each breath felt as though his lungs were being seared, and sweat began to pour from his body. Isn't the extreme heat prison garment supposed to require heat for cultivation? The heat here will undoubtedly suffice. I must find a secluded spot to train and observe the effects. Though his body initially protested, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with joy. He drew his fish-scale sword from his waist, carefully stepping across the volcanic rock, maneuvering around the flowing rivers of lava until he arrived at a secluded valley. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, Lin Fan utilized his fish-scale sword to carve a sizable chamber into the stone, large enough for himself. After entering the makeshift training room, he sealed the entrance with stone and commenced his practice of the extreme heat prison garment. Ding! Host has cultivated the extreme heat prison garment for 1 hour. Surrounding temperature exceeds 50 degrees, triggering 100-fold critical strike. Ding! Host has cultivated the extreme heat prison garment for 1 hour. Surrounding temperature exceeds 50 degrees, triggering 500-fold critical strike, achieving a breakthrough to the entry level. 2 hours later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with astonishment. The effects of the lava secret realm had indeed exceeded his expectations. As he circulated his original energy, a layer of translucent armor, 5 centimeters thick, enveloped his body, with scalding steam continuously erupting from around him, enveloping Lin Fan in a swirling mist. No longer could he feel the oppressive heat surrounding him. Instead, he found his breathing remarkably eased. Let me test the power of the extreme heat prison garment. Lin Fan brandished his fish-scale sword and aimed it at his arm. Boom! Before the fish-scale sword could even make contact with Lin Fan, it was repelled by the scalding steam emitted from the extreme heat prison garment, and the sword became momentarily engulfed in searing heat. Impressive! To achieve such an effect at the entry level, the extreme heat prison garment has not disappointed me. Lin Fan resolved to dedicate his time to refining the extreme heat prison garment within the secret realm. However, the temperature here was still insufficient. He needed to seek out a location with even greater heat. Satisfied smile graced Lin Fan's face as he stood and exited the cave. Once outside, protected by the extreme heat prison garment, he felt impervious to the searing temperatures of this world. Following the flow of the lava river upstream, he eventually arrived at a small volcanic crater. The temperature at the crater was over 3 times that of the lower reaches, leaving Lin Fan exceedingly pleased. Just as he prepared to sit beside the crater to cultivate the extreme heat prison garment, a 10-meter-tall lava giant, entirely enveloped in magma, suddenly erupted from the crater. With a thunderous roar, the lava giant swung its fists, launching molten projectiles towards Lin Fan. Intent on driving away this intruder, Lin Fan sensed the creature's energy and discerned that it possessed only the strength of a third-tier lower rank. With a deft push off the ground, he propelled himself towards the lava giant like a cannonball. In a matter of moments, the molten fists brushed past him, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan stood before the lava giant. He leaped into the air, delivering a casual punch to the creature's chest. The concealed force of his rock-shattering fist surged into the lava giant's body. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed as the lava giant's molten core fractured into countless pieces. With a final roar of defiance, the lava giant disintegrated into a pool of lava, leaving behind a dark red translucent crystal. This was the lava heart, the very essence of the lava giant's life. Lin Fan approached and seized the lava heart. Though shattered, it radiated an astonishing temperature, containing a vast reservoir of volatile magma energy. The heat contained within the lava heart is immense, surpassing even that of the volcano. Absorbing its energy should yield excellent results. Lin Fan mused. Settling down, Lin Fan held the lava heart in his right hand, beginning to absorb its heat according to the energy flow of the extreme heat prison garment. Gradually, his skin flushed crimson, white steam began to seep from his pores, and his expression contorted with intensity. It felt as though ants were feverishly gnawing at his skin, the heat and pain intensifying. Enduring this burning sensation, Lin Fan continued his cultivation. Ding! Host has cultivated the extreme heat prison garment for 2 hours. Surrounding temperature exceeds 150 degrees, utilizing the lava heart, triggering 10,000-fold critical strike, achieving a perfect breakthrough. As the system's cold notification resonated in his mind, the layer of the extreme heat prison garment enveloping Lin Fan exuded even more scalding steam. A thick fog enveloped a 30-meter radius around him, with powerful gusts of wind. Even a stone the size of a millstone, located 20 meters away, was obliterated by the pressure of the steam. The temperature of the perfected extreme heat prison garment reached an astounding 2000 degrees, and Lin Fan could manipulate the pressure of the steam's eruption at will. 10,000-fold critical strike, once again. The extreme heat prison garment has taken off. Lin Fan's lips curled into a wide grin, and he burst into ecstatic laughter. Had he followed a more gradual path, it might have taken him a considerable time to achieve this level of mastery. Now, having done so in one fell swoop felt akin to winning the lottery. To test his defensive capabilities, Lin Fan made his way to the base of a rocky mountain. With a powerful punch, a tempestuous vortex surged forth, crashing into the mountainside. The impact created a gaping hole, causing the surrounding rocks to splinter and rain down like a torrential flood, with boulders comparable in size to houses tumbling towards Lin Fan, who appeared as a mere speck amidst the chaos. In such a scenario, most individuals would hastily flee. However, Lin Fan maintained an air of calm, a serene smile gracing his features as the extreme heat prison garment unleashed its full power. Waves of intensely heated steam erupted from his body, swirling around him like colossal serpents wreaking havoc. Boom, boom, boom. The massive stones plummeting from above met the steam, instantly disintegrating into a cloud of debris, which was subsequently whisked away into the distant sky. Within mere moments, the boulders cascading from the mountainside vanished as if erased by an unseen hand, leaving the area pristine. Had I possessed the extreme heat prison garment during my battle with that alien infiltrator, I could have stood there without moving, and she wouldn't have been able to harm me. This level of defense is precisely what I have sought. Lin Fan's smile remained unwavering at the mountain's base, his grin only broadening further. Chapter 44 Toying with Thunderwolves, Breakthrough in the Art of Serpent Movement. After cultivating the infernal garb of extreme heat to its perfected level within the lava secret realm, Lin Fan departed with a sense of fulfillment. At dawn the following day, he emerged. To further his training, Lin Fan ventured into the Thunder Beast secret realm, a compact expanse of merely 700,000 square kilometers. This realm was rife with ferocious lightning, where a moment's inattention could result in being struck. In areas rich with electrical energy, formidable thunder beasts emerged, each possessing remarkable combat prowess, with even the weakest rivaling that of a martial artist. Mature thunder beasts could split their internal energy to nurture their offspring. Currently, Lin Fan found himself on a vast plain, sprinting with all his might. Hot on his heels were over 70 thunderwolves, relentlessly pursuing him, occasionally launching bolts of lightning in his direction. The catalyst for this chase was Lin Fan's intentional destruction of 2 thunder wolf eggs. While practicing the serpent movement technique in a conventional manner, he barely grasped the fundamentals, leaving him dissatisfied. Thus, he devised this strategy to impose pressure upon himself, confident that it would enhance his training efficacy. Like a serpent lifting its upper body, Lin Fan twisted and contorted in ways beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, first retracting his shoulders inward, then bending his neck back at a staggering 120 degrees. As bolts of deadly lightning rained down, and the relentless pack of thunder wolves pursued him, Lin Fan maintained an air of calm and fearlessness. These cunning beasts exhibited their own intelligence, with over 40 thunder wolves tailing him while another 30 encircled him from the front, effectively trapping him. A splendid opportunity to refine his movement technique. Rather than being alarmed, Lin Fan welcomed this development and fully activated the serpent movement technique. Initially, he appeared somewhat flustered amidst the encirclement of wolves, but thanks to the infernal garb of extreme heat, any lightning bolts that he could not evade were repelled by a powerful burst of steam, while the wolves that dared to bite him were obliterated by the garment's high-pressure vapor. Amidst the pack, Lin Fan moved like a great serpent, weaving left and right, deftly avoiding attacks, and the frequency with which he was struck diminished significantly. To sharpen his technique, he refrained from counterattacking, as the thunder wolves before him were far inferior in strength, merely mid-tier ferocious beasts of the third rank. He patiently navigated through the pack, ultimately finding an opening to break free from their clutches and sprint toward the distance. Half an hour passed, then an hour, 5 hours. Lin Fan, akin to an indefatigable beast, distanced himself from the pack, only to deliberately turn back, provoking the wolves to provide him with the pressure necessary for his training. Although the thunder beasts were not particularly intelligent, they were incensed by Lin Fan's antics and relentlessly pursued him. However, the distance between them widened, and one by one, their stamina waned, prompting Lin Fan to cease his detection of the host practicing the serpent movement technique for 5 hours while being pursued by thunderwolves has triggered a 600-fold critical hit, resulting in a breakthrough to great accomplishment. Upon halting, the system's prompt resonated, and Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. My 5 hours of effort were not in vain. I even summoned a dedicated pack of thunderwolves, allowing me to leap past the intermediate level and directly attain great accomplishment. At this stage, the serpent movement technique could enhance my speed by a staggering 70%. Confronting a pack of thunder wolves of similar size would be a walk in the park. With a satisfied expression, Lin Fan fully engaged the serpent movement technique, propelling himself forward as if launched by a rocket, feeling as though his body had become weightless, with the air resistance markedly diminished. In high spirits, he approached a lake inhabited by a large gathering of fourth-rank lower-tier thunder crocodiles, the waters shimmering with electric glimmers. On the opposite bank, 2 men and a woman cautiously baited a solitary thunder crocodile away from the shore using captured smaller thunder beasts, seizing the opportunity to strike and procure the precious thunder crystals within. Each thunder crystal was worth 70 academic credits, and they regarded this as the most effortless and reliable means to accumulate credits. Upon spotting Lin Fan, the trio showed no surprise. They continued with their tasks undeterred. I shall use you to test the fruits of my training. Lin Fan approached the lakeside, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind towards the area dense with thunder crocodiles. In an instant, over 10 thunder crocodiles were lifted into the air, either severely injured or dead as they plummeted back into the lake. More thunder crocodiles began to savage their wounded and lifeless kin, leaving no remnants behind. The thunder crocodiles quickly set their sights on Lin Fan as a new target, propelling themselves through the water with their powerful tails. Crazy, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Seeing Lin Fan incite the wrath of the thunder crocodiles, the trio erupted into exclamations, abandoning their plan to hunt and fleeing toward the distance. Though slow on land, the crocodiles were remarkably swift in water, their robust tails cutting through the resistance, transforming them into white streaks hurtling toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, executing a surprising maneuver as he dove into the lake filled with thunder crocodiles as if traversing his own garden. The female among the trio glanced back, witnessing Lin Fan's reckless charge into the water. Has he lost his mind? Those are fourth-rank thunder crocodiles, and there are at least 200 in the lake. Is he rushing to his demise out of despair? The freckled girl halted, curious to see how the situation would unfold. The 2 boys followed her gaze, recognizing Lin Fan's deranged actions. This guy looks somewhat familiar. Isn't he Lin Fan from the freshman class? A boy with messy hair exclaimed in surprise. No way, Lin Fan is the strongest freshman, he can't be this reckless, can he? Another tall, stout boy puffed, astonished. Now that you mention it, he does bear a striking resemblance to the Lin Fan in the forums. Surely he must have some confidence to act this way, the freckled girl asserted uncertainly. Even infatuation has its time and place. This is a lake swarming with thunder crocodiles. Lin Fan has only just entered his freshman year. How strong could he possibly be? The boy with messy hair sighed in resignation. I suspect Lin Fan must be under some sort of duress, otherwise, he wouldn't engage in such foolishness. It seems today, the strongest freshman shall meet his end. Though he is a senior, I am powerless to intervene. I can only watch as he steps toward his demise. What a shame. The stout boy feigned sorrow. Since Lin Fan's enrollment, he had been the center of attention, with girls flocking to him, while he himself remained single for years, never even holding a girl's hand, which left him feeling quite bitter. I believe Lin Fan has his reasons for this, the freckled girl huffed, glaring at the 2 boys. The boys bowed their heads, recognizing her superiority in strength as she was the primary force in hunting thunder crocodiles. Once more, their attention shifted back to Lin Fan, and an astonishing scene unfolded before the 2 boys' eyes. Lin Fan moved through the lake like a nimble serpent, effortlessly stepping on the jaws, backs, and tails of the thunder crocodiles, appearing utterly at ease. The thunder crocodiles unleashed torrents of ferocious lightning, creating vast electric nets that descended upon Lin Fan. Yet, as he twisted and turned, he executed a series of maneuvers that seemed impossible for an ordinary person, finding gaps in the seemingly impenetrable electric nets and breaking free. After more than a minute, Lin Fan emerged from the lake, unscathed, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll through his garden. The trio stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. This is beyond belief. Is this truly a freshman? I've seen few in my sophomore year capable of such mastery in movement techniques. To witness such skill today has made this trip worthwhile. The boy with messy hair exclaimed in excitement. We have to tread carefully even against a single thunder crocodile, while Lin Fan navigates effortlessly among hundreds. If he were to face this horde, he could undoubtedly handle them with ease. Indeed, there is a clear disparity between individuals. I am utterly convinced now. From this moment forward, I shall no longer harbor jealousy toward Lin Fan. I will strive to learn from him. Even if I cannot match his pace, I shall follow in his footsteps and continuously improve. The stout boy reflected earnestly. I knew Lin Fan must have some assurance for such audacity, yet you all doubted me. The freckled girl declared triumphantly, though her mind felt as if it had been bombarded, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Recalling Lin Fan's figure weaving through the thunder crocodiles, she found it hard to believe that what she had witnessed was indeed real. Having validated the efficacy of the Great Accomplishment Level Serpent Movement Technique, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Today's training shall conclude here. I shall return tomorrow. Turning on his heel, Lin Fan dashed back in. Chapter 45. The exchange student from the land of cherry blossoms. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan emerged from the Thunder Beast secret realm and returned to his apartment. After a quick shower and changing into fresh attire, he prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. As he stepped out of his room, he caught sight of Li Hao humming a tune while fiddling with his hair in front of the mirror. Today, Li Hao was dressed quite formally, looking significantly more handsome than usual.
Brother Fan, with this ensemble and my 9/10 charm, if you were a girl, do you think I could win you over?
Upon seeing Lin Fan, Li Hao tossed his hair and asked with an air of flamboyance.
If I were a girl, I would definitely be the one to approach you for your contact information.
Although Li Hao's attempt at a mature look was somewhat glaring, Lin Fan couldn't bring himself to dampen his spirits, especially considering that Li Hao had faced rejection from 6 girls since the start of term.
Nowadays, girls seem utterly oblivious to taking the initiative.
Whenever I make a move, they disregard me entirely. Dating is truly a challenge. I hope they notice my outfit today and come to their senses, rushing into my embrace. Li Hao lost himself in fantasies, nearly drooling at the thought. Focus on honing your skills and enhancing your martial prowess. In time, you shall attract the company of any girl you desire. However, if you wish to persist in this pursuit, consider me your mental supporter. Lin Fan encouraged, observing Li Hao's inability to converse smoothly with girls, only managing to boast before him.
By the way, which girl are you aiming for? Zhao Mengmang, Zhao Xiaotang, or perhaps some new crush? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity.
None of them. I am going to watch an exchange competition. Yaqi University from the land of cherry blossoms has sent 13 freshmen to our school for a martial arts exchange. I've heard there are 3 rather adorable girls from Yaqi University, and I want to see if they meet my aesthetic standards. If the opportunity arises, I'll snag their contact information and give them a chance to pursue me. Li Hao, buoyed by Lin Fan's encouragement, boasted again.
I wish you success.
Lin Fan replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth.
Brother Fan, are you coming?
Li Hao asked as he stepped out the door.
I'm not interested in the martial arts exchange. You go have fun.
Lin Fan shook his head. After practicing his movement techniques for 5 hours in the Thunder Beast secret realm, he was now ravenously hungry and only desired a meal. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the open training ground number 2 was bathed in sunshine, devoid of clouds. The stands were filled with freshmen, while some 2nd and 3rd year students who had not gone out on missions also gathered to watch the exchange match, chatting animatedly in groups. Earlier that morning, shortly after 10, Yaqi University, a prestigious martial arts institution from the land of cherry blossoms, sent a teacher and 13 freshmen to Shangjing University for a martial arts exchange after an 8-year hiatus. Wang Tianwei, the dean of the Combat Academy at Shangjing University, welcomed this delegation. After careful consideration, he called Yang Lingtian and others away from their training to compete for the honor of the school. The rules of the martial arts exchange were quite straightforward. Each side would send 1 student to battle, with the winner continuing to defend their position. The side whose representative remained standing on the platform at the end would be declared the victor. Each side could field a maximum of 13 students, with each having only 1 opportunity to compete. Once defeated, they could not re-enter the fray. Moreover, there were 2 enticing prizes for this exchange. Yaqi University offered a 6th-tier original force longsword, the giant elephant sword, while Shangjing University presented a 7th-tier phantom leopard cat cub. The roster for Shangjing University included Yang Lingtian, Zhong Jiejia, Lu Xiaofei, Yao Baikan, Fan Dehai, Wu Ming, Ran Yue, Du Yanran, Wang Yutong, Lu Jingru, Lu Yiming, and Su Huanhuan. With the exception of Lu Yiming and Su Huanhuan, each participant was an undisputed powerhouse among freshmen, all at the master realm level. Lu Yiming, due to his diligent training and exceptional marksmanship, was selected to compete with the strength of a 9th-tier martial artist, while Su Huanhuan's inclusion was a decision born from Wang Tianwei's personal interest. Despite having 10 formidable competitors on their side, Wang Tianwei, ever cautious, also informed Lin Fan of his participation. However, Lin Fan was unwilling to comply, showing no regard for the dean's authority. Wang Tianwei was furious, yet Lin Fan was a student he could not command, as there were influential figures keeping an eye on him. Ultimately, Wang Tianwei added Lin Fan's name to the roster as a precaution. To ensure that the disobedient Lin Fan would take the stage, he arranged for Su Huanhuan to compete. Should Su Huanhuan be defeated and injured, Lin Fan would have no choice but to step in. Wang Tianwei always prioritized the interests and honor of Shangjing University, often indifferent to the feelings of his students. He was entirely unaware of the potential consequences of his actions this time. 8 years prior, during the last exchange match, Yaqi University had been defeated by Shangjing University each year, resulting in an 8-year absence from exchanges. This year, they must have come well prepared. We cannot afford to let our guard down, assuming this is merely an ordinary exchange match. It concerns the honor of our school. Of course, I have complete faith in your abilities. Wang Tianwei stated gravely in the resting area of Shangjing University, and the others nodded in agreement. Dean, will Brother Fan also participate? If he does, we lose the opportunity to showcase our talents? Lu Xiaofei remarked, noticing Lin Fan's absence. Lin Fan will be the anchor. Should an opponent arise that you cannot handle, we will let him take the stage, Wang Tianwei replied, his expression unyielding. Fantastic. Finally, I will have the chance to prove myself. As long as I don't face a freak like Brother Fan, I can take on one opponent and defeat them, or two and take down a pair. Just wait and see as I single-handedly overpower the opposition. Lu Xiaofei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Immediately after he spoke, the surrounding crowd shot him disapproving glares. Such opportunities to battle diverse opponents were precious. How could he possibly monopolize them? Dean, rest assured, we will defeat all adversaries. Yang Lingtian, exuding an aura of chilling intensity, declared with unwavering confidence. This time, he aimed to prove to everyone that without Lin Fan, he, Yang Lingtian, could still lead Shangjing University to victory. In the resting area of Yaqi University, a slender middle-aged man passionately explained their strategy to a group of students. While 12 students listened attentively, only one tall, long-faced youth sat with an air of disdain, casually propping his leg up. Teacher Longchuan, let's skip the strategy talk. Let me be the first to compete. I alone can obliterate the opposition and secure victory for you. Is discussing tactics really necessary? It's a waste of time, the long-faced youth complained. Upon hearing his words, the other 12 young men and women remained composed, not a single one daring to rebut him, as if his assertions were self-evident. This was solely because the long-faced youth, Yamamoto Chiya, was the most gifted student Yaqi University had seen in nearly 20 years. Without exception, Inoue Longchuan, the team leader from Yaqi University, felt his expression darken, but he realized that Yamamoto Chiya was beyond his control. He could only continue briefing the others on their tactics, while Yamamoto Chiya leaned back in his seat, bored and dozing off. Chapter 46, The Triumphant Conquest of Adversaries and Rin Yuwei's Transformation. Chapter 46. The transformative defeat of the opponent, Rin Yuwei, at the outdoor training ground number 2. The clock struck 3:45 in the afternoon. The audience was a cacophony of excited voices, all eagerly anticipating the martial arts exchange competition. The president of the College of Life Sciences, Bai Ruidao, appeared utterly disheveled, slumped in his chair as though he had endured 2 sleepless nights. Due to Wang Tianwei's responsibility for strategizing for the Beijing University team, Bai Ruidao was tasked with officiating the event. The martial arts exchange competition between Beijing University and Yaqi University is now commencing. Please send forth one representative from each side to the stage. After a brief introduction of the competition rules, Bai Ruidao hastily declared the match open, much to Wang Tianwei's visible displeasure. However, Wang Tianwei was reliant on assistance, and thus had to acquiesce, as Bai Ruidao had become indifferent to many matters. With the announcement of the match's commencement, Yaqi University decided to send forth the relatively balanced Xiao Zhongyigue. After considerable contemplation, Wang Tianwei resolved to dispatch the moderately skilled Ren Yue to gauge the opponent's overall capabilities. Xiao Zhongyigue, standing at a modest height of 1.7 meters, possessed an unremarkable appearance, sporting a mohawk and clad in a black combat outfit. He leaped effortlessly onto the stage, offering a provocative smile to Rin Yue, who was slowly approaching. Rin Yue, donned in a tank top and devoid of expression, ascended the stage, seemingly unaffected by his opponent's gaze, which elicited a hint of disappointment in Xiao Zhongyigue's eyes. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, Ren Yue presented a striking contrast to the diminutive Xiao Zhongyigue, evoking a sense of a grown adult bullying a child. The stark disparity in their physiques drew laughter from the audience, as they wondered whether the slender figure from Yaqi University could withstand even a single blow from Ren Yue. I bet he'll be knocked out within a minute. I wager 30 seconds. Faced with the chorus of laughter, Xiao Zhongyigue, who had a basic understanding of the Hua language, felt his expression darken, his eyes blazing with determination as he vowed to pummel his towering opponent into submission, silencing the crowd. The reason Xiao Zhongyigue could comprehend the Hua language was due to the abundant martial ethics prevalent in Hua. With over half of the world's martial emperors hailing from Hua, the language had become a requisite subject in schools across other nations on Blue Star. The match between Rin Yue and Xiao Zhongyigue officially begins, the referee announced loudly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Zhongyigue ignited in a blaze of orange flames. Dense golden fur erupted from his skin, 2 ferocious lion heads sprouting from his neck, and 15-centimeter-long claws extending from his hands, transforming him into a fearsome beast, the second-level master unleashing his vitality with abandon.
This was Xiaozhong Igui's A-class talent, the two-headed flame lion, an exceptionally powerful combat-oriented ability. The four eyes of Xiaozhong Igui glowed with a savage, bloodthirsty light as the lion heads opened their mouths, unleashing watermelon-sized fireballs. Each fireball resembled a miniature sun, brimming with explosive power, raining down flames upon Ren Yue, engulfing much of the stage in Xiaozhong Igui's assault. Yet, Ren Yue remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged as he charged toward the oncoming attack. Abandoning his typical stealthy approach, he opted for a direct confrontation. As more than 10 fireballs descended upon him, a direct hit to his head would surely spell disaster. Ren Yue's pupils contracted as he unleashed his fists, glowing with a gray light, striking each fireball with precision, his unmatched strength shattering them effortlessly. Each fireball had the potential to incapacitate an ordinary second-level master, underscoring the formidable nature of Ren Yue's power. Simultaneously, Ren Yue's own vitality surged, rivaling that of Xiaozhong Igui, yet his presence was far more substantial. It appeared that his opponent was a martial artist endowed with a strength-enhancing talent, not a match for Xiaozhong Igui. A faint smile crept across Inoue Ryukawa's face. Xiaozhong's fiery prowess was indeed formidable, with both strength and speed, making it unlikely that this brute could contend with him. Now, it was merely a matter of observing how Xiaozhong would vanquish his opponent. Taichi Saikata, adorned in punk attire, adjusted the metallic wristband on his arm and casually remarked. The others nodded in agreement, convinced that Xiaozhong Igui's victory was virtually assured. However, the unfolding situation was far from their expectations. Xiaozhong Igui's full-throttle fire assault failed to inflict any harm on Ren Yue, who continued to close the distance between them. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. With a furious roar, Xiaozhong Igui intensified the flames surrounding him. The orange flames coalesced into a 5-meter-tall two-headed flame lion, launching itself toward Ren Yue. As the beast approached, Ren Yue's vitality surged once more, and a colossal elephant phantom loomed behind him, towering at over 9 meters. Let us see how my recent training measures up. A glint of cold determination flickered across Ren Yue's face. The giant elephant phantom, bellowing as his right fist, akin to an enraged dragon, surged forward, unleashing a fist-shaped shockwave that cleaved through the air toward the two-headed flame lion. This was Ren Yue's newly mastered A-class martial art, the demonic elephant breakthrough fist, a technique boasting power comparable to S-class martial arts. Boom! The fist-shaped shockwave ruthlessly obliterated the two-headed flame lion, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Xiaozhong Igui. A look of incredulity flashed across Xiaozhong Igui's eyes. He felt as if he were trapped in a dream, having unleashed his most potent attack. How could it be so effortlessly dismantled? Despite 1,000 doubts, he had no choice but to confront the reality that he could not withstand this oncoming shockwave. Desperately, Xiaozhong Igui attempted to evade to the side, yet his reflexes paled in comparison to Ren Yue's assault. The shockwave collided with him like a speeding freight truck, the overwhelming force beginning to crush his body. In that brief moment of contact, Xiaozhong Igui's internal organs ruptured under the immense pressure, rendering him unconscious as he was hurled off the stage by the shockwave. The shockwave sailed toward Yaki University. Observing the incoming Xiaozhong Igui and the shockwave, Inoue Ryukawa's expression darkened. He extended his left hand, securely grasping Xiaozhong Igui, while his right fist struck out, cleaving the shockwave in two with a single blow. As the audience beheld Ren Yue, who stood on the stage like a war god, they were initially taken aback, only to erupt into fervent cheers. Truly deserving of the title of provincial college entrance examination champion, even without utilizing his martial arts talents, his raw combat prowess is astounding. To think that he has already attained the status of a second-level master within merely 2 months of his freshman year, with muscles like that and such formidable attacks, this year's freshman class must have been nourished with fertilizer. How can the upperclassmen possibly compete? Isn't Ren Yue's martial talent inclined towards stealthy assassinations? How does he possess such remarkable direct combat capabilities? In a corner of the audience, Lu Lei and 3 other third-year students watched the match with rapt attention, astonished by Ren Yue's overwhelming victory. This freshman's combat prowess rivals our own back in the day, remarked the exceptionally handsome Jiang Zhanming. This year boasts 11 provincial champions. Our cohort only had 4. It appears the freshman will soon surpass us. Yan Wei chuckled, stretching luxuriously. Let us continue watching and see if the freshman can surprise us even further. Lu Lei replied nonchalantly. After Xiaozhong Igui was ejected from the stage, the referee solemnly declared the outcome. In the match between Ren Yue and Xiaozhong Igui, Ren Yue emerges victorious. Please allow Ren Yue to rest for 5 minutes, and Yaki University may send forth their next competitor in 5 minutes. Upon hearing the result, Ren Yue's countenance remained disconcertingly calm. He turned to the referee and softly stated, I do not require rest, I wish to continue fighting. At Ren Yue's declaration, the faces of everyone from Yaki University turned ashen. They had suffered a loss in the opening match, a scenario unheard of in Sakura country, and it seemed their opponent was underestimating them.
Is this fellow utilizing S-class martial arts? His strength must have reached an advanced level, muttered the short-haired Suji Tomoya, resembling steel needles. Beijing University truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost institution in Hua. Their strength is formidable, remarked Hirakawa Shoyuta, adjusting his glasses. Iguchi merely let his guard down this time. Ryukawa-sensei, allow me to take the next match. I will avenge Iguchi, exclaimed Taichi Saikata, who was closely bonded with Shoujong Iguchi, his eyes practically blazing with fury as he gazed at his unconscious friend. You are ill-suited to face someone of such brute strength. Nakamura, go, it is your turn. Inoue Ryukawa gravely instructed a boy with a square face. If necessary, consume that pill. This martial arts exchange is of great significance. We must secure victory at all costs. Nakamura-go nodded, slowly making his way to the stage. Chapter 47 is Shamelessness. There are no rules against taking medication. Nakamura-gon, standing at a modest height of 1.7 meters and clad in a green battle attire, possessed a square face that rendered him particularly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Upon ascending the ring, he greeted Rin Yue with a smile, to which Rin Yue courteously responded in kind. Now, the battle between Rin Yue and Nakamura-gon commences. The referee announced as he observed both competitors ready themselves for the clash. Following the referee's declaration, Nakamura-gon unleashed the full force of his second-tier Grandmaster vitality, his body becoming enveloped in swirling sands to eye in the wake of a tempest of sand that rendered the spectators momentarily blinded. A towering 15-meter-tall sand giant materialized in its stead. This formidable creation was none other than Nakamura-gon's Class A talent, the Sand Giant, endowed with the ability to conjure and manipulate sand at will. At this moment, Nakamura-gon sat regally atop the head of the Sand Giant, directing its massive strides toward Rin Yue. With each thunderous step, the Sand Giant, wielding a blade forged from sand, advanced ominously, leaving deep footprints nearly 30 centimeters in depth upon the arena floor. Behind Rin Yue, the phantom of a colossal elephant reappeared, its 2-meter frame charging forth like a formidable iron war chariot against the Sand Giant. Though Ran Yue's stature was dwarfed by the Sand Giant, his presence radiated an equal measure of might. Heavenly Elephant Break! Ren Yue did not underestimate his opponent. He thrust both fists forward, summoning an ethereal elephant trunk that surged forth from his hands. The trunk swung powerfully, aiming for the Sand Giant's head, creating a deafening crack as it sliced through the air. The impact of the trunk, laden with tremendous force, elicited a newfound seriousness in Nakamura-gon's gaze as the Sand Giant swiftly grasped its sandy blade and slashed downward. Contrary to Rin Yue's expectations of the trunk shattering the blade, the flowing sands on the blade gradually absorbed the trunk's strength until it was ultimately cleaved in two. Rin Yue, undeterred, fluidly maneuvered around the cumbersome Sand Giant, persistently throwing punches, yet only managing to dislodge a few grains of sand in his wake. His sands render my strength ineffective. Each of my strikes is gradually diminished. It appears that only sharper attacks will shift the tide of battle. Ran Yue mused inwardly, withdrawing to a distance of 20 meters from the Sand Giant. He intoned, "Shadow Kill." His voice resonated ominously. From the shadows beneath the Sand Giant, a barrage of 13 to 14 meter long shadow spears erupted, piercing forth from various directions. In an instant, the Sand Giant was besieged, its body riddled with shadow spears, one of which bore a struggling Nakamura-gon. Now, Nakamura-gon appeared disheveled, entirely bereft of the composure he once exhibited, his pallor giving way to a flush of red, sweat beading on his forehead, visage contorted in anguish. 3 shadow spears impaled the Sand Giant's head, and though he attempted to evade, one spear pierced his abdomen, leaving him suspended helplessly. "Surrender, if this continues, you shall perish," Ran Yue declared coolly. "I concede your previous attack had remarkable penetration, but the battle is far from over." Nakamura-gon retorted defiantly, producing a small green pill from his battle attire and swallowing it. Upon ingestion, Nakamura-gon's vitality surged, his pale complexion gradually regaining color. Under the influence of the green pill, his prowess escalated from a second-tier Grandmaster to a third-tier Grandmaster. While this enhancement would only last half an hour, it was ample time to turn the tide. Extricating himself from the shadow spear, Nakamura-gon, now invigorated, fixed a furious glare upon Rin Yue. Detecting the surge of strength emanating from his opponent, Ran Yue's heart sank, yet this only ignited his fighting spirit. The audience erupted in outrage as they witnessed Nakamura-gon's sudden enhancement through medication, some brandishing their middle fingers, others jeering. "Is this a legitimate martial arts exchange? How can you resort to medication? This is sheer cheating. What a disgrace, such a person is unworthy of participating in our martial arts challenge at Shoujing University. This is my first encounter with such shamelessness in a friendly match. Get off the stage. You worthless cheat." Unfazed by the cacophony of boos and jeers, Nakamura-gon wore a smug smile. The referee, having witnessed the illicit use of medication, promptly paused the match. Inoue-sensei, using medication violates the rules of the competition. You have lost this round. Wang Tianwei stated coldly before Inoue Ryukawa of Hakugi University. Director Wang, I recall no stipulation in the rules prohibiting medication, thus, my students' actions are entirely within acceptable bounds, and the match must proceed. Inoue Ryukawa replied with a thinly veiled smile. Wang Tianwei shot Inoue Ryukawa a glare before departing, while laughter erupted among the Hakugi University contingent. He had overestimated the lengths to which this group would go for victory, caring little for the means employed. After his futile attempt at reason, the Shojin University competitors regarded one another with icy glares. Very well, if medication is your tactic, we shall force you to regurgitate it. The referee, resigned, announced the resumption of the match. Now partially recovered, Nakamura-gon summoned the Sandgiant once more, cackling as it charged toward Ren Yue. Ren Yue unleashed another shadow kill, yet Nakamura-gon was prepared this time. As the shadow spears erupted, the Sandgiant deftly evaded. Once more. I refuse to believe you can dodge indefinitely. Ren Yue persistently unleashed shadow kill, compelling the Sandgiant to leap around the arena, igniting Nakamura-gon's fury. How dare you mock me, I shall have your head. Desert Great Blade. The Sandgiant forsook defense, its arms transforming into sand blades that cleaved through the air, sending 6-meter-long blades hurtling toward Ren Yue, carving deep gashes into the ground. Ren Yue swiftly melded into the shadows to evade the onslaught of sand blades. The arena was starkly simplistic, with only the shadows beneath the Sandgiant available for concealment. Thus, Ren Yue was forced to retreat into the Sandgiant's shadow. After a prolonged engagement, his energy reserves dwindled, leaving him capable of launching only one final shadow kill. Patience was paramount. He awaited the moment Nakamura-gon would lower his guard, preparing to unleash his full strength for a decisive blow. Through the veil of the Shadow Realm, Ren Yue observed the Sandgiant's every movement. The Sandgiant relentlessly unleashed sand blades, creating a pockmarked battlefield, the newly formed pits providing ample cover for Ren Yue. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. A more complex combat environment would undoubtedly favor him. Come out and fight me. What manner of coward hides away? You were so eager to engage earlier. Why the sudden timidity? As the Sandgiant's relentless assault of sand blades waned, it gradually fell silent, allowing Ren Yue to discern Nakamura-gon's labored breathing from within the Sandgiant's head. He was beginning to tire. The opportunity had finally arrived, Ren Yue murmured to himself, unleashing a volley of over 115-meter-long shadow spears from the Sandgiant's shadow, all aimed at the head of the Sandgiant where Nakamura-gon resided. Realizing he could not hide within the shadows while launching an attack, Ren Yue was compelled to emerge, straining to increase the distance between him and the Sandgiant. At long last, I've cornered you. This time, how shall you escape? Upon seeing Ren Yue reveal himself, Nakamura-gon's face broke into a cold smile. The Sandgiant swung its sand blades, relentlessly hacking at the incoming shadow spears. Simultaneously, the sand on the ground stirred, morphing into a series of spike chains that erupted from the earth, ensnaring Ren Yue's legs and binding him tightly. Ren Yue struggled fiercely, attempting to meld into the shadows, yet the chains, composed of sand, were embedded into his leg muscles, rendering him incapable of retreating into the shadows without sacrificing his limbs. After dispatching the shadow spears, the Sandgiant's head split open, revealing a triumphant Nakamura-gon who stepped forth, cradled by the Sandgiant's massive hands and placed gently upon the ground. With an air of arrogance, Nakamura-gon approached Ren Yue, who continued to writhe in vain, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. I concede this battle. Ren Yue declared, casting a complicated glance at Nakamura-gon before addressing the referee. Though Nakamura-gon had triumphed through the use of medication, defeat was defeat. There were no excuses. The referee ultimately declared Nakamura-gon the victor, prompting jubilant cheers from the Hakugi University spectators. Their first victory, though marred by dishonor, nonetheless yielded a favorable outcome. I have never encountered such shamelessness. It makes me want to go up and give them a taste of their own medicine. Coincidentally, I share that sentiment, but alas, I am already a third-year student. May those who follow deliver a crushing blow to these scoundrels. A chorus of indignation echoed from the audience, yet to the ears of Hakugi University, it was but a triumphant anthem celebrating their victory. Chapter 48 The Nest of the Water Dragon. After Nakamura-gon had triumphed, the chains of sand that bound Ren Yue were also released. Ren Yue's calves bore gaping wounds, each the width of a finger, ceaselessly spilling blood, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The competitors from Beijing University hurried onto the stage, assisting Rin Yue down while administering rudimentary first aid. Following treatment from a female instructor from the auxiliary college, Rin Yue's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue.
Impressive. I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. Had it not been for that despicable opponent resorting to drugs, you would undoubtedly have emerged victorious. Lu Xiaofei exclaimed in admiration. We have a multitude of capable individuals here. Rest assured, we shall avenge you. Take the time you need to recuperate. Your strength is remarkable. Once you recover, we must engage in a sparring match, as I have yet to face you. Wang Yuton declared fervently.
Driven by her passion for martial arts, she had challenged numerous opponents recently, experiencing both victories and defeats, yet finding immense satisfaction in the thrill of combat. She had never faced an adversary of Rin Yue's caliber and eagerly anticipated the encounter. The crowd offered words of consolation to Rin Yue, to which he responded with a smile, appreciating their kindness.
I shall take the next match. My water abilities are perfectly suited to counter his quicksand. Wu Ming proposed.
The group unanimously agreed, nodding in approval. Familiar with Wu Ming's balanced prowess from their regular sparring sessions, they recognized that sending him to confront Nakamura-go was the most prudent choice, especially given his water manipulation abilities that countered Nakamura's martial talents. With the spectators' eyes upon him, Wu Ming strode confidently to the arena, his gaze icy as he locked onto the smug face of Nakamura-go. Upon the referee's signal to commence, Nakamura-go commanded the quicksand giant to unleash a barrage of desert blades, effectively sealing off all of Wu Ming's escape routes. Like a phantom, Wu Ming weaved through the gaps between the desert blades, racing towards the quicksand giant.
Howl!
Wu Ming summoned forth over 50 colossal wolves made of water, their howls piercing the air. Each wolf stood at a height of 3.5 meters, their bodies pulsating with flowing water. The pack surged towards Nakamura-go, easily shredding the desert blades with their powerful claws. As soon as the desert blades drew near the water wolves, the moisture from their claws rapidly infused the blades, transforming them into puddles of wet sand that plummeted to the ground.
Damn it! How did I end up facing someone who controls water? This completely undermines my advantage.
The smug expression faded from Nakamura-go's face, replaced by a growing panic as he realized he had no effective counter against his opponent. Martial arts had never been his strong suit. As he gazed at the gaping maws of the approaching wolves, terror filled his eyes. The wolf pack pounced, toppling the quicksand giant to the ground. The giant struggled, swinging its fists in a futile attempt to fend off the water wolves, yet, the 50-plus water wolves infused their essence into the giant, and soon it transformed into a heap of sand washed away by a torrent. Nakamura-go clumsily emerged from the sand dune, his hair and attire soaked with damp sand.
Injuring our side warrants a fitting retribution, nest of the water dragon.
Wu Ming raised his right hand, and instantly, swirling vortexes with a 2-meter radius materialized around Nakamura-go, spinning violently and drawing the weary combatant into their grasp. The torrents within the whirlpools relentlessly battered Nakamura-go's skin, reddening it. Just as Nakamura-go managed to escape one vortex, another ensnared him, gradually sapping his strength and leaving him at the mercy of the torrents. Once, twice, 100 times, 200 times, under the relentless onslaught of water waves, Nakamura-go's body became a canvas of bruises, and he eventually lost consciousness. Noticing Nakamura-go's loss of resistance, Wu Ming dispelled the nest of the water dragon, transforming it into a large puddle of water that cascaded over Nakamura-go, jolting him awake. Cowering, Nakamura-go cast a fearful glance at the composed Wu Ming, dread etched in his eyes. He would rather endure a beating than suffer the torment of relentless water assaults. Initially, the impact of the water was bearable, but as the strikes accumulated, his delicate skin could no longer withstand the punishment. Each blow became akin to torture.
I concede. Nakamura-go declared despondently, staggering off the stage, his skin a deep purple hue, resembling a bruised tuber. After the referee announced Wu Ming's victory, the audience erupted into cheers, mingled with derisive taunts aimed at Nakamura-go. Wu Ming, the 9th-ranked newcomer, effortlessly dispatched such a challenging opponent, proving his formidable strength. Wu Ming is incredible.
If it were me, I would have likely been knocked off the stage before even facing this scum.
Trash is trash. Even with drugs, he couldn't match Wu Ming.
A sense of relief washed over the competitors from Beijing University as they reveled in the defeat of the cheating adversary, with Ren Yue joining in their merriment. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the students from Hachikita University was one of desolation. Inoue Ryokawa openly chastised Nakamura-go.
I am profoundly disappointed in your performance. Even if you were at a disadvantage, you should have at least worn down your opponent's stamina. Look at what you accomplished, merely enduring punishment. Is this how you repay the school's investment in your training?
Inoue Ryokawa leveled his criticism squarely at Nakamura Go, who was already simmering with frustration. I had already defeated one opponent, who could foresee that Wu Ming's martial talent would counter mine so effectively. Nakamura Go retorted defiantly. The others quickly rallied to Nakamura Go's defense, and after giving him a stern glare, Inoue Ryokawa chose to ignore him. He was merely a supervising teacher, and he recognized that these students would surpass him in strength as they matured, thus, he refrained from pressing them too harshly. Wu Ming's martial talent lay in water manipulation, and both Tenkai Tomoya and Koso Tiger North possessed the potential to defeat him. Given that Koso Tiger North was the stronger of the two, Inoue Ryokawa decided to send Tenkai Tomoya into the arena. Tenkai Tomoya, sporting a short, spiky hairstyle, nodded in agreement.
Inoue-sensei, I also wish to compete. When will it be my turn?
Koso Tiger North, her alluring features betraying a hint of impatience.
You will have your moment, but now is not the time.
Inoue Ryokawa replied with a smile, his eyes casually assessing Koso Tiger North. Koso Tiger North's figure was voluptuous, exuding a mature charm. On this occasion, her flowing hair cascaded in waves, paired with a khaki halter top and a fitted black skirt, presenting her as an enticing peach, radiating the allure of femininity. In the presence of such a captivating beauty, Inoue Ryokawa's demeanor softened. Witnessing the marked difference in Inoue Ryokawa's treatment of Koso Tiger North compared to Nakamura Go, the other students regarded him with growing disdain. Following Inoue Ryokawa's response, Koso Tiger North smiled lightly, though internally, she found his lecherous gaze increasingly repulsive. Although she often dressed provocatively, she had little tolerance for such unabashedly lascivious stares. Chapter 49. The eerie manipulation of calcium. Takahama Tomoya stood at a modest height of 1.70 meters, clad in a sleek black battlesuit, with a katana hanging nonchalantly at his waist. He strolled onto the stage with an air of calm, facing off against Wu Ming. As their gazes intersected, the atmosphere crackled with palpable tension. Upon the referee's declaration of the match's commencement, Wu Ming seized the initiative, unleashing a ferocious roar from a colossal wolf composed of over 50 streams of water, charging towards Takahama. Void Slash! Takahama drew his katana, executing a sweeping strike that sent forth a crescent-shaped blade of light, measuring 12 meters in length. The enormous wolves were instantly cleaved apart, their forms disintegrating into puddles of water upon the ground. After shredding the wolf pack, the blade of light surged towards Wu Ming's face, but its potency had diminished significantly after cutting through the throne.
Wu Ming casually conjured a water blade that effortlessly bisected the arc of light. As a third-level master, he recognized that he was at a disadvantage, being one tier below Wu Ming, rendering a protracted battle unfeasible.
A swift resolution would surely favor me. Sensing the formidable vitality radiating from his opponent, Wu Ming's heart sank slightly. After dismantling the wolf pack, Takahama transformed into a flickering afterimage, relentlessly closing in on Wu Ming.
Nest of water dragons. The roar of the water dragon reverberated through the air.
A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Ming's eyes as whirlpools of 2-meter radius materialized around the rapidly moving Takahama, spinning furiously and dragging him into their depths. The torrents within the whirlpools relentlessly battered Takahama's form. Though he wielded his katana in frantic slashes, the water rendered his weapon nearly ineffective, leaving him at the mercy of the surging currents. In a moment of desperation, Takahama unleashed another void slash, tearing through the whirlpool, allowing him to finally escape. No sooner had he emerged from the maelstrom than a massive water dragon, baring its fangs menacingly, lunged at him. Soaked and stripped of his earlier composure, Takahama had no time to muster a more formidable counterattack. He swung his katana toward the dragon's gaping maw, attempting to leverage the creature's forward momentum to create distance for a counterstrike. However, he vastly overestimated the strength of his ordinary strike and Wu Ming's control over the water dragon. The katana plunged directly into the dragon's head, only to be swallowed effortlessly by a swirling vortex that formed at the point of impact. A look of disbelief crossed Takahama's face. Without his katana, his ability to contend with his opponent diminished drastically. The water dragon offered no respite, sinking its teeth into Takahama's waist. Wu Ming's eyes gleamed with blue light as the dragon intensified its grip, piercing through Takahama's body, blood gushing from the wound into the dragon's maw, tinting its translucent head with crimson. For the first time, Takahama experienced such a grievous injury, eliciting a pained cry from his lips. Initially intent on relying solely on his true strength to battle his adversary, he now found himself compelled to resort to medication. How utterly pathetic I am! A hint of self-deprecation flickered across Takahama's features as his right hand stiffly retrieved a small green pill from his pocket, hastily swallowing it. With the aid of the green pill, his prowess surged from a third-level master to a fourth-level master, elevating him 2 tiers above Wu Ming. Feeling an unending wellspring of strength within, Takahama's expression remained devoid of elation as he unleashed a barrage of punches against the water dragon's upper jaw. The vast disparity in power allowed him to obliterate the dragon's upper jaw in mere seconds, propelling himself free from the creature's head. Indeed, it appears the medication has paid off. Now, I shall see if my water dragon can overcome you. Sensing the surge of vitality emanating from his opponent, Wu Ming summoned two even larger water dragons, directing them towards Takahama. A 10-meter-long dragon and two 20-meter-long dragons encircled Takahama, rendering him seemingly minuscule in their presence, yet, Takahama displayed no fear, refraining from employing any martial techniques. Instead, he unleashed colossal punch-shaped shockwaves that forcibly shattered the three water dragons. Like a cannonball, Takahama propelled himself towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming, now sensing a tinge of panic, realized that after summoning the three water dragon roars, he was considerably depleted of energy. Following Takahama's ingestion of medication, the gap in their strengths had widened significantly. All he could do was endeavor to exhaust his opponent's stamina and energy. Guardian of the Water Spirits. Wu Ming concentrated, causing the waters behind him to swirl and coalesce into a 16-meter-tall water spirit. With flowing sky-blue hair and a serene visage, the spirit exuded an air of regal purity. It enveloped Wu Ming in its arms, sending waves crashing outward from its center. You are quite a formidable opponent. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not stand a chance against you, but for the honor of our school, I must defeat you, Takahama declared, gazing at Wu Ming nestled within the embrace of the water spirit. Let us see if you can breach my defenses. Wu Ming replied coldly from within the spirit's grasp. With a surge of power, Takahama's leg muscles tensed, propelling him forward like a released arrow. He swung his fists, breaking through the relentless waves crashing towards him, closing the distance to Wu Ming. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As Takahama approached within 10 meters of Wu Ming suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, he perceived his body growing heavier, until he could no longer stand, collapsing helplessly. He struggled to maintain his stance within the water spirit's grasp, but with a loud crack, the bones in his lower leg snapped, eliciting a cry of agony. The excruciating pain of the fracture sapped Wu Ming of the strength needed to sustain the spirit's protection, causing it to dissolve into a puddle, while Wu Ming fell heavily to the ground. With a sickening crack, he landed, breaking two ribs and the bones in his right arm. Soaked and immobilized, Wu Ming lay on the ground, utterly drenched. Surrender, you are a formidable adversary, Takahama urged, observing Wu Ming's plight. I shall seize the opportunity to fight you again in the future. Next time, I will not be defeated, Wu Ming declared, locking eyes with Takahama. I eagerly anticipate our next battle. A smile crept onto Takahama's face. Ultimately, Wu Ming chose to concede. Upon his surrender, Takahama immediately relinquished his abilities, allowing Wu Ming to reclaim a sense of control over his body, reveling in the invigorating sensation of regained strength. As for the sudden fractures in Wu Ming's second-level master physique, they were a direct consequence of Takahama's A-level talent for manipulating calcium. Within a 10-meter radius, Takahama possessed the ability to manipulate the calcium within any living organism. Calcium, being a crucial inorganic element for the human body, when diminished, could lead to poor sleep quality at best and muscle weakness or osteoporosis at worst. After extracting a portion of the calcium from Wu Ming's body, symptoms of calcium deficiency manifested immediately, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Following the announcement of the match's outcome, the participants from Jing University hurriedly carried Wu Ming off. Given his fractures, it would likely take him some time to recover fully. As the referee announced the results, the audience remained bewildered, unable to comprehend why Wu Ming had suddenly collapsed. What on earth just happened? Even considering that he had taken medication, how could he, who had initially been evenly matched with Takahama, suddenly falter? To be honest, I don't understand it either. Could that fellow from Yaki University have employed some underhanded trick? In the resting area of Jing University's participants, Wu Ming shared every detail he knew about Takahama's abilities with the mentors from the support academy while receiving treatment. He recounted the changes in his body when he lost strength, yet the others remained perplexed, unable to grasp the reason behind his defeat. I suggest we send out someone with strong ranged attack capabilities to create distance from the opponent. This would greatly enhance our chances of victory, Wu Ming proposed. The group looked around, noting that only Yang Ling Tian's Ice Dragon, Du Yanran's Death Mist, and Zhong Jiejia's Four-Winged Angel possessed formidable ranged attack capabilities. Shall I give it a try? Recently, I've made further progress in developing my martial talent. As long as I remain within a 5-meter radius, I can cause barnacle larvae to rapidly attach themselves to any living organism in the air. Within a second, the barnacle larvae can grow swiftly, exhausting or suffocating the afflicted creature. Fan Dehai volunteered. After much deliberation, Wang Tianwei decided to let Fan Dehai give it a shot. While not particularly strong in direct combat, Fan Dehai relied on his peculiar barnacles to sap his opponent's strength and conclude the battle. If he could defeat the adversary, that would be splendid. If not, he would at least exhaust some of their energy. Encouraged by the others, Fan Dahai ascended the arena. Once the referee announced the start of the new round, Fan Dahai and Takahama moved towards each other like magnets drawn together. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As Fan Dahai stepped into Takahama's attack range, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness, his muscles began to spasm, and he collapsed onto the ground. With his already hefty frame, the calcium extracted from his body rendered his fragile bones incapable of supporting his weight, leading to cracks forming within some of them, eliciting pained cries from Fan Dahai. What kind of ability is this? It's utterly incomprehensible. Just 5 more meters, and I'll make that bastard experience pain. Fan Dahai seethed, glaring at Takahama from the ground. Despite his opponent's diminished resistance, Takahama remained cautious, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. He raised his katana, unleashing a series of blade lights aimed at the seemingly incapacitated Fan Dahai. I am no pushover. Do you truly believe you can overpower me so easily? Fan Dahai retorted, refusing to be a mere target. A protective dome of barnacles materialized around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. All of Takahama's blade lights collided with the shield, their force absorbed entirely by the barnacles. To Takahama's astonishment, the turtle shell-like barrier began to advance toward him with surprising speed. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Fan Dahai, though pale and in pain, persevered, controlling the barnacles to initiate a counterattack. The barnacles at the front of the barrier expelled a viscous liquid, reducing friction on the ground, while the barnacles at the rear propelled themselves forward, much like a rocket expelling high-pressure gas. Thus, the barnacles, with Fan Dahai in tow, traversed the slick path, ultimately closing in on Takahama. Crush him, my little darlings! Fan Dahai declared, a glimmer of triumph appearing on his face. In an instant, barnacles began to affix themselves to Takahama's head, face, and arms, proliferating at an alarming rate. Within a heartbeat, he found himself ensnared, the barnacles voraciously siphoning the nutrients from his body. Takaka's physique shriveled, his skin wrinkling, resembling a desiccated elder on the brink of death. Surrender. If my barnacles continue to absorb your essence, you will perish. Fan Dahai proclaimed, lowering his protective barrier, his voice hoarse. I refuse to concede. Have you noticed? Does your heart feel a bit constricted? I have caused a bone spur to grow near your heart. If it continues to develop, it will pierce your heart. Takahama retorted, equally fatigued. The two men locked eyes, each unable to outmaneuver the other, ultimately resigning themselves to a stalemate. Upon dispelling their abilities, both were carried off by their comrades. As the referee announced the draw, no one in the audience mocked Fan Dahai for merely achieving a tie. Instead, they erupted in cheers. Finally, we managed to bring down that pill-popping fiend. It wasn't easy. Fan Dahai is a real man, though he may be a bit overweight, his strength is undeniable. Go, brother Hai! Fan Dahai basked in the treatment from his mentors and the applause of the crowd, feeling immensely proud in the resting area. Though he had not defeated Takahama, he had still managed to bring him down, silencing any future criticisms of his prowess. Hey, rotund fellow, you possess some real skill. I never expected you to wield the barnacles so adeptly. You will undoubtedly be a force to reckon with in the future. Lu Xiaofei clapped Fan Dahai on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that Fan Dahai's unexpected barnacle abilities could indeed catch their enemies off guard. As Fan Dahai noticed the group's acknowledgement of his strength, the pain in his body seemed to diminish, and a radiant smile spread across his face, brighter than ever. Chapter 50 of the Battle Among the Stalwarts, Unyielding. Chapter 50 of the Battle Among Tough Men, Tenacious. In a surprising turn of events, Yagik University faced a setback with 3 consecutive defeats, only to send forth a female contender, Kyuka Miyuki. Kyuka, with her endearing looks, stood at merely 5 feet and 2 inches tall, yet her figure was remarkably voluptuous, clad in a striking purple battle outfit. The hem of her attire playfully dangled a small pink bunny plushie. Upon her entrance onto the stage, the male competitors from Shojing University could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her angelic visage coupled with a devilish physique. Fan Dahai exclaimed eagerly, let me take the stage, only I can subdue such a fierce opponent. Leng Tian, your resolve is still wavering, you may find it difficult to withstand temptation. Ming, you are but at the martial master level, and you lack the strength to contend with such an adversary. Lu Xiaofei proclaimed with conviction, for the honor of Shojing University, I shall take on this formidable foe. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Lu Xiaofei approached the arena with a radiant smile. Greetings. I am Lu Xiaofei, the second strongest freshman at Shojing University, and it is an honor to battle you. I wonder if, after this exchange match, you might join me for a meal? He flashed what he believed to be a gentlemanly grin. Defeat me, and you shall earn that opportunity. Kyuka Miyuki retorted, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. Agreed. It's a promise. Lu Xiaofei nearly leapt in excitement. The referee promptly announced the commencement of the match. As the battle began, a silver-gray star iron enveloped Lu Xiaofei's body, his formidable aura surging skyward like a tidal wave, pressing against Kyuka Miyuki. With a fierce cry, Lu Xiaofei charged towards her. Kyuka unleashed her full power, her second-tier martial master vitality clashing against Lu Xiaofei's overwhelming force like a colossal fish resisting the tide. In an astonishing display, 8 black spider legs sprouted from her back, a manifestation of her A-class talent, the Azure Silk Spider. As a beauty, Kyuka had never allowed her entire body to be transformed in public. Instead, she opted for a subtle transformation, sprouting 8 legs that did little to detract from her allure. With a flick of her fingers, a green spider silk shot towards Lu Xiaofei, expanding into a large web mid-air. Lu Xiaofei deftly dodged the descending net with a nimble shift. "Is that your plan to catch me? You're quite impatient, but I must admit, I find your proactive nature quite appealing," he jested as he closed in on her. Kyuka's expression flickered with impatience as she danced her fingers in the air, sending forth strands of azure silk that wove into multiple nets, entirely sealing off Lu Xiaofei's advance. "Once entangled in my web, my spider venom will numb your nerves. Let us see if you can still chatter then," she mused inwardly. To her astonishment, even after being ensnared by 4 webs, Lu Xiaofei remained as lively as ever, showing no signs of having been poisoned. It was known that her venom had incapacitated a lower-tier beast in mere seconds. Suddenly, a half-meter-long blade materialized in Lu Xiaofei's right hand, effortlessly tearing through the webs. He flashed a smile at Kyuka, his leg muscles tensing as he activated his agility, darting forward in a blur of motion, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. Kyuka furrowed her brow as the 8 spider legs launched toward him like spears, aiming for his eyes, chest, abdomen, and limbs. Lu Xiaofei did not flinch, allowing the 8 spider spears to pierce his silver-gray skin, sparking but leaving no trace. "Impossible. This cannot be. My spider spears rival third-tier energy weapons. How could they have no effect?" Kyuka's incredulity was palpable as her spider spears relentlessly attacked, yet to no avail. Seeing the madness creeping into Kyuka's expression, Lu Xiaofei felt a twinge of sympathy. Grasping her arm, smooth as jade, he exerted his strength and unceremoniously hurled her off the stage. Kyuka felt the world spin as her body flew uncontrollably. She quickly regained her balance, only to realize she had already descended from the arena. "Do not forget our promise to dine together after the match," Lu Xiaofei called out, releasing his star iron form and smiling brightly at her below. Kyuka shot him a glare before turning back to Yagik University's resting area. Though the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile, though she could inflict no harm upon him, he had refrained from injuring her. Such strength combined with a gentlemanly disposition was a rarity. A date with him would surely be delightful. Strutting across the stage like a proud rooster, Lu Xiaofei reveled in the admiration of the audience. Following Kyuka's exit, he emerged victorious in this battle. In Yagik University's resting area, Inoue Ryukawa's expression darkened, yet he refrained from reprimanding Kyuka. "Mizuta Ryohei, you are up, you must heed my words. If your strength cannot breach your opponent's defenses, you must take the medicine," he instructed a muscular student beside him. Mizuta Ryohei, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, differed from the others, donning only a gray tank top that strained against his well-defined muscles. His right arm, often utilized, was noticeably larger than his left, the disparity striking. As the referee announced the start of the battle, Mizuta's right arm began to swell and elongate, eventually reaching a staggering 7 meters in length, with a girth comparable to a small car. The black-red patterns on his arm throbbed like coiling serpents, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. Though merely a second-tier martial master, 1 tier below Lu Xiaofei, Mizuta Ryohei showed no sign of losing his fighting spirit. With a roar, he raised his colossal right arm, clenched into a fist, and launched it toward Lu Xiaofei's position. Unfazed, Lu Xiaofei leaped into the air, executing a descending kick to test the might of this exaggerated arm. Boom! The impact of the demon arm against Lu Xiaofei's leg produced a thunderous sound, sending him reeling backwards as if struck by a speeding train. Realizing he could be knocked off the stage if he did not act, Lu Xiaofei shouted, digging his feet into the ground, embedding them into the arena. Yet, his body still slid backward, albeit at a diminishing pace. Gradually, 2 trenches, each 50 centimeters deep and 30 meters long, formed on the arena's surface, halting Lu Xiaofei just shy of 5 meters from the edge. "This fellow, though 1 tier below me, possesses strength beyond measure. To defeat such a cumbersome opponent, I have 2 options. The first is to evade his arm strikes with agility and then strike him down. The second is to manufacture more star iron to augment my size and match his strength, using absolute power and superior defense to conquer him. However, with so many ladies watching, the first method lacks flair. I shall opt for the latter." Lu Xiaofei mused solemnly as he regarded his opponent. Mizuta Ryohei's massive demon arm swung again, but Lu Xiaofei showed no signs of fear. Radiating a silver-gray glow, he conjured star iron that absorbed into his body. Gradually, he expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal star iron giant standing 17 meters tall. The star iron giant seized Mizuta Ryohei's massive demon arm, intent on slamming it down onto the ground. Mizuta struggled, but the force of the demon arm met its match for the first time and could not break free. However, with extensive experience in combat, Mizuta managed to deflate his demon arm like a punctured balloon, finally escaping the grasp of the star iron giant. The demon arm reformed, and Mizuta unleashed a lightning-fast punch toward the star iron giant's chin. The giant attempted to evade, but its sheer size made movement cumbersome, resulting in a solid hit that sent it toppling backward. Lu Xiaofei quickly commanded the star iron giant to regain its footing, conjuring a 5-meter-long greatsword, which he aimed at Mizuta's head. Mizuta's eyes narrowed with seriousness, the black-red glow on his massive demon arm flickered as he swung in a wide arc to strike the greatsword. Boom! The collision of the demon arm against the sword produced an even more tremendous force, launching the greatsword away and forcing the star iron giant to stagger back 2 steps. Once more. I refuse to believe you can maintain such strength indefinitely. Feeling the intensifying power emanating from Mizuta, Lu Xiaofei grew more exhilarated, launching another strike. With each slash, Mizuta evaded like a nimble monkey, while the demon arm relentlessly targeted the star iron giant's heart. He could sense Lu Xiaofei was situated at the heart of the giant. The two battled like tireless beasts, each strike from the star iron giant leaving Mizuta with terrifying wounds that bled profusely. Conversely, though the demon arm couldn't penetrate the giant's defenses, Lu Xiaofei felt the reverberations within the giant's heart with each blow. Seeing Mizuta continuously spitting blood, a victorious smile crept across Lu Xiaofei's face. Should this continue, victory was assured. Mizuta Ryohei, what are you doing? Take the medicine. If you consume that pill, you will win. Inoue Ryukawa shouted angrily from outside the arena. Mizuta appeared oblivious, his battered body relentlessly striking at the star iron giant's heart. He was a true warrior, unconcerned with school prestige, craving only a fair fight. Even in defeat, he bore no regrets. Devil's Strike. Dodging the descending great sword, Mizuta channeled all his energy into his demon arm. The black-red glow began to pulse at an accelerated rate, culminating in a massive black-red serpent erupting from the demon arm like a furious dragon. The demon arm lunged toward the star iron giant's heart, its speed and power causing the air to reverberate with a sharp crack. The giant quickly crossed its arms in defense. Boom! The impact of the demon arm against the giant's arm sent it staggering back 5 or 6 steps, yet the serpent slithered through, darting straight into the giant's heart. Lu Xiaofei's expression darkened as he stared at the serpent, realizing it was his first encounter with an attack that could bypass the star iron's defenses. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he unleashed a flurry of blade strikes toward the serpent. To his surprise, the serpent weaved through the blades, growing larger in his vision as it burrowed into his skull. Instantly, Lu Xiaofei felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer. Pain surged through him, contorting his body like a shrimp. The headache persisted for a full 2 minutes. Initially, he could sense the pain, but soon it felt as if his head no longer belonged to him. Rubbing his temples, he unsteadily rose to his feet. Glancing at Mizuta, he saw the latter had collapsed, unable to maintain the demon arm, blood pooling beneath him. Suppressing the pain, Lu Xiaofei commanded the star iron giant to approach Mizuta, its massive hand poised above his head. Seeing the colossal hand ready to descend, Mizuta managed a wry smile, choosing to concede. Upon Mizuta's surrender, a door opened in the heart of the star iron giant, and Lu Xiaofei emerged, looking fatigued as the giant dissipated in a swirl of silver-gray light. Lu Xiaofei staggered toward Mizuta, who also struggled to stand. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Was that last move a mental attack? Lu Xiaofei inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I never anticipated you would endure my mental assault and continue fighting. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Mizuta replied with a grin. You are the first to breach my defenses. We must have a rematch in the future. Absolutely. Lu Xiaofei slung Mizuta's arm over his shoulder, and together they made their way off the stage. Though battered and bruised, neither bore any trace of pain in their eyes. The referee declared Lu Xiaofei the victor, but due to the mental strain, he chose to step down as well. Their clash had been a spectacular display of power, with the arena resembling a battleground, much to the audience's delight. Though Mizuta hailed from Sakura country, his unwavering effort and refusal to enhance his strength with drugs earned him respect from the crowd. This freshman is simply astounding. I fear that if I took the stage, that iron giant would obliterate me. I previously thought Lu Xiaofei somewhat lecherous, but he fought with such manliness. Mizuta Ryohei is a true warrior, far superior to those who rely on drugs. As Lu Xiaofei and Mizuta descended from the stage, their peers quickly assisted them back to the resting area. Lu Xiaofei even took a moment to wink at Kyuka, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Lu Xiaofei's fierce battle demeanor had indeed captured her heart. Chapter 51, The Ox Demon Gun and the Four-Winged Angel battling the Snow Woman. After Lu Xiaofei triumphed over his opponent, both sides commenced their substitutions. Hachiki University sent forth Pingsong Xiangta, while SHKY University introduced Du Yanran to the fray. Pingsong Xiangta, diminutive in stature at nearly 1.60 m, donned a pair of unconventional glasses, yet his keen eyes shone with intensity beneath the lenses. Du Yanran, with her exquisite features and svelte figure, donned a cerulean battle attire, her long, fair legs glistening like those of a goddess of war. As the battle commenced, Du Yanran seized the initiative, enveloping the entire arena in her ominous shroud of deathly mist. In an instant, she vanished from Pingsong Xiangta's sight. Undeterred, Pingsong Xiangta summoned forth a black revolver forged from primordial energy into his right hand. This was none other than his A-grade talent, the Ox Demon Gun. Any bullet from this weapon, upon striking its target, would inject a neurotoxin, rendering the victim completely paralyzed and devoid of sensation. With the Ox Demon Gun firmly grasped, Pingsong Xiangta cautiously navigated through the mist, attuned to Du Yanran's presence. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the fog behind him. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Pingsong Xiangta spun around, firing 3 rapid shots at the silhouette, then pursued it. Upon reaching the location, he was met with a mechanical figure formed entirely of mist, advancing towards him. A trap. Pingsong Xiangta's heart sank. The apparition was clearly a ruse employed by his adversary to lure him and. He hastily retreated, but above him, a deluge of misty long swords descended like a rainstorm, inflicting numerous grievous wounds upon him. Once the rain of blades ceased, Pingsong Xiangta found himself pinned in place, his body bleeding profusely. Realizing he was ensnared, he quickly swallowed a green pill, elevating his prowess from a level 1 master to a level 2 master. Initially believing he could alter his fate with the green pill, he was soon met with a fierce gale, revealing a gargantuan misty falcon with a wingspan exceeding 9 meters hovering above him, its claw gripping his head tightly. Will you concede? If you refuse, do not blame me for your demise. Du Yanran stood atop the misty falcon, her expression cold. In response to her menacing words, Pingsong Xiangta nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Satisfied, Du Yanran dispelled the surrounding mist. Spectators beheld the scene of Pingsong Xiangta, akin to a fledgling chick, utterly at Du Yanran's mercy, and the students of SHKY University erupted in cheers. Truly, Yanran is magnificent, both beautiful and fierce. How I wish to be under her command. This is incredible, she has bested her opponent so swiftly. With such grace and beauty, even I, a girl, find myself enamored. With a grim countenance, Pingsong Xiangta conceded before the referee and departed the arena in disgrace, while Du Yanran claimed an effortless victory. To be defeated so quickly is a disgrace to our school. I once held high hopes for you, yet you couldn't even exhaust your opponent. Inoue Ryukawa rebuked Pingsong Xiangta. Inoue-sensei, do not blame Xiangta, he surely wished to secure victory for us, but the enemy's mist proved quite formidable. Allow me to take the stage, my snow abilities can counter Du Yanran. Kawakama Hubei chimed in with a beaming smile. Then I shall trouble you, Kawakama-chan, to take the field. Inoue Ryukawa immediately donned a congenial demeanor. A hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of Hachiki University's students, and Yamamoto Chiya could not stifle a laugh upon witnessing Inoue Ryukawa's sudden change in demeanor. Inoue Ryukawa shot her a glare but refrained from further comment. As the alluring Kawakama Hubei stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in raucous howls. The sensuous Kawakama Hubei and the exquisitely poised Du Yanran stood side by side, presenting two contrasting styles of beauty that left the male spectators in awe. Kawakama Hubei, her expression radiant, gazed at the icy Du Yanran, who met her gaze with unyielding intensity, sparks flying between them. Once the referee declared the match underway, Du Yanran swiftly conjured mist, crafting a battlefield favorable to her. Snowstorm! Kawakama Hubei exclaimed, and a heavy snowfall descended upon the arena, instantly freezing the mist into crystalline particles that fell like ice shavings. Perched upon the back of the misty falcon, Du Yanran's expression turned to one of alarm. Her greatest fear in battle was to encounter an opponent with freezing abilities, and today, misfortune had befallen her. With a wave of her hand, 3 misty falcons, each towering 5 meters with wingspans exceeding 9 meters, materialized before her. The trio emitted a resounding cry as they charged towards Kawakama Hubei, extending their claws and beaks to strike. With a playful laugh, Kawakama Hubei unleashed a snow blade over 10 meters long, cleaving the 3 misty falcons in twain, their nebulous forms swiftly encased in ice, cascading to the ground as frozen sculptures. She counters me perfectly. My standard attacks are ineffective against her. I must conclude this swiftly. Riding atop the misty falcon, Du Yanran soared above Kawakama Hubei. Mist Reaper! Observing the impending onslaught, even Kawaka Mahube, who held a slight advantage in mastery over Du Yenran, did not dare to underestimate her opponent. She sensed that without exerting her utmost strength, the outcome would not favor her. Blizzard, she called, summoning a torrent of frigid winds that spiraled into a snow tornado, surging towards the skeletal emperor. The scythe of the skeletal emperor cleaved through the snow tornado, carving a small breach, yet the rapidly rotating vortex soon enveloped and tore apart the skeletal figure. Du Yenran's most formidable attack was rendered utterly ineffective before the great snow woman, Kawaka Mahube. Realizing she could not best her opponent, Du Yenran, with no other recourse, chose to concede. Upon Kawaka Mahube's victory, the students of Hachiki University erupted into ecstatic cheers, venting their frustration from the earlier defeat. Among the audience, the male spectators, regardless of their affiliation with Hachiki University, joined in the fervent howls of support for Kawaka Mahube. Upon hearing their cheers and praises, she blew kisses to the loudest boys, who felt enveloped in bliss, their excitement palpable. Du Yenran descended from the stage, her expression one of dejection, taking a seat in the resting area without uttering a word. Su Huanhuan and Yao Bishan approached her, offering a few words of comfort, which gradually lifted her spirits.
Director Wang, I am confident I can handle Kawaka Mahube. Please allow me to take the stage.
Zhong Jiejia stepped forward. Wang Tianwei contemplated for a moment, recognizing Zhong Jiejia as the most suitable candidate among those available for battle. Asa Level 3 Master, her strength ranked among the top. Yang Lingtian was a trump card aside from Lin Fan, while Lu Jingru's colorful winged dream butterfly and Wang Yutong's war ancient tree were susceptible to the snow. In the end, Zhong Jiejia appeared to be the most fitting choice. Wang Tianwei nodded, and with her teammates' encouragement, Zhong Jiejia ascended the stage. Zhong Jiejia, strikingly beautiful and poised, donned a golden battle attire, her skin radiating a rosy glow. Standing amidst the snowflakes, she resembled an ethereal sprite emerged from an icy realm. Her outstanding demeanor caught even Kawaka Mahube's attention. As the referee announced the match's commencement, Kawaka Mahube swung her arms, unleashing a barrage of snowblades that bore down upon Zhong Jiejia. Unfazed, Zhong Jiejia, enveloped in a divine golden light, unfurled a pair of immaculate angelic wings from her back, encased in golden armor. Holy Light Cross Slash. As the snowblades approached, Zhong Jiejia gripped a golden longsword, cleaving forth a massive golden cross slash. The golden arc obliterated the snowblades as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, reducing them to mere piles of snow. Zhong Jiejia then took flight, her wings propelling her like a bolt of golden lightning toward Kawaka Mahube.
This attack is formidable. My own techniques may struggle against it.
Witnessing her snowblades easily dispatched by an equally matched opponent, Kawaka Mahube's expression shifted to one of concern. She promptly consumed a green pill, elevating her prowess to a level 4 master. Feeling the surge of primordial energy within her, she relaxed slightly. With a flourish of her hands, two blizzards spiraled towards the approaching Zhong Jiejia. Once again, Zhong Jiejia unleashed a holy light cross slash, which cleaved the two blizzards in half, allowing her to traverse through the storm and confront Kawaka Mahube directly.
Angel's Wrath.
Zhong Jiejia opened her lips, emitting a high-pitched spiral sound wave directed at Kawaka Mahube's head. In an instant, Kawaka Mahube felt as though she were a garment tossed into a washing machine, spinning uncontrollably, her world spinning and her balance lost.
Holy Angel's Sword.
Seizing the opportunity created, Zhong Jiejia raised her golden longsword above her head, channeling a third of her primordial energy into it, and slashed downward with a colossal 10-meter-long golden sword, radiating an aura of absolute judgment toward Kawaka Mahube. Still reeling from the previous attack, Kawaka Mahube looked up in alarm upon seeing the golden sword descending. She attempted to evade, but time was not on her side. In desperation, she unleashed 5 rotating blizzards over 4 meters high into the sky to shield herself momentarily. To her dismay, the golden sword sliced through her strongest blizzards as if they were mere tofu, rapidly descending upon her. Kawaka Mahube sought to flee, yet her body's reflexes could not match the speed of the golden sword, leaving her to witness its inexorable descent. Should the sword strike true, her fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Zhong Jiejia adjusted the angle of the golden sword, its blade crashing down upon Kawaka Mahube, driving her into the earth and creating a deep pit over 3 meters in depth. Once the golden sword vanished, Kawaka Mahube emerged from the pit. Disheveled, her face, arms, and legs were caked in dirt, and blood trickled from her nose and mouth, her complexion pale as she staggered.
Thank you for your mercy. Kawaka Mahube approached Zhong Jiejia, offering a smile.
It was merely a friendly match. I would not take your life. Zhong Jiejia replied with a gentle smile. After expressing her gratitude, Kawaka Mahube chose to concede, wobbling as she exited the stage. In contrast, Zhong Jiejia stood illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a true deity, pure and radiant, exuding an almost blinding brilliance. The audience erupted into cheers and screams, even the senior students Lu Lei and his companions displaying their astonishment. As the 4 strongest students of their year, who had previously represented their school in martial arts exchanges and witnessed the brutal realities of foreign battlefields, they were nonetheless taken aback by the prowess of their junior counterparts. A level 3 master with attack power rivaling that of a level 5 master, this junior's combat prowess surely parallels that of your own extraordinary abilities in your day, Yen Wei sighed. This year's freshmen are undoubtedly the strongest in our school's history. Yet, I never anticipated they would manifest such formidable strength so soon, showcasing impressive development of their martial talents, Lu Lei remarked. That golden sword's attack power matched what I could achieve at level 3, and I lacked any mental attack capabilities. The rising generation of juniors is increasingly formidable. It seems I, the previous wave, must strive harder lest I be eclipsed. Lu Lei chuckled heartily, observing these juniors demonstrating their formidable skills left him even more intrigued about Lin Fan's true capabilities. As someone who could subdue the entirety of the freshman class, what secrets lay behind Lin Fan's unparalleled strength that could tame such prodigies? Chapter 52 The Drumming That Affects the Heartbeat, by Rueda comes to the rescue. After a round of combat, a subtle weariness appeared on Zhong Jiejia's face. This time, Yaqi University sent forth a tall and slender figure, Cato Ling, whose expression perpetually bore the weight of deep grievances, as if the world owed him a debt. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, Zhong Jiejia unleashed a divine light cross slash from above, the colossal golden cross slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Cato Ling's head. Yet, both Cato Ling and Zhong Jiejia stood as third-level masters, displaying no hint of trepidation. Suddenly, 2 waist drums, slightly larger than a palm, materialized at Cato Ling's sides. His hands moved swiftly, striking the drums, causing sound waves to coalesce into 6 towering, 5-meter-high azure vultures. With a piercing cry, the flock of azure vultures soared towards the golden cross slash. The golden strike tore through the air, cleaving 4 of the azure vultures in twain, while the remaining 2 self-destructed, shattering the golden attack into oblivion. Zhong Jiejia regarded her adversary with an added gravity. Cato Ling continued to beat the waist drums, and sound waves gathered into 13 azure vultures, launching themselves at Zhong Jiejia in the sky. She raised her golden longsword, her countenance cold as she unleashed successive golden cross slashes. However, the azure vultures detonated upon nearing the golden attacks. Often, the self-detonation of 2 vultures was sufficient to nullify a single golden strike. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Zhong Jiejia dove downwards, unleashing a torrential assault upon Cato Ling. Sound waves crystallized around him into translucent shields, each sword strike from Zhong Jiejia causing the shields to tremble precariously. Yet, Cato Ling remained unfazed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, Zhong Jiejia cleaved through a translucent shield, immediately following with a lightning-fast thrust aimed at Cato Ling's right wrist. Should she land this strike, Cato Ling would lose his ability to control the drum at his side, thereby having his combat prowess. Cato Ling awaited this very moment. He raised his hands and struck the waist drum with a resounding thud, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Zhong Jiejia's golden sword halted mid-flight, inexplicably causing her to feel a wave of dizziness. Cato Ling quickened his rhythm on the drum, and Zhong Jiejia's complexion turned increasingly pale. The drumming peculiarly affected her heartbeat. Its frequency escalated, leading to insufficient oxygen to her brain, and her body began to weaken. All of this stemmed from Cato Ling's A-grade talent, Echo Drum. Within a 2-meter radius of him, his drumming could influence the heartbeat of his opponent, causing it to quicken to a perilous rate, preventing the heart from effectively pumping blood and resulting in a foggy-headed adversary. Noticing the effect of his ability on Zhong Jiejia, Cato Ling's eyes glinted with cold light. His fist, propelled by the sound of slicing air, surged towards her face, yet he underestimated Zhong Jiejia's willpower, who, despite her discomfort, gasped for breath and, with a swift flick of her sword, severed Cato Ling's right hand at the wrist. A heart-wrenching scream escaped him as pain coursed through his body. Though this was merely an exhibition match, Zhong Jiejia, in her state of dire discomfort, could only launch the most advantageous attack without holding back. Cato Ling howled in agony, utterly devoid of the will to retaliate. Zhong Jiejia's heartbeat gradually normalized, her expression remained frigid, yet a flicker of compassion lingered in her eyes. She pressed the golden sword against Cato Ling's throat. He surrendered decisively, trembling as he retrieved his severed hand from the ground and fled the platform. The time since the amputation was still short. With a practitioner possessing a high-level healing talent, his hand could still be reattached. The mentors from the Auxiliary Academy at the University of Shangjing, embodying a spirit of humanitarianism, immediately began treatment for Cato Ling once he exited the stage. Following the referee's announcement of Zhong Jiejia's victory, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. With 2 consecutive victories, she truly deserved the title of the strongest female warrior of her freshman year. Even in injury, her beauty remained undeniable. It was captivating. The psychological resilience she displayed during critical moments was remarkable. In the resting area of Yaqi University, Inoue Ryukawa deliberated extensively before deciding to send forth the exceptionally skilled Hirakawa Ayaka. With her adorable appearance and petite stature, clad in a black combat uniform, she gazed at Zhong Jieja with a murderous glint, fueled by the fact that her boyfriend, Kato Ling, had lost a hand at the hands of this very woman. Zhong Jieja's eyes, equally icy, met Hirakawa Ayaka's glare with unwavering intensity. Having expended 7 or 8 parts of her original energy in the previous 2 battles, she understood that a swift conclusion was paramount to securing victory in this match. At the very least, she needed to wear down her opponent. Zhong Jieja mused inwardly. As the referee announced the start of the match, she approached Hirakawa Ayaka with the grace and agility of a spirit deer. To everyone's astonishment, Hirakawa Ayaka made an unexpected move. At the very onset of the match, she consumed a green pill, elevating her prowess from a second-level master to a third-level master, her vitality surging tremendously. As Zhong Jieja drew nearer, a flicker of cold light flashed in Hirakawa Ayaka's eyes, and a gleaming Naginata materialized in her grip. A slash of the blade sent forth a tempest that howled and spiraled violently towards Zhong Jieja. Unfazed, Zhong Jieja countered with a divine light cross slash, the immense golden strike colliding with the tempest like a furious dragon. The storm was instantly cleaved into 4 segments, yet Hirakawa Ayaka retaliated with another fierce scale, this time shattering the colossal golden strike. This tempest was not merely a martial technique but a manifestation of Hirakawa Ayaka's A-grade talent, Storm Naginata, where each strike unleashed a tempestuous assault upon her opponent. As the distance between them dwindled, Zhong Jieja's eyes brightened. She unleashed the wrath of the angel. A spiraling wave of sound surged forth from her lips, penetrating Hirakawa Ayaka's mind with blinding speed. Angel's holy sword. Seizing the moment, Zhong Jieja raised her golden longsword above her head, channeling all her remaining energy into the blade, and with a downward arc, a colossal golden sword, 8 meters in length, descended upon Hirakawa Ayaka with an overwhelming aura of retribution. As Hirakawa Ayaka, eyes tightly shut, succumbed to Zhong Jieja's mental assault, a smile blossomed on Zhong Jieja's face. Victory seemed assured. Suddenly, Hirakawa Ayaka's eyes flew open, and with a series of agile leaps, she evaded the final blow of Zhong Jieja's golden sword. Zhong Jieja's mouth fell agape in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. She had never encountered anyone capable of extricating themselves so swiftly from her mental attack, the wrath of the angel. What she remained unaware of was that among Yaki University's ranks, although Hirakawa Ayaka may not have been the strongest, her mental fortitude was unrivaled, enabling her to disregard most mental assaults with ease. As the tempestuous winds surged towards her, Zhong Jieja flapped her wings and soared into the sky, evading the oncoming barrage. Exhausted and with her energy depleted, she contemplated surrendering, only to be met with a cacophony of wind, as over a dozen 6-meter-high gales converged upon her with the intent to inflict grievous harm. Due to the default regulations of martial arts competitions, those possessing flight abilities were restricted to a height of no more than 100 meters, leaving Zhong Jieja with no option but to circle above the platform, desperately dodging the onslaught of gales. Ultimately, she was struck by one of the tempests, becoming ensnared within its tumultuous embrace, sustaining numerous lacerations. Hirakawa Ayaka showed no mercy, unleashing over 10 gales towards the sky. With her energy already nearly expended, Zhong Jieja was like a wisp of cotton in the storm. Should she be struck by those gales, even survival would mean a prolonged stay in the infirmary. Enough, a colossal fiery hand, over 50 meters in size and crackling with arcs of lightning, swept away all the gales in one fell swoop, then descended upon Hirakawa Ayaka with devastating force, shattering a considerable portion of the arena. All eyes turned in unison to the figure of Bai Ruidao, the normally languid dean of the School of Life, who now bore an expression of cold indifference as he extended his hand. It was abundantly clear that the recent display of power had originated from him. This was merely a warning. Should you dare to employ lethal force against the students of Shinjing University again, I shall show no mercy. Bai Ruidao's eyes glinted with cold light, fixating on the individuals from Yaki University as he spoke in a frigid tone. Hirakawa Ayaka bit her lip, poised to retort, yet dared not speak. Among the group from Yaki University, Yamamoto Chiya felt her anger flare at the threat in Bai Ruidao's gaze, foolishly preparing to confront him, only to be admonished by Inoue Ryukawa, who typically indulged her. Don T. Court death, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Though Yamamoto Chiya had grown accustomed to her arrogance, witnessing Inoue Ryukawa's grave demeanor instilled a sense of caution in her, and she obediently fell silent. Evidently, her spirit had not been entirely extinguished. All the teachers, including Wang Tianwei, bore expressions of relief upon witnessing Bai Ruidao's intervention. The audience was equally astonished by the Dean of the School of Life's display of strength. Since when had the Dean of the School of Life possessed such formidable power? Were such individuals not typically devoted to research or contributions to human existence in a specific domain? It seemed almost a disservice to have such capability relegated to the role of Dean. Chapter 53 of The Fury of War and the Labyrinth of Terror. After Bai Ruidao, the Dean of the School of Life, rescued Zhong Jieja, Wang Yutong, and a group of female students assisted her down from the stage. Zhong Jiejia, having sustained injuries in the storm, appeared disheveled, her body drenched in blood. Ping Song Kaihua stood silently on the stage, her face ashen, coldly observing Wang Yutong and the others as they helped Zhong Jiejia off the platform. She had a perfect opportunity to severely injure Zhong Jiejia in vengeance for her boyfriend, Cat Rio, but she had forgotten that this was Peking University given the formidable power of Ping Song Saiwa's storm attack, and considering that she had recently taken medication that elevated her strength to a third-level master, Wang Tianwei dispatched Wang Yutong, who also held the rank of third-level master, to engage in combat. As the original arena had been largely destroyed by Bairueidao, the competition venue was moved to a new platform nearby. With a determined stride, Wang Yutong ascended the stage, her expression brimming with combat spirit. Wang Yutong was strikingly beautiful, tall, and sported a high ponytail. Having been compelled by her parents to engage in fundamental martial arts training from a young age, she possessed an almost flawless physique, exuding vitality and vigor. While other young girls played with Barbie dolls, her parents had hired a professional martial arts coach to ensure she built a solid foundation before formally entering the martial arts world. Though she had attempted to resist as a child, she eventually adapted, dedicating most of her time to martial arts training. Once she formally stepped into the realm of martial arts, she became the prodigy her parents. The rigorous training from her youth had forged her will into something remarkably resilient, rarely revealing any sign of vulnerability. Amidst the monotony of martial arts practice, she discovered her own joy, relishing the thrill of battle and the satisfaction of defeating her opponents. Facing the formidable Ping Song Kaihua, Wang Yutong felt an exhilarating surge within her. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, a fierce glint ignited in Ping Song Saiwa's eyes. A series of blinding white lights flashed as over a dozen towering storms, each 9 meters high, lined up and spiraled towards Wang Yutong with a deafening roar. Dust and debris on the platform were swept into the tempest, and Wang Yutong could feel the intense fluctuations of air pressure against her skin. In a flash, a war tree materialized behind her, standing an imposing 26 meters tall, its trunk so thick that it would take 5 or 6 adults to encircle it. Its 7 main branches rose like pillars, stretching toward the heavens in unabashed defiance. The colossal tree creature, the war tree, solidified its roots into 2 formidable legs and strode toward the raging storm, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. After 3 paces, the war tree confronted the tempest, rendering the 9-meter-high storm as insignificant as a child before its might. With a powerful swing of its robust main branch, the storm whirled in a futile attempt to evade the oncoming strike, but the bark of the tree was as unyielding as alloy. It could not even cut a single gash into its surface. In an instant, over a dozen storms were bisected, losing their ability to rotate and dissipating into feeble gusts of air. The war tree continued its charge, its seemingly massive form moving with surprising agility across the arena until it stood before Ping Song Kaihua. Tree King Spear! Wang Yutong called out, and the tips of the war tree's 7 main branches transformed into sharp spikes, lunging forth like 7 great serpents from various directions towards Ping Song Kaihua. Even an elephant would find it impossible to escape death if struck by one of these branches. Ping Song Kaihua, deftly maneuvering like a nimble rabbit, darted between the branches of the war tree. Despite the war tree's slower speed, none of its branches managed to land a blow on her. Wang Yutong quickly adapted her strategy. Spiked tree cage. With a mere thought, the tips of the 7 branches exploded, transforming into semi-enclosed circular tree cages bristling with countless sharp spikes. The 7 circular cages lunged towards the evasive Ping Song Kaihua like monstrous jaws, sealing off her escape route from above. As the gigantic mouths closed in, Ping Song Kaihua wielded her storm scythe, unleashing torrents of wind, but the tempest met the tree bark like a nemesis, having no effect whatsoever. Once, twice, thrice, 15 times, after narrowly evading the jaws time and again, Ping Song Kaihua was ultimately ensnared by one of the massive mouths, trapped within the circular tree cage. Let me out! Ping Song Saiwa's eyes blazed crimson as she furiously hacked at the cage with her scythe, hoping her trusted weapon would grant her freedom. Yet reality proved cruel, her scythe barely scratched the surface of the bark. Observing her defiance, Wang Yutong's eyes glinted coldly as the spikes within the cage elongated mercilessly, piercing Ping Song Saiwa's body without restraint. Though Ping Song Kaihua yearned to defeat several of Peking University's students in vengeance for her boyfriend Cat Rio, she was not insane. The spikes within her body intensified her agony with each futile struggle. Reluctantly, after casting a resentful glance at Wang Yutong, Ping Song Kaihua chose to concede. Wang Yutong, not one to tolerate insolence, noticed the defeated Ping Song Kaihua still glaring at her with hatred. Upon releasing the tree cage, she deliberately hurled Ping Song Kaihua roughly to the ground, exacerbating her already severe injuries. The students from Yaqi University rushed to the stage, casting furious glances at Wang Yutong as they hastily carried the bloodied Ping Song Kaihua away. Wang Yutong met their glares unflinchingly. She had never feared anyone's gaze. After all, a look could not kill a person. As the referee declared Wang Yutong the victor, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Many young men found themselves captivated by yet another girl they wished to protect, their imaginations racing. The image of Wang Yutong, resplendent in battle and unyielding against her adversary, left a profound impression. On the side of Yaki University, 9 contenders had already fallen, leaving only 4 capable of continuing the fight. However, Inoue Ryukawa was confident in 2 of them, the elite talents of Yaki University. In a bid to further exhaust their opponents, he sent forth the short and stout Matsumoto Kentaro. Matsumoto Kentaro ambled onto the stage, his eyes occasionally darting toward Wang Yutong. Although he was also a genius from Yaki University, his stature made him feel somewhat inferior in the presence of the striking Wang Yutong, causing him to shy away from gazing directly at her. Wang Yutong glanced at her opponent before retracting her gaze, not deeming him worthy of her concern. To her surprise, as the battle commenced, towering walls began to rise around her. In no time, she found herself at a crossroads, with narrow paths extending in every direction. While Wang Yutong was caught in the fray, she was oblivious to the unfolding phenomena. The audience, however, was fully aware. First, dark walls ascended upon the stage, followed by the emergence of a 36-meter-tall square labyrinth. Each intersection of the maze offered 4 exits, yet only one led to its center, and Wang Yutong was ensnared in one of its corners. This colossal labyrinth, enveloping the entire arena, was the A-class talent known as the Trembling Labyrinth, crafted by Matsumoto Kentaro. He possessed the ability to conjure mazes of any shape from thin air, laying traps within and releasing an invisible, odorless gas to disorient his opponents, leading them to exhaustion amidst myriad snares. Although he admired Wang Yutong's beauty, Matsumoto Kentaro had no intention of showing mercy. Aware of the war tree's towering height, he intentionally elevated the walls and strategically placed numerous traps around Wang Yutong. Now positioned at the labyrinth's center, Matsumoto Kentaro was surrounded by black walls, with only a single entrance. Suspended in the air before him was a flickering yellow-hued projection of the maze, with a green dot indicating Wang Yutong's position. With a thought, Matsumoto Kentaro activated the traps near Wang Yutong. Suddenly, the ground beneath her transformed into a quagmire, causing her to sink. Wang Yutong's face registered surprise as she summoned the war tree to pull her upward, though the muck clinging to her legs was uncomfortable. Just as she emerged from the mire, massive fireballs, wind blades, and electric toxic mist erupted from the surrounding walls, all aiming for her and the war tree. Wang Yutong commanded the war tree to break through one of the walls, swiftly making her escape through the opening. The war tree swung its 7 main branches, deflecting all incoming attacks, with only minor scorch marks left on its bark from the fireballs and lightning. Following closely behind the war tree, Wang Yutong witnessed it smash through the adjacent black wall, only for it to be repaired a second later. Within the labyrinth, Wang Yutong searched in vain for Matsumoto Kentaro's form, feeling as though she were a headless fly, spinning in circles without finding anything. She attempted to direct the war tree to break through a wall in a specific direction, but her sense of direction felt as though it had been stolen. Even after the war tree shattered several barriers, she still could not break free. My sense of direction is utterly lost, I must rely solely on the war tree. Wang Yutong thought rapidly. Since I cannot escape, the arena is limited in size. If I unleash an attack powerful enough to cover the entire platform, I will surely strike my enemy. Once my opponent is hit, I can locate him through the war tree and secure victory in this battle. After deftly evading a lightning trap, Wang Yutong decided to act. With determination, she commanded the war tree's 7 branches to relentlessly strike the surrounding walls, reducing them to ruins within mere moments. Seizing the opportunity before the walls could regenerate and thwart her own traps, Wang Yutong unleashed a rarely used, wide-ranging attack. Dragon Root Spike Array! Wang Yutong shouted, as the war tree's robust roots plunged into the ground like electric drills, voraciously absorbing nutrients and rapidly growing. From the already thick roots, numerous side roots sprouted, also greedily absorbing nutrients and expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, the underground of the entire arena became a labyrinth of roots. The roots, akin to greedy demons, insatiably devoured the earth's sustenance, growing thicker by the second. Several nearby roots coalesced into a single, even more formidable root resembling a dragon, and soon hundreds of dragon-like roots erupted from the ground, obliterating the walls and traps above. Matsumoto Kentaro felt the ground tremble beneath him, and before he knew it, he was lifted skyward by the throng of dragon roots. Despair washed over him as one of the dragon-like roots ensnared his body tightly, constricting further until he struggled to breathe. As he plummeted, he glanced down to see the arena completely blanketed by the dense mass of dragon roots, rendering his maze in shambles. The moment Matsumoto Kentaro touched the ground, the roots coiled around him, tightening their grip until they constricted his neck, causing him to roll his eyes back in distress. Matsumoto Kentaro felt himself on the brink of asphyxiation, yet fortune smiled upon him as Wang Yutong appeared on the shoulder of the war tree, her voice icy and clear. Will you concede? If you refuse, the roots will only tighten further. I concede. Matsumoto Kentaro managed to utter, his voice strained by the constricting roots. Upon hearing his surrender, a radiant smile illuminated Wang Yutong's face, and the referee promptly declared her the victor. As the audience beheld the multitude of roots resembling dragons sprawling across the stage, their minds felt as though they had been bombarded, leaving them in stunned silence. Wang Yutong is invincible. Am I dreaming? She's utterly decimated the arena. Can she truly be human? Sister, she's just a freshman. Her strength makes me, a senior, feel utterly inadequate. Beautiful and powerful, she's captured the heart of this high-quality male. Get lost. You think you're worthy? Amidst the cacophony of cheers and discussions, Matsumoto Kentaro slowly descended from the stage, his gaze towards Wang Yutong tinged with trepidation. At that moment, only 3 individuals remained on the side of Yaki University, while Peking University, excluding Lin Fan, still had 6 contenders standing strong. Chapter 54 Wang Yutong's 3 consecutive victories. The formidable Hikaru Kabu. Due to Wang Yutong's formidable Dragonwood Spike formation, which had devastated the arena's surface, the competition venue was relocated to another platform. Fortunately, this open-air training ground boasted numerous arenas. In an effort to further deplete the strength of the students from Shojing University, Inoue Ryukawa dispatched Shida Taichi, standing at a modest height of 1.7 meters. Shida was not clad in conventional battle attire but rather donned a custom-made punk outfit. As Shida ascended the stage, he scrutinized Wang Yutong from head to toe with a lewd glint in his eyes, occasionally darting his tongue to lick his lips, which caused Wang Yutong to furrow her brow in distaste. At the onset of the match, unable to tolerate the lascivious gaze any longer, Wang Yutong unleashed the 7 primary branches of the War Ancient Tree, simultaneously thrusting them toward Shida Taichi. Shida, unfazed, brandished a 1.5-meter black axe, the blade itself measuring half a meter long and adorned with malevolent, demon-like engravings. This black axe was his A-class talent, the Red Demon War Axe. With both hands gripping the axe, Shida unleashed the full force of his secondary mastery, delivering a powerful diagonal strike against one of the branches. To everyone's astonishment, the branch that had withstood even the storm scythe was cleaved in 2 by the Red Demon War Axe, as effortlessly as a woodcutter chopping firewood. Crack, crack, Shida pivoted on his toes, spinning to deliver another slash with the Red Demon War Axe, severing 2 more branches with ease. Wang Yutong's expression turned to one of shock. She had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary axe possessed such remarkable sharpness and strength. As she observed the damage inflicted upon 3 branches, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in her eyes. If your axe can cleave my branches, then I shall not approach to attack. Let us see how you shall defend against this. Boom, boom, boom. The damaged ends of the 3 branches erupted, sending 10-centimeter wooden spikes hurtling toward Shida Taichi. Startled, he swung the Red Demon War Axe in a desperate attempt to defend, but the onslaught of spikes was relentless, and many struck him, transforming him into a human pincushion. His expression darkened. You wretched girl, you seek your own demise. Shida summoned his inner force to expel the shallowly embedded spikes from his body, causing the malevolent engravings on the Red Demon War Axe to glow a vivid red, while his complexion paled slightly. He charged forward like a frenzied wild boar, moving with astonishing speed until he stood before Wang Yutong. 2 arcs of axe light flashed, and the remaining 4 primary branches of the War Ancient Tree were swiftly felled. The extraordinary sharpness of the Red Demon War Axe stemmed from its unique characteristic. Upon absorbing 10 units of Shida's blood, the demonic engravings would turn red, doubling its sharpness for 30 seconds, though it could only be used twice before Shida would suffer adverse effects from excessive blood loss. Upon witnessing the remaining branches severed, Wang Yutong's brow furrowed once more. Her energy reserves had already been significantly depleted in the previous 2 matches, and now the War Ancient Tree lacked the power to maintain its former resilience. If I can exhaust him just a little more, my task will be accomplished. With this thought, her frown transformed into a determined smile. Death Spear! Wang Yutong exclaimed, and in an instant, the towering War Ancient Tree began to wither, condensing all its vitality into a 2-meter-long green spear. The sheer force emanating from the spear sent ripples through the surrounding air. With a swift motion, Wang Yutong hurled the green spear, its momentum aimed at annihilating everything in its path toward Shida Taichi. Shida's eyes twitched. The green spear evoked a long-forgotten sense of danger within him. His leg muscles tensed, transmitting power through his waist, and he exerted all his strength to cleave downward. The Red Demon War Axe met the green spear head-on, yet the spear's ferocious advance showed no signs of abating, forcing Shida to stagger backward. Break for me! Shida's veins bulged as he strained, but he could not budge the spear's formidable force, ultimately being knocked off the platform. Is this how I lose? Gazing at Wang Yutong on the stage, he began muttering to himself, his face etched with disbelief. I actually won! Wang Yutong exclaimed in surprise, scarcely able to believe that her all-or-nothing attack had secured her victory. The referee announced her triumph, marking her as the first to achieve 3 consecutive victories. The students of Shoujing University erupted in thunderous cheers and praises. Wang Yutong is incredible, I cannot even begin to describe her. This is 3 consecutive wins, I couldn't defeat any of the 3 opponents she faced. Wang Yutong is simply extraordinary, a new female warrior has been born today. After relishing the battle, Wang Yutong found herself depleted of energy. After informing the referee of her condition, she descended the stage with light steps. The crowd from Shoujing University raised their thumbs in admiration, recognizing her exceptional accomplishment. Before long, the next 2 competitors ascended the stage. Lu Jingru from Shoujing University and Hikaru Kobu from Yagakuni University. Lu Jingru, petite yet adorably charming, displayed a smile that revealed a pair of small canine teeth. Hikaru Kobu, standing at 1.73 meters, bore an unremarkable appearance but possessed a pair of uniquely squinty eyes. Once both were positioned on opposite sides of the arena, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Despite her seemingly demure demeanor, Lu Jingru transformed into a fierce combatant, swiftly entering battle mode as a pair of enormous golden butterfly wings unfurled from her back. Though appearing as an ordinary butterfly, her dream butterfly with its colorful wings was an S-class talent. Any opponent ensnared in her dream would find themselves at her mercy. Lu Jingru soared into the sky, gliding gracefully like a sprite above Hikaru Kobu, as the pollen from her wings cascaded downward. Hikaru Kobu bared his teeth at the airborne Lu Jingru, darting to the left, clearly recognizing the danger posed by the pollen. 20-fold gravity. Hikaru chuckled lightly, an invisible wave emanating from him, causing Lu Jingru to feel an overwhelming weight pressing down upon her. Caught off guard, she struggled to maintain her balance, plummeting to the ground, unable to move. With a smile gracing his lips, Hikaru approached Lu Jingru, looking down at her from above. Mortified by her vulnerable position and the presence of her opponent, Lu Jingru felt her face flush with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. With your strength, you cannot escape my abilities. Surrender! Hikaru said with a smile, his squinty eyes narrowing into slits. I concede. Lu Jingru replied softly. Could you please let me go? Hikaru nodded, and the 20-fold gravity surrounding him dissipated instantly, allowing Lu Jingru, her cheeks flushed, to descend from the stage. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. It appeared as though Hikaru had done nothing at all, yet Lu Jingru was rendered immobile, as if trapped in a dream. How did he achieve this? Did anyone comprehend what transpired? How could one possibly decipher it? This is utterly baffling. To defeat Lu Jingru without lifting a finger, she is no slouch. After all, she ranked 8th in the freshman competition. The audience buzzed with speculation, attempting to unravel the enigma of Hikaru Kobu's victory. Lu Jingru stepped off the stage, feeling too embarrassed to face her peers, but with the encouragement of Wang Yutong and others, she finally shared her experience on stage. As expected, her peers were left equally perplexed. Currently, the only contenders available were Yao Baikan, Yang Ling, Su Huanhuan, and Lu Yiming, with both Su Huanhuan and Lu Yiming serving as substitutes, as they were still in the martial master realm. After much deliberation, they decided to send Yao Baikan into battle. Even if she could not secure a victory, she could at least gather valuable information about her opponent to aid Yang Ling in overcoming them. Upon learning Wang Tianwei's decision, the seemingly delicate Yao Baikan nodded and ascended the stage. As the battle against Hikaru Kobu commenced, 16 circular mirrors materialized around Yao Baikan. Although she was unaware of her opponent's attack style, she believed that with reflective mirrors encircling her, any assault would surely be deflected, amplified by tenfold in strength and speed. Yao Baikan remained optimistic, but when Hikaru initiated his attack, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body, making even standing a monumental challenge. What kind of attack is this? Why did my reflective mirrors fail to respond? Panic filled her eyes as she struggled to maintain her footing. Under the crushing 20-fold gravity, she fell to the ground, kneeling. Do you surrender? Hikaru inquired, a smile still adorning his face as he approached Yao Baikan. A flicker of defiance shone in her eyes. I will not concede just yet. Hikaru regarded her with a glimmer of admiration before intensifying the gravity to 30-fold. Under the immense pressure, Yao Baikan found it increasingly difficult to breathe, ultimately collapsing to the ground. I concede. Yao Baikan declared, having realized her predicament. Hikaru had intended to escalate the gravity further, but to his surprise, Yao Baikan chose to surrender. Shaking his head, he released the gravitational force, allowing her to exit the stage. As Yao Baikan descended, a faint smile graced her lips. After enduring for a while, she finally comprehended the nature of her opponent's abilities. Chapter 55 Absolute Zero, Freezing Everything. After Yao Baikan's defeat, a wave of jubilation erupted from Yachiki University. Even Nakaguro Go, who had previously been grievously injured by Wu Ming, managed to grimace through the pain and smile. The audience was left in a daze, engaging in fervent speculation about the techniques employed by Mitsuba Masayuki, their discussions fervently divided into two camps, one asserting that his ability was of a psychic nature, while the other believed it pertained to air manipulation. Upon Yao Baikon's return to the resting area of Shanjing University, she bore good tidings for Yang Ling Tian, who was about to take the stage when I was first attacked upon entering the ring. My reflective shield exhibited no response, yet I was beset by a sensation of suffocation. My body felt increasingly heavy, as if an invisible hand had forcefully pushed me to the ground. The sensation of weight intensified with the second attack, and it felt as though my very bones were on the verge of cracking, that invisible hand exerting even greater force. Finally, when Mitsuba Masayuki ceased his assault, my body returned to normal, the oppressive presence above me completely vanishing. This phenomenon was reminiscent of a concept introduced in the compulsory high school course on astrophysics. There was once a martial arts master who ventured beyond the blue planet into the cosmos. Arriving at a planet devoid of land, the moment he entered the atmosphere, he experienced a similar debilitating heaviness, prompting an immediate departure from that celestial body. Later, he learned from other relatively friendly alien races that this planet was a neutron star, possessing gravity thousands of times greater than that of ordinary planets. The master's experience mirrored my own, leading me to hypothesize that Mitsuba Masayuki's ability was the manipulation of gravity. Yao Baikon articulated her conjecture with utmost seriousness under the watchful eyes of her peers. I have never passed my astrophysics course. Truly, Baikon is remarkable. Who would have thought that cultural studies could prove so useful? I should have dedicated myself to my studies in high school. Wang Yutong gazed at Yao Baikon with admiration. Aside from Wu Gang, who had been sent to the campus hospital due to his fractures, everyone else looked on, astonished, at Yao Baikon, who typically appeared delicate and fragile. To think she could maintain such clarity of thought amidst battle, most of them would likely have been left blank in similar circumstances. Following Yao Baikon's revelation, Yang Ling Tian began to formulate a counter-strategy. The ability to manipulate gravity was indeed a formidable one, but as long as I maintain my distance, I refuse to believe that his gravitational influence can encompass the entire arena. If all else fails, I'll resort to the technique I prepared for Lin Fan. Although Yang Ling Tian felt a twinge of apprehension prior to understanding his opponent's abilities, Yao Baikon's insights alleviated some of his unease. With the encouragement of those around him, Yang Ling Tian strode confidently onto the stage, standing face to face with Mitsuba Masayuki. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, Yang Ling Tian swiftly retreated, positioning himself a short distance from the edge of the ring, simultaneously sweeping his hand forward to conjure a multitude of ice blades that cascaded towards Mitsuba Masayuki like a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing Yang Ling Tian's sudden withdrawal, Mitsuba Masayuki's eyes flickered with surprise. Have they discovered my innate ability? That shouldn't be the case. Yet, before he could ponder further, the ice blades, faster than bullets, were upon him, forcing him to activate his S-rank martial arts talent. Gravity manipulation centered around him. The gravitational force within a 20-meter radius instantly intensified 20-fold, causing the icy projectiles to shatter upon impact with the ground, creating a chaotic shower of ice shards. As a fourth-level master, Mitsuba Masayuki's limit for augmenting gravity was a terrifying 39 times, and he could also render objects weightless. With such a formidable martial talent at his disposal, he faced few challenges in Sakura country, with only Yamamoto Chiyo able to consistently suppress him. The sky was filled with ice blades. Yang Ling Tian, witnessing the complete descent of his ice projectiles, felt a surge of exhilaration and conjured another flurry of ice blades directed at Mitsuba Masayuki, quickly filling the air above the ring with icy shards radiating a chilling aura. Mitsuba Masayuki's eyes narrowed with impatience as he leapt towards Yang Ling Tian like a nimble leopard. As he passed through, the ice blades plummeted to the ground before they could near him. I finally deduced it. The gravitational range is indeed 20 meters, now I can strike without concern. Observing the area around Mitsuba Masayuki where the ice blades fell, a smile crept onto Yang Ling Tian's face. Ice Snow Grenade Cannon. As Mitsuba Masayuki drew nearer, Yang Ling Tian unleashed the full force of his fourth-level mastery, emanating an even greater chill that coalesced into an artful grenade launcher. This formidable cannon, long and solid, had a barrel that flared to a diameter of 50 centimeters. Boom! With a brilliant blue light, it erupted with a thunderous roar, the menacing muzzle aimed squarely at Mitsuba Masayuki, launching a snowball-shaped projectile that traced a perfect parabolic arc before descending upon him. The snowball detonated above Mitsuba Masayuki, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that rapidly spread outward, crystallizing the moisture in the air into snowflakes that cascaded down like an avalanche. Yang Ling Tian is indeed as formidable as the report suggested. It seems I must exert myself to the fullest. A look of gravity settled upon Mitsuba Masayuki's face. Unicorn whale charge. His eyes gleamed with determination as he summoned all his strength, thrusting his right fist forward, unleashing a dark wave of gravity that coalesced into a 15-meter-long unicorn whale, its horn towering 2 meters, angrily angled toward the sky. The unicorn whale emitted a deep roar, its massive form soaring skyward, its horn cleaving through the descending snow with deadly precision, splitting it asunder and allowing Mitsuba Masayuki to evade the avalanche's effects. Just as he prepared to engage Yang Ling Tian in a counterattack, a 9-meter-long Ice Emperor spear surged forth from the snow to his left, piercing the air like a bolt of lightning. He quickly amplified the surrounding gravity to its maximum of 39 times, yet the Ice Emperor spear only sank a mere 5 centimeters before continuing its relentless advance towards him. As the weapon loomed larger in his vision, Mitsuba Masayuki refused to yield. He unleashed another punch, sending a 2-meter unicorn whale hurtling towards the oncoming Ice Emperor spear in a desperate gambit. Unsurprisingly, the unicorn whale was skewered by the Ice Emperor spear, but in that fleeting moment, Mitsuba Masayuki seized the opportunity to evade, sliding to the right just in time to escape the spear's deadly trajectory. The spear, having missed its target, soared off the stage like a rampaging rhinoceros, colliding with the adjacent arena and splitting it cleanly in two, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. A cold glint flashed in Mitsuba Masayuki's eyes. Aside from Yamamoto Chiyo, he had never been so thoroughly pressed, and yet today, Yang Ling Tian had achieved just that. He deftly maneuvered, bounding like a frenzied antelope towards the opposite side of the stage where Yang Ling Tian stood, intent on drawing him into his gravitational influence. However, Yang Ling Tian evaded him like a slippery eel, maintaining his distance while occasionally retaliating with Ice Emperor spears. Soon, Mitsuba Masayuki bore several minor injuries from the barrage, blood beginning to trickle from his waist. This cannot continue, his ranged capabilities surpass mine. If this persists, he will exhaust me. One misstep could lead to my defeat. It seems my only option is to obliterate the arena, reducing it to half its size, thereby forcing him into my gravitational range. Mitsuba Masayuki contemplated, firmly planting his feet and channeling a gravitational wave through the ground beneath him. Boom! In no time, the arena on his side collapsed entirely, and with a few agile leaps, he reached the opposite side where Yang Ling Tian stood. Upon witnessing the destruction of the arena, Yang Ling Tian felt a heaviness in his heart, but confidence in his own strength buoyed him. Now it is my turn to counterattack. Executioner / Mitsuba Masayuki shouted, causing Yang Ling Tian's body to float uncontrollably, ascending as a massive 5-meter-tall blade of glimmering ice descended ominously above him. Struggling against the weightlessness, Yang Ling Tian exerted all his might, yet it proved futile. Mitsuba Masayuki's Executioner / employed 39 times reverse gravity to render the enemy helplessly airborne, followed by a colossal blade of gravity crashing down, a technique from which escape was nearly impossible. Ice Phoenix Ascension Break. Realizing his struggles were in vain, Yang Ling Tian punched skyward, condensing icy energy into a phoenix that let out a piercing cry and soared upwards, its beak slicing through the descending blade as if it were glass. Crack! The gravity-forged blade shattered, splitting apart into black motes, while the Ice Phoenix ascended with a triumphant call before transforming into snowflakes that rained down. Now that he is within my attack range, why resist? Wouldn't it be better to succumb to defeat? Then I shall use this technique to end it. Executioner Shatter. A fierce light ignited in Mitsuba Masayuki's eyes as he clawed downward, and Yang Ling Tian, still suspended in weightlessness, beheld a scene that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Above him, a colossal black pillar, over 9 meters in diameter, plummeted like a meteor, while beneath him, a similar pillar rose rapidly. Caught between them would spell disaster. 9 dragons annihilate the world. Yang Ling Tian's voice echoed coldly as 9 20-meter-long ice dragons encircled him, 5 roaring upward to confront the descending pillar while the remaining 4 harnessed their strength to collide with the rising one below. Boom! The ice dragons, fueled by Yang Ling Tian's fury, propelled the obstructive pillar skyward, driving it deep into the earth. Yet Yang Ling Tian was not satisfied. The ice dragons pressed on, obliterating both pillars of gravity and reverse gravity. This is impossible, sharing the same S-rank talent and being a 4th-level master. Why are you so much stronger than me? This cannot be real. Mitsuba Masayuki's complexion drained of color as he gazed in horror at the floating Yang Ling Tian. It is time to conclude this. Absolute Zero. Yang Ling Tian, regarding the astonished Mitsuba Masayuki, unleashed the technique he had intended to use against Lin Fan Dai in the blink of an eye. A terrifying chill emanated from Yang Ling Tian, spreading outward at a velocity too swift for the eye to capture. Just as Mitsuba Masayuki prepared to retaliate, the cold engulfed him, and within a breath, he was encased in ice, his right hand frozen in mid-motion. The chill continued to spread, freezing everything in Yang Ling Tian's vicinity, including the arena floor, transforming it into a slick expanse of ice. In an instant, a 50-meter radius around Yang Ling Tian became an icy realm. As Mitsuba Masayuki succumbed to unconsciousness, Yang Ling Tian descended from the air, liberated from the effects of weightlessness. Amidst this frozen world, his tall and imposing figure appeared almost divine, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Witnessing Mitsuba Masayuki's inability to resist, the crowd from Yachiki University wore expressions akin to those who had swallowed a fly, their faces contorted in disbelief as they beheld the fairy tale-like icy landscape. The referee, brimming with excitement, declared the match concluded, with Yang Tian emerging victorious, thus ending Mitsuba Masayuki's 2-match winning streak. The audience, previously tense, finally exhaled in relief. Damn it, this is beyond human. Beasts, both of these individuals are beasts, and Yang Tian is the beast among beasts. Why must I face such a monster? Am I destined to live in his shadow forever? So handsome, so strong, so cool. I want to hug him, kiss him, lift him high. This fairy has finally found her true love. In the stands, Lulei and his companions wore expressions of sheer joy. Lulei's scars seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Yang Tian, this junior of mine, is so strong it's somewhat frightening. I can't help but want to challenge him. At this rate, he might be eligible for the alien battlefield by the time he reaches his 2nd year. It seems we will have the opportunity to slay extraterrestrial foes alongside these juniors before we graduate. Jiang Zhanming's mouth hung agape, his face, more delicate than that of most girls, radiating delight. With Yang Tian's prowess, it won't be long before he makes a name for himself in the alien battlefield. When that time comes, the 4 of us, along with Lin Fan and those other extraordinary juniors, will reap alien foes with unparalleled efficiency. Upon hearing their words, Yin Wei and Shang Wenjun exchanged eager glances. The 4 of them had never been inclined to cooperate with others. It wasn't that no one sought them out, but rather that they deemed their peers beneath them. They required allies of considerable strength and promise, and the juniors from the same cohort as Lin Fan were more than qualified. Chapter 56, The Thunderstorm Beast Dragon's Bite. Yang Tian defeated. The successive defeat of 12 students from Yagami University left Inoue Ryukawa's expression darker than the bottom of a pot. He thus placed his final hope on Yamamoto Chiya. Upon witnessing Mitsuboshi Masuya tremblingly descend from the platform, Yamamoto was equally astonished, yet he quickly rose from his seat, eager to stride toward the arena. Do not forget, if anything unusual occurs on stage, take the medicine immediately. Inoue Ryukawa hurriedly advised Yamamoto Chiya. Do not presume that I am as weak as the others. And who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? I will do as I please, without needing your guidance. Yamamoto Chiya abruptly halted his steps, turning to cast a disdainful glance at Inoue Ryukawa, his voice dripping with contempt. Inoue Ryukawa's countenance darkened further. It was the first time he had been addressed so in front of the students. However, Yamamoto Chiya was considered a treasure at Yagami University, and he, a mere teacher, dared not provoke him lightly. The likes of Koyatora Kitabe and others wore amused expressions. They had long found Inoue Ryukawa's duplicitous nature displeasing. In his presence, he always assumed the demeanor of a teacher, yet before Yamamoto Chiya, he was entirely docile. Due to Mitsuboshi Masuya's destruction of half the arena, they were compelled to switch to a new platform for their battle. You are the strongest freshman from Jingu University, are you not? I hope you can inflict some injury upon me. Yamamoto Chiya strode onto the stage with an air of arrogance, defiantly lifting his chin toward Yang Tian. What audacity! Today, you might find yourself in for a surprise. Though I am not the strongest freshman, defeating you shall pose no challenge. Yang Tian retorted coldly. Having frequently attended classes with the more vivacious Lu Xiaofei and others, he had gradually learned to adopt a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Yamamoto Chiya, rather than becoming enraged, appeared delighted. He relished the presence of a spirited opponent, for it made the act of domination all the more gratifying. After exchanging glances, their energies surged forth like a deluge, creating ripples in the air. Before the referee could announce the commencement of the match, Yamamoto Chiya unleashed his S-rank martial talent, the Daikokutten, causing his skin to flush a deep crimson, his nose to elongate and redden, while his hair lengthened and billowed behind him, black wings extending from his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air like a fierce bird of prey, then dove toward Yang Tian, his right palm slashing downward, sending forth a 10-meter-long wind blade directly towards him. The air was swiftly compressed to either side where the wind blade passed. To everyone's astonishment, the wind blade became almost indistinct in the air, arriving above Yang Tian in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Yang Tian unleashed an Ice Emperor spear that shot upward like lightning to meet the wind blade, piercing it cleanly down the middle and dissipating it into a swirling vortex. The Ice Emperor spear surged forward like a ferocious tiger, targeting the descending Yamamoto Chiya. Seeing his wind blade so easily neutralized, Yamamoto Chiya's excitement heightened. Death Scythe, he bellowed, slashing his palm once more. A tremendous force erupted from his hand, coalescing into a 15-meter-long azure scythe that arced through the air, hurtling toward the formidable Ice Emperor spear. Boom! The blade of the azure scythe collided with the spear's tip, producing a resounding crash. The scythe sliced through the spear's tip, cleaving the entire Ice Emperor spear in half along a straight line. With unrelenting momentum, the azure scythe hurtled toward Yang Tian, who merely sidestepped, evading the attack, leaving a massive trench in its wake. Are you so eager to be defeated by me? Yang Tian remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he perceived Yamamoto Chiya's reckless charge as an opportunity to counterattack.
9 dragons extinguish the world. Yangling Tian declared, summoning 9 ice dragons over 20 meters long that roared toward the airborne Yamamoto Chiya. In an instant, the ground froze, transforming half the arena into a realm of ice and snow. His mastery of the icy powers had vastly improved. Each dragon's scales appeared lifelike, their claws and teeth exceedingly sharp. The 9 ice dragons surrounded Yamamoto Chiya from various angles, some lunging with gaping maws, others wielding claws akin to martial weapons, while a few lashed their tails toward him. As the icy gusts from the dragons struck Yamamoto Chiya's face, his expression grew grave. The mere rush of air left frost upon his features, hinting at the terrifying chill each dragon possessed. Thunderstorm Tornado. Yamamoto Chiya's wings crackled with violet electricity, and soon his entire body radiated with it. He raised his palms above his head and with a forceful downward chop, a colossal tornado infused with electricity spiraled downward. This tornado soared to a height of 36 meters, with a terrifying 7-meter radius, its core frequently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The surrounding air grew blisteringly hot due to the entwined lightning. The tornado, embodying a force of destruction, collided with an ice dragon, instantly engulfing it in a whirl of wind. Despite the ice dragon's desperate attempts to tear through the vortex with its claws, it was utterly futile. In less than a second, the ice dragon began to sustain numerous charred wounds and gashes before being shredded into human-sized ice fragments, which were rapidly obliterated. The ferocious pull of the tornado drew in the remaining 8 ice dragons without exception. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Yangling Tian's eyes glinted with intensity. He detonated all 8 dragons, resulting in a simultaneous obliteration of the dragons and the tornado. A multitude of cyclones and ice shards filled the air. Absolute zero. Realizing that his strongest singular attack had been thwarted, Yangling Tian was compelled to unleash his ultimate move. In an instant, a wave of terrifying cold emanated from him, spreading outward at a speed almost too swift for the eye to perceive. Within a 50-meter radius, an icy realm emerged, with droplets of water in the air freezing and cascading to the ice-covered ground. Yamamoto Chiya, still in his diving posture, was encased in ice, plummeting downward. Should he land on the ice, which was as hard as alloy, his fate would be shattering. Yangling Tian, undeterred, sensed that this opponent was not easily vanquished. He initiated the Ice Phoenix Ascension, sending a soaring Ice Phoenix like a sharp blade toward the falling Yamamoto Chiya. Just as the Phoenix's beak was about to contact the icy figure, a sharp crack echoed, and the ice sculpture shattered instantaneously. Thunderstorm Beast Dragon's Bite. In a fit of rage, Yamamoto Chiya's wings forcefully descended, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coalesced into an enormous beast dragon. Towering at 42 meters, the beast dragon shimmered with electric light, its square head housing a long, narrow mouth lined with dagger-like teeth, each longer than an adult's stature. This beast's neck was robust, its spine slightly protruding, with short forelimbs and muscular hind limbs, coupled with a remarkably thick tail, presenting an image of a perfect killing machine. The beast dragon opened its cavernous maw, shattering the ice phoenix, and with unrelenting force, lunged toward the diminutive Yangling Tian below. Not one to remain passive, Yangling Tian summoned his last reserves of power to conjure 9 30-meter-long ice dragons, which roared in unison as they clashed with the beast dragon. One ice dragon bit down on the beast's short forelimb, only to be unexpectedly torn in half, falling as mere ice fragments. 3 ice dragons simultaneously targeted the beast's thick neck, but even the ice dragons, with their impressive dentition, struggled to penetrate its defenses. 2 ice dragons clung fiercely to its robust hind limb, while another 3 pressed down upon its back, their sharp teeth and claws raining strikes upon the beast. The beast dragon shook its neck vigorously, dislodging the 3 ice dragons, then swiftly snapped at one, reducing it to 2 pieces with a resounding crunch. With a powerful turn, its tail descended like a massive pillar, crushing 2 of the ice dragons into icy rubble. Roar! As the 2 ice dragons neared its hind limb, the beast dragon let out a furious roar, instantaneously erasing Yangling Tian's mental hold over the ice dragons, which crumbled into heaps of ice. The beast dragon, striding through the air on its exceptionally stout legs, opened its cavernous maw and charged toward the sweat-drenched Yangling Tian like a cannonball. Realizing he had little strength left, Yangling Tian decisively conceded. Yet, Yamamoto Chiya's expression remained unsatisfied. The lightning-wreathed beast dragon continued its relentless assault toward Yangling Tian, its maw opening in an exaggerated arc, poised to devour him whole. Seeking death. A cold snort echoed as a beam of sunlight-bright laser pierced through the beast dragon, the overwhelming force propelling the creature skyward, followed by a resounding explosion that erupted into a dazzling purple firework. On the judge's platform, Bai Ruetao wore an expression of displeasure, his finger pointed into the air, radiating a sunlight-like brilliance that heated the surrounding air to an unbearable temperature. Is Yagami University so merciless? In the alien battlefield, you are as feeble as a pig, yet you strike your fellow human kin with such ferocity. Such a disgraceful institution should refrain from future exchanges with us. Were it not for the regard I hold for your principle, I would have slain you today.
Bai Ruidao expressed his annoyance, his killing intent crashing down upon Yamamoto Chiya like a surging tide. Confronted by this overwhelming aura, Yamamoto Chiya felt as fragile as a newborn babe, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead and nose. "I shall not dare again," he stammered, quaking in fear. Upon witnessing Yamamoto Chiya's admission of defeat, Bai Ruidao finally withdrew his murderous intent. However, having not unleashed his power in a long while, he inadvertently became overwhelming. Every individual in the training ground felt as though they were in an ice cellar. Even Wang Tianwei, a fourth-level martial emperor, was not exempt. Although Bai Ruidao served as the dean of the School of Life, it was merely a position arranged by the institution. He was originally a seventh-level martial emperor renowned in the alien battlefield, instilling dread in numerous foes. Yet, after a battle where many of his comrades were ambushed and slain, he was the sole survivor. Following this incident, he developed post-traumatic stress disorder, haunted by visions of human corpses, leading to anxiety and an inability to adapt to the brutal reality of the alien battlefield. Thus, he departed from the battlefield after 15 years of service, immersing himself in the field of education, though he had not fully healed from his psychological scars. And now, watching the promising talents from Jingdu University grow stronger brought him immense joy, satisfying his desire to see them slay more aliens in his stead. After being saved by Bai Ruidao, Yang Ling Tian expressed his gratitude before descending from the platform, his expression grim. "I have been defeated. Ultimately, I must rely on Lin Fan. I must grow stronger." Yang Ling Tian raged inwardly, vowing to himself. Had he been alone, his fierce pride might have compelled him to strike his own face. Chapter 57 Lin Fan's fury. Though the defeat of Yang Ling Tian at the hands of the formidable opponents from Yaqi University was difficult for the members of Jing University to accept, their concerns over the potential loss in this exchange match were somewhat alleviated by the presence of Lin Fan as their trump card. However, a flicker of anxiety danced in the depths of Wang Tianwei's eyes. His assurances that Lin Fan would intervene were merely a means to comfort the crowd, yet the time had now come where he had no choice but to summon Lin Fan into action. Next up was Lu Yiming, followed by Su Huanhuan. "I shall notify Lin Fan to come," Wang Tianwei proclaimed, feigning composure before the crowd. "Director Wang, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from sending them both onto the stage. Yamamoto Chiya is not known for his leniency, and neither of them has yet ascended to the rank of master. It is likely they would sustain severe injuries." Zhang Jiajia interjected, her expression weary. "Indeed. If that scoundrel had not been thwarted by Director Bai just now, he might have truly resorted to lethal measures. Why not have Brother Fan come and deal with him directly? There is no need for our own members to suffer harm." Lu Xiaofei echoed in agreement. Others also chimed in, voicing their opposition to Lu Yiming and Su Huanhuan participating. "What do you all know? I am doing this for their own good. Not everyone has the opportunity to engage in battle against such a monstrous adversary. Besides, with us teachers present, we can ensure your safety. Lin Fan will require some time to arrive, and during this interim, you two shall hold the fort. For the honor of our school, what does it matter if you endure a few injuries? Do any of you possess even a modicum of honor and collective spirit?" Wang Tianwei delivered a stern lecture to the assembled students. "Teacher, I must respectfully disagree with your sentiments. We are all fighting for the honor of our school, but there is no necessity to send individuals onto the stage who are fully aware that they will be harmed and have no hope of victory. If, in the name of your so-called honor, we are to sacrifice our classmates as mere human punching bags, then such honor holds no value whatsoever." Yang Ling Tian, usually reticent, stepped forward with a cold voice, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Wang Tianwei was his designated mentor.